Gu Feng never anticipated that in one fleeting moment he was engaged in a fierce battle against alien beasts on the battlefield, only to find himself reborn the very next second. What would it be like to share a table with the decisive Empress a decade ago? With a sinister chuckle, Gu Feng concluded that his role would undoubtedly be to protect her, assist her, and ensure that no one dares to bully her. He would take care of her needs, and ultimately, they would meet each other's parents together. Ding! The System Awakens. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Jiangnan City. Class 3 of his senior year at Jiangnan High School. As the first rays of morning sunlight graced Gu Feng's face, he realized he was no longer the strong and capable youth he once was. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Suddenly, a piece of chalk was precisely catapulted towards him, accompanied by a booming voice. Gu Feng, what nonsense are you babbling over there? Stand up. With a slurp, Gu Feng wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with his numb arm, bewildered as he lifted his head. Had he truly awakened to find himself reborn? David Huang, you're alive. Wonderful. Gu Feng pointed at their homeroom teacher, Huang Hai, with astonishment. He recalled the scene of Huang Hai heroically sacrificing himself to protect the students during the beast tide, which brought a tinge of sorrow to his heart. Huang Hai's expression darkened. Do you genuinely believe I am dead? Or did you dream that I perished? He struck the blackboard with his teaching stick, creating a loud clatter. What is this question about? You answer it. Gu Feng rubbed his eyes and swayed as he stood up, just about to speak. However, Huang Hai furrowed his brow and, with a wave of his hand, impatiently said, All right, I will make it difficult for you. Just read the question aloud, and you can sit down. This offered Gu Feng a way out. Gu Feng complied and turned to the blackboard, his gaze automatically disregarding the seemingly difficult yet deceptively simple geometry problem, instead focusing on the large chalk lettering beside him. Reading, College Entrance Examination Countdown. 99 days? What the hell? What is going on? I've just returned, and there are only 99 days left until the revival of spiritual energy? Are you kidding me? Ha! The entire classroom erupted in laughter. Revival of spiritual energy? You must have read too many novels. Gu Feng, which book are you reading? Recommend it to me. I happen to be out of reading material. Gu Feng sighed and chose to ignore the chattering students. In this era of spiritual energy revival, he was at least a mediocre awakener, while most of those present were inferior to him. Aware that he was not cut out for academia, Huang Hai helplessly waved his hand, allowing him to sit down. Bai Xian'e, you answer. As the words fell, all eyes turned to the class flower, Bai Xian'e, revealing a collective gaze of envy and desire. Only Gu Feng quietly shifted his gaze to his deskmate. While the entire class mocked him, she was the sole girl who remained silent. The future Empress, Luo Yixue. She possessed skin as smooth and delicate as snow, with bright, pure eyes that sparkled. Her ruby lips and pearly teeth were concealed beneath her worn JK uniform, which did little to disguise her astonishing figure. The simple white stockings failed to capture the breathtaking beauty of her long, slender legs. Currently, her identity was that of the school beauty at Jiangnan High, characterized as a diligent and serious academic achiever. Despite being deskmates, their interactions were virtually non-existent. Over 3 years of high school, the words they exchanged could be counted on one hand. Conversely, on future battlefields, Luo Yixue had saved him multiple times. Although Gu Feng had the potential for awakening, he was unfortunately the lowest tier E-level awakener. Teacher, I don't know. Bai Xian'e glanced at the blackboard and sweetly uttered, Sit down. Huang Hai sighed in resignation, allowing her to take her seat. Luo Yixue, it's your turn. Luo Yixue stood up, her calm eyes merely scanning the blackboard before swiftly delivering the correct answer. And yet, this girl, who was beautiful, kind-hearted, and academically outstanding, perfect in every sense, was not particularly popular at Jiangnan High. At that moment, the girl seemed to sense the intense gaze that followed her, causing her cool face to flush with warmth, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks. Gu Feng couldn't help but smirk. How had he never noticed before that the usually aloof and indifferent Empress had such an adorable side? Damn it, he truly questioned whether his brain had been muddled back then, believing the malicious gossip from Bai Xian'e and her ilk. Claims that Luo Yixue was being kept by some wild man, that her cool demeanor was merely a facade, that she attended school by day and engaged in illicit activities by night. All of it was pure slander. They were simply jealous of her brilliance in studies, of her stunning physique, of her beauty. They bullied her for being orphaned, for her kindness, and for her poverty. They ostracized her. At that moment, an overwhelming fury surged within Gu Feng, and he wished he could eliminate every person who had ever bullied Luo Yixue. He would not hesitate to break the legs of the ants at home, nor would he spare the stone lions at his doorstep, just for the many times Luo Yixue had saved his life. In this lifetime, he could not afford to ignore her affairs. Ding detected that the host's affection for the future Empress exceeds 50, activating the Supreme Treasure System. Task: please persuade the Empress to become your girlfriend within 99 days. Your talent will be upgraded to SSS level. System. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted the arrival of the system. According to the task, within 99 days, he must successfully persuade the Empress to become his girlfriend. If successful, his awakening talent would ascend from a mere mediocre level to a meteoric rise. In his previous life, his talent level was E, which meant he would leapfrog straight past A, B, C, D, and S, and ascend directly to the pinnacle. Claim the task. Gu Feng's lips curled into a smile as he gladly accepted. Ding. Detected that the host's interaction with the Empress may provoke various uncontrollable factors. Hence, the system has decided to reward the host with a barrel of concentrated spiritual spring. Concentrated spiritual spring? What is that? Is this the concentrated spirit spring? How does one utilize it? Upon consumption of this spirit spring, the host shall temporarily possess awakened powers. Tenfold enhancement of innate strength. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. An increase in power by tenfold? Could he potentially unleash a single punch capable of obliterating 5 Tysons? Does this not imply that, prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, he could effortlessly reign as the Dragon King, traversing this world with impunity? Matters resolved by wealth are trivial, yet those settled by sheer strength define a true man. Such monumental benefits must come without any adverse effects, correct? For instance, will it induce diarrhea, cause baldness, stunt growth, or have any other detrimental impacts? Gu Feng continued to inquire. After all, this was an entirely novel substance for him, and he deemed it essential to ascertain the details. No, please trust that this system operates with utmost integrity and reliability, deceiving neither the young nor the old. Usage, once per day. Gu Feng slightly furrowed his brow. Once per day? What if the duration was insufficient, and increasing the frequency was not an option? What if it were taken twice a day? Virtual. How virtual? Incapable of standing. Countdown initiated. The system shall enter a hidden state in 10 seconds, only to emerge automatically upon task completion. What if the task remains unfulfilled? It shall be regarded as a failure, and at that time, the system will automatically trigger the disintegration directive, erasing all traces of existence. Wishing the host good fortune, farewell. Just as Gu Feng pondered what to say next, his mind was enveloped in silence. Simultaneously, a faint groan reached his ears. Turning his head, he was abruptly struck by the sight of Luo Yixue, her brow furrowed in distress, her delicate hands pressed tightly against her abdomen. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes, and the scene before him suddenly sparked a realization. Calculating swiftly, he discovered that today was indeed the fateful day of the Empress's tribulation. Chapter 2. He probably doesn't like me, right? Without further contemplation, Gu Feng rose from his seat and strode towards the exit. Gu Feng, where do you think you're going? Huang Hai, his expression stern, called out as he noticed Gu Feng's defiance. Instantly, all eyes in the room were drawn to the boy who had dared to leave his seat. Just earlier that day, old Huang had emphasized that under no circumstances were students allowed to take leave, especially not to skip class. Everyone was expected to dedicate themselves fully to their studies in preparation for the looming Gaokao over the next 99 days. Was Gu Feng really challenging old Huang's authority? A ripple of anticipation spread among the students, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Only one girl cast a worried glance towards Gu Feng. Her pallid complexion hinted at her own discomfort, and her lips parted as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Meanwhile, Gu Feng paused, blinking as he suddenly remembered he was still in class. Old teacher, I need to use the restroom, he stated nonchalantly, with humanity on the brink of extinction. What was the point of adhering to classroom decorum? His words were already a concession to the teacher's authority. In just 99 days, spiritual energy would awaken, and all beings would rise. Survival would hinge on strength. The Gaokao held little significance in this new reality. Old Huang's face darkened, clearly unprepared for Gu Feng's boldness. Glancing at his watch, he replied with irritation, there are still 5 minutes left until class ends. Can't you hold it a bit longer? Humans have their urgent needs. I can't wait. Gu Feng retorted, his brow furrowed and impatience evident in his tone. Besides, you all can continue your lesson. Whether I'm here or not makes no difference. His words left old Huang momentarily speechless, as if his presence had suddenly diminished before Gu Feng's assertiveness. Old Huang stared in disbelief at his student, realizing Gu Feng seemed transformed. What had changed about him? It was difficult to articulate. Perhaps it was merely his tone that had shifted, yet he didn't seem entirely wrong. After all, Gu Feng's affluent background, with a car and house, and his status as an orphan, already set him apart from the rest of the class. Indeed, from the entire school of 99 students, if one were to factor in the considerable inheritance left by his parents. It was evident that as long as Gu Feng did not squander his wealth, he would be financially secure for a lifetime. The Gaokao was of little consequence for him. While others sought to alter their fates through the exam, Gu Feng's participation was merely to fill a quota. Yet, To let Gu Feng leave unchallenged would undoubtedly undermine old Huang's authority. He began to protest, but was cut short as Gu Feng shot him a cold glance that made his heart race, akin to being stalked by a wolf. You may go, but remember to submit your assignments afterward. Thank you, teacher, Gu Feng replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he vanished through the classroom door. Old Huang, feeling somewhat disheartened, shook his head. What had come over him? How could he feel intimidated by a struggling student? He could not fathom why fear had taken hold, but an instinct warned him that preventing Gu Feng from leaving would lead to dire consequences. Forget it. The Gaokao is just around the corner. I'll endure. Meanwhile, the classmates observed Gu Feng's easy exit with expressions of disappointment. When Gu Feng returned to the classroom, the bell signaling the end of class had just rung. He entered, holding a bulging convenience bag, the contents unknown. As he reached the doorway, a commotion erupted inside. Lu Yixue, can you not have any shame? As soon as the teacher stated that no leave was permitted, you still ask for it. Do you think this school is your family's? Baixiania. This is my own business. It seems unnecessary for you to involve yourself. Besides, the teacher specified that leave is only allowed under special circumstances. I am unwell. Why can't I request leave? Baixianera's face flushed with anger, her tone suddenly sharp and mocking. You have the energy to retort. I see you're quite healthy. Do you have a doctor's note? While ostensibly about requesting leave, who could know what she was truly up to? Gu Feng arrived just in time to see Lu Yixue standing there, isolated and biting her lip, evoking a pang of sympathy. At that moment, old Huang stepped in to mediate. Baixianer, how can you speak to your classmate like that? Watch your language. Baixianer immediately crossed her arms, dismissing him. What? Did I say something wrong? She gets to take leave, but I can't say anything? Old teacher, you can't possibly favor her just because of her academic performance. I'll make this clear. If Lu Yixue is allowed to take leave, then I want to as well. I'm unwell too. As she spoke, she exchanged knowing glances with others. Old teacher, I'm feeling dizzy. I want to take leave too. Me too. Enough nonsense. What do you think this place is? No one is taking leave today. I insist. Old Huang's voice was cold as he scolded them. He turned to Lu Yixue with a resigned expression. Yixue, I believe Baixianer has a point. You don't seem too unwell. Can't you hold on a bit longer? If everyone takes leave, class discipline will be impossible to maintain. Lu Yixue, hearing this, lowered her head, her long, dark lashes fluttering slightly before she finally spoke. Teacher, I'll endure a little longer. Baixianer's face lit up with triumph. As old Huang turned to leave, he collided with Gu Feng entering the room. Meeting Gu Feng's penetrating gaze, he instinctively averted his eyes. Was he mocking me? How absurd. Why should I feel fear toward a student? Just bear with it. Old Huang muttered under his breath, nearly sidestepping Gu Feng as he exited the classroom. Gu Feng returned to his seat, his expression solemn and his mood sour. In his recollection, the future Empress was not one to be trifled with. Characters like Baixianer would never have dared to speak in the presence of the Empress, let alone meet her gaze. It was clear that in this new era, power dictated everything. Gu Feng, what delicious treats did you buy? Baixianer greeted him enthusiastically upon his return. The entire class knew of her affection for Gu Feng, yet he had always maintained a distant demeanor, seemingly indifferent to everyone. Gu Feng glanced at her, suddenly realizing how insincere and pretentious Baixianer truly was. The memory of having once accepted a drink from her nearly turned his stomach. Baixianer, overjoyed at the prospect of Gu Feng engaging with her, was caught off guard as he coldly chuckled, shoving the convenience bag into Lu Yixue's hands. This is for you. Lu Yixue stared in shock for a moment, confirming that Gu Feng had indeed not made a mistake. Curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked into the bag, her pale cheeks flushing crimson. How do you know I needed this? Her mind raced with chaotic thoughts. Could it be that his earlier defiance of the teacher, claiming he needed to use the restroom, had been to procure this for her? Did he perhaps harbor feelings for her? Baixian was utterly dumbfounded. She had just witnessed Gu Feng's disdainful glance directed at her, yet she was unwilling to accept it. Why would Gu Feng despise her? And if he did, what did it mean that he had given the convenience bag to Lu Yixue? Adoring her, supporting her, defending her? Absolutely impossible. The two of them hardly exchanged words. How could they possibly be together? How could Gu Feng possibly take a liking to this impoverished girl? Chapter 3. The Rescue. Thank you, Gu Feng. But how did you know I needed this? Luo Yixue's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she asked in a soft voice. I was just guessing. Gu Feng pondered for a moment before replying. You bring a cup of brown sugar water to class every second Thursday of the month. Am I right? I went to the supermarket to buy water, but didn't have change, so I brought you a few packets of this. Oh, Luo, Yixue responded softly. Well, I just picked it up casually, not sure if it was the right choice. Here, the shopkeeper said it could be exchanged. Gu Feng continued nonchalantly. No need to exchange. Noticing several unusual gazes fixed on them, Luo Yixue felt her cheeks flush and her voice grew even quieter. Thank you, Gu Feng. How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. Gu Feng smiled dismissively, saying, You take it for now. We can discuss the money later. With that, he effortlessly dozed off, resting his head on the table to continue his slumber. Seeing this, Luo Yixue chose not to press the matter further. After much hesitation, she cautiously retrieved a small item from the bag, her movements so delicate as if she feared waking the person beside her. Her crimson cheeks reflected both shyness and warmth. Witnessing this scene, Bei Xian'er felt a surge of jealousy ignite within her. The exchanged glances between the two conveyed a message. Gu Feng was not uninterested in girls. He simply held no affection for her. It dawned on her that Gu Feng's indifference was not due to a lack of interest in females, but rather a lack of interest in her specifically, especially as she noted that Gu Feng had given Luo Yixue a monthly necessity for women. Her expression darkened further. Luo Yixue, what right did she have to earn Gu Feng's favor? Did she deserve it? Bei Xian'er begrudgingly acknowledged that Luo Yixue's academic performance slightly surpassed hers and that her appearance was unassailable. Even her modest physique, nurtured by a diet of vegetables and rice, seemed surpassed by Xian'er's. But so what? Did Luo Yixue's hair possess the same silkiness as hers? Was she wealthier? The designer bags and skincare products Bei Xian'er possessed could easily outweigh Luo Yixue's annual living expenses. Did Luo Yixue's mere pinky toe attract more admiration from the boys than she did? 1,000 grievances and 10,000 indignations swirled within Bei Xian'er. A woman who had been abandoned by her biological father and scorned by her adoptive one was nothing more than a wretched creature. A woman whose future was uncertain, bound to be sold off by her gambling adoptive father to repay debts. She was utterly unworthy of comparison. At that moment, as Luo Yixue approached the classroom door, she was suddenly intercepted. Yixue, I still can't grasp the problem the teacher covered. Could you help me explain it? The one blocking Luo Yixue was Bei Xian'er's close friend and confidant. Both wore expressions of earnest inquiry, obstructing Luo Yixue's path. Simultaneously, a wave of discomfort surged through Luo Yixue's abdomen once more. I can help, but I need to step out for a moment. Can I explain when I return? She said, enduring the discomfort. That won't do. The assignment is due soon. You can explain and step out afterward, can't you? Yeah, Yixue. You want to withhold your knowledge just because you're the only one who understands the problem, right? With no choice left, Luo Yixue reluctantly began to explain the problem to the two girls. Just then, a classmate behind her suddenly gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Oh my gosh, Yixue, your skirt. The girl's scream instantly attracted a multitude of curious gazes. Everyone, either intentionally or unintentionally, glanced towards the area near Luo Yixue's waist. Faintly, a patch of crimson was seeping through her skirt, hidden from her view. Many onlookers wore expressions of delight at her misfortune, whispering and pointing at Luo Yixue. The murmurs from her classmates soon made it clear to Luo Yixue what was happening. Tears brimmed in her eyes, yet she bit her lip to suppress them. Hey, Yixue, why are you crying? It's just your monthly visitor. What's the big deal? If you don't want to teach us, that's fine. Don't act like we're bullying you. One girl said dismissively, while Bei Xian'er quickly stepped in to play the role of the Good Samaritan. Ah, I see. It makes sense. Someone on their period wouldn't be able to do such things. Unbeknownst to her, everyone already knew that Luo Yixue had a gambling addict for an adoptive father. What Bei Xian'er alluded to was universally understood. The spectators never missed an opportunity to stir the pot. With so much debt owed by your uncle, what could you possibly do to help him pay it off? A few boys snickered, joining in the ridicule. Could it be something unsavory? It said that the loan shark has connections to the underworld. How long would it take to repay that? Have you all had enough? I haven tea. At that moment, Luo Yixue could no longer suppress herself. Two glistening tears rolled down her flushed cheeks, and her voice rang out defiantly as she defended herself. I moved out from my uncle's house long ago and have never engaged in anything you claim, including my living expenses, which I earn through odd jobs. Every penny I make is clean. It is not as you imagine. Despite Luo Yixue's fervent and stubborn defense, she understood that those who slandered her would not easily relent. The experiences she had endured had long since opened her eyes to the hypocrisy and coldness of the world. In times of despair, anyone could tread upon her without remorse. With no father, no mother, and no support, she could only passively accept the slander and insults thrown her way. Luo Yixue could only endure, repeatedly telling herself that once the college entrance examination was over, everything would improve. The air hung heavy with silence for a few seconds. Bei Xian'er suddenly lifted her delicate chin, smiling as she said, We all want to believe you, but there is one question. Could you explain how you manage your tuition? Although the school offered fee reductions for outstanding students from financially challenged families, the remaining portion was still over 10,000, with rent, living expenses, and tuition fees to cover. Bei Xian'er found it hard to believe that Luo Yixue could earn that much through odd jobs. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Bei Xian'er's eyes, and, Yixue, I heard you recently got a new phone. Could you clarify where that came from? It wouldn't happen to be a gift from some kind-hearted young man while you were working, would it? Someone nearby immediately chimed in with a teasing tone. Where can I find such a young man? Please introduce me. Luo Yixue clenched her delicate fists tightly, her frail body trembling slightly with anger. This phone, after all, was one she had purchased for 200 yuan from her aunt. Yet, in Bei Xian'er's words, it had become a brand new gift. What infuriated her the most was Bei Xian'er's insinuation that she had some inappropriate relationship with other boys. You're talking nonsense. This phone is. As Luo Yixue spoke halfway, she suddenly felt utterly exhausted. In that moment, she comprehended that no matter how she defended herself, she would inevitably be vilified and struck down. People preferred to believe the fabricated lies spun by Bei Xian, or rather than acknowledge the truth of her words. If that were the case, what was the point in continuing to speak? Enveloped in despair, her mindset gradually cooled, and she gazed coldly at the crowd. What did it matter if she was slandered? What significance did isolation hold? Those trials that failed to break her would only serve to fortify her. The notion of the innocent shall remain untainted lingered unspoken on her lips, accompanied by a voice brimming with conviction. A crisp, resounding slap echoed throughout the classroom. Bei Xian'er, kindly silence yourself. In an instant, everyone's pupils constricted, mouths agape in astonishment as their gazes converged upon the tall figure. Bei Xian'er, though her academic prowess and appearance paled in comparison to Luo Yixue's, was still far from lacking. She was more than capable of being the class flower. Yet, Feng had actually struck Bei Xian'er. Chapter 4. The Truth Behind the Tuition Assistance. Without a hint of tenderness, Feng delivered a resounding slap to Bei Xian'er's face. How could he be so ruthless? Feng, have you lost your mind? On what grounds do you strike me? Bei Xian'er cried, clutching her swollen visage in pain. Feng coldly regarded her, pointing at Luo Yixue. And who, pray tell, is responsible for her tuition? What is the connection between you and how she acquired her phone? If you wish to tarnish someone's reputation, you better present tangible evidence first. Immediately, Feng's piercing gaze swept across the room. From this day forth, should I hear any more whispers maligning others, do not blame me for delivering a swift retort. Standing at a height of over 6 feet, Feng exuded a menacing aura, his icy voice sending shivers down the spines of all present. His staunch defense of Luo Yixue completely shattered Bei Xian'er's composure. Feng, you claim I'm besmirching Luo Yixue. Yet what evidence do you possess? Speak up, Bei Xian'er shouted desperately, her voice filled with an urgency born from her newfound vulnerability. Feng had no evidence to present. So how could he accuse her of slandering Luo Yixue? Bei Xian'er thought that an apology from him was her only means to salvage her dignity, and she resolved to hold Luo Yixue accountable for the slap she received. If Feng struck her once, she would need to retaliate against Luo Yixue tenfold to assuage her anger. Evidence? I indeed possess some. Feng smirked slightly. Bei Xian'er froze, realizing that the slap she had just received might have been in vain. Weren't you curious where my tuition originated? It was sponsored by Feng. At that moment, Luo Yixue spoke with a complex expression. She had long been aware of Feng's assistance with her tuition. If it weren't for her accidental assignment to the school's archives to sort documents, she might have remained oblivious for life. Though the name on the sponsorship list was not Feng's, she recognized his handwriting immediately. Her heart, too, had unknowingly wavered at that moment. Feng, perplexed, rubbed his nose, pondering how she had come to know of this. Was this the reason the Empress had repeatedly saved him when he was on the verge of death in his previous life? Did good deeds yield good fortune? For some reason, a sense of loss flickered within him. Ah, so that was it. He had thought the Empress had harbored some feelings for him. Indeed, the tuition for classmate Yixue is sponsored by me. The classmates had yet to fully grasp the situation before Feng continued. In this class, I am sponsoring 2 girls. And in this school, a total of 10 students benefit from my generosity. Since the truth could no longer be concealed, Feng chose to be forthright. Rather than assisting multiple students, his initial intent had been solely to support Luo Yixue. He chose to remain anonymous out of concern that she would refuse direct financial aid. In truth, he had to admit that regardless of Bei Xian'er's slander, Luo Yixue had always held a certain allure in his eyes, stubborn, diligent, aloof, reserved, and stunningly beautiful. His decision to assist multiple students was also to alleviate any potential psychological burden Loikshu might face should she discover the truth one day. He merely wished to see her as an equal before him. The self-conscious Loikshu was never the image he wanted to behold. Feel free to inquire with the principal. He is well aware of the matter. Wow, my tuition was actually sponsored by you. Thank you, Gu Feng. Without your support, I might have been forced into factory work long ago. Upon learning the truth, another sponsored girl in the class wept tears of joy. Had it not been for Gu Feng standing beside the two stunning beauties, she would have rushed forward to envelop him in a heartfelt embrace. Gu Feng smiled slightly. It's nothing, just a small sum. One must admit that the pleasure of performing good deeds and garnering admiration from others brought him immense joy. Allow me to inform you of another matter. Classmate Ishue has recently been tutoring me. Therefore, if anyone dares to speak ill of this in the future, impacting my studies, be warned, I shall not be gentle. This warning, coupled with a sense of intimidation, finally brought this farcical drama to a close. Throughout Gu Feng's speech, Loikshu's beautiful eyes remained fixed upon him. How wonderful it would be if the gap between them were not so vast. Loikshu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly catching a refreshing scent, only to realize that her shoulders were draped with a large male school uniform. It was Gu Feng. He had removed his own clothing to cover her, perfectly concealing her backside. A warm current flowed through her heart, seeing that Loikshu did not seem to resent his actions. Gu Feng felt a sense of relief. He had previously worried that his abrupt gesture might displease the Empress. Thankfully, after the series of events, his battle attire had successfully been donned by the Empress. This marked a splendid beginning. The grateful gaze Loikshu directed at him ignited within Gu Feng a unique sense of accomplishment and a desire for conquest. Meanwhile, the eyes of all present regarding Loikshu shifted dramatically, from disdain and scorn to astonishment and envy. Who was Gu Feng? At Jiangnan High School, he had the power to show no mercy to anyone should he choose. Now that Loikshu had aligned herself with such a formidable ally, who would dare to cross her? Gu Feng's stance was crystal clear. To oppose Loikshu was to oppose him. Could it be that they were becoming romantically involved? It seemed highly plausible. Indeed, upon closer inspection, Gu Feng and the class flower, Loikshu, were remarkably well matched. While the crowd whispered among themselves, a shadowy figure attempted to stealthily slip away. Baixiania, Apologitsa. A cold, commanding voice suddenly caused Bei Siener to tremble, halting her steps abruptly. Gil Feng, Emsore. She turned around, her voice quivering slightly with fear. She had never encountered such a terrifying gaze. It was truly dreadful, and her instincts warned her that without an apology, Gu Feng would undoubtedly prevent her from leaving this room. The sting of the slap she had received from him still lingered, and Bei Siener finally relented. However, Gu Feng appeared distinctly unsatisfied. It seems you've mistaken the recipient of your apology, he stated icily. Bei Siener's expression shifted, a forced smile breaking across her face. Apologizing to Luo Ishue was a task more torturous than death itself. Chapter 5. I don't believe it, unless I see your legs. I'm sorry. With her head bowed slightly, despite the indignation swelling within her, she spoke up. Apologizing to Luo Ishue would render her the laughingstock of the entire class. Yet, refusing to apologize meant that Gu Feng would surely make her the object of ridicule throughout the school. A complex expression flickered in Luo Ishue's beautiful eyes. Faced with the respect Gu Feng had fought to secure for her, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Should she forgive or not? How should she articulate her feelings? It's all right, as long as we can avoid crossing paths in the future. Everyone can disperse now. She did not expect Bei Siener's apology to be particularly sincere. She merely hoped that Bei Siener would cease to trouble her going forward, and that was sufficient for her. Gu Feng cast a surprised glance at the girl. So, just like that, we're done? You could at least embody the decisive aura of an empress a bit more, you know? With a casual wave of his hand, he dismissed the matter entirely. He couldn't very well instruct her, word for word, on how to properly retaliate against those who bullied her. Could he? The current empress was still too naive. Gu Feng, you see, Ishue has already forgiven me. May I leave now? Bei Siener asked anxiously, though her feet remained firmly planted. She understood that Gu Feng was the true authority in this situation. Since you've apologized, I can overlook past transgressions. Moving forward, you should know what to do. Gu Feng replied coldly. I understand. I assure you, this kind of incident will never occur again, Bei Siener hastily promised. She realized that Gu Feng was currently aligned with Luo Ishue, and seeking further trouble with Luo Ishue would be tantamount to courting disaster. With the college entrance examination just around the corner, she had no need to further antagonize Gu Feng. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. and Bei Xian'er felt an overwhelming sense of relief. His insistence on her public acknowledgement served as a warning to others. For the time being, it appeared no one would dare to trouble Luo Yixue again. Soon, the crowd dispersed. In an instant, Gu Feng seemed to transform into a different person. Lazily yawning as he returned to his seat, finding a comfortable position to recline once more, Luo Yixue felt her cheeks flush. Throughout the morning, she had sought the right moment to express her gratitude to Gu Feng. Yet, he was so laid back, sleeping through class and still napping during breaks, as though nothing had transpired. Gu Feng understood that girls like Luo Yixue had their own sense of pride. Becoming ordinary friends with such a girl was easy, but taking a step further required patience. Those from unfortunate backgrounds were often sensitive and vulnerable. Approaching them with sudden warmth could make them feel you had ulterior motives. A gentle, gradual approach would yield the best results. What he desired was not merely a thank you from Luo Yixue, but much more. Ding ding ding. As the final bell rang, students rose en masse from their seats, flocking toward the cafeteria, snack street, and various dining establishments in search of food. Gu Feng, class is over, wake up. In his dreams, Gu Feng vaguely sensed someone gently nudging him. After years of battling ferocious beasts, his reflexes had sharpened remarkably. Before he even opened his eyes, his instinctive grasp caught the wrist of the person who had disturbed him. At that moment, a girl's surprised cry intertwined with a delicate fragrance wafted into his senses. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a stunning visage, angry yet flushed, clear, and aloof. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled broadly. Empress, have you come to rescue me again? He chuckled, feeling the cool breeze against his lips. Did I disturb your slumber? Luo Yixue's face turned crimson, her expression revealing a hint of struggle. It took Gu Feng a full 3 seconds to process the situation. Damn it, I got it wrong. He had been reborn. He wasn't in that brutal world of the strong, preying on the weak anymore. As he released her wrist, he noticed a slight redness on Luo Yixue's wrist, seemingly connected to a bit of his saliva. How embarrassing. Classmate Yixue, I truly apologize. I just had a nightmare. I hope I didn't hurt you. Luo Yixue shook her head, handing him a tissue before hesitating and taking another for herself. You seem quite exhausted. A slight frown creased her brow. The Empress Gu Feng referred to must be a character from a fantasy novel. Staying up late to read novels wasn't good for one's health. After some thought, she said, You should take care of yourself. Gu Feng's lips twitched. He was indeed tired, mentally exhausted, but it wasn't from reading novels. He simply hadn't enjoyed such a peaceful sleep in ages. In his previous life, he had fought tirelessly against that beast for countless days and nights. Unfortunately, luck had eluded him, and he had ultimately met a tragic end in the jaws of that creature. Thank you for your concern. I'm feeling much better now. Gu Feng glanced around the empty classroom, then stood up, shouldering a water cooler. Do you need to change the water for the dispenser? You stayed up reading all night. Allow me to help. Luo Yixue stepped closer, eager to assist. No, really, it's unnecessary. This is my own water. Gu Feng hurriedly declined. This water was not ordinary. It was crucial for his survival in the days to come. Luo Yixue, I've been exercising lately. Drinking plenty of water is vital for hydration. Gu Feng hastily concocted several excuses as he dashed away with the water, watching as Gu Feng swiftly departed. A faint sense of disappointment crossed Luo Yixue's eyes. Did he truly not wish to converse with her? Just as one might feel pity for stray cats and dogs in winter alleys, Gu Feng probably regarded her with mere sympathy and compassion. Meanwhile, Gu Feng had already driven his sports car to a high-end restaurant for a meal. Reflecting on the period of his previous life when he had endured hunger and cold, he decided to treat himself to an extravagant feast to celebrate his rebirth. The roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, steamed lamb, and steamed bear paw, all dishes, save for the last, arrived promptly at the table. It was at this moment that a soft chime resonated in Gu Feng's ear. Glancing down, he discovered that his phone had emitted a notification. Upon opening it, he found a friend request from a WeChat user named Chasing Light. Chapter 6 Reasonable, isn't it? Chasing Light is requesting to add you as a friend. Note, are you there? I need to talk to you. Ako un artist? Gu Feng scoffed, curling his lip in disdain, and promptly declined the friend request. He added a reply. Apologies, I do not buy alcohol, tea, or courses, and I refuse idle chatter. A minute later, another chime echoed from his phone. He swiped it open with irritation. I'm really not selling anything. I'm Luo Yixue. Gu Feng was taken aback. You're truly Yixue? I don't believe it unless you show me your legs. Ugh, delete, delete, delete. Regardless of who you are, let us just accept the request first. Yixue, what do you need me for? Gu Feng typed a message and hit send. He casually clicked on her moments, which, as expected, were devoid of content. Suddenly, He recalled that the Nokia phone previously used by Luo Yixue lacked WeChat functionality. A faint smile graced Gu Feng's lips. It was highly probable that this was indeed the Empress's WeChat account. Gu Feng, I wanted to let you know that I've washed your clothes for you. But they won't be returned until tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Gu Feng inquired. After a brief silence, she replied, because there's no dryer at home. I must wait for them to air dry. Gu Feng paused for a moment before quickly typing. Oh, tomorrow is fine. It's no trouble at all. Also, thank you for washing my clothes. I should be the one thanking you. Luo Yixue sincerely replied. ISN team mutual assistance among classmates what it's all about. Today, I help you. And perhaps next time it will be your turn to assist me. Gu Feng's lips curled slightly as he responded with a double entendre. Once the spiritual energy revives, the disparity between us will be reversed. If you don't help now, it may be too late when you, Empress, ascend to greatness. Luo Yixue, upon reading his message, revealed a slightly bitter smile. Should she commend Gu Feng for his humor or his humility? As someone without support, even her tuition was sponsored by Gu Feng. What could she possibly offer him in return? If there ever came a day when she could do something for him, she would do so without hesitation. Gu Feng, thank you. I will remember your kindness. Also, let's keep matters separate. I must repay you for the money you spent on my purchases. Before long, Luo Yixue linked her bank card and sent Gu Feng a red envelope containing 100 yuan. Gazing at the envelope, Gu Feng's thoughts raced. He, of course, could not accept the money. Not only could he not accept it, but he also needed to ensure that Luo Yixue owed him even more, be it money or favors. What he feared was not that she would default, but that her debts would not accumulate sufficiently. As long as the Empress owed him enough, they would be bound together in a short time. You owe me first. Surely you must repay? He mused. What if you have no money? If you can't solve a problem, could you help me with my homework for a few days? If you catch a cold, would you mind taking care of me for a couple of days? If you suddenly limp, would you take me to the hospital for a cast? That seems quite reasonable. Doesn't it? One must create opportunities where none exist. And thus, the opportunity presented itself. On the other side, upon realizing Gu Feng had not responded for quite some time and had not accepted the red envelope, Luo Yixue felt a pang of anxiety. Gu Feng, are you still there? Why haven't you accepted the red envelope? Little did she know, she was like a pure white rabbit, gradually falling into the trap laid by the hunter. Gu Feng had already been generous in providing her with necessities. She felt too embarrassed to ask him to front her expenses. Perhaps he did not need the money, but Luo Yixue knew she had to repay him. Since Gu Feng had helped her, she had to ensure he did not perceive her as a woman who took advantage of others. In her agitation, she finally received Gu Feng's reply. Yixue, may I ask you a question? Sure. Do we consider ourselves friends? Of course. Then that settles it. Friends help friends. It's only natural. Hear us an idea, Yixue, if you truly feel bad about it. How about this? You came home during the day to help me wash clothes. You must not have had lunch yet, and neither have I. How about you treat me to lunch? Upon saying this, Gu Feng suddenly found that the sumptuous feast before him lost its allure. What do you want to eat? Luo Yixue hesitated before asking. Her budget was quite limited. If Gu Feng wished to dine at a high-end restaurant, she could not afford it. Sensing her hesitation, Gu Feng quickly reassured her, don't worry. I'm easy to please, as long as I'm full. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he had indulged in KFC. How about we have KFC for lunch? For a diligent student like Luo Yixue, dining out would not allow for much expenditure. KFC was neither too extravagant nor too frugal, making it just right. All right. This time, Luo Yixue did not hesitate to agree, although she understood that Gu Feng was likely accommodating her feelings. His demeanor still made her feel at ease. Soon, the two met at the designated KFC. As Gu Feng stepped out of the car, he immediately spotted Luo Yixue waiting at the entrance. She had traded her JK uniform for light blue jeans, accentuating her long, slender legs. Paired with a pale pink knitted sweater and a high ponytail, she exuded a playful and charming aura. With her exquisitely flawless face that seemed to have been sculpted by the gods, she was indeed a sight to behold, capable of brightening anyone's day with just a glance. No wonder she was known as the Empress. She effortlessly carried any outfit with grace. Gu Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Apologies for keeping you waiting, he said as he approached, chuckling while rubbing his stomach. What to do when one wants to dine with the Empress, while saving her some money? There was nothing to do but eat a little beforehand. It's all right. I just arrived too. This being her first time dining with a boy, Luo Yixue found herself unable to meet Gu Feng's gaze. After speaking, she turned away, feeling as if a little deer was darting wildly within her chest. As they walked side by side towards the entrance of KFC, they remained blissfully unaware that they had caught the attention of a group with ill intentions. Chapter 7 Debt Collection. A young man with dyed yellow hair suddenly burst into a sinister laugh while munching on a hamburger. Why are you laughing, you yellow-haired fool? Did you find something unpleasant in your hamburger? The peculiar laughter of the yellow-haired youth instantly attracted the ridicule of his companions, the white-haired and red-haired boys. Damn it. All you do is eat. Stop stuffing your faces. Look who has coming. The white-haired and red-haired youths paused, following the yellow-haired boy's gaze. Isn't that Tang Kuan's daughter? What's she doing here? What daughter? She is his adopted daughter. Tang Kuan sold her to our brother Ji, and now she belongs to him. Wow. Brother Ji's woman is quite the catch. She's far more stunning than those television stars. The three young men, each sporting a different hair color, were immediately captivated. Indeed. But who is that annoying little brat accompanying her? Who cares who he is? Anyone daring to walk alongside Brother Ji's woman deserves a beating today. As the yellow-haired and red-haired boys prepared to rise, the white-haired boy stopped them. Hold on, brothers. I have a plan. The white-haired youth's eyes glimmered as he quickly restrained the impulsive yellow-haired and red-haired boys. What plan? Hurry up. The yellow-haired boy urged impatiently. The white-haired boy asked, what are we here to do today? Obviously, we came out with Brother Ji to collect debts. Then, where's Brother Ji? Is that a question you really need to ask? He's south across the street at the restaurant. The yellow-haired boy blinked, suddenly enlightened. You mean to have Brother Ji come in and personally deal with this little brat? The white-haired boy shook his head, a smirk creeping on his face. Not quite. We want Brother Ji to see us thrashing this kid when he walks in. At that point, who knows? He might take us out for a night of revelry at the Han Dynasty. Wow, I've heard that on Long Ji's turf. Hiring a companion for the night costs a fortune. Third brother, what a brilliant idea. All right, we'll do it your way. Upon hearing the white-haired boy's words, the other two immediately gave him a thumbs up in excitement. Soon, the group of brash youths had devised their plan. The white-haired boy would signal the others, while the yellow-haired and red-haired boys exchanged glances and leisurely approached Luo Yishue. Hey, isn't this the campus beauty, Luo? Long time no see. The yellow-haired boy swaggered over. Sensing trouble, Luo Yishue's expression shifted. I don't know you. Gu Feng's demeanor also turned cold. What a hassle. Did you forget so soon that your uncle owes us 800,000? Red-haired boy grinned, pulling out a switchblade. Listen up, girl. Your uncle owes us a fortune. And Brother Ji has taken a liking to you. So if you know what is good for you, you'd better leave. Seeing the knife, Luo Yishue suddenly panicked. She turned to Gu Feng, her voice trembling with desperation. Gu Feng, I'm feeling a bit unwell. How about I treat you to something else? Luo Yishue bit her lip, suddenly appearing very vulnerable. She never imagined she would encounter debt collectors here. Even if Gu Feng was willing to stand up for her, she couldn't let him get involved. Gu Feng shot a cold glance at the two, uttering a single line. 2 against 1 isn't a problem. He felt somewhat confident in his ability to handle them barehanded. As he spoke, the yellow-haired boy sneered, unexpectedly drawing a large knife from his coat. Gu Feng, these types don't play fair. If you confront them, you'll be at a disadvantage. Please don't act recklessly. Luo Yishue hurriedly grasped Gu Feng's arm, fearful he might act rashly. At that moment, Gu Feng brushed off Luo Yishue's grip. Yishue, I think you make a valid point. How about you wait here for a moment? They shouldn't harm you. I'll step outside for a bit and return shortly. But listen closely. If you touch her even one hair before I return, I assure you, you'll meet your end. Gu Feng shot a chilling glance at the two before striding out of KFC. Who is this guy? Bystanders were left speechless at the scene. It was clear he intended to abandon his girlfriend here, concocting an excuse to flee, yet he spoke so eloquently. Onlookers felt pity for Luo Yishue, lamenting her unfortunate situation. Let's just watch for now. If things escalate, we can discreetly call the police. Sure, call the police? Do you want to die? These young delinquents don't care about their lives. I suggest you just enjoy the show and mind your own business. The two youths erupted into loud, raucous laughter. Damn, this is hilarious. I've never seen such a pathetic person in my life. Seriously, with that attitude, he is clearly a coward. He tried to sound tough, but in the end, he is just a joke. Ha, good riddance. When Brother Ji arrives, we'll just say he ran away. The two young men shared a glance, their expressions turning mocking as they eyed Luo Yishue. Luo, your friend just abandoned you. You don't seem very upset about it, right? You're just a high schooler. You're nowhere near our level. Luo Yishue shot them a cold glare, retorting, I let him leave. Why should I be upset? Besides, in my eyes, you don't even deserve to be compared to him. How do you talk back? Let us see how you feel when you experience our strength. The yellow-haired boy, filled with rage, stepped forward, reaching out to grab Luo Yishue by her collar. He missed his first attempt as Luo Yishue deftly evaded him. But as he lunged for a second time, a cold voice echoed from outside. I warned you, if you touch her, you'll die. Luo Yishue turned in disbelief, her eyes glistening. He didn't leave. How did he come back? Gu Feng strode in, carrying a bucket of water. In that moment, Luo Yixue found an unexpected surge of courage, stepping boldly in front of Gu Feng, bravely confronting the two thugs. Don't move. I've called the police. We're a legitimate debt collection agency and aren't afraid of the police. The yellow-haired boy boasted arrogantly, followed by the red-haired boy, who let out a sinister laugh as he lunged forward, snatching Luo Yixue's phone and smashing it to the ground. Not on my watch. Gu Feng's determination surged as he felt a rush of power within him. His current strength is a staggering tenfold compared to the power he had previously awakened. Gu Feng casually grasped a handful of knives and forks from the table, and within moments, dozens of them were twisted and deformed in his grip, transforming into a smooth, stainless steel sphere. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers' pupils dilated as they collectively gasped in astonishment. What an extraordinary display of brute force. Was it a prop? Gu Feng raised his hand and hurled the metallic sphere with immense force towards the yellow-haired thug, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The thug's ribs must have been shattered, as his body was propelled 2 meters away by the impact. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Rohan fist. Bang! In the next instant, Gu Feng unleashed a Rohan fist aimed squarely at the red-haired thug's face. There was no time for the thug to react. Gu Feng's fist struck his nasal bridge with devastating force. With a sickening crunch, the red-haired thug's face caved in, and he writhed on the ground, drenched in blood, emitting cries akin to a slaughtered pig. The entire scene left the spectators utterly dumbfounded. Terrifying, shocking, monstrous. In less than 10 seconds, this young man had effortlessly subdued 2 armed ruffians. Just then, Luo Yixue, having found a broken chair leg from somewhere, swung it down hard onto the back of the red-haired thug's head. With that, the thug followed in the yellow-haired one's footsteps and fell silent. The atmosphere descended into a deathly stillness. Initially, one might have thought the young man was formidable, but it was utterly unexpected that this young girl possessed such ferocity as well. The scene, soaked in blood, was indeed gruesome. Why did you knock him out? Gu Feng inquired, gazing at Luo Yixue, whose complexion had turned somewhat pale. It was clear she was frightened. Why had she still intervened? He had a weapon. I feared he might harm you, Luo Yixue replied, realizing the gravity of the situation as she looked at the 2 unconscious individuals. Tossing the stick aside, she said in a trembling voice, Gu Feng, did we just kill them? Absolutely not. Gu Feng asserted confidently, though his strikes appeared heavy-handed. He had only exerted 1/10 of his strength. Moreover, he had not inflicted any critical injuries. Rest assured, they will not die. What I did is merely an excessive use of self-defense, while what you did is, well, in response to an emergency. At the sight of Gu Feng's unwavering conviction, Luo Yixue finally felt a sense of relief. Gu Feng, aside from academics, you seem exceptionally capable. A captivating glimmer suddenly sparkled in her beautiful eyes as she addressed him. Is this truly impressive? Gu Feng smirked slightly. With my abilities, you could easily dispatch a whole crowd later on. Nonetheless, he felt elated by her compliment. The appreciation of education versus corporal punishment. Most boys would undoubtedly prefer the former. If one were to liken Luo Yixue to a snow-capped peak without a summit, then Gu Feng had firmly positioned himself as the climber determined to reach its apex. As long as he continued to grow stronger, it was only a matter of time before he would stand atop that mountain, witnessing an unparalleled view. Wait, where has my strength gone? Gu Feng's mouth twitched as he sensed the diminishing power within him. What the hell? Is it all gone? Vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Luo Yixue picked up her phone, which had cracked slightly but was still functional. Gu Feng approached the front counter, not bothering with pleasantries, and tossed 2 bundles of cash to the KFC staff. Call an ambulance for these 2, and the remaining amount is compensation for your losses, he stated nonchalantly. At this stage, taking a life would lead to imprisonment. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had refrained from killing the 2 thugs. As long as they lived, he was confident he could manage the situation. The KFC manager accepted the money with trepidation. Rest assured, young brother, we witnessed everything. They initiated the attack. When the police arrive, we will tell the truth. Gu Feng nodded in satisfaction. However, Luo Yixue was filled with concern upon witnessing the exchange. Gu Feng, should we call the police? These people are delinquents. They won't let this go easily after what we did to them. No sooner had she spoken than the KFC door was forcefully flung open. A multitude of individuals surged in from outside. Gu Feng focused on the leader of the group, a tall, lanky figure, approximately 6 feet 3 inches, with a cigarette dangling between his fingers. The stance and expression revealed that this lanky thug was the boss of the bunch. Yellow-haired, what's the situation? I heard you were bullying high school students. I hope no one has died. The leader exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, squinting to take in the scene before him. Upon spotting Luo Yixue, His demeanor shifted to one of excitement. Apologies, Ishiwa. My men have done this to your friend. He feigned anger, glaring at the yellow-haired and red-haired thugs lying on the ground. How could you let my sister's classmate be beaten to such a state? Look at his face. You frightened my Ishiwa. As he spoke, the boss kicked the two unconscious thugs on the ground, his smile turning increasingly sinister. However, as he continued, he sensed something was amiss. What is going on? Where are the yellow-haired and red-haired ones? A white-haired thug, visibly shaken, hesitantly stepped forward to remind him. Boss, the ones you're kicking are the yellow-haired and red-haired thugs. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that had he not gone to inform, he might have been the one lying there. The blood had dyed their hair crimson. No wonder the boss hadn't recognized his own men. Is that so? These two useless fools. The boss's fury ignited instantly. Who did this? Step forward. At that moment, genuine rage emanated from him, his piercing gaze sweeping over everyone present. To injure someone under his watch was akin to defecating on his head. He was determined to unveil the culprit behind this affront. In KFC, the boss's furious voice reverberated through the air. The entrance had long been sealed tightly by his subordinates, and even everyone's phones had been forcibly confiscated. Who did this to these worthless fools? At that instant, a cold voice broke the tension. I did. Immediately, the boss turned his hawk-like gaze towards the young man. Are you jesting with me? He paused in disbelief before a mocking grin spread across his face. No matter how hard he scrutinized, he could discern nothing particularly remarkable about the young man before him. Standing shorter than his own height and possessing legs no longer than his stature, he seemed to possess naught but a slight edge and handsomeness. A high school student of such caliber could easily dispatch two opponents with a single hand. Most notably, Gu Feng's demeanor was impeccably pristine. Even after inflicting such a beating, his clothes bore not a single wrinkle, an impossibility, even for him. With a slight curl of his lips, Gu Feng remarked, Indeed, I was merely jesting, classmate Yushiwa. This matter is of no concern to us. Let's take our leave. As he spoke, he prepared to depart. Stop right there. At that moment, a white-haired individual approached, whispering something into the ear of Brother G, whose expression suddenly darkened. Since you claim to have dealt the blow, I shall accept it as such. What do you intend to do about it? Gu Feng replied coldly, lacking the awakening power to take on the dozen or so individuals present single-handedly. He knew that cunning was required. He had to discern Brother G's weakness through dialogue in the shortest possible time. Brother G placed a foot upon a chair, looking at Gu Feng with mockery, gesturing towards his leather shoes. Come over and use your tongue to clean my shoes, and I shall slowly enlighten you. In Brother G's eyes, Gu Feng was akin to a lamb, playfully at his mercy. First, he intended to grind Gu Feng's dignity into the ground, then to obliterate him physically and psychologically, thus quenching his thirst for vengeance. Lick my shoes? You think you are worthy of such a task? Gu Feng replied without flinching, retorting with biting sarcasm. You are courting death. Brother G's expression soured. No high school student had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Gu Feng was the first. I am merely stating facts, Gu Feng continued, swiftly changing his tone. However, I truly believe that there's nothing in this world that money cannot resolve. What do you think? Brother G's eyes glimmered momentarily, but soon morphed back into disdain and derision. Problems that can be solved with money are, of course, trivial. The real question is, do you have the money? Gu Feng smiled faintly, finally feeling a weight lifted from his heart. He understood he had made the right bet. Brother G valued money more than the lives of his subordinates. Matters that can be resolved with money are hardly problems at all. What remains is a bargaining chip to sway him. Why not offer him a grand gift? Gu Feng stated casually. Name your price. 8 million. Brother G declared without a moment's hesitation, the figure escaping his lips. If you can produce 8 million, I shall consider the matter of these two useless individuals settled. He added, I only want cash. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by this astronomical figure. How could a high school student possibly come up with 8 million? Especially in cash? It was an unfathomable sum. Some may go a lifetime without witnessing such wealth. Moreover, who among those with 8 million in cash would indulge in fast food like KFC, which is detrimental to one's health? Brother G squinted, a cold smirk on his lips, as if envisioning Gu Feng crawling before him, pleading to lick his shoes. In this society, brute strength was of little use. One needed power and connections. Without money, one had to concede defeat. Meanwhile, Luo Yushiwa was equally astonished by Brother G's audacity in demanding such a sum. Now, she had to step forward. It was I who injured him. My classmates are not involved. Within reasonable compensation, I shall cover their medical expenses. Luo Yushiwa stated coolly. Now, you must release my classmate. She knew Gu Feng could afford this sum. However, if he actually paid it, The chasm between them would become an insurmountable divide for a lifetime. Gu Feng, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly. The Empress is still too naive. There is no reasoning with such ruffians unless your fists are stronger than theirs, and your power exceeds theirs. Originally, he had worried Brother Ji would demand more. But now, the corners of Gu Feng's mouth curled into a faint smile. 8 million. Enough to ensure Brother Ji would be confined in a sewing machine for a spell. Gu Feng gently patted Luo Yushue's shoulder, offering her a reassuring glance. Luo Yushue's eyes flickered. Gu Feng, are you really going to give these thugs 8 million? 8 million is not an extravagant demand, Gu Feng replied calmly. The moment his words fell, everyone, including Brother Ji, was left speechless. Boy, you heard me correctly. I want 8 million cash, not 80,000. Brother Ji insisted, still incredulous that a high school student could produce such a sum. It was only when Gu Feng leisurely retrieved a car key from his bag that Brother Ji's pupils constricted. Is that Lamborghini at the entrance yours? Gu Feng smiled non-committally. Then, before the audience, pulled out a checkbook. Witnessing this, Brother Ji suddenly felt his brain falter. Wait, are you really considering adding more money? Gu Feng raised an eyebrow in displeasure. We agreed on 8 million, not a cent more. I am no wish-granting turtle. You will receive exactly what was promised. Brother Ji hesitated, then stammered, I require cash. What use is a check? Gu Feng was unyielding. Where would a student like me procure that much cash? It's a check or nothing. Or perhaps, would you prefer this car? As Gu Feng's assertiveness became evident, Brother Ji let out a cold laugh. Are you jesting? Your Lamborghini is worth at most a few million. It falls far short of 8 million. Plus, luxury cars like this are not easily sold. They cannot be liquidated overnight. Choose, money or the car. Under Gu Feng's impatient prodding, Brother Ji licked his lips and finally conceded. Then let it be cash. Dare to deceive me, and your fate will be dire. Brother Ji suppressed his excitement, snorting coldly. Chapter 10, A Life for a Life. Here, this is the 8 million you requested. Take it. Brother Ji trembled slightly as he accepted the check, only to see Gu Feng smiling. What are you smiling at? Brother Ji asked warily. Should I not smile? Gu Feng replied. Brother Ji glanced down at the two incapacitated figures on the ground, and his brow suddenly relaxed. Beating someone to near death without facing jail time. Certainly, you have reason to smile. That said, Brother Ji meticulously examined the 8 million cash check. Upon confirming its authenticity, his gaze fixated on the header of the check, where the words Gu Corporation and Gu Feng were unmistakably inscribed. Brother Ji's pupils dilated. In an instant, he felt as though the money had dwindled. So, you are the Gu Feng of the Gu Corporation. The Gu Group, once a perennial champion among the city's top 10 outstanding enterprises for a decade, faced a tragic turn of events 3 years ago when its esteemed CEO and his wife perished in a car accident. Consequently, their sole heir, Gu Feng, naturally ascended to the position of the legal representative and ultimate beneficiary of the conglomerate. It turns out that the fabled heir, who had entrusted the management of the company to professional managers while indulging in a life of luxury, is none other than this young man before us. Brother Ji's face blossomed with delight. By heavens, today, he has finally encountered the god of wealth. With such a naive youth, a slight maneuver would surely ensnare him. In due course, he would acquire both riches and beauty. Initially, he thought this lad was someone of substance. But it appears he is no different from those debauched scions who squander their lives on indulgence and vice. Well then, you've received your money. Can we take our leave? Gu Feng inquired, his expression icy. Of course. Well, have I ever obstructed you, Mr. Gu? Brother Ji replied, elated, signaling his subordinates to allow them to depart. He had initially considered detaining Gu Feng until the money was secured, but it now seemed entirely unnecessary. Firstly, Gu Feng was evidently not lacking in funds, and, secondly, he trusted that Gu Feng lacked the audacity to deceive him. Brother Ji, you're letting them go after they've harmed our people? A subordinate questioned, perplexed. You released them without securing the funds. When did you become so gullible? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? With a swift motion, Brother Ji seized the collar of the young man, delivering a resounding slap. I was wrong, Brother Ji. I merely meant to say, if he is so wealthy, why is he still carrying a bucket of water? The young man, pale with fear, quickly shifted the topic. As expected, upon hearing this, Brother Ji's expression relaxed considerably. I don't know, perhaps he simply enjoys drinking water. He smirked, releasing the trembling subordinate. However, I must admit, the way you called her big sister was quite pleasing. I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourself. Take these two useless fellows to the hospital. The rest of you, follow me to collect the money. Outside KFC, Luo Yishue silently followed Gu Feng into the car. What is wrong? noticing her cheeks puffed and her expression a blend of sorrow and charm. Gu Feng couldn't help but smile. I know I have no right to say this, Luo Ishu murmured, hesitating before pouring out her concerns. Gu Feng, how could you be so foolish? That is 8 million. You can't just give it to them. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With so much money, how can I ever repay you? Luo Ishue was genuinely anxious. It was evident she earnestly wanted to return the money to Gu Feng. Just then, Gu Feng started the car. The wind swept through the window, carrying a soft hum, and Gu Feng chuckled. It's simple. If you pledge yourself to me, you won't need to repay a thing. The breeze was refreshing. In the passenger seat, Luo Ishue felt her hands gripping the seatbelt tightly, overcome with self-doubt. As she nervously tucked a stray hair behind her ear, her cheeks flushed. That's not what I meant. I mean, even without pledging myself, I will repay you, she insisted, her heart racing uncontrollably. Please rest assured, no matter what, I will not default. After several attempts to clarify, Luo Ishue finally conveyed her meaning. I believe you, but you needn't worry about repaying the money. Gu Feng smiled, careful not to joke too much with the Empress. He feared the day would come when she might bring up past grievances, and he wasn't equipped to handle that. After all, their relationship had not yet reached a level where such banter was appropriate. Luo Ishue appeared slightly puzzled, and soon felt a gentle push as the car came to a stop by the roadside. Hello, is this Lawyer Zhang? I have a tricky situation. I was just extorted for 8 million. Gu Feng took out his phone and made a direct call. The money is not the main concern. I primarily wish for the perpetrator to be incarcerated for a while. About 3 months should suffice. By the way, I heard they have some connections in the underworld. That shouldn't be an issue, right? Upon hearing this, Luo Ishue's expression transformed into one of shock. Had she misheard? Gu Feng intended to have that thug imprisoned. Or had he already plotted this from the moment he signed the check? It was simply unbelievable. Was this truly Gu Feng's method? Yet, he was just a high school student. Gu Feng, won't this put you in danger? Learning that Gu Feng was embarking on such a perilous endeavor filled Luo Ishue's face with concern. She would rather owe him 8 million than see him in harm's way. After hanging up, Gu Feng chuckled. Is the Empress concerned for my well-being? I'm quite capable. Danger holds no fear for me, at least until the college entrance examination. These individuals will not trouble you again. He pondered for a moment before adding, as for after the exam, they will be the ones in danger. When the spiritual energy revives and the populace awakens, even Brother G's formidable connections would have to tread lightly. All his actions were worthwhile, for if he could impress the Empress, he might just secure a relationship with her. Furthermore, he could attain a transcendence in his innate abilities. For Gu Feng, this was a surefire profit. These thoughts remained unspoken. Naturally, Luo Ishue was unaware. She gazed intently at Gu Feng's sharply defined profile, her eyes reflecting a mingling of emotions, gradually becoming complex. It dawned on her that all of Gu Feng's efforts were for her peace of mind as she prepared for the college entrance examination. Chapter 11. Interrupting the spell. Luo Ishue suddenly felt a tightness in her throat. But Brother G has a gang behind him. I'm worried what era are we in that there are still gangs. Gu Feng's concern for her was palpable. He had not intended to upset her with his casual remark, yet it brought her tears. I'm sorry, he misspoke. Please don't cry. Gu Feng fumbled for tissues, feeling helpless as he sought to comfort her. Gu Feng, can you tell me why you're suddenly being so kind to me? Luo Ishue asked, her eyes reddened. Well, because helping you is akin to helping myself. You haven't done anything wrong, yet you endure malice from many. That is unfair to you. Gu Feng replied ambiguously. By the way, Ishue, if I encounter something I cannot resolve in the future, would you help me? He asked, shifting the topic as he started the car. Luo Ishue's expression dimmed at his words. He truly felt pity for her. She was uncertain when it had begun, but in her heart, she had already assigned Gu Feng the label of being capable of anything. Perhaps even she herself was unaware that, imperceptibly, she had developed a reliance on him that was difficult to articulate. With Gu Feng as competence, was there anything in this world he could not handle? And if there were matters he could not resolve, how could she possibly assist him? However, how may I assist you? Murmured Luo Ishue softly to herself. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng realized that his casual inquiry had inadvertently drawn this naive Empress into a sensitive predicament. He hastily clarified, look at my poor academic performance. While you excel remarkably, you are bound to gain admission to a prestigious university. 30 years of prosperity in the East, 30 years of decline in the West. Who knows? In my days of misfortune, I might need your support. At that time, I hope you won't turn me away, Ishue. Luo Ishue paused, her doubts dissipating upon witnessing Gu Feng's genuine explanation. A breathtaking smile suddenly illuminated her exquisite features. She earnestly replied, "If such a day were to come, I would certainly not refuse you. If you face bankruptcy, I shall assist you in rising again. If you find yourself in despair, I shall sustain you with my earnings." Should such a day arrive when she surpassed Gu Feng in strength, she vowed to lend a hand whenever he encountered hardship. "Shall we descend to indulge in some delicacies?" Gu Feng suggested as the vehicle passed through a bustling street lined with food stalls. Luo Yishue nodded, sensing Gu Feng's hunger. "Very well. Let us eat something before we continue. This one is on me. Boss, 2 bowls of spicy hot pot and 2 bottles of soda." Gu Feng casually entered a snack shop to place his order. Spicy hot pot. Economical yet delectable. It is a dish that everyone can afford and enjoy. "Gu Feng, do you truly wish to eat spicy hot pot? I could treat you to something more exquisite," Luo Yishue remarked. Gu Feng settled onto a stool and replied, "No worries. I simply adore spicy hot pot." Moments later, the steaming bowls of spicy hot pot were served. Gu Feng opened a soda bottle with his teeth and handed one to Luo Yishue. Hesitating at the sight of the chilled beverage, she eventually accepted it. Noticing her reluctance, Gu Feng realized, "Yishue, I apologize. I have a habit of opening bottles this way. If it bothers you, I can ask the owner for another." Luo Yishue shook her head, saying, "It's fine. In fact, I wanted to say that your teeth are quite remarkable." Gu Feng chuckled, teasing whether they're remarkable or not. "They're certainly quite hard." As they chatted, Gu Feng requested a straw from the owner and inserted it into Luo Yishue's soda bottle. "Drink up," he encouraged before finishing his own soda in 2 swift gulps. Luo Yishue couldn't help but smile, her delicate lips wrapping around the straw as she sipped delicately. Perhaps due to the exertion, Gu Feng devoured his bowl of spicy hot pot with great speed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing him relish the meal eased Luo Yishue's concerns. Gu Feng was not indulging in street food merely to accommodate her. Rather, he respected her without a hint of competitive spirit. Luo Yishue, however, ate at a leisurely pace, so much so that by the time Gu Feng finished his bowl, hers remained largely untouched. After a brief moment, she set down her chopsticks. "Why have you stopped eating?" "I'm full," Gu Feng blinked, eyeing her bowl of spicy hot pot. "Are you truly satisfied?" "Indeed. Are you certain you're not still hungry?" Luo Yishue inquired. "Shall I ask the owner to prepare something else for you?" "Not all." Gu Feng swiftly transferred her leftover spicy hot pot to his side. "This will be perfect for me." Slurp. Luo Yishue's cheeks flushed slightly. "But that is what I've already eaten. Are you truly not averse to it?" Before long, both bowls of spicy hot pot were entirely consumed by Gu Feng. With his hunger quelled, his sharp intellect swiftly returned to the forefront. As he lifted his head to wipe his mouth, he noticed that Luo Yishue's complexion appeared somewhat off. She was sweating. Her face had grown slightly paler than before. "What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Gu Feng furrowed his brow with concern. "I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired." "A brief rest will suffice," Luo Yishue replied. Suppressing her discomfort, she had long endured menstrual cramps, and it was likely the chilling soda that exacerbated her pain. Gu Feng scrutinized Luo Yishue once more. Had she not been blushing so vividly or avoiding his gaze, he might have believed her. He recalled the incident earlier where Luo Yishue had sought leave, only to be interrupted by Bei Xian. "You truly do not appear well. Should I take you to the hospital?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yishue's face reddened further. "There's no need. This is merely an old ailment, truly. Class will commence soon. I can rest my head on the desk for a moment." "That simply won't do." Gu Feng's tone grew slightly authoritative. "When one is unwell, they must rest properly." With that, he retrieved his phone and directly called his homeroom teacher, Huang Hai. Luo Yishue's attempts to interject came too late. "Hello, is this old Huang?" "This is Gu Feng." He spoke plainly. "Luo Yishue is unwell today and will not be attending this afternoon." On the other end, the homeroom teacher, Huang Hai, was in the midst of a serene afternoon nap when his slumber was abruptly interrupted. Hearing Gu Feng's voice only intensified his irritation. "I expected you to apologize, but your tone is even more brazen than this morning's." Just as he was about to unleash a tirade against Gu Feng, he was reminded of the intimidating glint in Gu Feng's eyes. "Since it is Luo Yishue who is requesting leave, I shall approve it," Huang Hai stated, about to hang up when Gu Feng's voice interrupted him again. "If Luo Yishue isn't attending, then neither shall I." Huang Hai's mouth twitched in exasperation as he could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a roar akin to a dragon. "Why aren't you coming? What does Luo Yishue's absence have to do with you? You better give me a reasonable explanation." Gu Feng replied coolly, "She is ill, and I'm taking her to see a doctor. Is that reason sufficient?" What attitude is this? Am I indebted to you?" "Gu Feng, don't push your luck. Don't think I can't do anything about you." Huang Hai bellowed furiously into the phone. I believe my attitude is perfectly normal. What can you possibly do about it? You. Forget it, do as you please. In a fit of rage, Huang Hai hung up the phone, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such a student. He had never seen someone so audaciously demanding assistance, while maintaining such an unyielding demeanor. Now you can rest properly. Gu Feng smiled gently at Luo Yixue after ending the call. Initially, he had worried that his unilateral decision to request leave for Luo Yixue might provoke her displeasure. To his surprise, Luo Yixue gazed at him with admiration. Gu Feng, I truly admire you. What? Gu Feng was taken aback. I requested leave without consulting you. And you're not upset? Yet you admire me? What do you find admirable? His confusion was palpable. I admire your audacity in speaking to Teacher Huang like that. I wouldn't dare do so myself, Luo Yixue confessed. This is truly an unavoidable circumstance. If I do not adopt a more assertive stance, this feigned injury will never receive approval. After all, Old Ban is someone who preys on the weak. Gu Feng exhaled, articulating his thoughts with precision. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue's beautiful eyes sparkled even brighter, her expression resembling that of a dutiful student in earnest contemplation. Indeed, excelling in studies is one aspect, but what good does it do to merely be academically proficient? If one possesses a timid disposition, others will still take advantage. If one were to embrace a stronger, braver character, much like Gu Feng's, perhaps one would cease to be a target for bullying. Gu Feng, your insights resonate deeply with me. I aspire to learn from you. Gu Feng felt a warmth rise to his cheeks. My dear Empress, such flattery could easily lead to one's head being turned. Don't you realize? Well, in that case, I would advise against emulating me. Fear not, even without emulating this trait, you would still command respect and deter anyone from bullying you in the future. Why? There is no reason. Why is there no reason? Are you part of some investigative program? I'm not. Then you simply wish to avoid paying the bill, don't you? You did promise to treat me to a meal. Hurry up and settle the bill. Oh, certainly. Just as Luo Yixue stood up from her small stool to scan the payment code, Gu Feng finally wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He could hardly confess to Luo Yixue that in the future she would ascend to the exalted status of Empress. Though others may harbor intentions to bully her, they would need the courage and capability to do so. Turning around, he noticed a hint of melancholy in Luo Yixue's expression. What exactly was she anticipating? Just moments ago, she had wished fervently that Gu Feng's response would be a promise to protect her. Despite knowing she was unworthy of Gu Feng, such thoughts still crossed her mind. Perhaps she truly did not deserve to maintain such a friendship with him. It was already a privilege, and she ought to be content. Gu Feng, thank you for helping me get the day off today. I want to trouble you for a ride home. There's a subway station nearby, and I could take the train back. Exiting the small shop, Luo Yixue politely bid farewell and headed towards the nearby subway station. Gu Feng paused, feeling a perplexing sense of coolness and distance emanating from her at that moment. Allow me to escort you, Gu Feng called out to her slender silhouette. No need. Luo Yixue's delicate frame shivered slightly, and she hastened her pace, fearing that if she turned back, she would be unable to resist staying. Since moving out from her adoptive father's home, she had been residing in a cramped basement of an old community, less than 10 square meters in size. A place where sunlight barely penetrated. Another reason for not allowing Gu Feng to accompany her was her desire to shield him from witnessing her more disheveled state. Perhaps she needed to uphold a semblance of fragile dignity in his presence. In truth, Gu Feng did not pursue her, nor did she take the subway home. If she walked another kilometer, there would be a bus stop where she could reach home for just 2 yuan, while the subway fare was 10 yuan. Behold, this stark difference illustrates the gap between her and Gu Feng. A bitter smile crept onto Luo Yixue's lips. Gu Feng deserves a far better companion. If he wished, he could choose from an array of girls in Jiangnan City. Beautiful sister, you are truly lovely. Suddenly, a childish voice interrupted her thoughts. Luo Yixue then realized she had unwittingly arrived at the bus stop. Looking down, she saw a little boy of about 4 or 5 years old, his big dark eyes sparkling as he gazed up at her. The boyish mother appeared preoccupied, engrossed in a phone call. Luo Yixue reached down to tousle his hair, offering him a gentle smile. Thank you, the little boy blinked. Beautiful sister, do you think I'm handsome? Luo Yixue couldn't help but laugh at the boy's innocent query. Yes, I think you're very handsome. You look so beautiful, and I'm so handsome. So when I grow up, can you marry me? The boy's question momentarily stunned Luo Yixue, who then shook her head and replied, Oh no, I already have someone I like. Then can you break up with him and be with me? The boy continued to inquire. Luo Yixue replied, But we aren't together yet. The little boy, now confused, thumb in mouth, pondered aloud, Why aren't you together? Luo Yixue sighed, Because I don't know if he likes me. The boy scratched his head in bewilderment. If he likes you, will you be together? It's possible we might be. The little boy suddenly pouted. Then I'm so sad. Can't you not be with him? When I grow up, I'll buy you a big villa, a sports car, and even a plane, and take you to play on Mars. Chapter 13. Just amusing a child. Luo Ishue could barely suppress her laughter. What you're saying is lovely, but what I value isn't material possessions. Then what do you value? I'll buy that for you. The boy exclaimed eagerly. At that moment, a bus arrived at the stop. The boy's mother hung up the phone and waved to him. Shout in, the bus is here, we must go. Shout in, I told you not to suck your thumb. Why are you doing it again? The woman rushed over, scooping the boy up in her arms. Ah, Mum, you're so annoying. The little boy quickly waved his smartwatch at Luo Ishue. Beautiful sister, quickly add me on WeChat. We can chat tonight. Lin Co done. ISNT, there are enough pretty girls in your watch. The mother snapped. Hurry up, we'll miss the bus. No, those girls aren't the same as her, Mom. Let me go. I don't want to go to preschool. I want to chat with beautiful sisters. There are girls at preschool too. No way. They're all ugly. I only want the beautiful sister. As the bus doors closed, the little boy was still being whisked away by his mother. Luo Ishue stood there, somewhat dazed, watching the bus disappear into the distance. Suddenly, the roar of an engine reached her from behind, and a luxurious sports car slowly came into view. Is that not? Luo Ishue's eyes widened as she beheld Gu Feng stepping out of the car. Gu Feng, didn't you leave? Gu Feng lifted 2 bags of convenience food. Who said I left? I want to buy you some medicine and wontons. I'm not hungry. At that moment, it felt as if something within her heart was filled. Gu Feng scrutinized her for a moment, playfully saying, You're being contrary again. I heard your stomach growl. No, you must have misheard. Upon hearing Gu Feng's voice, Luo Ishue quickly argued, her delicate earlobes flushing crimson. Really not? Absolutely not. Oh, what a pity for this beef wonton from Jiangnan. If it can't be kept, I suppose I'll have to throw it away. Gu Feng started towards the trash can with the wontons in hand. Seeing him aim for the bin, Luo Ishue panicked. Wait, don't throw it away. I'll eat it. In the next moment, Luo Ishue rushed in front of Gu Feng, but she was a moment too late. With a soft thud, the wontons fell. The plastic bag slipped from Gu Feng's hand and fell into the trash bin. Luo Ishue's eyes dimmed as she pondered. Has it truly been discarded? Ishue, what was it you mentioned wanting to eat? Gu Feng inquired, a slight smirk dancing upon his lips as he turned his gaze toward Luo Ishue. It's nothing. You've already thrown it away, she replied with a tone of melancholy, her eyes casting a reproachful glance at him. The implication was clear. How could you waste food? Even if I choose not to eat it, you could have offered it to someone else. What about the cleaning lady on the street or the homeless man in the park? That, well, Gu Feng's lips curled into a playful grin. Was actually refuse I intended to discard. Medications and wontons. Right here. He opened the convenience bag, revealing a bowl of neatly packaged wontons alongside some common painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs. As he lifted the lid of the container, steam and a delectable aroma wafted into the air. Here, eat up. If you don't, it will congeal. He placed the takeout box before Luo Ishue on the bench at the bus stop. All right then, she conceded, unable to suppress a swallow of anticipation. It was the first time she had ever savored warm wontons at such a modest bus stop. The first sip of broth filled her stomach with warmth, alleviating the slight ache she had been feeling. Before long, the bowl was empty, devoid of any remnants of soup. Just as Gu Feng was about to inquire if she was still hungry, Luo Ishue suddenly turned to him. Gu Feng, she began, her voice earnest. I have something to say to you. Go ahead, he encouraged. I have known hunger, and I understand the value of food. So if possible, please refrain from making such jokes at my expense in the future, all right? She raised her delicate face, her porcelain skin radiating a sense of resilience and sincerity. After a moment of silence, he replied, all right. A pang of empathy struck Gu Feng as he felt the weight of her words. From now on, neither of us will go hungry again. By the way, when I was coming over, it seemed I saw a little child pestering you. At this, Luo Ishue's body jolted. You saw that. What did you hear? She stammered, anxiety creeping into her features as she recalled her conversation with the little boy. Her fair cheeks flushing with an inexplicable warmth. Gu Feng squinted, sensing something was amiss. She is hiding something. I only caught a bit, he replied thoughtfully, gauging her reaction. He mentioned you were beautiful, and what else? Luo Ishue pressed, her tension palpable. He also said that your skin was fair, the prettiest girl he had ever seen. And? She urged, her eyes wide with trepidation. At that moment, she resolved to deny whatever Gu Feng might say next. Convinced that he had misheard, it was all just a child's jest. However, the embarrassment was overwhelming. She wished she could flee. If only she had refrained from engaging that little boy. She truly was not good at lying. Lin Xiaodian, come back here. Just as Luo Ishue was preparing to deny everything, a voice called out from behind. The boy's mother. No, If you don't let me add the beautiful sister on WeChat, I want to go to school. Beautiful sister, I'm coming. Luo Yixue turned in astonishment. At a distance of about 100 meters from the bus stop, a small figure emerged from the horizon, gradually coming into focus. It was the little boy who had just been asking her for her WeChat. His short legs were pumping furiously, with his mother hot on his heels. After what felt like a marathon, the boy finally reappeared at the next bus stop. Lin Xiaodian, just wait until I catch you. With a loud wail, the boy began to cry, not from fear of his mother, but upon seeing Gu Feng beside Luo Yixue. Beautiful sister, is this the person you like? He sobbed dramatically. This boy is even more handsome than me. Taller too, and fairer. Mom, I have no chance. The scene was both amusing and exasperating. Gu Feng had never encountered such an entertaining child before and instinctively crouched down to comfort him. Please don't cry. I'll take you for a ride in a sports car. A sports car? Where? Where? The boy's tears ceased immediately, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he produced 2 comical snot bubbles from his nose, eliciting laughter from those around. Chapter 14, Classroom Banter. Gu Feng pressed the car key, and with a beep, the headlights flashed. The little boy's attention was instantly captivated by the sleek sports car parked at the roadside. Wow, a Lamborghini, he exclaimed, but his excitement quickly faded, his face falling. Mom, he has a sport car too. Oh no, the beautiful sister won't like me anymore. He plopped down on the ground, crying even harder. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at the spectacle. However, after a few token sobs, the boy gradually quieted, tugging at Gu Feng's shirt. Big brother, do you still mean what you said? Gu Feng replied, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded the spirited child. The boy sighed in resignation. Well, I can't compete with you. If you let me ride in the sports car, I'll give up the beautiful sister for you. Gu Feng laughed. All right, but you must still listen to your mother, understand? Yes, yes. Jay Cho says so. The boy beamed with joy, wrapping his arms around Gu Feng's neck. Soon, with the boy's mother's consent, Gu Feng took him for a thrilling ride, allowing him to revel in the experience of sports car while capturing photos together. Only then did the satisfied boy depart with his mother. Big brother, beautiful sister, goodbye. Today was so cool. Big brother, beautiful sister, rain or shine. I'll be waiting for you at the Golden Cradle Kindergarten. He leaned out the bus window, shouting gleefully. Lin Xiaodian, get your head back inside. By the way, Yixue, I just heard that little rascal say you have someone you like. Who is it? Gu Feng asked, a teasing smile lingering on his lips as he glanced at Luo Yixue. Just as she feared, her face flushed crimson, her heart racing as if caught in a scandalous act. I was just saying that to entertain a child. Oh, so you don't have a crush? No. Luo Yixue's gaze darted away, unable to meet Gu Feng's eyes. It wasn't he that she was afraid to confess her feelings. Rather, she dreaded that if she did, they might not even remain friends. Her slender neck bowed slightly, a mix of self-doubt and sensitivity clouding her thoughts. Gu Feng's lips curled in amusement. He had merely intended to tease Luo Yixue, yet he hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction. As for whether Luo Yixue had someone she fancied, he mused that he was perhaps the most qualified to know. With the authority and prestige of an empress, if she truly had a crush, why would she remain solitary for the next decade? Those who were enamored with her could traverse from the birthplace of Li Bai to the west coast. A myriad of young men and an array of exquisite women abound. It has never been reported that the Empress has had any flirtatious encounters with anyone. However, outside of the Great Xia Kingdom, numerous scandals concerning imperial-level powerhouses have circulated. For instance, in Gu Feng's previous life, a female emperor from an island nation once kept over 100 male consorts. Additionally, in the nation of thievery, a female emperor emerged who, upon her ascendance, gathered the entire entertainment male troupe into her harem. Days filled with pleasure and nights of indulgence ensued. She even established her own Empress Selection Festival and successfully applied for UNESCO heritage status. Xia Yixue, with such lofty standards, should beware of potentially remaining single in the future. Gu Feng jestingly remarked, then beckoned Xia Yixue to get into the car. Let's be off. I shall escort you home. Xia Yixue hesitated before responding. My home is rather distant. Perhaps I should just take the bus. Yet, with the traffic police approaching, Gu Feng interjected, Yixue, surely you do not wish to see me apprehended and fined? I am currently occupying a bus lane. Gu Feng adopted a stance of resolute persistence, showing no signs of budging until she complied. Upon hearing the mention of a fine, Xia Yixue, indeed flustered, swiftly extended her elegant legs and climbed into the car. Shutting the door behind her, Gu Feng, let us hurry. It would be quite unfortunate if the traffic police arrived. She urged him to drive, fastening her seatbelt while anxiously peering out the window. Her endearing, flustered demeanor nearly elicited a laugh from Gu Feng. At that moment, Xia Yixue discovered crucial information. Gu Feng, At 5 o'clock to the right rear. Is that not a traffic police officer on a motorcycle? He is approaching us. Gu Feng glanced over and exclaimed, "Goodness. It truly is." Upon spotting the traffic officer, Gu Feng swiftly made his escape. 20 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the base of Xia Yushua's apartment complex. Gu Feng, thank you once more for escorting me home. I am feeling unwell today, so I shall not invite you inside. See you tomorrow. Standing by the car, Xia Yushua bid farewell to Gu Feng, still lacking the courage to invite him into her modest abode. Gu Feng nodded, not insisting, as he understood the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw. He recognized that winning the heart of an empress was not a matter to be hurried. Then do take care and rest well. I shall take my leave now. As he watched Gu Feng depart, a flicker of melancholy crossed Xia Yushua's eyes. This is already quite sufficient, is it not? The following day, Xia Yushua arrived at school, as usual. Along the way, many individuals greeted her warmly. It was at this moment that Xia Yushua keenly sensed a shift in the gazes directed toward her. Those who had previously mocked her, including Bei Xiener, had fallen silent. Several who had bullied her and spoken ill of her now exhibited an unusual kindness. It seemed as though those who had targeted her had vanished overnight. Xia Yushua responded to this change with a calm demeanor. As the old adage goes, when one is weak and easily bullied, anyone can kick you. But when you are strong, the entire world treats you with kindness. Xia Yushua understood deeply that it was due to Gu Feng's efforts that she had garnered this newfound friendliness and respect. It was the unfounded rumors surrounding her and Gu Feng that had prompted this courteous behavior. Yet, she recognized that this relationship was fundamentally insincere. To ensure she would never again be bullied, she must empower herself. While evading and compromising might serve as tactics, to the eyes of the petty, kindness and forbearance equate to weakness. In the face of vicious dogs, one must be even more ferocious to repel them. Bullies prey on the weak. The more fear you show, the more they will torment you. Thus, starting today, she would embrace her courageous self. Finally, just as the class bell rang, Gu Feng entered the classroom right on cue. Gu Feng, I have ironed your clothes for you, Xia Yushua quickly stated, retrieving the freshly laundered garment to return to him before the teacher arrived. Gu Feng paused, his gaze momentarily lingering on the girl's exquisite countenance. If memory served him correctly, this marked the first occasion Xia Yushua had initiated a conversation with him in class, and on a topic beyond mere studies. Thank you, he replied, taking the clothing, his rough fingers inadvertently brushing against her delicate hand, sending a jolt of electricity through him, fleeting as it was. It's chilly in the morning. You might catch a cold without a jacket. I must prepare for early reading, the girl murmured, her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly concealed her face with her English book. Gu Feng chuckled softly. Dressed in the attire carefully attended to by Xia Yushua, he was enveloped by the same fragrance that lingered around her. It reminded him of the scent he had inhaled when the Empress had rescued him, after which he had slept for 3 days. Meanwhile, the English book in Xia Yushua's hands had transformed into a classical text. She could hardly fathom that the English words she usually memorized with ease now eluded her comprehension. The once straightforward classical literature now appeared as an inscrutable tome. Reflecting on the morning's discussions regarding her and Gu Feng, Xia Yushua resolved to have an honest conversation with him about the matter. Gu Feng, I wish to. She turned to see Gu Feng asleep, and a sense of helplessness washed over her. Quickly, Xia Yushua penned her thoughts on a small piece of paper and nervously tapped Gu Feng's arm. Stop it. I'm trying to sleep. Gu Feng grumbled, his irritation evident, assuming yet another teacher was reminding him to focus on his studies. Xia Yushua hesitated again before cautiously prodding him once more. Is it not enough? If you poke me again, I might retaliate. Even with his eyes closed, Gu Feng could surmise that the one bothering him was likely a girl, probably the long-legged English intern. After a moment's consideration, he realized that, by now, the English teacher should have been driven away by his surliness, so it made little sense for her to return for a confrontation. Rubbing his sleepy eyes and surveying the room, he finally noticed Xia Yushua watching him with an anxious expression. Xia Yushua, who just poked me? Gu Feng inquired, his tone ungracious. It was I. I apologize for disturbing your slumber, she replied. Oh, it was you. Then never mind. Suddenly, Gu Feng noticed the item in Xia Yushua's hand. What do you have there? Nothing. At that moment, Xia Yushua caught sight of a shadow moving outside the classroom and quickly withdrew her hand. For me? Gu Feng, seemingly oblivious to the teacher entering the classroom, gazed intently at the small note in Xia Yushua's grasp. It was meant for you, but please do remain silent, she murmured, feeling a rush of guilt for having acted like a troublesome student, her ears warming. If you give it to me, I promise not to speak, he teased. Then you need to take it from below. Under the desk, the subtle antics of 2 students finally attracted the attention of the 2 supervising teachers. One of them was none other than the homeroom teacher, Huang Hai. What were those two students whispering about? The teacher's piercing gaze immediately fell upon Gu Feng. Director tu. Huang Lao, sure, it is no wonder that your class's overall performance is stagnating. With such a lax classroom discipline, is this how you manage your students? Just as Huang Hai intended to say a few words in defense of his students, he was swiftly silenced by Director Tu's scathing remarks. What I do is none of your concern. Gu Feng lifted his eyes to meet the unfriendly gaze of the supervising Director Tuesday. When their eyes locked, Gu Feng returned the glare without hesitation. Who was speaking just now? Was it you? What kind of attitude is that? Director tu reprimandit Heu Feng. He had never held a favorable impression of this class, as it was filled with some of the lowest performing students in the entire grade. My attitude is contingent upon your attitude, Gu Feng retorted coldly. Huang Hai, witnessing this exchange, was taken aback. Gu Feng had the audacity to confront him, and now even dared to challenge the director. Did he not wish to graduate smoothly? But then again, it seemed to matter little to him. In this school, Gu Feng was the only student he had encountered who appeared completely impervious to pressure. Observing Director Tu's discomfort, Huang Hai felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. For the first time, he found Gu Feng to be rather agreeable. My attitude is contingent upon your attitude. How astutely put. The world needs such untamed spirits. Ahem, Director. Please calm down. You might not know that the girl sitting next to Gu Feng is the top scorer from the last mock exam. Huang Hai added. She's the top of the grade. Do you think it's possible that Gu Feng was discussing academic matters with her just now? While playfulness is all well and good, I cannot allow my students to be unfairly treated. Huang Hai's words were a clear signal to Director Tu that their class was not solely composed of underperforming students, but also included the top achiever. Is that so? Director Tu turned his gaze towards Luo Yixue. Indeed, Director, Gu Feng was indeed asking me about academic matters just now, Luo Yixue replied calmly as she stood up. Since that is the case, I shall not disturb the students' learning any further. I hope your class achieves good results next time. Director Tu found an exit for himself and left in a huff. Huang Hai's lips curled into a slight smile. The classroom erupted into applause, and Huang Hai quickly gestured for silence. All right, students, let us continue studying. After the two left, Gu Feng teasingly remarked, Little Yixue, you were quite brave just now. Learning to lie. Luo Yixue, feeling somewhat deflated with sweaty palms, retorted softly, It's not my fault. I couldn't just watch the director take you away. Gu Feng chuckled, unfolding a note that turned out to be an invitation from Luo Yixue to lunch. Propping his chin thoughtfully, he declared, Given that you become a bad student for my sake, I shall treat you to this meal. No way. Since I've already played the role of a bad student, I might as well embrace it. Last time you treated me to wontons. So today, it's my turn to treat you. Moreover, I have something to tell you. Gu Feng ceased to argue. Very well. Then you shall treat this time. And I will next time. Where shall we dine? Luo Yixue inquired. She had specifically intended to inform Gu Feng that she had settled the tutoring fee for her landlord's daughter, so there was no need to save money. After pondering, Gu Feng suggested, I heard the mapo tofu in the cafeteria is quite good. Let us have lunch there. Luo Yixue was slightly taken aback, as she had originally planned to discuss this privately with Gu Feng when inviting him. After some contemplation, she decided to voice her concerns. This is what I wanted to discuss with you. Eating at school might lead others to mistakenly believe that we are in a genuine romantic relationship. Do you mind? After speaking, she anxiously awaited his response. Chapter 16. I eat vegetables, you eat meat. I don't mind at all. Gu Feng replied with a slight smirk. Indeed, he is Gu Feng. How could he be swayed by others' opinions? Observing the sunshine and confidence radiating from Gu Feng, Luo Yixue thought. However, if you do mind, I don't mind. Luo Yixue's cheeks flushed slightly, but she added, Just know that if we're not genuinely together, you might end up at a disadvantage. At a disadvantage? Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. His objective was to persuade the female emperor to be friends. Now, transitioning from mere friends to nominally being a couple was a significant leap. He was not at a loss, but rather in a tremendous gain. Well, since I don't currently have a girlfriend, and we cannot silence everyone as gossip, let them assume what they will. Gu Feng suggested tentatively. Luo Yixue nodded gratefully, sincerely stating, Thank you, Gu Feng. If you ever need anything, please feel free to let me know. I will clarify things for everyone as needed. Now is a critical time for the college entrance examination. Bearing the identity of Gu Feng's girlfriend will indeed alleviate many of her troubles. At noon, in the school cafeteria, Luo Yixue topped up her meal card and ordered not only the mapo tofu that Gu Feng had requested, but also a serving of braised pork ribs and sweet and sour tenderloin. Upon returning to the table, Gu Feng glanced at his plate filled with sumptuous dishes and then at Luo Yixue's plate, which contained only plain rice and blanched vegetables, frowning. Little Ishue, why are you only eating vegetables? Where's your meat? I ordered too much. I can't eat that much at noon. Luo Ishue replied, picking up a piece of vegetable and lowering her head, slowly feeding it to herself. Without needing to say a word, Gu Feng understood that Luo Ishue had ordered just one serving of vegetables to save money. Watching the girl's somewhat frail figure, Gu Feng felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. At this age, when she should be growing, and with her juggling studies and earning a living, such minimal nutrition was hardly sufficient. Suddenly, Gu Feng lost his appetite. His eyes filled solely with concern and pity for the girl. Why aren't you eating? Seeing Gu Feng put down his chopsticks, Luo Ishue asked in confusion. At that moment, Gu Feng's mind was racing. To successfully exchange food with Luo Ishue, he decided to play the role of a team master. Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something and lost my appetite. Gu Feng teased. As expected, Luo Ishue's attention was piqued, and she prepared to listen. Her gaze fixed on his chiseled features. What did you think of? Can you share it? Bathing. Gu Feng declared gravely. Luo Ishue. Then with a sigh, Gu Feng continued. Last night, when I entered the bathroom to take a shower and took off my clothes, I realized something. Luo Ishue. Was it appropriate for her to hear what he discovered while undressing? As the absurdity of the situation unfolded, Luo Ishue's cheeks felt increasingly warm. And then? Why did you stop? Ishue, would you like to know what happened next? I don't. Last night, while I was indulging in a leisurely bath, I sorrowfully discovered that my well-defined 8-pack abs had vanished. Gu Feng wore a heartbroken expression. Ups, how could they possibly be gone? Where on earth have they disappeared to? Luo Ishue, though perplexed, was utterly astonished. To be precise, 2 of them were missing, leaving a mere 6. Luo Ishue lightly pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Gu Feng's abdomen. Does he truly possess 6? A boy with 6-pack abs must certainly be impressive. No wonder Gu Feng excels in fights. It turns out his physical prowess is remarkable. To think, all this mischief stems from indulgence. I'm afraid I cannot partake in this meal, Ishue, if I must eat. Without further ado, Gu Feng switched their plates. I shall dine on vegetables, while you enjoy the meat. Luo Ishue cast a doubtful glance at him, suspecting that Gu Feng was deliberately offering her the meat. However, given the lengths he had gone to perform this act, she hesitated to expose him, fearing it might be too cruel. Contemplating this, Luo Ishue took some greens from Gu Feng's plate and ladled a portion of the meat sauce into his dish. Gu Feng, perceptive of her frugality, refrained from directly pointing it out and instead devised a way that spared her from hunger while preserving her dignity. Having felt Gu Feng's warmth countless times, Luo Ishue felt a warmth in her eyes and revealed a gentle smile. I believe 6-pack abs are just perfect. This way, we need not worry about dieting and can enjoy our meals, shall we? Gu Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he emphasized, we must eat well every day. Ishue, I never anticipated your culinary awareness to be so profound. Here, allow me to reward you with an extra piece of meat. No, you should eat it instead. You've grown so thin. If you don't eat more, how will you grow? I'm 170 centimeters, hardly thin, right? You should eat. Thus, a piece of poor tenderloin was passed back and forth between the two. Suddenly, Luo Ishue realized that Gu Feng had led their conversation astray, and they both laughed. But Gu Feng, do you genuinely have 6-pack abs? Luo Ishue inquired curiously. Immediately after asking, she regretted it, her cheeks flushing crimson. Would this question make Gu Feng think she lacked boundaries? Indeed, I do. Would you like to see? Gu Feng replied, a hint of warmth creeping onto his face. Surely, this wouldn't lead the Empress to believe he was a frivolous, greasy man, would it? Luo Ishue glanced around at the bustling crowd. Here? Perhaps not. She lowered her head, returning her focus to her meal. While merely lifting his shirt was a simple matter, what if others saw? For reasons unknown, she wished for Gu Feng to show her alone. Gu Feng, too, felt a sense of relief. Lifting his shirt in such a noisy environment would make him cringe inwardly. As they dined, a young man with white hair suddenly strode in. His distinctive appearance immediately captured the attention of many. Isn't that the notorious white-haired troublemaker from the neighboring New Qinghai? What brings him to our school? TSK, what else could it be? It's clear that some unfortunate soul is about to face his wrath. The white-haired youth was infamous in the vicinity, having extorted money from numerous students at both Jiangnan No. 1 High School and New Qinghai. With close ties to certain unsavory characters, few dared to confront him. You're not welcome here, white-haired punk. Go back to your New Cheng. A boy shouted from the crowd. Hearing this, the white-haired youth immediately scanned the crowd, zeroing in on his target. Without a second thought, he marched over, seized the boy, and delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face. You dare speak to me like that? The boy barely had time to react before he was knocked to the ground by a fierce kick. Anyone else who dares to speak up will meet the same fate. Chapter 17, A Message for You. The struck boy clutched his face, seething with anger, yet unable to voice his frustration. A bunch of morons. The white-haired youth coldly surveyed the crowd before brazenly stepping onto a cafeteria table. His gaze swept the room until he finally spotted Feng in a corner. He leaped off the table and made a beeline for Feng. Surely this white-haired troublemaker isn't targeting Feng. The crowd buzzed with gossip as they watched him approach the only table occupied by Feng. Everyone knew Feng was wealthy. Surely someone like him, who flaunted his affluence daily, deserved a lesson from this rogue. However, Feng didn't seem easy to provoke either. It would ultimately depend on whose backing was stronger. The white-haired youth had a powerful figure behind him, while Feng had lost his parents. Who would care for him? Take Luo Yixue, for example. She possessed both beauty and figure, the school belle, yet no one dared pursue her. Why? Because she was the favored woman of a powerful figure. Perhaps the white-haired youth was sent by that figure to teach Feng a lesson. How thrilling. Meanwhile, Beixian, observing the scene, couldn't help but smirk. The slap Feng had given her still stung. She hoped this white-haired youth would deliver a good beating to relieve her own grievances. I've always said Luo Yixue isn't a decent person. This is the price for standing up for her. Xian thought with satisfaction. As it turned out, she had celebrated too soon. If the white-haired youth's earlier actions had resembled those of a reckless madman at this moment, his demeanor before Feng was utterly deflated, an unexpected turn of events. When he looked at Feng, there was no trace of hostility. Instead, his expression was submissive, his posture deliberately hunched, and even his tone conveyed a hint of humility. "Hello, Mr. Gu. It's a pleasure to see you again." Witnessing the scene, everyone was left dumbfounded. Many were utterly bewildered. This wasn't how the story was supposed to unfold. Wasn't the white-haired youth here to cause trouble, not to curry favor? A subordinate of a powerful figure, and this is his demeanor? What the hell, this white-haired youth must be a fool. With such backing, why was he hesitating and acting so polite? Beixian felt a surge of irritation, unable to resist, mentally scoffing. "Who are you?" Feng asked coolly, casting a glance at Chun-He. "I'm Chun-He. I had the fortunate opportunity to meet Mr. Gu at KFC yesterday," the white-haired youth quickly replied, feeling immensely relieved that he was the one who had alerted the gang, or else he might have been the one lying in ICU right now. He had witnessed firsthand as the gang members were apprehended by the authorities while he was swiftly escaping. If he hadn't dashed out the door in time, he too would have wound up with a shiny silver bracelet. "Chun-He?" Feng frowned slightly. "Chun-He. If Mr. Gu doesn't prefer that name, you may call me White Hair instead," he replied politely. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of Feng, he understood that the more humble he appeared before Feng, the safer he would be. It turned out to be the small folding fan. At that moment, Feng finally recalled that among the group led by Brother G yesterday, there was indeed a small fellow named Kalami with white hair. "Yes, I am but a mere trifle, Mr. Gu. The matter concerning Brother G. Brother who from the Sanlian gang? Oh no, Chun-Hu sent me to convey a message to you." Chun-Hu stated that as long as you can ensure Brother G is seen exiting the police station within 3 hours and have the few individuals with yellow hair sent to the ICU, he shall not hold any grudges against you. From this day forth, you shall be considered a friend of the Sanlian gang. The white-haired man spoke nervously, fearing that a moment of displeasure from Feng might result in severe repercussions. Upon hearing the name of the Sanlian gang, many present displayed expressions of disbelief. The Sanlian gang, having dominated the Jiangnan region for years, is the largest criminal organization in Jiangnan. Its enterprises are numerous, dabbling in both the black and white markets. Yet, the shock did not end there. When the crowd learned that Feng had directly sent members of the Sanlian gang to the ICU, they collectively gasped. Feng had effortlessly crippled the underlings of the opposing faction and sent their leader to the police station without incurring any consequences. In the presence of the Sanlian gang, only Feng could exhibit such audacity. What did this indicate? Clearly, Feng possessed a background far more formidable than that of the Sanlian gang. So it was true. Our school harbored such an extraordinary individual. I had long sensed that Feng was no ordinary person. Feng truly is the pride of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Ah, yes, you're all correct. As she listened to the surrounding discussions, Beixian felt a wave of despair. It dawned on her that Feng's slap had indeed been merciful. Had he truly intended to injure her, she might very well have found herself in the ICU. If Feng was unafraid of the Sanlian gang, what was she in comparison? In that moment, Beixian was utterly convinced. Her resentment towards Feng had vanished entirely, replaced by a flicker of gratitude. She was grateful that Gu Feng had refrained from sending her to the ICU. Gu Feng then shifted the tone of the conversation, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Brother G and Brother Hu, is your gang hosting a gathering at a zoo? The white-haired man thought to himself that trouble was brewing. He quickly spoke up. Yes, there's indeed a dragon brother above us. However, Dragon Brother has been absent from the gang these days. When mentioning Dragon Brother, a glimmer of respect appeared in the white-haired man's eyes. He had witnessed Gu Feng's might, but was acutely aware of Dragon Brother's terror. Within the Somnian gang, Dragon Brother was the true authority. Chun Hu and Brother G were, at best, merely higher-ranking henchmen in his presence. What if I refuse to release them? Gu Feng asked playfully, eyeing his counterpart. The white-haired man's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Faced with such a predicament, he was thoroughly flustered and could only speak the truth. Brother Who hopes you will not be ungrateful. Gu Feng chuckled coldly. He had long since gathered ample information regarding the Somnian gang's influence and background. In summary, the Somnian gang was engaged in various illicit businesses. As a battle-hardened reincarnator, he was unafraid even in the face of a beast tide. Why would he fear a few petty thugs operating a gray market? These individuals, presently reveling in their audacity, would inevitably meet a tragic end in the future. Go back and inform your boss. Do not entertain any notions of negotiation. I do not wish for this matter to recur. Should you provoke me again, I will not hold back. Understood? Understood. The white-haired man responded repeatedly, though inwardly he felt Gu Feng was somewhat arrogant. He acknowledged that Gu Feng's personal strength was formidable. However, could one individual truly contend with a gang of hundreds? On another note, returning with such news would make it difficult for him to report back. Nevertheless, to avoid Chun Hu's ire, he cautiously retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Gu Feng. This is Chun Hu's business card. If you have any thoughts, you may call the number on it. Gu Feng glanced at the card and immediately tore it in half. I understand your intention. The white-haired man, witnessing this, exhaled a deep breath and turned to leave. Upon exiting Jiangnan No. 1 High School, he promptly dialed Chun Hu's number. Hello, Brother Hu. It's me. How did the negotiations go? The negotiations fell through. Fell through? You worthless fool. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Did you grow up eating crap? Did you convey my message? I did, but this kid is too arrogant, he said. He said what? He said you're a small folding fan. The white-haired man gritted his teeth as he spoke, feeling the fury rising in Chun Hu's voice through the phone. If he didn't shift the blame onto Gu Feng, Chun Hu would surely tear him apart later. He also said we were hosting a gathering at a zoo, and he even tore your business card. Lastly, he said someone like you wouldn't even be a match for him. He could take on 10 of you, and advise you to refrain from provoking him otherwise. Enough. Stop talking. Chun Hu could no longer listen. He had anticipated that sending a small lackey would easily resolve the issue. Yet this high school student showed him no respect whatsoever. Suddenly, an unnameable fury ignited within Chun Hu. He could not believe a mere high school student dared to challenge him. However, upon further reflection, Gu Feng's rejection of his demands might not be a bad thing. Since Brother G could not be released, the lucrative Gu family enterprise was now his for the taking. Brother Hu, what do you plan to do? Are you going to kill him? The white-haired man asked tentatively. Chun Hu's gaze flickered as he replied. You mentioned that the woman Brother G is interested and has a guardian who owes us a substantial sum of money, correct? Yes, indeed. But that waste is of little value now. Chun Hu smirked slightly. What do you know? Go and bring that guardian to me. Quickly. Gu Feng, are you truly unafraid of those people? Luo Yixue expressed her concern as they walked back from the cafeteria. From the white-haired man, she learned that Brother G was associated with the Somnian gang, and Gu Feng had just ruthlessly rejected any negotiations with them. While facing a direct confrontation was straightforward, dealing with hidden threats was much more challenging. If the adversaries sought revenge, Gu Feng's safety. A slight smirk appeared on Gu Feng's lips. They're merely a few thugs from a dark society. Why should I fear them? If I had been afraid, I wouldn't have acted in the first place. Don't worry, I will be cautious. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. The more Gu Feng reassured her, the more guilt surged within Luo Yixue. You shouldn't have to risk yourself for me. She believed it was her presence that had brought Gu Feng into this predicament. Thus, throughout the afternoon, Luo Yixue came to a realization. Since the situation could not be avoided, she would stand by Gu Feng's side, sharing both fortune and peril. If someone were to confront Gu Feng with the intention of fighting, she would no longer merely stand by helplessly. Even if it meant utilizing her meager strength to hold off the adversary, she would do so, second by second. In essence, as long as Gu Feng lives, she too shall persist. Should Gu Feng encounter peril, she would willingly sacrifice herself for her. After all, her life holds little value. Naturally, Gu Feng remains unaware of Luo Yixue's resolve. Thus, time swiftly passes, and the hour of dismissal arrives. As they stroll through the campus, the afternoon sun casts a golden hue upon the scaly clouds in the sky. Gu Feng walks at a leisurely pace, as if savoring the languidness of life while admiring the stunning scenery on the horizon. Gu Feng, wait up! Gu Feng turns in surprise, glancing at the girl hastening toward him. What is it? The girl, panting slightly, tucks a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing a pair of rosy, adorable earlobes. Gu Feng, may I walk with you? Gu Feng pauses momentarily, then smiles. Of course, let us walk together. His leisurely pace reflects his hesitation about inviting Luo Yixue to accompany him. While Luo Yixue worries for his safety, he too harbors concerns for hers. Now that Luo Yixue has taken the initiative to approach him, Gu Feng certainly welcomes it. Orphaned and devoid of family, his only vulnerability lies with Luo Yixue. In truth, during lunch in the cafeteria, he had played the emotional card. Based on his understanding of the Empress over these past days, he anticipated that by provoking the Sanlian gang, Luo Yixue, with her sensitive and self-deprecating nature, would likely shoulder the blame, believing she had brought misfortune upon him. The more conflict he has with the Sanlian gang, the more Luo Yixue would be inclined to look after him. After all, emotions flourish through interaction. With the resurgence of spiritual energy drawing nearer, he must seize every opportunity to engage with the Empress. Whether it be deemed despicable or manipulative, Gu Feng can only express silent apologies to himself. As they converse, they arrive at the parking lot. Within the campus, numerous onlookers witness Luo Yixue entering Gu Feng's vehicle, casting envious glances their way. However, to their astonishment, as soon as the two are seated, the car begins to tremble, creating an impression that they are indulging in some clandestine mischief. Wow, incredible. The car is shaking. How exhilarating. Is this real? What are you running for? It's already over. A few bewildered individuals glance around, the world serene as if nothing had transpired. Simultaneously, many receive a text message. At 1845, a magnitude 3.8 earthquake struck Jiangnan City. Oh my, it truly was an earthquake, a 3.8 magnitude. How terrifying. What is happening? There have been reports of earthquakes from all over the country lately. Oh no, could this be the end of the world? I need to hurry and ask my mom to buy me a large durian. And that lobster I've been eyeing, Dad must arrange a feast. If everyone else is preparing, I must as well. If the world ends and I remain a virgin, how unjust would that be? Chapter 19. The Lost Stone. Gu Feng's expression darkens, not from the fright of the earthquake, but from the historical tranquility of Jiangnan, a place rarely afflicted by landslides or seismic activity. The occurrence of an earthquake indicates only one thing. The resurgence of spiritual energy may have been hastened. Due to the frequency of these earthquakes, the magnetic field of Blue Star has undergone alterations, resulting in the emergence of numerous unidentified elements from within, which subsequently released energy that people would later refer to as spiritual energy. Whether the resurgence of spiritual energy has indeed arrived prematurely remains to be seen with time. What Gu Feng must do is to avoid repeating the tragedies of his past life and to strengthen himself swiftly before chaos descends. Once he regains his composure, Gu Feng turns to Luo Yixue in the passenger seat, and his gaze drops, causing his pupils to constrict in surprise. How is it that she is grasping the gear shift? What is she intending? Luo Yixue embodies the quintessential Jiangnan girl, her features exquisitely delicate, her skin fair and smooth, possessing all the most admirable traits of a Watertown maiden. Yet, in the face of her first earthquake, she is utterly flustered. As she senses the ground trembling and the car's decorations swaying, her small hands instinctively reach for something secure. In her panic, she inadvertently clutches the gear shift tightly instead of Gu Feng's hand. With her eyes tightly shut, she strives to suppress her fear. Once the tremors cease, her palms are already clammy with sweat. It was merely a minor earthquake. Everything is fine. Gu Feng reassures her. Hearing this, Luo Yixue finally manages to quell her anxiety and opens her beautiful eyes, releasing a long breath. I've seen on television that earthquakes are terrifying. Gu Feng chuckles. What is truly frightening are the major earthquakes. This was just a minor one. I was quite scared during my first earthquake as well, but you get used to it. You've experienced other earthquakes? Luo Yixue inquires, puzzled. Gu Feng replies, yes indeed. During the summer, I drove along Route 416, passing through the Basha region, which is prone to earthquakes. Gu Feng says, beads of sweat forming. After a moment, Luo Yixue nods, her mood visibly lightened as she softly states, Gu Feng, you're impressive. At such a young age, you've traversed Route 416. Unlike me, I only know the 318 National Highway. I truly hope to travel along Route 416 after the college entrance examination. Gu Feng, observing the envy etched upon Luo Yixue's face, feels a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Is it possible that the 416 he mentioned is the same as the 318 she refers to? Despite Luo Ishue's flattery, Gu Feng feels no sense of accomplishment. He merely wishes to drive away from this awkward situation. Ishue, could you please release my gear shift? I can't drive with you holding on to it. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's a bit damp. Let me wipe it off. It's all right. No need to wipe it. Still, I should wipe it. Soon, they arrive at the residential complex where Luo Ishue resides. Gu Feng, would you like to come in for a glass of water? I hope you won't mind. After some hesitation, Luo Ishue resolves to summon her courage to invite Gu Feng inside. She has noticed his assistance over the past few days. If he were a materialistic person, he would not have helped her so selflessly. Sure, Gu Feng replies readily, quickening his pace to follow. Although the complex is a decade old, Gu Feng is taken aback to discover that Luo Ishue lives in the basement. The basement appears relatively clean, albeit cluttered in certain areas, with some spots showing signs of water damage and peeling paint. The plumbing is patched, and the lighting flickers intermittently, with sunlight scarcely penetrating the space throughout the day. The mere thought of Luo Ishue residing in such an environment for an extended period filled Gu Feng with an uncomfortable sensation. He finally comprehended why, during their last encounter, she had not invited him inside for a visit. He genuinely wished to assist her, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The challenge lay in helping her while also preserving the dignity of the Empress. At that moment, they arrived at the entrance of a basement. Upon seeing the ajar door, Luo Ishue suddenly appeared flustered. Gu Feng followed her into the room, where he observed a disarray of belongings, with signs of disturbance evident on the wardrobe and bed linens. The room had clearly been ransacked. A complex expression crossed Luo Ishue's face as she surveyed the chaos. Why did her vulnerabilities always lay bare before Gu Feng? Why was it that the room was burglarized precisely when she had invited him over? In an instant, she felt utterly drained of strength. Just then, her gaze fell upon a suitcase beneath the wardrobe. My stone. With all her might, Luo Ishue uncovered a jewelry box, only to find it entirely empty. Tears welled in her helpless eyes as she cradled the vacant box, collapsing onto the cold, unforgiving concrete floor. Her sorrowful tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. Witnessing this scene, Gu Feng felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. In that moment, he realized he had likely already developed feelings for this lonely and vulnerable girl. The anguish etched on Luo Ishue's face conveyed that the jewelry box contained something of immense significance to her. With a furrowed brow, Gu Feng stepped out of the small room. Hearing his departing footsteps, Luo Ishue's heart sank further. He must be disappointed in her as well. Everything seemed so dire. In the presence of the one she admired, she invariably revealed her most unflattering side. While Luo Ishue was lost in her thoughts, Gu Feng re-entered the room. You didn't leave? Why would I? Seeing Luo Ishue still kneeling on the cold floor, her wet eyes fixed on him, Gu Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement as he extended his hand. No matter what you've lost, I will help you retrieve it. Would you please stand up? Oh. Luo Ishue lowered her gaze, gripping his somewhat rough hand tightly as she rose to her feet. Thank you, Gu Feng. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do, she said, attempting to gather her scattered emotions. Now is not the time for such talk. You should check to see what else is missing besides the jewelry box, she suggested. Luo Ishue shook her head slightly, indicating that there was no need for that. In this room, all the valuable items are contained within that safe. There is 5,000 yuan in cash, and the only other thing is the stone inside the jewelry box. Her voice trembled as she spoke, striving to keep her emotions in check. Yet, the 5,000 yuan in the safe represented her college fund, every penny painstakingly saved through frugality. Moreover, the transparent stone resembling amber was the sole keepsake left to her by her biological parents. Gu Feng nodded thoughtfully before posing another question. Are there other tenants in this basement? Luo Ishue nodded gently. Yes, there are 5 tenants in our unit's basement. Gu Feng remarked, I just checked outside, and only this room has been robbed. The implication was clear. The perpetrator was likely someone familiar. Are you acquainted with the other tenants? Gu Feng inquired. Luo Ishue shook her head. The individuals residing here mostly did so out of financial necessity, unable to afford rent elsewhere. Furthermore, compared to other workers, Luo Ishue was merely a student, making it unlikely for her to be targeted. Or could it be the triad? She pondered. Unfortunately, the external surveillance is malfunctioning. Otherwise, she trailed off, shaking her head again. She had not disclosed her living situation to anyone. If the triad sought revenge, they would not have learned of her residence so swiftly. However, Gu Feng's suggestion of a familiar face sparked a realization within her. A familiar face? Who would covet a worthless transparent stone? Suddenly, It struck her like a bolt of lightning. Uncle Tang. Without hesitation, Luo Yixue picked up her phone and dialed a number. Gu Feng surmised that Uncle Tang was indeed her adoptive father, Tang Kun. The phone rang for an eternity before being answered. Uncle Tang, did you take my stone? What stone? I don't understand what you're talking about, came a vague response from the other end. The stone my mother left for me. Did you take it? Luo Yixue's voice trembled with desperation. Gu Feng observed her intently, sensing her anguish. I have surveillance here. I saw you on it. Luo Yixue exclaimed. Surveillance? You checked the surveillance? Tang Kun seemed momentarily taken aback. You clever little girl. You've become quite astute. He readily admitted. Yes, that worthless stone is in my possession. What are you going to do about it? Un sotang. You know that stone holds no value. Luo Yixue pleaded anxiously. Tang Kun had attempted to pawn that stone on numerous occasions, yet no one would take it. I don't care about the money, but please, return the stone to me. What are you thinking, you foolish girl? That stone is currently with President Chun of the Tiger Security Company. Do you want me to die? Tang Kun nearly roared. How did you manage to find such a pretty boy? You dare to involve Chicken Brother. If it weren't for Brother Hu's generosity, our Tang family would have been ruined by you. Luo Yixue stifled the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. How did you know I lived here? Don't think for a second that I don't know where you are. I know everything about your daily activities. Oh, by the way, I've already collected your wages from the various jobs you've worked. We can't have supported you all these years for nothing. You will owe us 100,000. No, 300,000. You can forget about escaping us. Luo Yixue trembled in anger. She suddenly recalled that the only thing she had brought home after visiting her uncle's house for her aunt's birthday was this very phone. A second-hand device previously owned by her aunt. Could it be that he had tampered with his phone? You installed a tracking app on this phone, didn't you? Luo Yixue voiced her suspicion. It's too late for you to realize it now, Tang Kun replied smugly. Otherwise, how could such a new phone have cost you only 300 yuan? Your aunt and I have long suspected you of having ulterior motives. You're clever enough, but you lack a conscience. Before he could finish, Luo Yixue angrily hung up the phone, desperately fighting back tears. Gu Feng witnessed everything unfold, his heart aching for her. If it weren't for his conflict with the triad, Luo Yixue would not have lost her most treasured possession. Yixue, do not worry. I will help you retrieve your belongings, he assured her. No need, she replied. Luo Yixue cast a cold, indifferent glance at Gu Feng, her tone frigid. Why should you seek my belongings? Who are you to me? From this moment forth, my affairs are no concern of yours. With a heart hardened by resolve, Luo Yixue turned away, simultaneously apologizing in her heart, while dismissing Gu Feng in a tone bordering on indifference. Sorry, Gu Feng. I truly cannot involve you any further. How could she not see that this was all a trap set by Chun Hu? More than the stone, her greatest concern was Gu Feng's safety. Despite the tearing pain within her, Luo Yixue bore it resolutely, suddenly overcome by an impulse to flee the city. By not participating in the college entrance examination, she would not become a burden to Gu Feng, and she would leave this place behind. Gu Feng, taken aback by her words, eventually nodded with a calm demeanor. I understand your intentions. He then retrieved a small vial of spirit spring from his bag and placed it on the modest desk. Since it could grant him temporary access to the powers derived from spiritual energy, it should also prove effective for the inherently more gifted Luo Yixue. If you encounter danger, drinking this will help you navigate through a crisis. Good night, I shall take my leave. Without uttering another word, Gu Feng exited the humble abode. He could not discern that Luo Yixue did not genuinely resent him. He felt a pang of sympathy for the girl before him, the future Empress. Even after enduring isolation from her classmates and betrayal from her family, still bore the weight of humanity's hope. How could such a girl possibly be the capricious, heartless type? He knew too well that the apparent aloofness and coldness she exhibited were merely a protective facade. Why did her footsteps never falter? Because she felt utterly insecure. With no one standing behind her, Gu Feng departed. Luo Yixue cradled the vial of spirit spring delicately in her palms, repeatedly apologizing. Gu Feng, we ultimately belong to different worlds. Yet soon, she realized something was amiss. She forbade Gu Feng from seeking Chun Hu and his associates. But did that mean he would simply refrain? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she grew. Gu Feng left too calmly. He didn't even ask why in response to her heartlessness. The security company, Tiger Security, Luo Yixue murmured, her delicate form suddenly trembling. Without a moment to lose, she dashed out of the small house. Chapter 21. Unable to distinguish between King's white-haired one. Are you sure this item is as valuable as you claim? A muscular man, Chun Hu, the owner of Tiger Security, examined a piece of transparent glass-like stone with a magnifying glass. Upon hearing this, the white-haired accomplice eagerly interjected, Brother Hu, you can trust me completely. Tang Kun himself told me that this is top-grade amber excavated from Western Zhou tombs. Oh, upon hearing this, Chun Hu set down the magnifying glass. Amber from the Western Zhou era, white-haired one. Then enlighten me, what is the name of the creature inside? If you answer correctly, there shall be a reward. If not this, the white-haired man gasped sharply, then glanced at the exquisite, transparent stone in Chun Hu's hand, which indeed housed a bug with disproportionately large eyes. Its head was fuzzy, its eyes oversized for its little body, and upon closer inspection, two inconspicuous horns could be detected atop its round head. Such an adorable miniature figure. How could it possibly be a bug? Brother Hu, it's precisely because we've never encountered such a creature that it is so precious. Perhaps bugs from several epochs ago looked like this, right? The white-haired man stammered in defense. White-haired one, I may not be well-read, but do not deceive me. Chun Hu squinted, uncertain if he should believe him. How could I dare deceive Brother Hu? This information comes straight from Tang Kun. And where is Tang Kun? Chun Hu shifted the topic. That old scoundrel. He ran off on the way back, the white-haired man stuttered. He thought to himself, if this worthless stone were indeed valuable, Tang Kun would have sold it long ago instead of leaving it behind. Brother Hu, there is no doubt about it. I personally retrieved this amber from Gu Feng's woman's safe. I cannot ascertain its value, but it certainly holds significant importance for her. I wager that given the relationship between Gu Feng and that woman, he will certainly come to redeem it. At that time, you will have the chance to deal a heavy blow to that brat. Chun Hu waved his hand, and two henchmen approached to restrain the white-haired man. I've heard this brat is quite the fighter. I wonder how he compares to me. Chun Hu casually inquired. The white-haired man trembled as he responded, acutely aware of the delicate balance of what to say in the current situation. Gu Feng is indeed quite formidable. However, compared to you, he falls just a tad short. Just a tad short? The white-haired man hurriedly began counting on his fingers 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. The difference between you and him is a mere 100 million, no doubt. Chun Hu, upon hearing this, delivered two resounding slaps to the white-haired man. A mere 100 million. Now, that is acceptable. He burst into laughter, already envisioning the sight of Gu Feng, the high school student, kneeling before him, battered and bruised. By the way, white-haired one, I got a bit carried away in my excitement just now and accidentally slapped you twice. You're not angry, are you? The white-haired man stammered, of course not. Brother Hu, how could that be? Chun Hu's cruel smile widened, and he tossed the white-haired man aside, unceremoniously leaving him near a dog cage. The two pit bulls, sensing a fresh, steaming stranger, immediately lunged at the bars, barking furiously. Chun Hu proudly remarked, this dog cage was specially prepared for Gu Feng. What do you think? Very good. Absolutely splendid. Well, if Gu Feng doesn't arrive within an hour, you'll take his place and feed my dogs. The white-haired man could only respond with a feigned enthusiasm. Just then, a young man strode in from outside. Excuse me, is this Tiger Security? His voice was polite and refined, a melodious sound echoing in the white-haired man's ears. He is here. He is here. The white-haired man felt a rush of warmth in his eyes, nearly crying out in excitement. He finally arrived. I was just moments away from being tossed into the dog cage to feed the dogs. And you are? Chun Hu squinted at the newcomer. Gu Feng lifted his gaze, spotting the severely beaten white-haired man, and confirmed he had come to the right place. I heard my friend's belongings are with you. I have come to retrieve them. You are Gu Feng. Chun Hu's face instantly contorted with disdain. Compared to his imposing figure, Gu Feng appeared almost frail. Not only that, but he was also a brash youth. How dare he come alone? One could only say that while youthful audacity is commendable, it is indeed foolish. Is this the glass bead? Very well. How much are you willing to pay to redeem it? Chun Hu reclined in the tiger skin chair, his oversized leather shoes forcefully pressing down on the transparent stone beneath him, a derisive smile playing on his lips. The moment Gu Feng beheld this scene, a murderous intent ignited in his eyes. If he had initially contemplated sparing these individuals, the instant Chun Hu's foot made contact with the stone, he had irrevocably stamped Chun Hu with the seal of death. Gu Feng's expression remained unfaltering as he slowly extended a finger. 100 million? Chun Hu inquired. Gu Feng merely fixed him with a cold, unyielding stare, saying nothing. Chun Hu frowned. 10 million? Gu Feng remained silent. Chun Hu's countenance darkened. 1 million? Are you trying to insult me? He intended to continue his tirade, but was abruptly interrupted by Gu Feng's indifferent voice. One breath. I will at most spare you and everyone here one breath. Gu Feng did not recklessly unleash chaos, with spiritual energy yet to be revived. He was unwilling to tempt fate, and granting these individuals a single breath was his ultimate bottom line. Now, you may remove your foot and hand over the item. Chun Hu, upon hearing this, could only laugh in disbelief. Who would have thought he would encounter such absurdity today? How utterly juvenile must one be to speak to him in such a tone? Those who fail to discern the hierarchy will find themselves meeting their demise. Do you understand? Bring it on. Kill him. Chunhu commanded. At his order, a dozen burly men wielding axes surged forth from a nearby room, surrounding Gu Feng. The display was indeed formidable. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Gu Feng faced this daunting situation without so much as a furrowed brow. Spare breath, strike at will. Chunhu, displeased, issued his command. In that moment, Gu Feng also sprang into action, gulping down copious amounts of spiritual spring water. A torrent of overwhelming power surged within him. As he clenched his fists, even the air around him began to subtly warp. Discarding his thermos, he became the most striking figure in the room. His combat prowess was nothing short of unparalleled. Kill him. Attack. In mere moments, the dozen men were sent flying by Gu Feng's overwhelming might. Wow. Ugh. In an instant, misfortune befell each of them in various forms. Some collided with walls, rendering them unconscious. Others were struck on the head by their own axes, while some writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Witnessing this spectacle, Chunhu was left utterly dumbfounded, astonished, his pupils constricted. How could it be possible for someone to possess such immense strength? Those were a dozen living beings, effortlessly taken down by Gu Feng in a single blow. How could such an extraordinary individual exist in Jiangnan City? At that moment, Chunhu inhaled sharply, as if a realization dawned upon him. He understood why Gu Feng dared to come alone. This was a true master. The magnitude of such power was utterly staggering. The true fool had been him all along. Little brother, I respect your bravery. I will return your item, and from now on, we shall not interfere with one another. What do you think? Chunhu spoke with a tremor in his voice, while inwardly calculating the odds of his victory should he confront Gu Feng. Despair washed over him as he realized that this probability was nearly zero. He hadn't even seen how Gu Feng had struck before the battle was concluded. Or rather, this was not a battle at all, but a complete and utter annihilation. Across the globe, what had just transpired was nothing short of explosive. In that moment, Chunhu was truly frightened. The disparity between him and Gu Feng was not merely slight. It was astronomically vast. Not at all. Gu Feng's cold gaze pierced through Chunhu, causing him to feel as though his very blood was freezing. Tremors of dread coursed through him. It felt as if death loomed ominously at any moment. Gu Feng's eyes conveyed a clear message. If he did not flee, he would surely perish. Little brother, please remain calm. This course of action will bring you no benefit. Chunhu desperately attempted to dissuade Gu Feng, retreating as he spoke, until he spotted the two fierce pit bulls in the kennel. A sudden inspiration struck him. I am Chunhu, the second in command of the Somnian gang. I can now declare that the matter concerning Aji has nothing to do with you. You may take this stone right now. I swear it. If you harm me, I shall ensure that I take what is mine. Gu Feng simply raised an eyebrow, delivering a single slap that sent Chunhu flying. Bai Mao, release the dogs. Let them loose. Chunhu spat a mouthful of blood mid-air, hysterically shouting at Bai Mao, while he himself dashed towards the exit with reckless abandon. Half a minute. Just half a minute. Chunhu had meticulously calculated that if the two dogs could hold Gu Feng at bay for 30 seconds, he would have ample opportunity to escape. After nurturing those dogs for so long, the time had finally come for them to serve their purpose. Gu Feng, I will spare you this time. After today, you shall surely meet your end. Where are the dogs? Chunhu, believing Bai Mao had not heard him, shouted again. Bai Mao, release the dogs. Bai Mao, hands on hips. Spat at Chunhu with venom. You call for your father. I'll unleash your mother. Gu, there's a secret door over there. He is attempting to escape through it. Not only did he fail to release the dogs, but he also revealed Chunhu's escape route. Damn you, Bai Mao. You're courting death. Chunhu, incensed, spat another mouthful of blood. Bang! With a dull thud, Chunhu was once again kicked away by Gu Feng, crashing through the load-bearing beam of the house. It was at this moment that Chunhu ceased his screams, abandoning all struggle. The precious piece of glass-like stone slipped from his grasp, rolling to a stop at Gu Feng's feet. Gu Feng picked it up, brushing off the dust, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with its texture. However, the very next moment, Gu Feng was immediately captivated by the insect specimen embedded within the stone. A rather exquisite stone. But what on earth is this? It resembles a devouring beast, he murmured, before placing the stone into his pocket, his gaze turning nonchalant as he looked at Bai Mao. Do you wish to live? Yes. Bai Mao eagerly nodded, his excitement palpable. In that moment, Gu Feng had transformed into a godlike figure in his eyes. Today, he had witnessed firsthand what constituted a true martial arts master. A dozen axe-wielding hulks, along with the ferocious Chunhu, were no match for Gu Feng's single strike. He had initially thought that Gu Feng's display of power at KFC was his limit, only to discover that Gu Feng had once again shattered his preconceptions. What Aji? What Chunhu? They were mere clowns and paper tigers. As for the Somnian gang, effective immediately, he was withdrawing from the gang and resigning. Promise me one thing. Gu Feng's calm voice echoed, prompting Bai Mao to attentively lean in. What is it? Do not say it is merely one matter. Even if it were 100, he would unhesitatingly acquiesce. Even if Gu Feng were to command him to perform the most degrading act, he would comply without a moment's hesitation. Forget about today's events. Do you understand? With that cold proclamation, Gu Feng's figure swiftly vanished from the scene. By the time the white-haired individual bolted out of the Tiger Security Company's entrance, it was then that a thunderous roar erupted from within the building. It sounded as if an explosion had occurred. The entire structure began to tilt and collapse at a visible pace, a cloud of dust enveloping the area. The building has crumbled. The white-haired man stood in stunned disbelief, watching as what had once been the grand edifice of Tiger Security disintegrated into a heap of rubble in mere moments. It's over, it's finished. Not a single one of Chunhu's men would survive. With the collapse of the building, countless lives have vanished without a trace. The security guard gasped in shock, feeling a wave of numbness wash over him. He could scarcely fathom that had he not shouted at Chunhu, declaring his position, he might now be among the deceased, buried beneath the debris. He dared not contemplate further. In any case, he must never speak of Gu Feng's presence here. It was Chunhu and his men who secretly sabotaged the load-bearing beams, leading to their own demise. This is disastrous. The building has collapsed. People are trapped inside. Hurry. Someone help. Soon, the white-haired figure was lost amidst the crowd, hastening his escape from the site. Night. An empty alley. Good heavens. Has it truly reached this point? A pallid youth, his steps unsteady, leaned against the wall and slowly sank to the ground. Chapter 23. The Empress Rescues Me. This youth, gasping for breath and propped against the wall, was none other than Gu Feng, who had fled from Tiger Security Company. He had intended to exploit a glitch, hoping to extend the duration of the Spirit Spring's power, but alas, one day's worth remains just that, one day's worth. Even consuming the quantity meant for 2 days was ineffective. It was not that he wished to harm the white-haired man. Rather, at that moment, the side effects of the Spirit Spring had left him powerless. Gu Feng reclined against the wall like a vagabond. He could only lament how exhilarating it had felt to flaunt his bravado earlier, only to now feel utterly spent. How spent? Even a mere street punk resembling the white-haired man could effortlessly dispatch him. Feeling utterly drained, he realized that he could no longer delay in calling for help. With hands trembling like those of a Parkinson's patient, he fumbled for his phone, randomly selecting a fortunate individual before finally managing to send out a shaky message. He vaguely heard a female voice on the other end, laced with urgency. Hurry, I'm just as he breathlessly conveyed his dire location. 2 delinquent youths emerged from the dark internet cafe at the end of the alley. Hey, is there someone here? The delinquents, arm in arm, strolled over and discovered the unconscious Gu Feng on the ground. It's a guy. I thought it was a girl. What a letdown. Let us go. One delinquent shot a glance at Gu Feng and was about to leave. Wait, look at the phone he has got. ISNT than iPhone. The other delinquent, sharper-eyed, focused intently on Gu Feng's device. Hey, would you look at that? It really is an iPhone, the latest Pineapple 16 Pro Max. Instantly, both of their eyes widened with greed. Wow, and check out that backpack. ISNT to Gucci? It could fetch quite a price. Initially expecting to find a homeless man, they had instead stumbled upon a veritable treasure. They then noticed that the youth was adorned in high-end attire, limited edition sneakers, and a Rolex watch. Let us seize the opportunity while he out cold. The 2 delinquents exchanged glances, each recognizing the glimmer of greed in the other's eyes. Let us get him, they chorused in unison. Just as the 2 delinquents were about to lay hands on Gu Feng and commit their crime, a sudden sharp reprimand interrupted them. Release him. The unexpected voice caused the 2 petty thieves to halt their actions and turn to investigate. A girl, slightly breathless with a pair of icy eyes, fixed her gaze upon them. Her attention then shifted, and her lovely, almost luminescent eyes fell upon the boy on the ground. Despite the dimness of the night, she recognized Gu Feng instantly. What have you done to him? The night air was frigid, yet the girl's tone was even colder. It was Luo Yixue, hastily rushing to Gu Feng's aid after receiving his call. Thankfully, she had been near enough when Gu Feng called, and without a second thought, she had come running. Luo Yixue felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she thought, had she arrived even a moment later, Gu Feng might have been at the mercy of these 2 villains. She had seemingly forgotten that she was but a frail girl. The delinquents were taken aback by her words, immediately ceasing their actions. However, Their astonishment quickly turned to amusement as they realized the newcomer was a beautiful girl. Huh, look at this stunning girl. Upon seeing Luo Ishue, the delinquent's criminal desires only intensified. Old 8, we've hit the jackpot today. Initially broke and unable to afford internet access, they had encountered a plump target like Gu Feng, followed by a breathtaking beauty like Luo Ishue. Truly a stroke of luck. They had seen many beauties in Jiangnan, but none as exquisite as her, with perfect features, an alluring presence, and a melodious voice. This was their first encounter with such a gem. The two were utterly captivated. Miss, it's unsafe to walk alone at night. Why not let us escort you home? As they spoke, the delinquents inched closer to Luo Ishue, cornering her against the wall. A large character for demolition loomed above them, glaringly illuminated by the moonlight. This area was the only part of Jiangnan that had yet to be redeveloped, notorious for its chaotic order. At this moment, in the desolate alleyway, in the dead of night, with no one around, it was the perfect setting for a crime. The ones who should leave are you. I've already called the police. If anything happens to my boyfriend, you won't escape justice. Luo Ishue spoke coldly, a determined expression gracing her stunning features. Though she was aware she was no match for these thugs, she was resolute in ensuring Gu Feng's safety. She understood that had the one lying there been her, Gu Feng would never abandon her. Therefore, she too would not abandon him. Luo Ishue's eyes flickered as she repeatedly urged herself to remain calm. Only by doing so could she save both herself and Gu Feng. What? You call the police? The delinquents' faces blanched with alarm. As one of them reacted, he lunged toward Luo Ishue, snatching her phone to inspect it. The call log is empty. You report a false alarm. The man's face twisted into a snarl. Your boyfriend uses a pineapple phone, and you resort to this wretched device? With a resounding crash, he hurled Luo Ishue's phone to the ground, shattering it to pieces. When the stakes and temptations are sufficiently high, all dangers pale in comparison. Moreover, in such an environment, two unscrupulous youths had been completely entranced by Luo Ishue's beauty. How brazen! If you come any closer, I'll scream. Luo Ishue exclaimed urgently. You filthy wretch, don't you know where you are? Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your aid. Indeed, shouting is futile, resistance is in vain. You might as well surrender to the moment. As they spoke, their hands reached toward Luo Ishue's chest. All right, I want to scream, but you must give me a moment to reconsider. Luo Ishue cleverly retorted. Very well. Since you are being so obedient, I shall grant you 3 seconds to contemplate your fate. I shall begin my count. The more anxious Luo Ishue appeared, the more it stoked the criminal desires within the youths. 3. They leered as they effectively blocked Luo Ishue's escape route. 2. With no options left. At this critical juncture, Chapter 24, a bold idea. Luo Ishue bit her lip and took out the concentrated spirit essence that Gu Fengling had gifted her, downing it in one swift motion. 1. What did she just drink? One of the ruffians attempted to intervene, but Luo Ishue had already consumed the entire bottle. It can't be poison, can it? Nonsense. She has no idea we intend to assault her. Where would the poison come from? Damn it. This girl is too cunning. We can't wait any longer. Lao Ba, search that girl's pockets. I'll deal with her myself. You'll go first? On what grounds? Because I am Lao Lu. It's the rule. 6 goes before 8. I disagree. Either we go together or... Why is it suddenly so cold? At that moment, the temperature plummeted. One of the ruffians shivered in the biting wind. He looked up to see ice-like snowflakes cascading from the heavens. Snow in June. The girl's gaze shimmered with a faint chill, as if a terrifying power within her was awakening. Lao Ba, I believe you have a point. You go first, and I will handle that girl. No, Lao Lu, as the elder brother, you go first. I'll take care of that girl. Fine, let us go together. You insignificant ants. How dare you lay a hand on her? A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed towards them. Luo Ishue lifted her long, thick eyelashes, her beautiful pupils resembling the fresh, icy snow atop a mountain. The night illuminated her graceful figure, radiating a chilling aura that instilled a sense of inexplicable dread in those around her. Luo Ishue sensed the sudden surge of power within her, immensely powerful, indeed. If she so wished, she could extinguish the lives of these two in an instant, with just a single thought, with a mere flicker of her aura. She sent the two ruffians crumbling to their knees, their legs giving way in terror. The ruffians, despite their foolishness, could discern that the formidable force which caused the world to tremble and forced them to kneel was none other than the breathtaking woman before them. Please, miss, we were wrong. Sore. Had we known you were a celestial being, we wouldn't dare to disrespect you even if we had 100 lifetimes. They repeatedly bowed, trembling as they begged for mercy. What a revelation this was. Such a scene could only be found in a fantasy novel. Em sore. Em sore. Em sore. Luo Yishua's indifferent gaze swept over the two before finally resting on Gu Feng, still lying on the cold ground. Get lost. Her voice was frigid, devoid of any further thought, as she gracefully stepped forward. In a flash, she was before Gu Feng, effortlessly lifting him as if he were a mere feather. At 140 pounds, Gu Feng felt as light as a piece of paper in her embrace. She furrowed her brow slightly, as if contemplating something. Upon reaching the center of the alley, she soared into the sky, her figure swiftly vanishing into the vast night. Witnessing this spectacle, the two ruffians were left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide as saucers as they collapsed to the ground. My heavens! No one would believe this if I told them. There are truly people who can fly in this world. The night passed in silence. Gu Feng awoke at the break of dawn. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a small bed, the ceiling square above him, with the delightful fragrance of a girl wafting through the air. As he touched the surface, he was surprised at its softness, tender and bouncy. The sensation was simply exquisite. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Gu Feng sensed something amiss. Why did the sweet-scented air feel so soft? Until he heard a gentle murmur. Gu Feng pulled his hand back cautiously, only to turn and catch sight of an exquisite, rosy face, peacefully resting at the edge of the small bed, her eyes gently closed. Her skin was dewy, her angelic visage captivating even in slumber. Carefully and reluctantly withdrawing his arm from her peach-like form, Gu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Thank goodness I wasn't discovered. Had this girl been watching over him by the bed all night? She must be exhausted, even with his rough movements. She hadn't awakened. Last night, when he had fainted in the alley, it must have been Luo Yishue who brought him back and cared for him throughout the night. He truly felt for her. However, while Gu Feng was touched, he remained oblivious to the fact that the lovely face beside him was gradually flushing, turning crimson. He stealthily got out of bed and gently draped a thin blanket over Luo Yishue before assessing his own condition. After a night of rest, he had nearly fully recovered his strength. Feeling the firmness below, a smile crept onto Gu Feng's lips. The goods are still here. When he presents them to her later, he hopes she won't be too moved. Gu Feng knew that sincerity was the true secret weapon. He wouldn't demand anything in return for helping Luo Yishue retrieve the stone. He would only do what was necessary, leaving the rest to fate. The disheveled room post-theft had been tidied up by Luo Yishue. Though cozy, it lacks certain conveniences. Anyone who has rented a place knows that while a boy can manage without a private bathroom, a lack of one is decidedly unfriendly for a girl. Moreover, the facilities here were rudimentary, lacking even the most basic security measures. Gu Feng did not wish for another theft to occur. Perhaps it was time to improve the living conditions for the Empress. However, how should he approach the topic to persuade Luo Yishue to leave this place? Gu Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation, his intense gaze inevitably settling upon the slumbering visage of Luo Yishue. Why does Xiaoyixu's face appear so flushed? Is she burning with fever? Gu Feng hurriedly approached, placing his hand upon Luo Yishue's forehead. If her illness stemmed from his actions, he would undoubtedly bear the responsibility. Yet, she did not seem to be feverish at all. Gu Feng murmured to himself. Could it be? Suddenly, a bold notion crossed his mind. Could this girl have been feigning sleep all along? His expression shifted dramatically, revealing a tapestry of emotions. He gently nudged Luo Yishue, only to find she remained undisturbed. Indeed, one can never awaken a person pretending to be asleep. Thus, he resolved to leave. Lingering would only create discomfort for both. If he stayed, one could only wonder how long she would maintain her charade. Chapter 25, A Swap of Milk and Eggs. Yishue, I must apologize for the trouble you endured last night. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. See you at school. With an impromptu excuse, Gu Feng hurriedly departed, only to bump his head against the low doorframe on his way out. 5 minutes later, as silence enveloped the room, a small, plush head emerged cautiously from beneath the covers. With a soft whimper, Luo Yishue pressed her flushed cheeks into her hands. Her heart raced like a startled fawn, and her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by acute embarrassment. How mortifying! How could he place his hand there? I feel so unclean, so ashamed. Woe is me, she scolded herself, contemplating once again that perhaps it was Gu Feng who was truly the one pretending. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction he had departed. During the morning self-study session, with Luo Yishue's absence, Gu Feng sat listlessly in his seat. Her absence left a void in his heart. He repeatedly picked up his phone only to put it down again. So this is what it feels like to wait for someone. Suddenly, a wave of intense hunger washed over him, and he realized he had yet to eat breakfast. He had merely purchased a carton of milk at the school gate, but had not had the chance to drink it. Could it be that Luo Yixue has decided not to attend school because of this? Gu Feng chided himself internally, rising to seek a leave of absence from Old Huang. He intended to excuse Luo Yixue as well, while also requesting a half-day for himself. However, just as he stood with his head bowed, a familiar fragrance wafted past him. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped him as he collided with this scent. Dazed and disoriented, he found himself pressed between two soft spheres, a sensation that rendered him momentarily lightheaded. Surely, I must have bumped into. A torrent of expletives surged through his mind. What a predicament! Raising his head, he was met with the sight of Luo Yixue's frosty expression, adorned with a frown of exasperation. What could he possibly say at this juncture? Would he claim it was an accident? Ridiculous! Who would believe that? Thus, his mind raced as he scrambled for an appropriate response. Ouch! What did I just crash into? Gu Feng clutched his forehead, striving to project an air of innocence. After all, this was the normal reaction to such an encounter. Luo Yixue remained silent. But as Gu Feng's voice rang out, the entire class turned their attention toward them. Feeling the weight of those curious gazes, Luo Yixue was momentarily stunned, her delicate earlobes flushing with a hue of embarrassment. I'm so sorry, Gu Feng. I accidentally bumped into you. She offered an apology before quietly returning to her seat. Though she understood Gu Feng had not meant it, a flicker of irritation lingered within her. Shouldn't such matters be settled with mutual apologies? Why did he have to vocalize it? Did he truly not trust her? In that moment, Gu Feng panicked, scratching his head in confusion. He longed to engage her in conversation, but found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was indeed awkward to have collided so intimately with someone so early in the day. The morning study session progressed, yet neither dared to speak a word to the other. During one fleeting moment, their eyes met, only for both to hastily avert their gazes. Ultimately, it was Luo Yixue who broke the silence. Have you eaten yet? Gu Feng was taken aback, his gaze snapping towards her. What do you mean? For breakfast, she clarified. Shaking his head, Gu Feng observed as Luo Yixue cautiously opened her lunchbox, revealing 2 steaming eggs nestled within. I boiled a few eggs before I left. Please have some. Warmth flooded Gu Feng's heart as he stared at the lunchbox. Thank you. Did you prepare these just for me? Without a second thought, he reached for one and popped it in his mouth, chewing eagerly. Crunch, crunch. Luo Yixue's eyes widened in surprise. Gu Feng, those are white-shelled eggs. You haven't peeled them. Gu Feng. 2 minutes later, he sheepishly addressed her. I'm sorry, Yixue, but I finished your eggs. He then retrieved his milk from a desk. Since I ate your eggs, you can have my milk. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy with silence. Both of them fixated on the bottle of milk, their thoughts converging in unison. Luo Yixue shot Gu Feng an incredulous glare, her cheeks blooming a deeper shade of crimson. Gu Feng thought to himself, is it too late for me to bury myself in shame? Why had he brought out the milk, further complicating matters? He had intended to reciprocate kindness, but instead, he had only deepened the misunderstanding. Gu Feng sensed that if he did not clarify things soon, Luo Yixue would likely ignore him for several days. Yixue, I sincerely apologize for my behavior this morning. It was inappropriate, and I am truly sorry. Gu Feng spoke earnestly, locking eyes with her. I understand. Let us not dwell on the past. Clearly reluctant to linger on the topic, Luo Yixue quickly shifted the conversation. Gu Feng, what happened to your health last night? Compared to the previous misunderstandings, her concern for his well-being took precedence. The memory of the previous night lingered, evoking a sense of unease within her. And how did you end up in that alley? She inquired, voicing the questions that had plagued her thoughts. My health is quite well, Gu Feng replied ambiguously, choosing not to elaborate further. The stone he had intended to reveal was tucked away once more. He could hardly disclose to Luo Yixue that he had dismantled Chunhu's lair, could he? A dozen lives had vanished into the dust along with the collapse of the building. To unveil the stone at this moment would be tantamount to declaring himself a murderer. Moreover, upon reflection, Gu Feng felt that revealing it now might come across as an insidious attempt to leverage gratitude for personal gain. The only reason he had allowed Luo Yixue to feel indebted to him was to secure more opportunities to draw closer to her. Yet now, he found himself devoid of such need and preferred instead to move her with sincerity. After all, sincerity is the ultimate weapon that endures. Chapter 26. Perhaps I am unwell. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude for taking care of me last night. Let me treat you to dinner, Gu Feng suggested. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue let out a quiet sigh within, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, she was not someone significant in Gu Feng's life. He had no obligation to be transparent with her. The fact that he had thought of her first in a moment of peril spoke volumes of their friendship. And that was enough to satisfy her. Gu Feng, listen to me. You've helped me so much, while I have merely looked after you for one night. If anyone should treat, it should be me. Let me take you out. Gu Feng insisted. This time, observing the pallor on his face, Luo Yixue chose not to argue further. Her savings had long been depleted by her adoptive father, who had even frequented her part-time job. With rent due soon, she was uncertain how to navigate the future without an income. Glancing at the remaining balance on her meal card, was she to treat Gu Feng to a simple meal of vegetables and rice? Clearly, Gu Feng needed something more nourishing given his current state. Hello, everyone. Class is starting. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Huang Hai, entered the classroom with a corrugated cardboard box, beaming with joy. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'm treating everyone to ice cream. Huang Hai triumphantly patted the box on the desk, where the prominent words Chao Lizi were inscribed. Is it possible that old Huang, usually so stingy, is treating us to ice cream? I must be hearing things. The students exchanged incredulous glances. They had heard that the result from last week's mock exam had been released, and given their class's past performance, it was unlikely Huang would treat without a catch. The ice cream is probably laced with poison, or perhaps it's just old ice cream. Huang Hai retorted, who has called my ice cream old? With a cheerful smile masking his thoughts, he mentally noted the names of those who had dubbed him with such nicknames. All right, everyone, please settle down. I have two pieces of good news to announce. Huang Hai's gaze lit up as it landed on Luo Yixue. First, let us congratulate Luo Yixue for achieving the top score in the entire grade on last week's mock exam. Applause. A round of applause ensued. And the second piece of good news, Huang Hai's smile shifted from Luo Yixue to Gu Feng, who immediately felt a foreboding sense of dread. Surely, this old teacher wasn't he going to make him buy ice cream for everyone because of his poor performance? Like the rest, he recognized that Huang's frugality would not lead him to treat the class to such mid-range ice cream. Gu Feng, you performed admirably on this exam. Gu Feng, not only did you score 10 points higher than last time, but your rank also improved by 20 places. The teacher sincerely hopes you can continue to strive for excellence in your studies. Applause erupted once more. Huang Hai had initially worried that Gu Feng's closeness to Luo Yixue might hinder her top ranking, but now he had to admire his own foresight. The reason he had seated them together was to inspire Gu Feng, who had once been a promising student. Had it not been for that family upheaval 3 years ago, he would not have fallen to such depths. Now, he had begun to see the glimmer of his former brilliance in Gu Feng once again, and it brought him great comfort. To celebrate, Gu Feng will treat everyone to ice cream. Gu Feng, teacher, I have 2 ice creams. Huang Hai, Gu Feng, can you guarantee that you'll maintain this performance on the next exam? No. And with that, the entire class erupted in laughter. Yet the one most delighted was Luo Yixue. Discovering that Gu Feng had improved by 10 points brought her more joy than her own first-place achievement. Gu Feng, do not underestimate this 10-point gain. In Jiangnan City, there are over 10,000 examinees. A single point can create a gap of hundreds or thousands. A slight miscalculation can lead to significant divergence in fate. I believe in you, Luo Yixue encouraged. Gu Feng, let us be honest, Zhao Yixu. Is this really just a matter of 1 point versus 10? The score line loomed ominously, and even if he scored 10 more points, he still wouldn't make the cut for the key schools. Gu Feng lamented. I won't allow you to speak so negatively about yourself. As soon as the words left her lips, Luo Yixue's expression turned stern, an unusual sight for Gu Feng. Though he would not struggle to find a path in the future, she could not bear to see him succumb to despair. Well, Luo Yixue softly asserted, regardless. This score is concrete, 10 points. Soon, the classmates returned to their seats with their test papers and ice creams. To express her opinion, Luo Yixue even took Gu Feng's paper and examined it closely. She was determined to persuade him to recognize the brilliance within himself, to loudly proclaim that he would succeed. So, Gu Feng, you improved by 10 points because you answered all the multiple-choice questions with B? Indeed, I must admit, this method is far superior to my previous haphazard approach. Luo Yixue was taken aback, speechless at his revelation. Meanwhile, Gu Feng's eyes flickered, a thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. As time passed, it was soon time for lunch. Gu Feng deliberately went to the cafeteria's stir-fry section, ordering an extravagant spread. By the time Luo Yixue arrived, the dishes were already laid out. However, Gu Feng appeared to have little appetite, wearing a distressed expression. Gu Feng, why aren't you eating? Luo Yixue inquired with concern. You go ahead. I suddenly have a toothache. A toothache? How could that be? She frowned slightly, her beautiful brows furrowing. Should I take you to see a dentist? Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need. You wouldn't understand. I'm not actually in pain. Luo Ishua looked at him in confusion, puzzled further by his words. Not really a toothache. Was it a fake toothache? Sensing that the groundwork had been laid, Gu Feng finally sighed. With a forlorn expression, he voiced his troubles. After a morning of introspection, I began to suspect that I was suffering from an affliction. Luo Ishua, I am afflicted with a malady known as ineptitude. I merely subsist on past laurels, failing to honor my deceased parents above and my mentor. Lao Huang below. Chapter 27, Resonance. I am nothing more than a wretched failure who cannot even gain admission to a university. Gu Feng, in a fit of regret, tugged at his hair, releasing the immense anguish that had been brewing in his mind. With desperate eyes fixed on Luo Ishua, he rasped, Ishua, do you think I still have any hope? Of course you do, she replied, momentarily taken aback, her expression a mix of innocence and bewilderment. Unable to fully grasp the situation, she inquired, so, do you mean you wish to study earnestly? As long as you are willing to learn, it is never too late. Luo Ishua attempted to console Gu Feng based on her assumptions. Internally, Gu Feng chuckled darkly, yet outwardly sighed, while her words held truth. The impending college entrance examination loomed ominously. A 3-year period of idleness, such as mine, would make it exceedingly difficult to secure a university spot, even with a newfound determination. After a brief silence, she suggested, what if you repeat a year? With your intelligence, you could easily gain admission to a prestigious university. Luo Ishua's melodious voice rang out. She was not exaggerating. Many believe Gu Feng had only entered Jiangnan No. 1 high school due to financial means, unaware that his middle school entrance exam scores had surpassed hers. Without exception, Gu Feng had earned his place through sheer effort. Ah, Ishua, you don't understand. Repeat a year? Gu Feng immediately shook his head, continuing to dissuade her. Little Ishua, what you don't know is that I have another identity as a CEO. If word of me repeating a year gets out, it would be utterly embarrassing. I am truly wretched. 3 years squandered so carelessly. My deceased parents must be profoundly disappointed in me. Do not think like that. There are surely other options. Seeing Gu Feng engulfed in self-reproach, Luo Ishua felt a pang of sorrow. Perhaps she should accompany him through another year of high school. What shame could there be in repeating a year? Witnessing Gu Feng's ambition, his parents, if aware, would surely be delighted. Just then, Gu Feng shyly suggested, how about this? For the remaining time, little Ishua, could you tutor me? Luo Ishua's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she gazed at him. Gu Feng, are you serious? With the examination approaching, even if I agree to help, how much could you possibly absorb? Yes, seriously, he affirmed. All right then. Ultimately, Luo Ishua acquiesced. She found it nearly impossible to refuse Gu Feng's request. She had promised that if he needed assistance, she would certainly help, having committed herself. Even with just a day left until the exam, she would dedicate herself wholeheartedly to tutoring him. At the very least, after the examination, she could suggest accompanying him for a repeat year. So, you agree? Gu Feng exclaimed with delight upon hearing her words. Chef, add more dishes. Sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, and 2 more bowls of rice. Gu Feng, are you sure we can finish all that? Luo Ishua asked in astonishment. The array of dishes he ordered nearly rivaled a festive feast. We can definitely eat it all. If we can't finish, we can feed the stray dogs. Gu Feng's appetite surged. Little Ishua, it's settled then. Tonight, you're coming to my house for tutoring, and you'll have this oil-braised shrimp. Tonight, at your house for tutoring? Luo Ishua stammered in disbelief, her mind conjuring bizarre imagery. Yes, yes. Don't just stand there, eat. In the blink of an eye, Gu Feng seemed to transform, eagerly serving himself and Luo Ishua. She eyed him suspiciously, sensing that he might have some ulterior motive. What could it be? As she pondered, a moment of clarity struck her, and she finally grasped Gu Feng's intentions. Ding! With a crisp sound, Luo Ishua set her chopsticks down, fixing her gaze on Gu Feng. Eat. Why aren't you eating? Gu Feng felt a chill run down his spine under her scrutiny. Could it be? Had his clumsy acting been uncovered so swiftly? This is bad. The truth might come to light. Well, Gu Feng, here's the thing. I can tutor you, but we must agree beforehand that I will not charge you for it, she stated firmly, looking directly at him. Do you understand my meaning? Of course I do. You're implying it's free. Gu Feng sighed in relief. He had feared it was something more serious. It turned out she was merely wary of him offering her money. Now he felt reassured. As long as her tutoring did not interfere with her coming to his home, everything else was manageable. However, he could not accept her generosity without reciprocation. Let us establish some ground rules. During the tutoring period, I will cover all your meals. Gu Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and joyfully declared. Luo Ishua nodded in agreement. She then picked up a peeled shrimp and placed it into her cherry-red mouth. The shrimp was tender and juicy, delicious. Is it good? Very good. Then I'll peel. And you eat? No, you eat it. We need to save some to feed the dogs. Oh, what did you say? Do I look like a dog to you? In the end, the two of them ate voraciously, yet a considerable amount of food remained. Nevertheless, Gufeng packed the leftovers to feed the stray dogs near the school. That evening, it was only natural for Gufeng to invite Luo Yixue to his home for tutoring. Gufeng, do you live here all by yourself in such a large house? Luo Yixue asked, curiously surveying her surroundings as she stepped into his spacious residence. As she spoke, she suddenly found herself captivated by a family portrait hanging in the living room. It was evident that Gufeng was still in middle school at the time. The three of them, Gufeng, resembling his mother 7 parts and his father 3, stood together. In that fleeting moment, upon seeing the portrait, Luo Yixue's heart sank. Gufeng's parents had tragically passed away in a car accident 3 years prior, while on a business trip. It was said that by the time Gufeng arrived at the funeral home, their remains had already been reduced to ashes, and he had not even been able to say goodbye. In the vast emptiness of the villa, Luo Yixue felt an immediate resonance with the loss of parental figures. Gufeng's parents were gone, and she had never met her biological ones. Gufeng must also feel an immense solitude in his life. In an instant, the discomfort she felt upon entering faded away. She and Gufeng were akin to children abandoned by the world, sharing the same space and providing mutual warmth. Chapter 28, Tutoring. Yes, I live alone. Gufeng replied with a smile as he retrieved 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator and handed one to Luo Yixue before heading to the door to change his shoes. The atmosphere was rather desolate, yet one could become accustomed to it. Take your time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. I shall step out to procure some fruit and return shortly. Before Luo Yixue could utter a word, Gufeng had already dashed out of the villa's entrance. In no time, he found himself at a mobile phone store specializing in fruit-themed devices. Throughout the day, he had not witnessed Luo Yixue using her old phone, leading him to suspect that it might have been lost during the incident when she saved him last night. It was only fitting, both emotionally and logically, for him to present her with a new phone. Welcome to Pineapple Mobile. As Gufeng entered the shop, a salesgirl clad in black fishnet stockings approached him with fervor. Hello, sir. Are you here to conduct business or merely browsing? Bring me your latest, highest-spec Pineapple phone. Choose a color suitable for a female user, and I shall pay by card. Gufeng commanded succinctly, tossing his bank card onto the counter. If he was to purchase, he would only settle for the finest, with top-tier specifications. Sir, how about this model? It's a Couple S edition, akin to the Pineapple 16 Pro Max you currently possess. Gufeng nodded in agreement. That will suffice. The salesgirl's smile widened, her delight palpable in the presence of such a remarkably charming and decisive client. To secure his patronage, she even offered him a year's worth of theft and screen damage insurance. It was no wonder that domestic mobile brands were flourishing. Such exemplary customer service was hard to rival. After exchanging pleasantries with the salesgirl, Gufeng proceeded to a supermarket where he gathered an assortment of snacks, fruits, and vegetables. He thoughtfully selected comfortable sleepwear and slippers for Luo Yixue, along with some toiletries. Upon returning home and arranging the items, he entered the room bearing a beautifully arranged fruit platter, only to find Luo Yixue waiting for him. You're back. Let us begin. At the sight of Gufeng, Luo Yixue instinctively clenched her legs and straightened her posture before the chair. In truth, her anxiety had begun the moment Gufeng left the villa. The outside world was cloaked in darkness, and here she was, alone in a male classmate's home, a classmate who was also solitary and possessed a surprisingly intimidating strength. This realization caused her previously calm demeanor to evaporate, her long eyelashes fluttering as she pondered why their study session was not taking place in a library, a quiet grove, or a Starbucks, but rather in Gufeng's residence. Nervously scanning Gufeng's room, she noted that the sheets and covers were new. What had he purchased? Could it possibly be that? Her mind raced back to the bottle of water Gufeng had handed her. What if that too posed a risk? Little Yixue, I'm back. Look what I brought you. Fishnets, cat ears, professional attire, and your favorite white stockings. Once you're here, there's no leaving. Tonight you belong to me. Gufeng's playful tone made Luo Yixue's eyes widen in shock, her cheeks instantly aflame. This was indeed too terrifying. Gufeng, I'm afraid I cannot tutor you today. Let us reschedule. She thought apologetically as she began to gather her belongings, only for Gufeng to return with the exquisite fruit platter rather than the peculiar items she had feared. A wave of relief washed over her. Let us enjoy some fruit first, Gufeng suggested with a gentle smile, then swiftly kicked the door shut and drew the curtains. Luo Yixue jumped in surprise, her body reacting instinctively to the sudden movement. What does closing the door and drawing the curtains imply? What are you planning? To turn on the air conditioning? Gufeng replied, pressing the remote and quickly lowering the room temperature. As he approached her, Luo Ishua's heart raced. "It's not that warm, is it?" "Not too warm, but your face is glistening with sweat," Gu Feng remarked, observing her delicate, pale cheeks. "Is it? I suppose it's merely nerves," she stammered. "Well, the bedroom has a washroom. Would you like to freshen up?" "No, that is unnecessary. We must focus on the tutoring. I can wash my face when I return home." Gu Feng felt a twinge of disappointment at her refusal. The time for relaxation was clearly over. "All right then, where shall we begin? Mathematics? I will start with a few example problems. You must pay close attention. Under the bright lights." Gu Feng nodded occasionally and furrowed his brows in thought. At last, as the clock struck 10, they concluded their tutoring session. "Ah, little Ishua, your explanations have been immensely enlightening. You see, you tutor me without charge, and I feel quite guilty about it." Gu Feng took out the newly purchased mobile phone. "I have bought you a phone. Please do not decline. This is too extravagant." "I cannot accept it," Luo Ishua replied, momentarily taken aback. Gu Feng had anticipated her refusal and was prepared with a counterargument. With a serious expression, he stated, "You refuse it then? Do you not wish for me to be well?" Luo Ishua looked at him, puzzled by his sudden outburst. "Of course. I want you to be well, but then accept it. Consider your old phone. Its performance surely pales in comparison to this new device. When you help me with my studies, I should be able to communicate with you efficiently." Luo Ishua remained silent. "Thus, little Ishua, my gift to you is entirely self-serving. You wouldn't want to hinder our study efficiency due to phone issues, would you? Very well, I shall use the phone for now. Once I save enough money, I will repay you." After much contemplation, Luo Ishua accepted the phone, recognizing her current need for one. The matter of money could be addressed later. Seeing her acceptance, Gu Feng smiled nonchalantly. After a long evening of playing the role of the diligent student, he had finally bestowed the phone upon her. Now, he needed to address Luo Ishua's accommodation concerns. "Gu Feng, it's getting late. Let us call a night." Before he could persuade her to stay longer, Luo Ishua rose to depart. If she lingered any longer, she might miss the last bus home. "Very well, I shall see you off," Gu Feng replied readily. He genuinely wished for her to stay the night, yet felt it was not the right moment to voice his desire. Upon hearing his offer, Luo Ishua's gaze softened, her previous wariness dissipating. Gu Feng was indeed kind. She should not question his character. However, perhaps his excessive politeness left her with a lingering sense of conflict and disappointment. Chapter 29, Duty Day. Under the cold, silvery moonlight, Luo Ishua's solitary yet graceful silhouette stood out. The streetlights flanking her cast elongated shadows of her elegant form. Suddenly, the roar of an engine shattered the night's tranquility. "Gu Feng," Luo Ishua turned in surprise to see him approaching. She had never imagined that his offer to see her off would extend to accompanying her all the way to her doorstep. "It's far too late for you to return home alone, especially as a young woman. What if something were to happen? Come, get in." Luo Ishua stood frozen, her mind racing, but before she could protest, Gu Feng pulled her into the car. As they traversed the bustling night market, illuminated by dazzling neon lights, they finally arrived at the residential complex where Luo Ishua resided. "Gu Feng, thank you for escorting me home. I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourself." Luo Ishua cautioned Gu Feng. "Indeed. See you tomorrow," Gu Feng replied as he parked the car at the entrance of the building. Just as he was about to exit, a tall, slender shadow suddenly appeared outside the car window, capturing both of their attention. Luo Ishua stared at the figure, her expression laden with complexity. Due to the tinted windows, those inside the car could see clearly outside, while the outsiders remained oblivious to the occupants within. The man initially glanced towards the car and then squatted at the entrance of the building, picking up a cigarette but to place in his mouth. He began to smoke while launching into a tirade of furious curses. "That ungrateful girl. How dare she delete the location? Now I can't find a job. With such a beautiful face, instead of earning quick money, she chooses to scrub dishes and pursue some university degree. Oof, what a worthless piece of trash. I'll just wait here. I don't believe I one tea catch her." From Luo Ishua's reaction, Gu Feng had surmised the situation. This man, squatting and smoking, was undoubtedly Luo Ishua's eccentric foster father, Tang Kuan. Observing the reddening of her eyes, Gu Feng found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to provide silent companionship. "Gu Feng, may I stay at your place for the night?" Luo Ishua suddenly whispered, her voice tinged with quiet sobs. Tang Kuan was seeking her solely for money, and she had already exhausted her funds. Confronting Tang Kuan would only plunge her deeper into despair and anguish. "In that case, let us avoid him. Is that all right, Gu Feng?" He nodded, his eyes filled with compassion for the girl. He never anticipated that Luo Ishua would find refuge in his home in such a manner. The following day, Gu Feng set an early alarm to prepare breakfast. With the Empress residing in his home, he felt compelled to maintain his diligent persona. "What is this?" he exclaimed, taken aback by the nutritious breakfast laid out before him. Hot milk, boiled eggs, and sandwiches. Someone had beaten him to it. With a wry smile, he picked up a note left on the table. "Feng, it's my turn to do the chores today. I've left, but remember to have breakfast." Chores. Isn't that usually the responsibility of the cleaning lady? Feng furrowed his brow in confusion, then checked the duty roster in their class group chat. What in the world? His mouth fell agape, feeling as though he had been stunned for a millennium. The duty list clearly indicated that he and Luo Yixue were partners. Not just today, but it had always been the case. He had never realized this, and it dawned on him that someone had been quietly bearing the burden for him all along. Suddenly, even the breakfast prepared by the Empress lost its appeal. How could he possibly eat now? While the milk was still warm and Luo Yixue had not yet departed, he decisively chose to follow her. "Wait, Yixue, don't get in the car yet. I'll accompany you today." He hastily sent her a message and stuffed the breakfast into a bento box before rushing out. In a swift turn of events, Feng reached the bus stop just in time to see a bus pull in, its doors opening. A pair of long, fair legs wrapped in white stockings stepped onto the bus. Realizing there was little time, Feng leaped forward, making a grand stride, narrowly boarding the bus before the doors closed behind him. In front of him stood the owner of those stunning legs. Caught off guard, the woman in white stockings had yet to notice that she had a fellow passenger. In such close proximity, Feng's breath brushed against her delicate neck, causing her earlobes to flush a charming shade of pink. Luo Yixue shivered slightly, her eyes widening in surprise and suddenly filled with indignation as she became aware of the presence of an unwelcome observer. Turning around to confront him, she felt a hand rest upon her shoulder. "How dare you? It's that lecher," she thought furiously. Enraged, she prepared to deliver a swift kick, but just then, she caught sight of a familiar, chiseled face. As she instinctively retracted her leg, she stumbled backward. Fortunately, Feng reacted quickly, reaching out to grasp her slender waist. "Feng, what are you doing here?" Luo Yixue was taken aback. He should still be asleep at this hour. Realizing his hand lingered on her waist, a blush crept across her cheeks. Reluctantly, Feng let go, letting out a sigh. "Well, it's a long story. I forgot to bring change when I left. Could you help me swipe your bus card?" "Oh, here's my card. You can use it," Luo Yixue replied, her cheeks still tinged with color. "Beep. Student card. Here you go. Thank you," she said gently. "This isn't the best place to chat. There are seats in the back. Let us sit there." "Sound good." As they made their way to the rear, Feng offered her the window seat while he settled into the aisle seat. "What prompted you to rise so early today?" Luo Yixue glanced out the window, brushing a stray hair behind her ear. In her memory, Feng was always punctual to school, never having seen him arrive early. Since entering the third year of high school, he had driven himself to and from school. What was different today? Chapter 30. My weakness is you. Feng busied himself with the food he had packed, stuffing it into his mouth. "You're up early too, huh? The bus is convenient for eating." Luo Yixue detected an underlying implication in his words. Observing his gluttonous demeanor, she hesitated but couldn't resist offering a gentle reminder. "You could have eaten at home. You had time." At that moment, Feng suddenly flicked her forehead. "Ouch. You know it hurts?" he retorted, setting aside his food with feigned annoyance. "I thought you regarded me as a delicate little wife who couldn't fend for herself." "Why would you say that?" Luo Yixue inquired curiously. Feng, slightly irritated, responded. "We're clearly in the same duty group, so why don't you ever call me when it's our turn?" Luo Yixue blinked her beautiful eyes, locking gazes with him, her heart racing before she quickly averted her gaze. "It's not that I don't consider you. I just hesitated a bit." "Hesitated? Why?" "Because I fear you might strike me." Feng was momentarily speechless. So it turns out she regarded him as a formidable beast. Yet there was another reason that Luo Yixue refrained from voicing. In class, she often found herself the target of others' ridicule, while Feng was notoriously difficult to provoke. With her overwhelming sense of inferiority, how could she muster the courage to speak to him? Moreover, duty shifts were hardly burdensome. It merely required arriving a bit earlier, and completing the task alone was just as feasible. After a brief pause, she weakly added, "It's really not a big deal." Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of pity and amusement. How could it be the same? When two people share a responsibility, placing that burden solely on you is undeniably unfair. Should there be a next time? "Oh, I shall punish you with a boiled egg." As he spoke, Feng had already presented a smooth, peeled egg before Luo Yixue. "This is for you. I've already had one. Be good. Obey. Open your mouth, Luo Yixue. Feng, haven't you noticed that everyone is watching us?" she said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Since Feng boarded the vehicle, She had noticed the occasional curious gaze from strangers directed their way. Perhaps it was simply because Gu Feng was strikingly handsome. When she rode alone, such attention was rare. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, only then realizing that numerous eyes within the carriage were indeed fixated upon them. Some gazed with envy, others with unabashed jealousy, while several wore expressionless faces. Regardless, Gu Feng paid little mind to them. If they've noticed, it's merely because of your good looks. Once you finish the egg, I assure you they turn their gaze elsewhere. Puffed. A seemingly affectionate middle-aged couple in the front row instantly broke into smiles of amusement. If a singular beauty or handsome man boarded the bus, it might not garner much attention. However, when a pair of striking individuals appeared, the captivating effect could potentially double. Who could resist sneaking a glance at a couple with such high attractiveness engaged in playful banter? After all, we live in an era that revels in shipping couples. If that weren't the case, there wouldn't be an abundance of CP variety shows and sweet romantic dramas captivating audiences. Even the bus driver deliberately reduced the speed, as if concerned that the girl might choke on the egg being fed to her. It was evident that not only the passengers, but even the driver had a penchant for indulging in this display of affection. Little beauty, your boyfriend is so attentive towards you. You should just accept him. Yes, yes. Within the carriage, someone was the first to speak up, prompting a chorus of encouragement from the rest. Luo Yixue's face flushed crimson. Why does everyone assume that Gu Feng and I are a couple? Must I truly eat the egg? Oh, please, let there be an earthquake, or at least a crack in the ground for me to hide in. Noticing that the crowd was fanning the flames, Gu Feng quickly adjusted his demeanor and swallowed the egg whole. Xiao Yixue, today as boiled egg tastes delightful. Remember, don't forget me during the next duty shift. Otherwise, haha. Gu Feng scanned the surroundings, revealing a mischievous smile. Otherwise, I shall expose you before the public. Just ask if you're scared. Luo Yixue, feeling exasperated, rubbed her forehead. Gu Feng had indeed come to her rescue. She anticipated that he could be so mischievously wicked. Nevertheless, she was no pushover. A smirk of defiance crossed Luo Yixue's mind. Finally, as the bus emptied out, a glimmer of cunning appeared in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Gu Feng and said, Gu Feng, I've made my decision. What have you decided? Gu Feng instinctively inquired. We're going to your house today to tutor you in your studies. Really? Gu Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled. How had this girl suddenly become so enlightened? Excellent, excellent. The Empress's progress was remarkable. This meant more time for him to interact with her. Yes, I've thought it through. Before we sleep tonight, please make sure to complete 2 more sets of practice papers. This way, I can conveniently identify your weaknesses for guidance. And rest assured, if you don't sleep, I won't tea either. I shall quietly watch you work. Gu Feng. What? Are you a devil? Luo Yixue? This girl is no good. Yixue, I truly believe you need not go to such lengths. I might think you are seeking personal revenge. Gu Feng said in the most cowardly tone while attempting to sound intimidating. Luo Yixue lifted her beautiful eyelids, her brilliant eyes locking onto his. Then, will you be able to do it? The Empress gazed at him in such a way that no one could withstand it. Gu Feng's heart skipped a beat, and his face flushed. Well, if you're by my side, I suppose I could manage. Gu Feng sighed, feeling as though he had conceded. Every cause has its effect. After all, who could resist the allure of her? At 7:30 in the morning, the bustling rush hour commenced. Pedestrians hurried along, some heading to work, others to school, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of society. Yet, at that moment, a throng had gathered at the entrance of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. I'm here to find my daughter. On what grounds do you deny me entry? The center of the crowd was alive with the shouting between a security guard and an irate stranger. No one can enter, not even you as a parent. Don't you understand that unless in special circumstances, only students and faculty are permitted? It's the rule. Do you comprehend? I care not for your pathetic rules. My daughter has been missing since she enrolled in your school, and who knows if she's been harmed by some male teacher. Chapter 31, The Rescue. How dare you Jiangnan No. 1 High School pride yourselves as a prestigious institution? You must summon your highest authority at once. I demand an explanation for my daughter today. Meanwhile, just outside the crowd, upon hearing that arrogant voice, Gu Feng, who was about to step through the school gate, abruptly halted. Whose voice is that? Suddenly, a vivid scene from the previous night at Luo Yixue's apartment complex flashed in his mind. Kone, Deng Kuwen. Turning his head, he instantly recognized the tall, lean man arguing with the security guard as the same Tang Kuwen he had seen the night before. Tang Kuwen was loudly confronting the school's entrance. He was furious. Last night, he had waited outside Luo Yixue's rental apartment for hours without seeing her. Frustrated, he had come to Jiangnan No. 1 High School demanding answers. Upon hearing that voice, Luo Yixue's expression shifted to one of complexity. Her attitude towards Gu Feng abruptly cooled, becoming distant and aloof. He's my adoptive father. Now you understand how unfortunate my situation is, don't you? I'm sorry, but I can no longer help you with your studies. Luo Yixue coldly declared before striding towards Tang Kun. Gu Feng swiftly grasped her arm. We agreed to do our duty today together. You wouldn't dare to back out. Would you? Gu Feng sighed softly, addressing her. Had she activated her self-protection mechanism, treating him this way? Luo Yixue struggled momentarily, but could not free herself. Her pert nose tinged with emotion as she gazed at Gu Feng, feeling somewhat vulnerable. If others knew she had such a guardian, they would likely wish to distance themselves as far as possible. Yet, Gu Feng consistently treated her with equality. You've seen it for yourself. Uncle Tang won't leave until he sees me. Luo Yixue's gentle voice chimed in. Gu Feng remarked. It's not that he won't leave because he can't see you. Rather, it's the absence of money that keeps him here. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue nodded, tacitly acknowledging Gu Feng's assertion. Then, she searched her entire being and produced all the money she possessed, which amounted to less than 20 yuan. This is the money for today as study materials. It's all here. I'll go give it to him. Gu Feng shook his head once more and said, You may have given it today, but what about tomorrow? Luo Yixue looked at him with a hint of confusion. Gu Feng gestured for her to leave. Trust me, I have a way to make him depart. A warmth enveloped her heart, and though her gaze wavered slightly, she ultimately hesitated and said, Gu Feng, you're not planning to hit him, are you? She had witnessed Gu Feng's prowess. A single punch could send someone to the ICU. If violence erupted here, Gu Feng's university aspirations would be jeopardized. Moreover, Uncle Tang's family had raised her for a time, and she, rest assured, I won't resort to violence. Gu Feng assured her. With his promise, Luo Yixue finally stepped into the school gate, her emotions a tangled web. Gu Feng's expression was icy as he pushed through the crowd. The argument at the entrance continued unabated. Hey, I've never seen a parent speak so ill of their own daughter. The security guard was amused by Tang Kuen's words. What kind of child has a parent like you? You must have accumulated 8 generations of bad luck. You claim your daughter attends number 1 high school. Then tell me, which class is she in, and what is her name? Tang Kun declared confidently, My daughter is in class 3 of the senior year, named Luo. Hey, who the hell is messing with me? Before he could finish, Tang Kun felt a heavy slap on his shoulder, a sharp, numbing pain causing him to gasp. Turning to find a student from number 1 high school, Tang Kuen's anger only intensified. This young man had struck him so forcefully while wearing a seemingly benign expression. In front of so many witnesses, he had no justification to retaliate against the student. Yet, his words were far from courteous. What the hell? Why did you slap me? Tang Kun yelled indignantly. I passed by and heard you were looking for a student from class 3 of the senior year. Coincidentally, I'm also in that class. Gu Feng replied with a smile. Is that so? Then you must know my daughter. How wonderful! Tang Kun exclaimed with delight, momentarily forgetting the slap he had just received. Gu Feng nodded and said, Your daughter's surname is Luo, right? Coincidentally, we have a classmate with the surname Luo. She is beautiful, kind-hearted, and consistently ranks at the top of our year. I just wonder if she is the one you're looking for. Tang Kun, excited, slapped his thigh and replied, What's there to doubt? That is the girl I'm looking for. You're her classmate, right? Hurry and call her out. Just tell her her father is looking for her. Gu Feng, unhurried, nodded. All right, I can call her, but may I ask your surname, uncle? Em Dang. Why do you ask? Oh, you mentioned earlier that you were Luo's father? Yes. Wait a moment. Tang Kun paused. What do you mean? Gu Feng then redirected his gaze, coldly addressing the security guard. Sir, we pay such exorbitant tuition every year. Is it merely to support idle individuals? Why don't you escort this irrelevant person out? The security guard recognized Gu Feng immediately, the student known for his flamboyant car and reputation. Even the principal would offer him a cigarette. With no fondness for Tang Kun, he swiftly ordered the others to expel him. Tang Kun was left dumbfounded. This lad had just been speaking up for him, and now his demeanor shifted faster than his gambling losses. What stunned him further was that several security guards were genuinely preparing to eject him at a student's command. You need to clarify your words. What do you mean? Gu Feng coldly stated, Luo Yixue's surname is Luo, and you claim to be your father. Do you have any proof? Birth certificates, household registration, paternity tests. Do you have any of those to show? Tang Kuen's face turned ashen with anger. She is my adopted daughter. How could I possibly have such documents? Gu Feng, uninterested in further discourse, signaled, and several security guards rushed forward. I sensed something was off about this man, who would tarnish their own daughter's reputation. Turns out he is a fraud. Indeed, how could such a scoundrel of a father exist in this world? Such filth should be apprehended by the police and executed countless times. In an instant, Tang Kuan felt the weight of public scorn. I'll be damned. If this old fool shows up again, I'll call the police. This is called provoking trouble, and the police will have plenty to say to him. Tang Kuan's heart sank as he turned to glare at Gu Feng with venomous eyes. Fine, you win this time. But this isn't over. I'll remember you. Just wait. After delivering his final threat, Tang Kuan stormed off in a huff. Upon Gu Feng's return, Luo Yixue had already tidied the classroom. With only a few tasks left, opening the windows for ventilation and arranging the desks and chairs, the day's duty would be complete. As Gu Feng opened the windows, two girls outside snickered, pointing at Luo Yixue and mocking her background. Gu Feng would not tolerate their behavior, expressionless. He seized the filthy water used to clean the mop and splashed it over the two girls. With a splatter, one girl found her padded bra soaked through. Who did that? The girls shrieked loudly, drawing the attention of several passers-by. Isn't that Shunjia and Zhao Huahua from Class 1? What is happening? It looks like they've been splashed with water. Who would dare to splash them? Those two are notorious for their fiery tempers. Who else but Gu Feng? He is known for his unyielding nature. It seems there's a spectacle brewing. Who did it? Which fool splashed water? Come out so I can tear you apart. I did it. Enjoying yourself? Gu Feng's voice cut through the commotion. The two girls glared up at him, realizing they were now facing a formidable opponent. You're Gu Feng from Class 3, the one who is notoriously hard to provoke? Upon recognizing him, their expressions soured. The rumors of his relationship with Luo Yixue were evidently true, explaining his defense of her. Gu Feng smirked, having prepared himself for a confrontation. Yet the two girls fell silent. Enjoying yourself? I'm not exactly thrilled. Listen, I don't care which class you're in. Luo Yixue is my girlfriend. If I hear any more of such talk, things won't be so simple, understood? Gu Feng stated coldly. In this world, there are two things that should never be mocked. One is dreams, and the other is one's origins. The two young women were caught off guard by the water, struggling to cough, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They wished to reclaim their dignity, but after much contemplation, they found themselves bereft of any plausible excuse. Was it not reckless of them to approach the entrance of Class 3 and point fingers, inviting scorn from others? Thus, they resigned themselves to silence. Huahua, I heard that Gu Feng hits women. We needn't stoop to his level. Let us leave. One of the girls, named Shunjia, whispered to her companion. Zhao Huahua inhaled the scent emanating from Shunjia, then from herself. What sort of water had been thrown upon them? It reeked of footbath water. Let us leave. Then, remaining here is far too humiliating. While we still have time, let us hurry back for a shower. I feel utterly filthy. The two girls, exchanging disdainful remarks, murmured as they departed. Gu Feng leaped down from the windowsill, only to discover Luo Yixue quietly engrossed in her own tasks behind him, seemingly unfazed by the earlier commotion. Perhaps she had long grown accustomed to such gossip, or perhaps the number of people she genuinely cared for in this world had dwindled considerably. Not long after, as they finished tidying up, Luo Yixue inquired about the situation at the school gate. Gu Feng, has Uncle Tang left? He has. That's good. Gu Feng could not suppress his curiosity. Aren't you at all interested in how I handled it? Luo Yixue glanced out the window, a smile gracing her lips. I was aware of everything they said. Thank you, Gu Feng, she expressed earnestly. In a world where few held significance for her, Gu Feng was undoubtedly one of them. Gu Feng nodded in realization. What comes next? What do you intend to do? He asked. Luo Yixue furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating seriously for a moment before uttering two words, negotiation. Had it been before, Luo Yixue's response would have leaned towards compromise and submission. Yet for some reason, upon meeting Gu Feng's radiant gaze, she felt an unexpected sense of security. Gu Feng, tomorrow is a holiday, and I wish to visit Uncle's home. This time, I no longer wish to evade the matter. I want to have a proper conversation with them. A hint of a smile appeared on Gu Feng's lips as he replied. That's not permissible. You still owe me a tutoring session tomorrow, unless you allow me to accompany you. Are you serious? Do you really want to go? Luo Yixue asked, uncertainty tinged with a hint of joy in her tone. Yes, I'm serious. Thank you. Are you genuinely thanking me? Absolutely. I don't believe it unless you let me skip a few assignments. Luo Yixue. The following day, guided by navigation, the two arrived at Tang Kuan's residence. A black Mercedes G-Class slowly parked outside the dilapidated tenement building. This particular Mercedes was once favored by Gu Feng's father during his lifetime. Due to the state of the roads, Gu Feng drove it up. After ascending a rusted staircase, they arrived at a wooden door, where Luo Yixue raised her hand and knocked. The door was opened by a woman in her 40s, her cheekbones slightly prominent. You ungrateful girl, how dare you return? The harshness of her voice cut through the air like a knife. Auntie, It's a holiday today. I came to see you. Luo Yixue offered the fruits she had brought along. Guoming, upon seeing the gift, Jialing's demeanor softened, albeit only slightly. However, her expression soured again upon discovering the bag contained only a few apples and oranges. I'm not saying this to be rude, but you traveled all this way to bring such meager offerings for your uncle? How can you show your face? Nonetheless, she allowed Luo Yixue to enter. Since you are here, let us get straight to the point. What have you decided regarding what your uncle and I discussed before? After a brief silence, Luo Yixue replied, Auntie, I am determined to continue my studies. My primary reason for returning this time is to see you both, and, secondly, to have a serious discussion with uncle and you. What is there to discuss? What is there to talk about? Jialing's reaction was explosive, her anger flaring as she jumped up, her brow furrowed in fury. It was a mistake for the Tang family to adopt you. Have you lost your conscience? You only think about going to university. Do you think it's free? We've raised you all these years, and this is how you repay us. You now face two choices. Either drop out and work, or get married. Your uncle has told me that that wealthy fellow is fortunate to have his eye on you. Marrying him means a life of luxury. How can that not be better than pursuing an education? Auntie, I have made myself very clear. I will not drop out, nor will I marry someone I do not love. Faced with Jialing's aggression, Luo Yixue finally displayed the determination she should have had, resolutely reiterating her stance. Who taught you such words? Have you learned to talk back? Our family situation is what it is because of you. In Jialing's mind, had Luo Yixue agreed to be with that wealthy man earlier, the enormous debts owed by Tang Kun would have been resolved long ago. Perhaps they would have already moved away from this dilapidated building and lived a life of affluence. Now, Tang Kun resembled a rat fleeing from a cat, too afraid to return home, and Jialing blamed all of it on Luo Yixue. You bring misfortune. You are the reason our family is in chaos. Jialing pointed accusingly at Luo Yixue's forehead, ignoring Gu Feng, who stood at the door as she unleashed the most venomous words upon Luo Yixue. These malicious words echoed through the half-open door and reached Gu Feng's ears, causing his hands to clench tightly, veins bulging. It was unfathomable how Luo Yixue had grown up in such a suffocating environment. Seeing Jialing become physical, Gu Feng instinctively placed himself in front of Luo Yixue. His towering figure effectively shielded her from all of Jialing's assaults. Jialing attempted to push him back, but Gu Feng remained unyielding, causing her to recoil in pain. Ouch! Is your body made of iron? That hurts. Only then did Jialing take notice of Gu Feng, her expression shifting to one of disdain as she saw someone of similar age to Luo Yixue standing before her. Ma'am, just as Gu Feng attempted to speak, Jialing's brash tone interrupted him. Who are you calling, ma'am? Who do you think you are, meddling in our family affairs? It's obvious you're just another one of Luo Yixue's companions. With that thought, Jialing's anger intensified. You worthless pair. I thought you were high and mighty. But it turns out you're just a gigolo. No wonder you moved out. At this point, there was no longer any necessity for negotiation. Luo Yixue could only grip Gu Feng's arm tightly, preventing him from delivering a deadly slap to Jialing. Gu Feng had already accumulated enough trouble on her behalf. She could not burden him further. Upon reflection, were her uncle and aunt truly the type to reason with others? Perhaps she had been overly optimistic about today's negotiation. Gu Feng, since aunt is in a foul mood, let us depart for now. Gu Feng shot a cold glance at Jialing. Not wishing to place Luo Yixue in a difficult position, he reluctantly nodded. Just as they were about to leave, however, Jialing stepped in front of the wooden door, blocking their exit. You insolent girl. No one leaves until we clarify this matter. Jialing was unyielding, and although Gu Feng's gaze was intimidating, she perceived it as mere theatrics. What can a mere boy do to her? Gu Feng let out a cold laugh, genuinely tempted to teach this brazen woman a lesson. Yet, he had no justification to act, as he was not yet Luo Yixue's true boyfriend. If he recklessly struck her, it would only complicate matters for Luo Yixue. But doing nothing was not in Gu Feng's nature. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, capturing Gu Feng's attention. A boy clad in oversized logo apparel sauntered in, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The moment the trendy boy entered, Jialing's demeanor transformed instantaneously. Her change of heart as swift as lightning. Our son is back. The boy settled onto the sofa, and Jialing promptly lit his cigarette with a sharp snap. Huff! Whose Big G is parked downstairs? The boy inquired, exhaling a plume of smoke. Big G? What is that? Jialing asked, her face a mask of confusion. The car. It's the kind of vehicle driven by the affluent. The boy explained impatiently. If it were mine, that would be splendid. Yeah, little brat. You've returned too? After a moment, the boy finally noticed Luo Yixue scrutinizing her from head to toe. Mom, have you discussed family matters with her? Hurry, make her marry. The more dowry, the better. I want to buy a big G. He then turned back to Luo Yishue, threateningly adding, little brat, my parents have found a good match for you. Hurry up and get married, understand? Upon hearing this, Jialing quickly chimed in, yes, yes. Your brother is right. If you have any sense, you should marry soon. You have the skill to chase after pretty boys. You can't find someone who drives a big G? Jialing's insinuation was clear as she cast a sidelong glance at Gufeng. Mom, who is he? Tang Xiaodi asked Jialing, glancing at Gufeng. He seems quite wealthy. Oh, him? Enough. Just be quiet. I'll ask myself. Tang Xiaodi tossed aside his cigarette, but, rising from the sofa with narrowed eyes. That big G downstairs, it can't possibly belong to you, right? No. The car belongs to my father. Hearing this, Tang Xiaodi's expression soured with disappointment. So, like me, you're just a poser in fake brands. He then sneered, by the way, little brat, your taste in people is rather poor. Luo Yishue furrowed her brow. She could endure the insults hurled at her by the Tang family, but not those directed at Gufeng. It was only at this moment that her pent-up anger erupted. First of all, he is not a poser. His name is Gufeng, she exclaimed. She then turned to Jialing secondly. He is not some pretty boy. He is my classmate and friend. I will not allow you to show such disrespect to my friend. Aunt Xiaodi, I must return to study. I will visit you again when I have the time. Tang Xiaodi finally displayed a look of astonishment, gazing at Luo Yishue in disbelief. Oh, little brat, your temper has certainly improved since the last time we met. Not only do your parents not call for you, but you even dare to retort against my mother. Since you all have labeled me a money loser, it is evident that I am unworthy of being a daughter of the Tang family. Besides, they are not even my biological parents. Luo Yishue stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Jialing's fury nearly reached its peak. She had never witnessed such defiance from Luo Yishue. Bolstered by Tang Xiaodi's presence, her arrogance surged. Oh, you little money loser. You truly have gone too far. Jialing charged at Luo Yishue once more, and in the ensuing scuffle, Luo Yishue's phone slipped from her pocket and fell to the ground. In that instant, Tang Xiaodi's eyes gleamed with interest. He quickly spotted the fashionable and expensive smartphone that had fallen from Luo Yishue's pocket. A pineapple phone, quite valuable. Luo Yishue, honestly, did you sell yourself to afford such a phone? Tang Xiaodi picked up the device, examining it with fascination. Mom, this little girl dares to hide money from us. This phone is mine now. Before he could revel in his discovery, he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him, his neck seized by an unseen grip. With a surge of fear came the suffocating sensation of being lifted off the ground. Mom, save me. Tang Xiaodi kicked out desperately, pleading with Jialing. If you dare to touch my son, I will fight you. Jialing brandished a feather duster and charged forward, but Gufeng did not even flinch. In an effortless motion, he lifted both mother and son with one hand each. In that moment, their terror reached a crescendo. Gufeng's expression was frigid. With the slightest movement of his fingers, he could bring about their demise. This was perhaps the closest they had ever come to death. Luo Yishue, dear child, please make him let go. Jialing's face turned pale, her lips a shade of purple as her fragmented voice broke through. Mom, I want to see Granny. Tang Xiaodi's eyes rolled back in fear. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Yishue urged, Gufeng, enough. Let them go. She was genuinely afraid that with a mere twitch of Gufeng's hand, he might end their lives. If Gufeng were to bear the weight of a life taken, his future would be irrevocably shattered. Gufeng's cold gaze remained fixed on the pair before he finally released his grip. This time, consider it a lesson. Next time, you may not be so fortunate, understood? Cough, cough. We understand. They wheezed, collapsing to the ground like defeated animals, choking as they spoke. Gufeng was indeed a formidable character. Both felt immense regret. Had they recognized reality sooner, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Let's depart. Luo Yishue said despondently, casting one last glance at the two. Jialing, typically so domineering, now trembled on the floor, not daring to utter a sound. After an indeterminate amount of time, upon hearing the sound of footsteps retreating in the corridor, Jialing cautiously moved to the window, exhaling a long breath. So, they're gone. The money loser and that boy drove away. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaodi, who had just been sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes wide open. He cursed vehemently, those damned dog men. How dare they treat me this way? I will ensure they pay for this. Tang Xiaodi, filled with resentment, stormed to the window and peered down. Where had that G-class gone? He seized Jialing by the collar. Did you see what car they drove off in? The same one they arrived in. It was big and black, Jialing replied. Her knowledge of luxury cars limited to that description. Tang Xiaoti's lips twisted in anger as he exclaimed, "Are you an idiot?" They drove off in the G-Class I mentioned. The imported G-Class, worth several million. So my sister is dating such a wealthy boyfriend. And it's all your fault for being such a fool that you scared her away. With that, Tang Xiaoti slapped Jia Ling twice, leaving her face bruised and swollen. She had never anticipated that the unscrupulous couple, Luo Yixue and her partner, would leave her unscathed, only to be struck by her own son. "Son, what are you saying? That big black car is worth millions?" Jia Ling said incredulously. After all, he was her own son. She could endure the blows. The pressing matter was how to obtain that G-Class. Tang Xiaoti glared disdainfully at Jia Ling, pushing her forward. "What nonsense! If I had that G-Class, what kind of women couldn't I attract?" Jia Ling stepped back, her mind racing at his words. Soon, a smile of persuasion graced her face as she approached Tang Xiaoti. "Don't worry, son. It's just a G-Class. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to school and demand compensation from your sister to get that car for you." "But the car isn't even my sister's," Tang Xiaoti muttered. It will be. Even if it isn't, we'll make it happen." Seeing her son's mood lift, Jia Ling couldn't help but beam, as if already lost in a dream of her daughter climbing the social ladder and marrying into wealth. It seemed the Tang family was about to turn their fortunes around. The more she thought, the more thrilled she became. And she promptly pulled out her phone to call Tang Kun. "Kun, yeah, excellent news. Tremendous news. Our family is about to strike it rich. Tang Kun." Overjoyed upon receiving Jia Ling's call, wasted no time. The next morning, they both appeared at the entrance of the high school. After inquiring with the students, they confirmed that their daughter was indeed dating a wealthy heir named Gu Feng. Upon hearing this news, the couple could hardly contain their excitement. If this relationship came to fruition, the Tang family would be soaring to new heights. Would they ever lack for money again? Just then, a security guard noticed Tang Kun at the school gate and brandished a baton to shoo him away. "Hey, who do you think you are, you filthy security guard? Do you think you can act tough? Just one phone call, and I can have you fired." Tang Kun retorted coldly, challenging the guard. Jia Ling nudged him, urging him to tone it down. Times had changed, and Luo Yixue's status was no longer the same. They needed to curry favor to gain any advantage. They could not afford for Luo Yixue to hold a grudge against them. "Jia, you don't understand. That security guard and that student teamed up against me yesterday. It was infuriating. I have to make things right today," Tang Kun insisted, recounting the unpleasant encounter. Jia Ling countered, "Why bother with a filthy student and a security guard? It's embarrassing. I believe you should call Yixue and tell her it was my fault for not treating them properly. Today at noon, we must invite her and Xiaogu to our home for dinner. I need to apologize to them in person." Chapter 35, 100 million for her background. "Fat Ling, it's all thanks to you. I almost forgot the most important thing," Tang Kun exclaimed, excitedly pulling out his phone. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine echoed as a sports car gradually came to a stop at the school entrance. The security guard merely glanced over before retreating into the booth to lift the barrier. At that moment, Jia Ling spotted Gu Feng in the driver's seat. "It's him," she exclaimed, tugging at Tang Kun's sleeve in excitement. "Did you see? That's the guy who took Yixue home yesterday. Go greet him." However, the memory of nearly being choked by Gu Feng the day before made her hesitant, so she urged Tang Kun to approach first. Tang Kun, upon recognizing Gu Feng, felt a surge of anger. "That's the brat who teamed up with the guard against me. Just wait. By the way, did you already meet Xiaogu yesterday?" Jia Ling suddenly felt an ominous premonition. At that moment, the security guard politely greeted Gu Feng, raising the barrier. Seeing this, Tang Kun and Jia Ling stood dumbfounded. Jia Ling stared at Tang Kun, realizing they had both offended Gu Feng. Was their dream of a wealthy son-in-law and a luxurious lifestyle slipping away? Absolutely not. Gritting her teeth, Jia Ling resolved to solidify this matter today. "Xiaogu, good morning." As Gu Feng accelerated into the school, Jia Ling hastily pulled Tang Kun in front of the car, acting as a human roadblock. With a forced smile, she approached Gu Feng to ingratiate herself. The window rolled down, revealing an unfortunate absence. Luo Yixue was not in the car. "Xiaogu, do I know you?" Gu Feng replied coolly, showing no warmth. Jia Ling's expression stiffened, and Tang Kun awkwardly stepped forward. "Little brother, don't tell me you've forgotten our heartfelt conversation yesterday." "Indeed, Xiaogu. You and Yixue came to my house yesterday, and I didn't have the chance to properly host you. You must join us for lunch today." "Sorry, I only slap faces, not accept invitations," Gu Feng replied, casting a glance at the security guard. "Uncle Security, I think you should escort them away. There have been a lot of human traffickers around lately. Did you hear what Xiaogu said? If you don't leave, I will call the police." "What police? That kid is talking nonsense. We are upstanding citizens." Tang Kun argued with the guard. Gu Feng watched their panicked expressions as he sped off. I don't care. You caused a scene here for 2 days straight. Take any issues to the police. The couple, thoroughly humiliated, had no choice but to leave. What attitude! And Ishue doesn't even know how to manage her boyfriend. Is this how she speaks to her future father-in-law? Calling us human traffickers? Tang Kuan fumed as they walked away. Suddenly, he halted, noticing Jia Ling's gaze upon him, and quickly closed his mouth. Ling, I didn't say anything. That kid called us human traffickers. Shut up. Who told you that? Jia Ling immediately issued a stern warning to Tang Kuan, her tone shifting as she continued. This money-squandering fool desires to attend university. Ultimately, she seeks to liberate herself from our grasp. Unless I am dead. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jia Ling's eyes as a novel scheme took shape in her mind. Meanwhile, Tang Kuan recognized that this might very well be their final opportunity to extract a significant sum from Luo Ishue. Ling, what do you think? What do I think? The money squanderer wishes to negotiate with us, does she not? Let us engage. Without 100 million, she shall not depart this household. 100 million? Tang Kun Nuspith. Taken aback by the audacity of this bold woman. Do you believe the wealthy to be fools? 100 million, indeed. Not to mention that Luo Ishue isn't even their biological daughter. Even if she were, what right does she have to simply hand over such a modest sum? Jia Ling sneered. 100 million to purchase her lineage. Shortly after their departure, Gu Feng reappeared at the school entrance. Do not worry, my friend. I will inform you in advance the next time that person comes by. Thank you, uncle. Furthermore, do not mention this matter to her, lest it trouble her. Gu Feng then produced a packet of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to the security guard. Rest assured, uncle knows. If that girl were aware of how considerate you are, Gu Feng, she would be overjoyed. However, I fear that couple does not seem virtuous. They may not be able to conceal their true nature for long. To this, Gu Feng merely smiled faintly. It will not remain hidden for long. Yet, I believe a turning point is imminent. Soon after, Luo Ishue approached, carrying a bag of steamed dumplings. Here you go. The dumplings you wanted. Thanks. I've been craving these for quite some time. As they chatted amiably, they entered the campus. During this period of remedial classes, Gu Feng sensed a notable warmth in Luo Ishue's demeanor towards him. At this pace, he was even contemplating names for their future children. Meanwhile, the Tang Kuan couple was exhaustively researching all the information about the Gu Corporation on Baidu. Their conclusion was to demand 100 million from Gu Feng, not a penny less. Regardless of whether they could secure it, they would ask first and press further if necessary. After thorough preparation, Tang Kuan finally dialed Luo Ishue's number. She received the call during a break between classes. Gu Feng, Uncle Tang just called. He wishes to invite us to dinner after school. Hesitating, Luo Ishue decided to share this news with Gu Feng. Invite me to dinner? Gu Feng's lips curled into a playful smile at the thought. Yes, Auntie is also nearby. She mentioned that yesterday's incident was her fault and would like to apologize. Luo Ishue cautiously observed Gu Feng's expression. She held little hope for this dinner. Considering the disparaging remarks her uncle and aunt had made about him previously, it would be perfectly reasonable for Gu Feng to refuse. Yet, a part of her hoped he would agree. Over the phone, she could sense the sincerity in her uncle and aunt's apology. If they could resolve all prior conflicts during this meeting, it would be the best outcome. All right. To her surprise, Gu Feng readily acquiesced. Really? Luo Ishue's stunning eyes sparkled with joy. Seeing her so delighted, Gu Feng could hardly bear to decline. Exiting the classroom, a chilling smile played on his lips as he made a phone call. Chapter 36, Severing Ties. If the two elders are genuinely apologetic, that would suffice. If not, Gu Feng's gaze sharpened. He would ensure they experience the harsh realities of society. Consider it a unique lesson for the Empress, allowing her to encounter the trials of the world ahead of time, which could only benefit her. Meanwhile, at a certain tea restaurant, Kone, why did you choose such an expensive place for dinner? If that girl doesn't show, we will suffer greatly. Tang Kuan, brimming with self-satisfaction, glanced at his plump wife. Am I a fool? The money squanderer has found herself a wealthy boyfriend, so naturally, the bill will be on them. But what if he doesn't come? Jia Ling inquired. Tang Kuan shot her an exasperated look. Are you here for the money or the meal? If we don't get the money, what good is a meal? For reasons unknown. As he looked at the usually elegant Jia Ling, today, she seemed particularly grating. Once I acquire wealth, the first thing I shall do is replace this old sow. His gaze fell upon a young waitress in a cheap how, and he licked his lips. Kuan, what are you staring at? Noticing Tang Kuan's lingering gaze on the waitress, Jia Ling questioned him with a hint of suspicion. I was just calling the waitress for more water. Tang Kuan quickly averted his eyes, fearing that an extra moment of looking would lead to an extra minute of punishment upon returning home. Enough drinking. Too much will make you need the restroom. The guests should be arriving soon. Jialing glanced at the waitress and felt reassured. Typically, Tang Kun wouldn't even spare a glance at the household's money squanderer, let alone someone of such pedestrian status. Clearly, he had no interest in that type. A voluptuous middle-aged beauty, like herself, was undoubtedly his preference. "Excuse me, where's box 7? At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted, and both Jialing and Tang Kun's eyes lit up as they beheld Luo Yixue standing at the door of the private room. "Why are you alone? Where's Gu Feng?" Seeing only Luo Yixue, Tang Kun's impatience flared. Jialing's gaze also grew anxious as she scanned behind Luo Yixue. If Gu Feng wasn't coming, who would they demand money from? Gu Feng happened to run into a friend and went to greet him. He will come shortly. Luo Yixue's expression shifted slightly, but she maintained her composure. "Uncle and aunt, let's order first." "Order what?" "We should wait for Xiao Gu to arrive. If you're hungry, just have some water." Jialing's tone was icy. "Your aunt is correct. Water is free." Before long, Gu Feng entered the private room. Jialing immediately donned a welcoming demeanor. "Xiao Gu, you're here." Gu Feng nodded and took a seat near Luo Yixue. "Why haven't we ordered yet?" "Hee, there's no rush for ordering. The main reason for inviting you here today is to discuss something important." Tang Kun, unable to contain his impatience, interjected. Hearing this, Luo Yixue's brow furrowed slightly. "Discuss what?" "Uncle and aunt, didn't you invite Gu Feng here to apologize?" Jialing scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Yixue. "You child, after so many years of schooling, how could you not understand that elders do not apologize to juniors?" Luo Yixue stared at the other party in astonishment, her expression one of incredulity. "How can you do this? What is wrong with us? Child, how can you speak to your elders like that?" Tang Kun chastised her in return, feigning indifference. "All right, let us get back to the point. We should discuss today as matters." Luo Yixue gazed at the scene before her with disappointment. In less than 5 minutes since she had entered the room with high hopes, she had profoundly experienced the sting of betrayal and deception. "Waiter, bring a pot of fine tea." Gu Feng, observing the situation, called out to the waiter, showing no intention of leaving. He could only surmise that the deception Luo Yixue was experiencing was merely the tip of the iceberg. In the future battlegrounds, it was not only about the clash of strength, but also about the trials of human nature, especially in the face of teamwork and life-and-death situations. The tests of humanity would prove far more brutal than what she faced now. If Gu Feng remembered correctly, the Empress from his past life had suffered greatly in this regard at the beginning of her awakening. "Look how sensible little Gu is. That's the way to go," Tang Kun said cheerfully, evidently pleased with Gu Feng's reaction. "What kind of tea is this? It smells delightful. Bring me a cup too." "Apologies, uncle, but this pot of tea is only enough for me. If you wish to drink, you can order your own," Gu Feng replied with a smile, politely declining. "Aren't you two supposed to have something to discuss?" "Let us get to it," Tang Kun said, his face slightly embarrassed, muttering a curse at the impolite young man. After a glance at Luo Yixue, he shamelessly proclaimed, "Though we are not her biological parents, we care for her more than her own would." Upon hearing this, Gu Feng sprayed a mouthful of hot tea directly onto Tang Kun's face. "You brat. Apologies, I just thought of a joke and couldn't help it. Please continue." Tang Kun was somewhat exasperated, but for the sake of future plans, he chose to endure. "Not to mention, the tea you ordered is indeed exquisite. At least we Haven Tea abandoned our child. Without us, how could she have grown up so well? We have always treated her as our own daughter." The couple boasted unabashedly. "Little Gu, we've invested so much in this girl. Isn't it reasonable to expect some return?" At this point, even the dimmest of minds would perceive that Tang Kun and his wife had feigned the request for Gu Feng to apologize, while their true intention was to gain benefits from him. Instantly, Luo Yixue's face flushed with humiliation, feeling utterly embarrassed. Gu Feng, on the other hand, wore a curious smile. "Not unreasonable at all. I wonder what kind of return you are seeking. If there is anything I can assist with, please don't hesitate to ask." Jialing's eyes sparkled as she said, "We'd like to borrow 5 million to start a small business. We'll pay you back once we make a profit. How about it?" "No, absolutely not." Luo Yixue stood up in anger. She knew all too well that if this money were lent out, it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, never to return. She could not allow Gu Feng to lend him this sum. With a loud clap, Tang Kun slammed the table and immediately reprimanded Luo Yixue. "You insolent girl. What right do you have to speak here? Be quiet." Jialing rolled her eyes and scolded Luo Yixue with sarcasm. "Exactly. Here you are, not even married yet, and already turning your back on us. What, have we raised you all these years for free? If you wish to sever ties with this family completely, fine. Give us 100 million. and you can immediately cut all relations with us. 100 million. Luo Ishua trembled slightly, her eyes reddening, her tone quivering. Do you even understand what you were saying? 100 million. Do you know how much that is? How much? It's just 100 million. It's not like he can't afford it. Jia Ling said disdainfully. Luo Ishua, you two seem to be quite well acquainted with my financial situation. Gu Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile as he spoke. Of course. Ishua is our daughter whom we VE raised for over a decade. How can we trust you with her without knowing your financial background? Dankun Ritli nonchalantly. Now it's all about checks. You just need to write a check. And we'll handle the withdrawal ourselves. From now on, Ishua will be in your care. Selling one's daughter was portrayed so casually. Both Gu Feng and Luo Ishua were taken aback by the couple's shamelessness. Checks? Luo Ishua felt a sudden jolt of alarm, recalling the scene of Chicken Brother being taken away by the police. A flicker of compassion crossed her cold, clear eyes. 100 million was enough for Tang Kuan and his wife to serve time in prison. Have you considered what my relationship with Gu Feng truly is? We are merely ordinary friends, so he will never give you this money. If you're willing to wait, I can give you all the money I earn after graduation. Luo Ishua first clarified her relationship with Gu Feng, then firmly rejected the conditions proposed by the Tang couple. Her long lashes lowered, her porcelain-like face revealing no hint of emotion. From a moment her foster parents chose money over her, she had prepared herself for a life devoid of their connection. The years of nurturing had ultimately been nothing more than a transaction of interest. Jia Ling scoffed, her disdainful gaze fixed on Luo Ishua. Ordinary friends? Would ordinary friends keep you out all night? Luo Ishua. Seeing Luo Ishua's pale, somewhat dazed expression, Jia Ling grew even more certain of their unusual relationship and became increasingly bold in her accusations. You've been spending nights at little Gu's place these last few days, haven to you, living together, and you still call yourselves ordinary friends. No, I merely went to Gu Feng's house to catch up on studies. Nothing happened between us. However, Jia Ling ignored Luo Ishua's explanation, boldly turning to Gu Feng to demand money. Little Gu, just say whether you're lending this money or not. And the only response she received was Gu Feng's look, akin to that of someone gazing at a fool, as he replied with an expression both amused and nonchalant. I dare to give. Do you dare take? My money is not so easily acquired. A terrifying and dangerous glint in his eyes caused Jia Ling to shudder. Her remaining words caught in her throat. So you're unwilling to give. As they spoke, both of them shifted the blame entirely onto Luo Ishua. It's all because of this ungrateful wretch that things went awry. If Luo Ishua had firmly sided with us, even a word of support, how could Gu Feng possibly refuse to lend the 5 million? They could have walked away with 100 million. Tang Kuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Insolent girl. Speak up. Don't regret it later. I don't believe I've done anything wrong. There's nothing to regret, Luo Ishua replied coolly. Fine. Tang Kuan gritted his teeth, repeating the word fine twice. You are heartless, so don't blame us for being ruthless. In this lifetime, you will never find your biological parents. Upon hearing this, Luo Ishua's body trembled violently. In her tranquil eyes, something seemed to quiver faintly. Regarding her origins, all she knew was that she had been found by Tang Kuan and his wife at a train station when she was 4 years old. She was a discarded child, unwanted by anyone. Beyond that, she knew nothing of her heritage. Whenever she inquired of her uncle and aunt about her biological parents, she was met only with impatient scolding, followed by silence. Until now, upon hearing Jia Ling mention her lineage, how could she not feel a surge of emotion? How could she not be anxious? Uncle, aunt, what do you know? Luo Ishua inquired with urgency. Now you're worried, Tang Kuan retorted, sitting with his nostrils flared. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes, seemingly surprised that the two elders would exploit Luo Ishua's background for their own gain. If that is the case, then divulge everything you know, and I shall offer you 5 million. From henceforth, neither party will owe the other anything. How does that sound? At these words, Tang Kuan and his wife were momentarily taken aback. Note that Gu Feng stated give, not lend. All they had to do was reveal the clues regarding Luo Ishua's biological parents, and they would instantly acquire 5 million. The glint of greed flashed in both their eyes simultaneously. 5 million? Are you trying to solicit alms? 100 million, not a penny less. Under the allure of wealth, the couple appeared to have firmly ensnared both Luo Ishua and Gu Feng. Luo Ishua's mouth slightly parted, but she quickly lowered her head in silence. She yearned to find her biological parents, to ask them directly why they had abandoned her after bringing her into the world. Countless times in the dead of night, she had sought the answer to this question in her dreams. Yet, in the avaricious expressions of her adoptive parents, everything seemed to lose its significance. Thus, she turned to Gu Feng, Gu Feng, let bygones be bygones. I only wish to live well in the present. Gu Feng's gaze flickered, shaking his head. Have you ever considered that perhaps your parents lost you by accident? What if they are searching for you, but simply have not found you yet? His tone suddenly grew weighty. Or could it be, as a possibility, that you were taken by those with ill intentions? A clatter echoed from the side as a cup lid fell, followed by the furious outburst of the Tang couple. You brat! What nonsense are you spouting? Accusing someone of abduction and deceit could land you in prison. We did not abduct her. She willingly came with us. Under Gu Feng's piercing gaze, the couple felt their resolve waver, their eyes darting away. I merely presented a possibility. Your overreaction suggests that perhaps what I said holds some truth. Gu Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. It was this inquiry that first caused a tremor in the long-held beliefs within Luo Yixue's mind. Was she truly a child abandoned by her parents? Why did her adoptive parents become enraged whenever she inquired about her origins? Was there truly some hidden truth? What was the reality? At that moment, the dim light in Luo Yixue's eyes ignited with determination. The only person she could trust now was Gu Feng. Gu Feng, I want. Luo Yixue began, hesitating as she considered the nature of her relationship with Gu Feng, suddenly finding it difficult to articulate. You want me to help you? Gu Feng asked. Luo Yixue nodded gently. Gu Feng's lips curved upwards. In his past life, the issue of the Empress's lineage had always plagued her, and now, with Tang Kun broaching the subject, even if Luo Yixue remained silent, he would have investigated it. Moreover, since the Empress had taken the initiative to speak, he would undoubtedly spare no effort to assist her. Chapter 38, Pure Intentions. Snap! A crisp sound of fingers snapping echoed as a man carrying a briefcase pushed the door open and approached Gu Feng. Hello, Mr. Gu. Gu Feng nodded indifferently and introduced. This is my personal lawyer, Zhang Wei. Lawyer? What do you mean by that? A look of horror crossed Tang Kun and his wife's faces, their brows knitting together. Gu Feng's gaze passed over their faces with a calm, yet mocking demeanor. Lawyer Zhang, you heard our earlier conversation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei nodded in understanding. I did. Very well. I leave this matter in your capable hands. He then nodded at Luo Yixue and exited the private room. Luo Yixue was taken aback, but quickly grasped Gu Feng's intent and followed him out. The person they thought they could manipulate was leaving, and Jialing suddenly felt a surge of panic. You little brat, you've learned some skills, bringing a lawyer to deal with us. Just so, you know, we're not afraid. Tang Kun chimed in shamelessly, yes. Bringing a lawyer to intimidate us? If we don't sell the information, we won't sell it. Even if the King of Heaven comes, we won't be afraid. You vile wretch, we should never have adopted you in the first place. With no money, you can forget about finding your biological parents for the rest of your life. As Jialing and her husband's insults grew increasingly vicious, the lawyer hastily shut the door, stepping forward to mediate. Please, calm down. It's simply a matter of money. Let's sit down and discuss. Who do you think you are? Trying to negotiate with us? Without money, don't expect to hear anything useful from me. Of course, matters of finance are not an issue. It merely depends on how valuable the information you possess is. What do you mean by valuable? Are you suggesting we could deceive you? Not at all. From a standpoint of mutual benefit, the more valuable the information, the more both of you could potentially earn, haha. This uncle here seems quite practical. Come, let us sit down and I'll explain slowly. Time ticked by. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Wei had already arrived at the door of the private room. Mr. Tang, Ms. Jia, 20 million is no small sum. I need to discuss it further with Mr. Gu. Please wait here for half an hour, and I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Tang Kun wore a haughty expression. You'd better hurry. Our patience is limited. Once we change our minds, the price won't be the same. Indeed, just wait for good news. Zhang Wei smiled as he closed the door, then turned around. Muttering to himself about the two fools, he entered the adjacent room where Gu Feng and Luo Yixue waited. Mr. Lawyer, how did the discussion go? What did Uncle and Aunt say? Luo Yixue asked eagerly. Miss Luo, the situation may not align with your expectations. Prepare yourself mentally. After a glance at Gu Feng, Zhang Wei produced a previously prepared listening device. Seeing Luo Yixue's bewildered expression, Gu Feng sighed. Let us begin. Soon, the voice of Jia Ling echoed clearly from the listening device. Under Zhang Wei's psychological suggestion at that moment, Jia Ling finally gritted her teeth and revealed the pin-up words she had held back. That little wretch, we should have sold her directly back in the capital. She's nothing but an ungrateful wretch. We've raised her for so many years for nothing. To me, the most profitable deal we ever made was that one. We didn't even spend a penny to bring her in, and now we stand to gain 20 million, which is not insignificant. 20 million was precisely the sum they had just discussed with Gu Feng's lawyer a few minutes prior. Tang Kun greedily licked his lips. That was 20 million. Just the thought of it thrilled him. 14 years ago, at the train station in the capital, Tang Kuan had discovered Luo Yixue, who had become separated from her parents. He had merely told a small lie to lead her away from the station. Without hesitation, he and Jia Ling had taken the beautiful little girl, akin to an angel, with porcelain-like features, into their arms. They had brought her to Jiangnan City, where she was taught to serve tea, wash clothes, and cook. After the birth of Tang Xiaodi, the young girl found herself burdened with responsibilities. Not only was she to continue with her previous tasks, but she also had to take care of Tang Xiaodi. As time progressed, with Luo Yixue blossoming into an increasingly beautiful young woman, the Tang couple began to entertain the notion of having Luo Yixue serve as a child bride for Tang Xiaodi. They even thought of saving on housing and dowry expenses. What a disgraceful notion. Jia Ling shot a sidelong glance at Tang Kuan, berating him with fervor. In today's society, what can 20 million do? Buy a house for Xiaodi. And what we have left? Oof. That wretched girl is full of rebellious spirit. Having stumbled upon such a wealthy man, if she doesn't seize the opportunity now, when will she? To think that a mere 20 million could suffice to brush us aside. No way. Ugh, I'm getting hungry just talking about this. Kuan, let us order something to eat first. Tang Kuan was equally infuriated by her words. He clearly couldn't spare even 200 yuan, and yet 20 million was deemed insufficient? Instead of wasting time on this, he should be pondering how to deceive that girl once the money was in hand. If they discovered that the girl was abducted, it would be disastrous. Besides, there's water. If we're hungry, we can just drink more. Water is free. Jia Ling. Both were lost in their dreams of wealth, utterly unaware that their words had been overheard by the occupants of the adjoining booth. Luo Yixue curled up, struggling to hold back her tears. This version of Luo Yixue tugged at Gu Feng's heartstrings. Although she had not fared well in the Tang household, she had always been grateful for their nurturing. However, the harsh reality was too cruel. The complexities of human nature were unfathomable, leaving Luo Yixue's heart cold and desolate. Gu Feng, do you think I will ever see my parents again? At that moment, Luo Yixue suddenly began to weep, her tears finally blurring her vision. Gu Feng nodded, assuring her that she would, tears welling in her eyes. The exquisite chill of her face bore a heart-wrenching fragility that pierced Gu Feng's heart. If he were to approach and embrace her now, surely she wouldn't reject him, would she? Indeed, as long as his intentions were pure, it wouldn't be considered taking advantage of her vulnerability. With this innocent thought, Gu Feng was about to make a move when Zhang Wei abruptly stood up. Young Master Gu, given the current situation, even if you were to give the Tang couple a beating, it would be futile. I believe it's best to first hear Miss Luo's thoughts. Over his career, Zhang Wei had cleaned up countless messes for Gu Feng. Just a few days prior, Gu Feng had dealt with a few petty thieves, sending them to the ICU. His hair had turned gray from the stress, yet he managed to resolve the situation. After all, young Master Gu compensated handsomely, and one couldn't afford to be lax. Zhang Wei was relieved that he had quickly intervened to stop Gu Feng. Otherwise, something untoward might have transpired in this tea house. Gu Feng, how can I still call you brother when you're so rude? I hired you to prevent me from wooing women? Yixue, Zhang Gu is right. Tell us what your thoughts. The implication was clear. They had obtained the evidence, and it was up to her to decide what price the two old fools would pay. Chapter 39, Cleansing the Sins. Gu Feng, thank you for your help. If possible, I would like to know more about my parents. Luo Yixue expressed her gratitude. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's lips curled into a comforting smile. You will certainly find your biological parents. Perhaps they are searching for you as well. You stay here. I'll take care of the rest. Wait. Luo Yixue suddenly called out to Gu Feng. What is it? Gu Feng was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yixue gently replied, let the law deal with them. Please don't take risks for my sake. Her voice grew softer, and a sudden flush graced her delicate cheeks. Gu Feng felt a stirring in his heart and couldn't help but tease. Are you afraid I might harm them? Of course not. I'm just worried. Worried about what? Oh, young Master Gu, can't you see? Miss Luo is concerned for your safety. Gu Feng. Zhang Wei, shut your mouth. Why are you everywhere? Zhang Wei. Young Master Gu, get lost. Don't come near me. All right, I'm leaving. Luo Yixue. Knock knock. Just as Tang Kuan and his wife were still lost in their dreams of sudden wealth, discussing how to maximize their profits, they were oblivious to the fact that their so-called billion-dollar secret had already been acquired by Gu Feng. Excuse me, may I come in? Came Zhang Wei's voice from outside. It's that lawyer. I'll go open the door. What? You're here too? Tang Kuan was astonished to see Gu Feng enter with Zhang Wei. Jia Ling walked over, crossing her arms. Whoever comes, it's the same. The bottom line remains 1 billion. If there's no billion, this matter is off the table. Gu Feng glanced at Zhang Wei, who in turn looked at the Tang couple. 1 billion? We just agreed on. Oomph. That was the previous price. We've changed our minds now. If you want to know this secret, you'll need to add another 20 million. And that big G of yours must be transferred to our son's name. Jialing interjected arrogantly. 40 million? And an extra car? Even Zhang Wei was taken aback by the Tang couple's audacious greed. Wouldn't this land them in prison for life? Young master, why not just give them the billion? That's the point. I'm just afraid they wouldn't dare to ask. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes derisively. Just moments ago, he had devised 100 methods to make the Tang couple disappear from this world. But now, he had changed his mind. It would be better to let them live. As the spiritual energy revived and the masses awakened, these two had yet to experience true fear, earthquakes, plagues, or the terror of a beast tide. How could they be allowed to die? Sometimes, living was far more torturous than death. To live was the greatest punishment for a man like Tang Kuan. The Tang couple was left bewildered. At that moment, Zhang Wei activated his phone and played a pre-recorded audio. This little wretch, back in the capital. We should have sold her outright. We've raised her for so many years for nothing. If you ask me, the best deal we've made in all these years was this one. Tang Kun. Jia Ling. You. In an instant, Jia Ling crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. You despicable scoundrels. You set a trap to harm us. A flash of rage crossed Tang Kuan's face as he lunged to seize Zhang Wei's phone, only to be kicked 3 meters away by Gu Feng, leaving him pale as a ghost. They could never have anticipated such a rapid reversal of fortune. Their dreams of wealth shattered. They found themselves ensnared by Gu Feng's damning evidence. Ugh! Tang Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you touch young Master Gu's belongings? Are you two fools? Zhang Wei spat on the ground, his face filled with disdain. Thud! Jia Ling fell to her knees, frantically begging for mercy. Young master, please, do not take us to prison. We no longer desire that 100 million. Out of respect for the years we have nurtured that girl, grant us this one mercy. We truly did not act with malice back then. If blame is to be assigned, it falls upon Ishue for being too enchanting. It was Tang Kuan who first brought her back from the train station. We merely took her afterward. Stop your nonsense. It was you who insisted we shouldn't take her to the police station. Tang Kuan ground his teeth in frustration. This fierce woman wanted to cast the blame onto him and send him to jail? No way. That's not true. It was clearly you. Enough. Gu Feng's voice was icy as he pronounced. I may spare you, but when I question you, you must not withhold a single word. Do you understand? We understand. We know everything. Xiao Gu, you're truly a good person. Ishue is fortunate to have followed you. We always knew she had chosen wisely. Jia Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Silence. The most unqualified to utter such words in this world are you two. You shall each give the other 3 slaps. Gu Feng's voice was devoid of any room for refusal. Jia Ling's face turned pale with terror, her expression a mask of shock as she opened her mouth to protest. Smack! Tang Kuan lunged forward, delivering a heavy slap to Jia Ling. I have always found you insufferable. How dare you hit me, Tang Kuan? You coward! Jia Ling retaliated, launching herself at him with all her might. Smack! One slap knocked 3 of Tang Kuan's teeth out. You wretched sow, perish! The ensuing chaos saw both of them transformed into grotesque caricatures of themselves, their faces bloodied and teeth nearly obliterated. A scene so brutal that Zhang Wei couldn't help but gasp in horror. Too ruthless, too ruthless. This is not a mere marital dispute. It is the clash of ancient enemies. Indeed, it was both tragic and exhilarating, a catharsis born of pent-up rage. Enough! A sudden roar shattered the air, startling the two combatants. Gu Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile. Had it not been for the necessity of extracting information about Luo Ishue's origins from them, he would have eagerly dispatched them both. Their sins were beyond redemption, even if they lost their teeth and died 1,000 times. In the cold gaze of Gu Feng, the two dared not conceal a single truth, recounting the events that transpired 14 years ago at the train station in the capital. So, you have never seen Ishue's parents? Gu Feng's voice held a hint of disappointment. Zhang Wei noted to himself that this was the 3rd time Gu Feng had posed a similar question to Tang Kuan. Indeed, if I had seen Ishue's parents, how could I have taken her away? I would have returned the child on the spot, Tang Kuan replied cautiously. Do you truly believe that you could return her to her parents? Gu Feng scoffed. Trusting the words of a trafficker is utterly foolish. You may leave. Gu Feng gestured dismissively. While the clues Tang Kuan provided were scant, a glimmer of hope emerged in the quest to locate Luo Ishue's parents. Are you truly letting us go? Tang Kuan asked, incredulity lacing his tone. The ease with which they were being released left them in disbelief. What other choice do you have? Gu Feng replied coldly, a dangerous smile gracing his lips. People like you should be cast into the deepest abyss of hell. However, in consideration of Ishua, I choose to spare you, but if I learn that you dare to harass her again. Faced with Gu Feng's chilling demeanor, Tang Kuen's heart raced, and every hair on his body stood on end. I understand. I, Tang Kuen, swear to sever all ties with my adoptive daughter, Luo Ishua. I will have no further contact. Otherwise, you may present the evidence to the authorities and let me rot in prison. Gu Feng regarded him with derision, his tone light yet mocking. Just handing it to the police? Such captivating recordings should be shared with your son, your family, friends, neighbors, even distant relatives. Oh, and your son likely remains unaware that his parents are traffickers, correct? The implication sent a jolt of terror through Tang Kuen, his scalp prickling while Jia Ling's face drained of color. The thought of their secret being revealed to the world left them paralyzed with fear. Mr. Gu, rest assured, we will leave immediately and vow never to contact Ishua again. We will turn over a new leaf and never commit another heinous act. With that, they scrambled to leave, desperation evident in their hurried movements, fearful of lingering even a moment longer. Yet, beneath their frantic exodus lay a tinge of resentment and bitterness. Kun Kun, is this how it ends for us? Jia Ling lamented, casting a glance back at the tea house, unwilling to accept their fate. What else can we do with them holding all the cards? Tang Kuen retorted, irritation in his voice. They had arrived in glory, but now found themselves departing in a state more pitiful than that of a stray dog. Across the street stood Xinqing High School, and at that moment, a silver-haired youth, squatting by the entrance and enjoying a stuffed egg pancake, caught Tang Kuen's eye. Huh, white hair. In a sudden rush, Tang Kuen abandoned Jia Ling and dashed across the road. White hair, white hair. Startled, the youth, bloodied and bruised, instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Who are you? It's me, white hair. Tang Kuen. Tang Kuen. The youth blinked in recognition. What happened to you? You look like you've been through a war. Where are your teeth? He exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Though standing beside a man so thoroughly beaten was somewhat humiliating, out of respect for Gu Feng. He maintained his composure. Do you need something? Yes. Tang Kun nodded eagerly. I have something extremely important to discuss with brother Hu of the Sanlian gang. Can you introduce me to him? The youth's expression shifted to one of confusion. Brother Chen has been dead for quite some time. Are you not aware? Dead? Are you joking? Tang Kuen stammered, his mouth agape in shock. What about that stone? Where is it now? The stone from that wretched Luo Ishue's room? Did you not give it to Chun Hu? The youth paused, suddenly recalling something. Of course, Gu Feng took it. Tang Kuen staggered back as if struck. Chun Hu was the second in command of the Sanlian gang. How could he possibly be dead? Originally, he had contemplated instigating animosity between Gu Feng and the Sanlian gang by exploiting the relationship between Luo Ishue and Ji Go, hoping that the Sanlian gang would seek vengeance for him. If that did not succeed, he could leverage the stone intricately tied to Luo Ishue's lineage to ensnare Gu Feng in a grand scheme. However, how did Bai Mao Gu and Chun Hu meet their demise? Tang Kuen inquired, rolling his dry throat. Bai Mao cast him a sidelong glance, perplexed old Deng. Isn't your daughter involved with Gu Feng? The two are quite taken with each other. How could you be unaware of this? Chun Hu was, of course, killed by Gu Feng. He then produced a cigarette, lighting it as if deliberating an important decision. What? What did you say? Chun Hu was. Silence. Bai Mao barked, halting Tang Kuen in his tracks as he seized his collar and dragged him into an alley. Tell your daughter to convey to Gu Feng that the leader of the Sanlian gang, Long Gu, has returned. Long Ji's men have already set their sights on him. Tang Kuen's mind seemed to grind to a halt, his body mechanically mumbling. The leader of the Sanlian gang, Long Gu? A chilling realization struck Bai Mao, causing him to shudder involuntarily, a profound fear flickering in the depths of his pupils. He acknowledged that while Gu Feng possessed formidable skills, capable of taking on 10 adversaries, perhaps even 100, his opponent was Long Gu. Characters like Chun Hu and Ji Go were, to put it kindly, mere subordinates within the Sanlian gang, but in truth, they were nothing more than workers for Long Gu. In just 3 years, Long Gu ascended from the bottom to become the head of the largest underground organization in Jiangnan City, commanding countless ruthless subordinates. Gu Feng was swift, but could he outpace a bullet? Chapter 41. Mountain Green Sanatorium. The fervor coursing through Bai Mao's brain abruptly cooled as a wave of dread washed over him. If Wei Long were to discover his clandestine dealings with Gu Feng, instantly, he regretted his earlier words. Old Deng, remember this well. Forget everything I just said. Not a word must escape your lips. Understood? Otherwise, you'll lose your life along with the few teeth you have left. Threatening him with palpable malice. Tang Kuen nodded fearfully, rest assured Bai Mao Gu, I won't breathe a word of today as conversation. Yet internally, he wished for nothing more than for Gu Feng to be met with a fatal bullet. Deep within his pupils, a fleeting glimmer of malevolence passed through. Gu Feng, why must you offend the leader of the Somnian gang? This time you are doomed. Meanwhile, Gu Feng had begun to piece together the threads of the situation, spreading his hands to reveal a translucent stone the size of a pigeon's egg. The fragmented sunlight filtering through the window illuminated the stone, casting a kaleidoscope of brilliant colors, striking and resplendent. What a beautiful stone, Zhang Wei exclaimed, drawn in by the stone's pure and vibrant hues, jesting. Where can I get one? Give me a piece? This one? Not a chance. Gu Feng shot him an irritated glance. Zhang Wei, taken aback, asked, Are you really going to gift it to someone? His eyes widened in exaggerated surprise. Is it for Yixue? At that moment, Zhang Wei caught sight of Luo Yixue approaching. Xiaogu, can we discuss something? I'm heading to the Mountain Green Sanatorium to meet a client, and I have a feeling he would be quite fond of this stone. If you give it to me in exchange, I will divulge a monumental secret. What do you say? Not interested. Gu Feng remained unmoved. However, upon hearing the name Mountain Green Sanatorium, he paused. Your client is at the Mountain Green Sanatorium? He then realized that as Jiangnan's premier sanatorium, it was reasonable for Zhang Wei to have a client there. Suddenly, Gu Feng noticed Luo Yixue behind him. Brother Zhang, the Mountain Green Sanatorium ISN, tea exactly nearby. Since you're so busy, I want to keep you from your meal. Here, your briefcase. Goodbye. Bang. Zhang Wei, I thought we were brothers. Why am I being kicked out like a light bulb? Shortly thereafter, after bidding farewell to Zhang Wei, only Gu Feng and Luo Yixue remained in the room. Gu Feng, I want to go to the imperial capital, Luo Yixue said after a lengthy contemplation, as if summoning immense courage. Gu Feng looked momentarily stunned, slightly taken aback. The train station in the imperial capital was where she had lost her parents, a separation lasting 14 years. If it were him, he would likely be eager to visit that place as well. Gu Feng, may I take a few days off to visit the imperial capital? Is that all right? Luo Yixue, resembling a hesitant child, timidly pressed her request. Of course, Gu Feng replied with a smile. Whenever you wish to go, just go. He then opened his palm, presenting the stone. Upon seeing what Gu Feng held, Luo Yixue's eyes widened, her delicate hand instinctively covering her lips, tears shimmering in her eyes. Could it be that day? In an instant, she reflected on many things. Why had Gu Feng fainted in the alley? Why was the spot he collapsed so close to Chun Hu's security company? She pieced it together. It turned out that Gu Feng had fainted while trying to retrieve the stone for her. As she pondered, her eyes gradually reddened, waves of emotion surging within her, refusing to be quelled. Half an hour later. Hey, I'm holding on to this. You should at least say something. Gu Feng remarked, It can't just sit in my hand, right? Why don't you take it back first? Still acting strange? At that moment, his hand was enveloped by a pair of soft, delicate hands. Gu Feng, I made up my mind. I will go to the imperial capital after the college entrance exams. What do you mean? Luo Yixue gazed longingly at Gu Feng's palm. During this time, could you please keep it safe for me? After the exams, I'll take it back. Her voice had suddenly softened to a whisper, making it difficult to refuse. This stone was undoubtedly her most treasured possession. Now, she was entrusting her most cherished item to Gu Feng, uncertain if he could comprehend her feelings. In that moment, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Her beautiful eyes glistened with tears, her lowered lashes fluttering, her heart racing unusually, all signs indicating her unease. All right. Gazing at her delicate visage, Gu Feng felt his heart inexplicably leap. In the silence, the atmosphere seemed to crackle with a unique spark. Gu Feng, may I ask you a question? Luo Yixue suddenly broke the silence, her voice cutting through the air. Sure, go ahead. Gu Feng felt his heart race even faster. Struggling to suppress his excitement, he wondered if the main quest was about to be completed ahead of schedule. This damn irresistible charm of mine. Gu Feng, have you thought about where you want to attend university? What? Thus, your inquiry is merely, where do I attend university? Just that? Just that? In such a harmonious atmosphere, and at such an opportune moment, he had even prepared the phrase, I am willing. Yet you ask me where I intend to pursue my studies? The college entrance examination is on the verge of cancellation. Where shall I go to university? The Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities is ubiquitous, but it merely exists at the bottom tier. However, Luo Yixue is different. She is an SSS-grade pinnacle awakened genius, the most resplendent presence wherever she goes. She is the object of fervent admiration from various powerful factions. Undoubtedly, those exceptional talents will surround her. One can only say that individuals like Gu Feng, as low-tier awakened beings, lack even the qualification to be mere bystanders before the Empress. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity, this chance to turn the tides in his favor. Moreover, in his previous life, the Empress was indeed the one he cherished. As long as he pursued Luo Yixue openly and honestly, it would not be considered taking advantage of her vulnerability. At this moment, their gazes met. In Gu Feng's pupils, the enchanting visage of Luo Yixue faintly reflected. He could sense that Luo Yixue harbored some dependence on him, and Gu Feng reveled in this reliance. Who can guarantee that one day, this dependence might not transform into something else? He merely needed time. Hopefully, that day would not arrive too swiftly. He needed more time to contemplate. With my current capabilities, does it really matter where I take the exam? As his words faded, the light in Luo Yixue's eyes quickly dimmed. Yet, Gu Feng's subsequent statement ignited a spark of hope within her. I indeed wish to take the exam in the imperial capital. The only issue is, Gu Feng sighed in frustration. My scores might barely suffice for a vocational college. Luo Yixue blinked her bright eyes, her delicate, rosy lips curving into a smile. The universities in the imperial capital are indeed challenging to enter, which means we must strive even harder. ISNT there me, your supplementary tutor? From this day forth, we shall work overtime. ISNT that a bit excessive? Gu Feng suddenly furrowed his brow, hesitatingly voicing his concern. In truth, he was internally grinning from ear to ear. Luo Yixue, working overtime is not out of the question, but wouldn't that mean you'd miss the last bus? Gu Feng quietly reminded her. Just as Luo Yixue was about to respond, Gu Feng suggested, why not simply stay at my place? Luo Yixue, what I mean is, I have extra rooms at home, making it convenient for tutoring, and you would save on rent, wouldn't you? After the college entrance exam, you still need to go to the imperial capital. Money is required everywhere. Saving on rent might increase the chances of finding your uncle and aunt. Gu Feng persuasively coaxed her. Spending each day with Luo Yixue, aside from those beautiful surprises, he had not lifted a finger to assist her. He aimed to create an illusion for Luo Yixue that apart from tutoring, their relationship was purely platonic, and he was a paragon of virtue. Even if she moved into his home, he would never engage in any inappropriate conduct. Most crucially, he was aware that Luo Yixue was out of funds for rent. And fortuitously, today was the due date for rent. Gu Feng feigned ignorance and maintained a sufficiently humble demeanor. Thus, it would be challenging for anyone to refuse. Yet, Luo Yixue hesitated for an extended duration, undergoing a series of inner struggles, unease, and guilt before finally confessing to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, are you truly willing to take me in? I currently possess no money and am about to lose my only shelter. If you're willing to take me in. So, are you saying that it is you who is helping me, yet I inadvertently become the benefactor? Gu Feng replied with a smile. How does that saying go? Mutual benefit and shared success. I'm not mistaken, am I? Luo Yixue remained silent, just as Gu Feng had previously supported her silently. Some things need not be voiced, for she understood everything. Gu Feng, I have made my decision. Luo Yixue slightly raised her head, gazing at Gu Feng. Her resolute expression inexplicably caused Gu Feng's heart to race, sensing an ominous aura. Deciding what? To extend our tutoring time by an additional 2 hours every evening. Supplementing English. Her best way to repay him would undoubtedly be to help him gain admission to university. Gu Feng. We already toil enough as it is. I think we can forego those 2 hours, right? But your English is quite poor. You need a supplement. I believe I do not require it. No, you do. I truly do not need it. You do. Meanwhile, at the Qing Mountain Sanatorium, in an upscale caregiving ward, a middle-aged man tenderly gazed at his wife, who lay in slumber on the bed. Apart from this middle-aged couple, not far away, a man in a business suit stood with his hands held, his face bearing traces of fatigue, clearly having just reported his work to his superior. Lan Lan, you have heard all. The middle-aged man's deep, emotive voice resonated at the bedside. Gu Feng, our son has a girlfriend now. The man gently clasped the woman's fair hand and softly spoke. After 3 years apart, Xiao Feng has become successful. You no longer need to worry about him being unable to find a wife. I heard from Zhang Wei that he has matured considerably. No one dares to bully him anymore. He is no longer the reckless youth he once was. Zhang Wei stood nearby, nodding in agreement, noting that although young, Xiao Gu possesses a unique approach to his endeavors. Gu Zong, seeing how Xiao Gu has turned out, you must feel a sense of relief. Gu Changhai, upon hearing this, turned to look at his wife and said, I vowed that until Lan Lan awakens, I shall not descend the mountain. After sighing deeply, he added, since Xiao Feng believes we have perished, why bother? Gu Zong. Just then, Zhang Wei suddenly interjected, interrupting Gu Changhai's musings. What is it? Zhang Wei excitedly pointed at the beautiful woman on the bed. Gu Zong, look, is a madam moving? Gu Changhai turned his gaze, filled with longing and reluctance. Yet he did not observe any signs of Zhang Lan awakening. Xiao Zhang, when did you begin to jest? You need not comfort me. I shall not descend the mountain. The fortunes of the offspring belong to them. As long as Feng does not squander, the family's wealth is sufficient for him to live comfortably for a lifetime. The car accident years ago cost me half my life, and it left Lan in a vegetative state, only clinging to a breath. Until Lan awakens, I shall not leave her side. Unbeknownst to Gu Changhai, it was precisely due to this decision that in his previous life, Gu Feng was never able to reunite with his parents. He had always believed that they perished in that car accident 3 years ago. Gu Zong, I assure you, the madam has truly awakened. The madam has opened her eyes, my heavens. Zhang Wei exclaimed, his pupils constricting in astonishment. Are you certain you are not jesting? Ah, Lan. Lan has truly awakened. Gu Changhai, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly fainted as he collapsed before Zhang Lan's bedside, grasping her delicate hand tightly. Lan, it's me, your Hai. Zan Lan. Chapter 43. The duo in the cabinet. Her gaze was tinged with a lingering daze, as if she had just awakened from a long slumber. She stared at the man before her, who was now rugged and appeared much older than he did a few years prior. Her lips moved silently a couple of times, yet no sound escaped. Lan, what did you say, Feng? Gu Changhai leaned in closer to her lips, only then catching the faint and fragile utterance of those 2 words. As she smiled, tears unexpectedly welled in her eyes. Zhang Wei, Lawyer Zhang, please repeat what you just said, particularly regarding Feng and that young lady. How did they meet? And what is their current status? Be as detailed as possible. Zhang Wei glanced at the recently awakened Zhang Lan, hesitating slightly. Mr. Gu, it's a rather long story. This girl's situation is quite complex. Are you sure you want me to share this with madam? Gu Changhai furrowed his brow in irritation. Just tell it. No need for superfluous words. My Lan loves to listen. Zhang Wei cast a glance at Zhang Lan, noting that even after 3 years, her beauty remained striking. A testament to why Mr. Gu was so utterly devoted. Very well, the story begins at Jiang No. 1 High School. Days later, on a night thick with darkness, 2 shadowy figures arrived at the Gu family's grand villa. After 3 years, Gu Changhai, have finally returned. A curious lady accompanying him noted the adorable pink cartoon slippers atop the shoe cabinet, her lips curling into a smile. Lan, what did you say? Nothing. Zhang Lan quickly replied. Gu Changhai, keep your voice down. What if Feng and the others come back? They? Gu Changhai murmured softly, then carefully closed the door as if returning to a bygone time. After finishing that, he glanced at his watch. All right, Lan, the time is nearly upon us. We must hide quickly. We'll take a glance at that scoundrel when he returns and then leave. Can't we stay a little longer? Zhang Lan surveyed the villa's decor with a hint of reluctance. No, we agreed while on the mountain that we would only meet Feng after his college entrance exams. He has finally resolved to focus on his studies. Our sudden appearance would startle him, disrupting his preparation. Zhang Lan nodded despondently, silently following Gu Changhai towards Feng's bedroom. I remember Feng's room has a custom wardrobe. Hiding us both shouldn't be an issue. I've thought it through. When that rascal goes to take a shower, we'll make our escape. Gu Changhai whispered his plan. Before long, just as the 2 of them had stealthily nestled into Feng's wardrobe, he returned home. I'm so tired. I just want to rest. As he stepped inside, he began his daily complaints. Luo Yixue remained unfazed, methodically arranging various exam papers and materials. Feng, with a frustrated expression, lamented, Luo Yixue, is your heart made of iron? I'm so exhausted. Can't you let me relax for a moment? Upon witnessing Feng's pitiful expression, Luo Yixue felt a pang of guilt, realizing she had been too demanding lately. Well, let us stick to the usual pace today, but you must submit your assignments on time, all right? Feng. Meanwhile, within the confines of the wardrobe, the 2 eavesdroppers were utterly stunned by the conversation unfolding in the bedroom. Zhang Lan was relatively composed, but Gu Changhai nearly sprang to his feet in excitement. How could there be a girl's voice in this room? Has Feng brought a girlfriend home? Judging by their dialogue, they wouldn't have moved in together so soon. Would they? To demand assignments right after entering the house seems rather imposing for a future daughter-in-law. In an instant, Gu Changhai's mind raced through countless possibilities. Zhang Lan's imagination was not as vivid as Gu Changhai's, but she too was curiously intrigued by what her son and his potential partner might be doing. Soon we will all be one family. Peeking shouldn't be an issue, right? With that thought, Zhang Lan leaned closer to the wardrobe's crack to sneak a look. Gu Changhai also wished to see, but was met with a disapproving glare from Zhang Lan. Feng, but why are you taking off your clothes? The sudden exclamation from the girl outside made Gu Changhai jolt, anxiously pressing his ear against the wooden door to catch the gossip. To submit my assignments. Luo Yixue. The wardrobe duo. What I mean is, I'm too sticky and covered in sweat. I might not perform well while working on my assignments. I should shower first, right? Xiao Feng said with a grin. Oh, then you better hurry. Luo Yixue buried her face in her desk, blushing furiously. This was the first time Xiao Feng had removed his top in front of her. A memory of their first meal together in the school cafeteria suddenly flooded her mind, and her thoughts spiraled out of control. Did Xiao Feng really have six-pack abs? If so, his physique must be splendid. If only she hadn't been so shy earlier. She could have seen for herself. How can I think like this? I'm tainted. Luo Yixue covered her burning face, stifling a soft groan. In the wardrobe, the elderly couple was once again taken aback by the youthful banter. Such bold and audacious words. Have a younger generation become so audacious? It seemed their return was ill-timed, and they had been cornered into the wardrobe by the young couple. The embarrassment was enough to make anyone want to dig a villa with their toes. What to do? Zhanlan cast a pleading look at Gu Changhai. Just then, she noticed the peculiar gleam in Gu Changhai's eyes. Huh? Gu Changhai, you. Suddenly, Zhanlan felt a gentle pat on her rear. Gu Changhai, are you out of your mind? Zhanlan gritted her teeth in frustration, but Gu Changhai merely chuckled, reminiscing about his youth, which had been even more thrilling. Zhanlan's eyes glimmered as she too recalled their adventurous times together. She didn't call for a halt. Gu Changhai, in his fervor, could play games with her all night long. Suddenly, Zhanlan's body tensed again as Gu Changhai's hands began to roam. During these days of recovery, he had refrained from touching her, but now, remembering Gu Changhai's meticulous care over the past 3 years, Zhanlan closed her eyes and silently endured. Gu Changhai, you're something else. I'll let it slide. Chapter 44. The Couple's Exposure. An hour later, Xiao Feng emerged from the shower, feeling refreshed. Upon hearing the sound, Luo Yixue instantly straightened her posture, legs together, focusing intently on her study materials. Nothing feels better than a shower. Xiao Feng stretched lazily before plopping down in an esports chair. Zio Yixu, please pass me today's assignments. I'll finish them all in one go. Oh, soon. Luo Yixue pushed over a thick stack of study materials she had printed in advance. These included past exam papers from various provinces. I've selected some fundamental question types for you to tackle first. If you encounter any difficulties, I'll explain them to you. This hefty pile. When will I ever finish it? Gu Feng exaggeratedly shouted, pointing at the non-existent dark circles under his eyes. Luo Yixue, look at me. Luo Yixue turned her head, staring blankly at his prominent nose, deep-set dark eyes, and sharply defined features. After just a fleeting glance, her heart raced like a startled deer, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. I saw, she murmured softly. What did you see? You're very handsome. What did you say? Luo Yixue's face flushed crimson, bewildered by her own words that had slipped out inadvertently. What should I look at? The dark circles. That is utterly non-existent. Luo Yixue turned her face away, feigning indifference as she refused to look at him again. A mischievous smile tugged at Gu Feng's lips, his narrowed eyes glinting with a sly light. Do you know how everyone at school observes us daily? Luo Yixue replied. They look at us normally, with their eyes wide open. The air around her was filled with the refreshing scent of Gu Feng after a shower, and she could feel her heart racing faster. A sense of inexplicable guilt washing over her. She sensed her affection for Gu Feng was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. However, she had to keep it hidden. During this period of studying together, sharing breakfast, and commuting to and from school with Gu Feng, she was already immensely satisfied. She absolutely could not let Gu Feng know of her feelings, especially not during this critical stage of preparing for the college entrance examination. Gu Feng sighed with feigned exasperation. Every day, I show up to class with panda eyes, and everyone says I look drained. The eyes of the public are piercingly clear. Oh, Luo Yixue responded softly, adding, I'm sorry for being too hasty. I shouldn't have placed such pressure on you all at once. Today, just focus on your own review. Meanwhile, the duo in the wardrobe breathed a sigh of relief. The two children were genuinely studying. Zhanlan was increasingly pleased with her future daughter-in-law. Not only was she academically gifted, but she was also strikingly beautiful, more so than Zhanlan had been in her youth. In stark contrast, her own son seemed to squander his time flirting with girls and cracking jokes, appearing rather unworthy of such a partner. At that moment, a faint sound of a chair sliding could be heard from outside. Xiao Yixue, where are you going? Oh, I left an English notebook in my room. I'm just going back to retrieve it. Ah, that's perfect. I'm heading out to get some water. Let us go together. After the sound of footsteps faded, the house fell silent. What an opportunity. Gu Changhai, let us hurry, boop. Gu Changhai pressed a kiss on her lips. Gu Changhai, what on earth are you trying to do? Zhanlan exclaimed, her composure unraveling. Lan, do you remember when we used to? Gu Changhai's gaze burned with intensity as he recalled their past adventures of sneaking off to various locations. Back then, he was a robust young lad. I don't remember. Zanlan zipli evitabili. While the kids are away, we should leave quickly. Just being able to see Gu Feng here was enough for her. The key was to ensure their son and future daughter-in-law didn't discover them hiding in the wardrobe. We can't go out like this. The little rascal will find us. It's safer to wait until he is asleep. Gu Changhai's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at his beautiful wife, suddenly struck by a bold, wicked thought. Lan, what if Jean was pulled into his embrace? No, you can't. Jean's voice suddenly shifted as Gu Changhai's rough hand ventured toward her sensitive areas, eliciting an involuntary tremor. Jean's eyes widened, and in the next moment, she caught the pleading look in Gu Changhai's eyes. Gu Changhai, don't go too far, just a little touch. And the rest can wait until we're back in the mountain smack. Gu Changhai affectionately planted a wet kiss on her lips, grinning with delight. Don't worry, darling. I just want to kiss you. I want to go overboard. Yet, his hand was becoming increasingly brazen. At that moment, Luo Yixue stood at the door of Gu Feng's bedroom, her movement abruptly halting. Xiao Yixue, which drink do you prefer, the Dongfang Shai or the Baishui Mountain? Gu Feng approached, holding 2 bottles of chilled beverages. Gu Feng, did you hear any sounds coming from the room? Luo Yixue stood there, her grip tightening around her notebook. Gu Feng paused, then chuckled. Did you mishear? It's just the 2 of us here. What sound could there possibly be? Crackle. Suddenly, another faint noise echoed. Luo Yixue exclaimed, You heard that, right? It came from the wardrobe. She whispered, cautiously inching closer to Gu Feng, half concealed behind him. Could it be a mouse? Gu Feng frowned, murmuring, Given the recent spate of earthquakes, a mouse getting in wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. A mouse? Luo Yixue's complexion drained of color as she instinctively clutched the hem of Gu Feng's shirt. She would rather face a thief in Gu Feng's home than a mouse. She had no idea whether Gu Feng could catch a mouse, but she was certain that if a thief encountered Gu Feng, it would be the thief who would be unfortunate. Inside the wardrobe, Jeanlan was disheveled, her expression darkening as her teeth chattered in frustration. Her inner turmoil was a chaotic storm. Gu Changhai, that scoundrel, had not only made advances on her in the wardrobe, but had even dared to toy with the black stockings on her legs. If she stepped out now, even a 1 in a million chance of encountering her son and future daughter-in-law would obliterate her reputation. Gu Changhai, you beast. Despite her seething anger, Jeanlan held her tongue. My dear, you look so beautiful when you're angry. Gu Changhai gazed at Jeanlan, unable to contain his admiration. Chapter 45. The True Form Revealed. Jeanlan's flustered demeanor only made Gu Changhai's heart swell with affection, drawing him deeper into her allure. Gu Changhai, have you lost your mind? Jeanlan could no longer bear his perverse gaze and uttered a low, angry retort. Gu Changhai was shameless, but she still valued her dignity. I'm indeed losing my mind. I just want to be close to you. As long as you stay by my side, I'll take whatever scolding you throw at me. In that moment, Gu Changhai's love-filled gaze pierced through to the depths of Jeanlan's heart, causing it to tremble. I understand, but Jeanlan sighed helplessly. No buts. Don't you find this thrilling? Gu Changhai whispered in Jeanlan's ear, his hand wandering unbidden. Jeanlan's face flushed with embarrassment as she resignedly shut her eyes. Just a touch, nothing more, she warned, her voice stern, yet betraying a softness that rendered it powerless. Bang, bang, bang. The wardrobe suddenly shook violently. Gu Feng's pupils dilated as he instinctively grasped a baseball bat at the door. Yixue, it seems there is definitely more than one mouse in the wardrobe. You stay here and make sure not a single one escapes. But, Luo Yixue's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as she beheld the astonishing sight before her. Gu Feng's wardrobe was inexplicably shifting from its original position, step by step. The tremors grew increasingly violent, as if a terrifying creature within were orchestrating its movements. Advancing toward them, such an absurd occurrence was unfathomable. What monstrous entity lay concealed inside? Playing tricks. Gu Feng strode forward, grasped the handle of the wardrobe door, and yanked it open. A colossal shadow darted past in an instant. Then, it burst forth from the doorway. Luo Yixue's lovely eyes widened to their fullest, her face a portrait of utter astonishment. A gargantuan black rat. Gu Feng. What black rat? Those are clearly 2 individuals clad in black trench coats. Moreover, one had their face obscured, using nothing less than his own underwear. By the time Gu Feng chased after them, the 2 thieves had already ascended the stairs, seeking refuge in his parents' room. Gu Feng. And they even locked the door from the inside? What now? Were the thieves apprehended? Luo Yixue panted as she rushed up, clutching a suspicious spray bottle in a defensive posture. What do you have in your hand? Gu Feng's curious gaze fell upon the item Luo Yixue held, and his mouth twitched in response. A wolf deterrent spray? Surely his household lacked such an item? Then the question arose. Who was Luo Yixue preparing to defend against? Huh? Luo Yixue hurriedly concealed the object behind her back. This isn't for you. Her ears flushed with embarrassment, her gaze evasive, and her voice devoid of conviction. Even if Gu Feng were to do something to her, she wouldn't spray him with this, right? Gu Feng was left speechless. Even if I were to act upon you, this wouldn't serve as a deterrent. He never coerced anyone, unless that individual relished being coerced. The fact that Luo Yixue carried a wolf deterrent spray precisely illustrated that she was not a frivolous girl. Such a commendable young lady deserved his earnest regard. Gu Feng, the thieves have taken refuge in the room. We should contact the authorities. Luo Yixue stated gravely. The criminals had seized the room once inhabited by Gu Feng's parents, which surely contained numerous cherished mementos. Even a slight alteration would be unacceptable. Fear not. Let us first ascertain whether the intruders are human or canine. Just as Luo Yixue fretted over the possibility of the thieves ransacking the room, Gu Feng had already activated the app on his phone. A split-screen image materialized on the device. Indeed, surveillance. After his parents' demise, he had installed miniature cameras in their room, which offered a 360-degree, high-definition view with no blind spots, and also allowed for remote communication. Whenever he missed them, he would open it to take a look. By the way, Yixue, please turn on all the lights in the villa. Soon, I will reveal the true identities of these two thieves. Behind a door, Gu Changhai finally removed the underwear covering his head, inhaling the fresh air outside in deep breaths. Phew, he still had the agility of youth. He had nearly been unmasked by that brat. Not bad. This boy, Xiao Feng, has maintained the room exactly as it was. Gu Changhai surveyed his surroundings, nodding in approval. This room was constructed with special soundproof materials, so even if he spoke loudly, he had no fear of being overheard from outside. Zan Lang, with a flushed face, whether due to the fabric or her anger towards Gu Changhai, leapt down from him. Gu Changhai, this is all you're doing. Saying this, she lifted her foot and playfully stepped on Gu Changhai's face. Moments ago, while hiding in the wardrobe, she had been thoroughly toyed with by him. What was meant to be an emotional reunion between mother and son had devolved into a frantic escape. Unperturbed by Zhan Lan's delicate foot upon him, Gu Changhai grasped her foot in his hand, reveling in the moment. Haha, my dear, you've just recovered. It's unwise to become upset. Zhan Lan shot him a glare, retracting her foot in a huff, refusing to let him touch her. Oof, trapped here by our son. What should we do? Gu Changhai pondered gravely, finally suggesting, since we've come this far, why not simply open the door and clarify everything with our son? This proposal was met with vehement opposition from Zhan Lan. You may go if you wish. I refuse to. I can't bear the humiliation. Suddenly, Gu Changhai had a brilliant idea and shared his plan with Zhan Lan. You mean for me to continue feigning a comatose state? Is that feasible? Zhan Lan arched an eyebrow, regarding him with suspicion. Absolutely, my dear. You need not worry. It is foolproof. Just adhere to my cues, and all will be well. Gu Changhai assured her with a confident pat on his chest. Following this brief interlude, they resolved to meet Gu Feng ahead of schedule and divulge the truth. Little did Gu Changhai know his scheme, including a particular peculiar penchant of his, was being scrutinized in real time through the hidden cameras in the room. Even after living 2 lives, Gu Feng was profoundly shaken by the scene before him. They were still alive. Chapter 46. I am your father. Gu Feng. Who are these two? Luo Yixue approached, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the image displayed on Gu Feng's phone screen. The 2 thieves in the room bore an uncanny resemblance to the individuals in the family portrait in the living room. What on earth was happening? Gu Feng's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his grip on the phone tightening to the point of deformity. His mind was a whirlwind of questions demanding answers. Why were they still alive? If they had returned, why not reveal themselves to him? Why had his father instructed his mother to feign a comatose state? Yixue, can you check for me? Am I seeing things? Are the individuals in the video truly my parents? I'm beginning to doubt my sanity. Perhaps you could spray me with that chilly water in your hand. I need to confirm whether I'm dreaming. Luo Yixue, it's real. You're not dreaming. They are very likely your father and mother, although Ani's condition seems somewhat off. Her gaze fixated on Zhan Lan, who lay quietly asleep on the bed. Luo Yixue furrowed her brow. When she departed earlier, she had not overheard Gu Changhai and the others' conspiracy, and thus was unaware that Zhan Lan's current state was merely an act. Regardless, congratulations. You've finally reunited with your uncle and aunt. I suspect they have their own reasons for avoiding you these past 3 years. Luo Yixue gazed at Gu Feng with envy, speculating. Phew. Gu Feng exhaled deeply, a sense of clarity washing over him as he smiled and nodded. Thank you, Yixue. You too will surely find your parents. Indeed. Remembering how the two had been rummaging through the house in pursuit of the thieves, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and guilt, wondering if they had overheard the mention of the big black rat. So, do you wish to go in now? Lonnie seems to be asleep. Jean Lan's tranquil demeanor made her doubt. After so many years, returning home should not be this quiet. Gu Feng felt somewhat awkward. He certainly could not disclose to Luo Yixue that his parents were merely staging a performance for his benefit. He decided to observe their intentions first. By the way, please keep the matter of me installing surveillance in their room to yourself. If my father discovers that I have set up cameras in their space, it would surely result in a fractured leg. Engaging in such indulgent behavior, revealing a penchant for masochism. Who would have imagined that my father could be so extravagant? Fortunately, Luo Yixue did not witness this scene. Otherwise, he would have felt quite embarrassed, fearing it might be misconstrued as a tradition of the Gu family. Oh, let us pretend we have seen nothing. Luo Yixue mischievously winked in agreement. At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly, and Gu Feng instantly adopted a dramatic demeanor. His face contorted with rage. Old thief, prepare to meet your demise. Wait, so, it's me. Gu Changhai shouted hastily, as a baseball bat hovered perilously close to his forehead, barely a millimeter away. You are. I am your father. You're my father? Gu Feng's eyes widened in confusion. But you and my mother were supposed to be dead. You can't possibly be my father's ghost, can you? I personally buried your ashes. Gu Feng's jaw dropped in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Son, you are not seeing a ghost. And the ashes you buried are not mine and your mother's. We are very much alive. By the way, who is this? Gu Changhai explained briefly, then turned his gaze toward Luo Yixue. Hello, uncle. I am Luo Yixue, Gu Feng's classmate. I came to tutor him. Gu Changhai beamed and nodded, saying, Thank you for your efforts, especially at such a late hour. Gumin. He warmly welcomed both of them inside. Upon entering the room, Gu Feng's gaze fell upon Jean Lan, who lay on the bed. Luo Yixue, too, was captivated by Jean Lan's gentle beauty and her remarkable poise. Dad, what is wrong with my mom? He approached the bedside, taking her hand in his throat suddenly constricting. Gu Changhai was also moved by his son's genuine emotions and comfortingly patted Gu Feng's shoulder. Little Feng, I know you have many questions. There's no rush. I will explain everything to you tonight. Gu Changhai cast a loving glance at the sleeping beauty, slowly exhaling a sigh. Years ago, when your mother and I were on a business trip, we indeed encountered a car accident. I emerged relatively unscathed, but your mother has been in a vegetative state ever since. Gu Feng's eyes widened in shock, and after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. If that is the case, why did you deceive me into thinking you were dead? Why didn't you tell me that my mother was in a vegetative state? Why should I take care of you? He understood deeply that his father's greatest love was his mother. He would never fabricate a lie about her condition to deceive him. Thus, he concluded that Gu Changhai's words were undoubtedly the truth. His mother had indeed become a vegetative state after the accident. She must have recently awakened. Otherwise, they would not have returned to seek him out. Gu Feng was overwhelmed with guilt and remorse. His mother had lain in bed for 3 years, while his father had cared for her all that time, and he had done nothing at all. Because I love you, mother, and I love you. Gu Changhai's heavy voice resonated from behind, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. When the doctor informed me that your mother might never awaken, I made a decision then and there. I would care for her for a lifetime. Just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem, I cannot lose your mother. Gu Feng was left speechless. Luo Yixue interjected, Even if your mother is in a vegetative state, I still love her. My love for her surpasses all. To avoid being a burden to you, I took your mother to the Qing Mountain Nursing Home. Luo Yixue observed the father-son duo, momentarily unable to discern what was genuine and what was mere pretense. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng suddenly grew agitated, pointing at his heart, his eyes reddening. So, you deceived me with a fake urn? Gu Changhai, do you have any idea how I've endured these past 3 years? Gu Changhai stammered. I just thought that the situation would burden you, and you were already a capable adult. You needed to learn to take care of yourself. Luo Yixue watched the scene unfold with admiration and envy, wishing for a loving family of her own. If ever she were to become a vegetative state, she would gladly give everything for a man who would care for her in such a way, even if just for a day. Statistically speaking, if Uncle Gu is the man Aunt Jean entrusted her life to, then Gu Feng should be as well. How fortunate a girl must be to marry such a boy. In that moment, the last remnants of Gu Feng's resentment dissipated entirely. He then inquired if you and Mom were doing well in the nursing home. What made you decide to bring her down the mountain? Gu Changhai hesitated briefly before responding. Well, your mother visited me in a dream last night, expressing how much she missed you, so I brought her down. We only intended to sneak a glance at you, and had no plans to reveal ourselves. Gu Feng smirked. So, to avoid startling me, you hid my mother in the wardrobe? Exactly, exactly. Father and son share a bond. You understand me too well. Oh, no wonder my wardrobe was moving so much. I thought it was haunted. Gu Feng teased, turning the tables on Gu Changhai. Gu Changhai's expression froze, his face darkening. You brat, why must you bring that up? I sent it because I saw you so excited. Dancing with joy? Gu Changhai exclaimed. How infuriating. But haha, you silly boy, your mother is a vegetative state. How could I possibly dance with her in the wardrobe? You must have been mistaken. Gu Feng wore a bemused expression. Gu Changhai's face flushed with embarrassment. Gu Feng's gaze made him feel as though all his secrets had been unearthed, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Oomph. I'm not to be trifled with. You little rascal, you've left Luo Yixue waiting all this time. It's rather rude of you not to introduce her to your mother. He turned to Luo Yixue. Little Luo, Gu Feng has always been a mischievous child. You two have spent some time together. He hasn't bullied you, has he? If anything happens, tell uncle, and I will seek justice for you. Luo Yixue hurriedly shook her head, fearing Gu Changhai would misconstrue her as an unrefined girl. She quickly clarified, Uncle, Gu Feng and I do not share the relationship you might think. I am here merely to tutor him. Uncle Gu Changhai chuckled, pulling out a thick leather envelope from his pocket and handing it to Luo Yixue. I know you're the first girl Gu Feng has brought home, and I wasn't aware you would be here, so I didn't prepare any gifts for our meeting. Here, as a small token of my appreciation. Gu Feng's eyelids fluttered. Such a hefty envelope must contain at least 20,000. Gu Changhai shot a knowing glance at Gu Feng, clearly indicating that his generous gesture should suffice to silence his son. Luo Yixue, realizing what was happening, was also taken aback by Gu Changhai's generosity. Uncle, I truly cannot accept this. What is the matter? Do you find it insufficient? Gu Changhai's eyes widened, while secretly pondering whether Zhanlan had brought any money down the mountain, and if he should retrieve her share as well. Luo Yixue was on the verge of tears, thinking that Gu Feng's father had given her this substantial amount to keep her away from him. This was how dramas portrayed such situations. Seeing her distress, Gu Feng quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying, Yixue, my father doesn't mean it that way. You may not be aware, but it is a tradition in our Gu family to present red envelopes to friends brought home for the first time. The more generous the gift, the greater the welcome and respect shown. My father didn't bring much money down, so this envelope, while modest, is merely an average token in our family. Please do not take offense. Ah, yes. Xiao Feng is absolutely right. Just accept it, and next time, I'll ensure to give you an even larger token. With the father-son duo harmonizing in their performance, Luo Yixue reluctantly accepted the leather envelope. Seeing her accept the red envelope, Gu Changhai nodded in satisfaction, glancing between Luo Yixue and Zhanlan, suddenly appearing somewhat bashful. Gu Feng remained silent, wondering if his father was about to unveil a new act. His mother had been lying there for quite some time. It was time to see how his father would proceed. They couldn't possibly keep his mother pretending to be in a vegetative state indefinitely, could they? Little Luo, I have an unusual request. I wonder if you could assist me? Gu Changhai spoke to Luo Yixue with sincerity, devoid of any airs of affluence. Luo Yixue was initially taken aback, but quickly leaned in to listen attentively. Uncle, please go on. It is as follows, Gu Changhai began, his expression turning unexpectedly somber. Your Aunt Zhanlan once confided in me that her greatest wish in life was to see Xiao Feng marry and have children. Now, seeing her bedridden for 3 years, I am in despair. Woe is me. Luo Yixue felt a mix of conflict and sympathy for him. What can I do to help? Simply this. Although your Aunt Zhanlan is unable to move, she can still hear. For my sake, could you call her mom? The doctor has stated that she needs verbal stimulation to awaken her nerves, and as the first girl Xiao Feng has brought home, it would mean a lot. Can you assist me with this? Gu Feng stood by, his lips twitching in disbelief. The request for Luo Yixue to call Zhanlan mom was utterly absurd. How could he expect her to comply when they had barely any connection? Father, are you joking? Gu Feng interjected seriously. I am not joking. It is no jest. Gu Changhai shot him an admonishing glare. Am I not doing this for you, you rascal? Can't you see your father is trying to help you? How long will it take for you to win her over? Gu Feng sagged his shoulders in resignation. Dad, you realize it's quite dangerous, right? She is destined to be an empress. What if she holds this against us in the future? Can we expect any good fortune then? Yet in that unexpected moment, Luo Yixue, with unwavering determination, declared, Uncle, I am willing. Let me try. Without a hint of hesitation, she walked step by step toward the bed, her gaze filled with sincerity as she bent down towards the beautiful woman lying there, as if in that instant, Gu Feng's mother was her own. Her lips silently moved. Mom. Tears streamed silently down her porcelain cheeks. Unbeknownst to her, her voice had already begun to choke with emotion. At that moment, Gu Feng understood the girl's intentions. In the eyes of the Tang Kuan couple, she had always been viewed as a mere means to their financial ends. For 14 years, even a shred of warmth had been an exceedingly rare luxury for Luo Yixue. Gu Feng felt a surge of compassion, clenching his fists with resolve. He would do whatever it took to reunite this pitiful girl with her family. Suddenly, Gu Changhai let out a loud shout, causing Gu Feng to wince at his father's wide-eyed expression. Look, Lan Lan is moving. Lan Lan is moving. Xiao Feng, look. Gu Feng felt a tingle run down his spine. Your mother is waking up. She is finally waking up. Child, thank you. If possible, could you please call her once more? Yet, despite the clumsiness of their act, Luo Yixue's tears flowed freely, her heart trembling profoundly. The tears escaping the corners of Zhang Lan's closed eyes were undeniably genuine. Gu Changhai buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking as he let out a soft sob. Only Gu Feng stood there, stunned, grappling with the moral implications of his parents conspiring to deceive such an innocent girl. Father, mother, is it truly right to conspire against such a pure and innocent soul? Where's your conscience? Where's your morality? He could only think, this is madness. As their son, could he stand by and dismantle their charade? The answer was a resounding no. Not only could he not, but he must also say, Yixue, please listen to me. My father is merely overwhelmed with emotion. My mother will eventually awaken. Do not take his words to heart or feel pressured. I am immensely grateful that you can call my mother mom and bring us hope. Gu Feng, please don't say that. Luo Yixue's eyes trembled as she shook her head. Without you, I would not be where I am today. Without your help, I might have already dropped out of school. I could never have seen through the true nature of my foster parents. Everything I have done comes from the heart. I have never felt forced. For the first time in this life, or the last, Gu Feng witnessed Luo Yixue shed so many tears. A mix of pain and guilt washing over him. That is good, that is good. Noticing that Luo Yixue seemed to be on the verge of tears again, Gu Feng hurriedly offered her a tissue, soothing her with gentle words. Don't cry, don't cry. If you keep this up, how will you manage to go to school tomorrow? Turning around, he caught sight of Gu Changhai, who was stifling laughter and winking at him, as if to say, Son, your father has done well for you. Show some gratitude. Zhang Lan remained remarkably composed, having shed only a couple of tears at the outset, her body remaining almost entirely still. Gu Feng thought to himself, Father, mother, does your conscience not ache? Mine does. Under Gu Feng's comforting words, Luo Yixue finally ceased her sobbing, her eyes red as she approached Zhang Lan once more, grasping her hand with a sense of resolute determination. In the room, only her gentle voice echoed in Zhang Lan's ear. Hello, Auntie. I am Gu Feng's girlfriend. We have made a pact to attend university in the capital together. We have agreed that when you awaken, we will get married. Gathering every ounce of courage, Luo Yixue delivered these words, her delicate features flushed with a rosy hue. Gu Feng's mind felt as though it had been flooded, leaving him utterly speechless. Little Yixue, have you gone astray? Since when did you learn to deceive? As she spoke, Luo Yixue turned her gaze toward Gu Feng, her delicate face becoming increasingly radiant. With a burst of courage, she softly said, Gu Feng, once Annie awakens, let's invite her to be our witness at the wedding, shall we? As her words lingered in the air, a gentle fragrance wafted around them, and her enticing lips leaned closer to Gu Feng's ear as she whispered, I only said this so that Auntie would awaken sooner. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? The soft, rosy lips, exuding a hint of sweetness, brushed against Gu Feng's ear, causing him to feel a tickling sensation. And no, of course not. I will cooperate with whatever you say, Gu Feng stammered, lowering his head, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. He was actually blushing. So, do you want to invite Annie to be our witness? Luo Yixue stepped back from his ear, gazing into his eyes as she inquired once more. Of course I do. It was at that very moment that Zhang Lan, who had been lying in bed, astonishingly opened her eyes and sat upright. A miracle had truly occurred, her eyes sparkling. She grasped the girl's small hand tightly, her voice thick with emotion. Child, are you speaking the truth? Her expression seemed to convey to everyone. All right, I am awake. Please marry my son right here, right now. Thank you. Luo Yixue? Gu Feng. Did she really just sit up without any preamble? This is quite absurd. If the Empress finds out. Gu Feng felt a chill run down his spine, his back beaded with cold sweat, rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. In that instant, the atmosphere in the room felt as if it had frozen. Gu Changhai's eyes widened in shock as he exchanged glances with Gu Feng. Son, it's not that your father isn't helping you. It's just that your mother is a handful. Zhang Lan. She simply wants to assist her son in pursuing the girl he likes. How could there be any ill intentions? Gu Feng, Mom and Dad. Perhaps you should return to the mountain? Luo Ishue. Auntie is awake. She really has awakened. How could it be so soon? I just spoke those words in jest. Surely Annie will think I am a deceitful liar. What should I do? Luo Ishue cast a pleading glance at Gu Feng, her clear eyes reflecting a palpable sense of panic. Phew. Gu Feng silently exhaled in relief. Luo Ishue had not noticed that his mother was acting, which was a stroke of luck. Mom, it's truly wonderful to see you well. Allow me to introduce you to my classmate, Luo Ishue, my specially invited tutor. He hastily introduced, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Oh, I know. Although I have been in a vegetative state, I could hear that Ishue is not only your tutor, but also your girlfriend. Zanlan notet now win li. A smile gracing her face as she tenderly stroked Luo Ishue's delicate hand, unwilling to let go. If I am not mistaken, this is what Ishue herself told me. Zhanlan beamed with pride. Chapter 49. Goddaughter? She is your daughter-in-law. Zhanlan's eyes twinkled as she regarded Luo Ishue, who she found to be an exquisite beauty, drawing her affection with every glance. However, her gaze soon fell upon Luo Ishue's modest attire, and she felt a pang of sympathy for her background, wishing she could take the place of her biological parents and cherish her as a daughter. In Luo Ishue's eyes, wealthy families were often difficult to engage with. Yet, Gu Feng's parents were entirely different. They were nothing like the affluent individuals she had previously encountered. Their attitude towards her and the respect they afforded her were forms of warmth she had never before experienced. How wonderful it would be if she truly were Gu Feng's girlfriend. As these thoughts swirled within her, a sense of guilt began to well up. Sorry, Auntie. I deceived you. Ultimately, Luo Ishue chose to confess to Zhanlan. Auntie, in truth, I'm not Gu Feng's girlfriend. She spoke like a child who had committed a misdeed, her small face downcast. Gu Feng sincerely hopes you will awaken soon. The words I spoke earlier were entirely my own doing. Yet, Zhanlan held onto Luo Ishue's hand even tighter. Silly child, what does that matter? I can sense the sincerity in your words, as well as your lack of confidence. What I need to do is ensure you feel my sincerity in return. Annie is not deceiving you. It is indeed your story that brought me back to consciousness. However, at that moment, I was still in a mountain. What does it matter if you're not my son's girlfriend? You are a kind-hearted child, and if you don't mind, you can call me Mom and allow me to adopt you as my goddaughter. Gu Feng was taken aback. Goddaughter? Isn't that inappropriate? If Luo Ishue acknowledges Zhanlan as a godmother, wouldn't that mean they could no longer be considered siblings? This is not merely inappropriate. It is absolutely unacceptable. Gu Changhai also found it inappropriate, muttering softly from the side. Exactly. Who adopts their daughter-in-law as a goddaughter? Isn't that chaotic? Zhanlan immediately frowned. You too. Be silent. I am asking Ishue. Addressing Luo Ishue, she continued. Ishue, what do you think? Luo Ishue bit her lip, her eyes revealing a blend of confusion and complexity. After a moment's thought, she responded, Auntie Zhan, I also feel it may not be quite appropriate. Why is that? Zanlan stutin luo zis intenti. Luo Ishue pondered, suddenly at a loss for words. During her brief time at the Gu household, she had experienced an unprecedented warmth of home and the respect that family members extended to one another. It was precisely because of this that she could not agree to Zhanlan's request. The person she cherished was Gu Feng. She could not adopt a position as a goddaughter and call Zhanlan Mom. If she recalled her anything, it would have to be. Luo Ishue's cheeks flushed crimson, her fair skin blooming with color as she grappled with her embarrassment. She certainly cannot confess. I have been thinking about your son. I wish to be your daughter-in-law, especially not in front of Gu Feng. Observing Luo Ishue's reaction, Zhanlan's smile deepened. As someone who had been through similar experiences, she understood Luo Ishue's feelings even without her saying a word. All right, Ishue, I understand that you have your considerations. When you have made up your mind, please let me know. Zhanlan continued with a smile. Regardless of the nature of your relationship with Xiao Feng in the future, in my heart, you will always be my dear daughter. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng finally felt a sense of relief. His mother had managed to smooth things over. Luo Ishue looked gratefully at Zhanlan. Auntie Zhan, thank you. I will carefully consider your suggestion. She understood that Gu Feng had not seen his parents in 3 years and must have much to discuss with them. It was now time to allow them the space to reconnect as a family. Gu Feng, you have finally reunited with Uncle and Annie. Spend more time with them. I will take my leave now. Luo Ishue stood, speaking sweetly. Noticing her fidgeting hands, Gu Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Leaving? Are you planning to depart from the Gu household? Having already canceled her rented apartment, Gu Feng could not possibly let her leave. Good night. Please return to your room to rest. Once I finish my homework, I will check it for you at breakfast tomorrow. Gu Feng said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Luo Yishua's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, as the last note faded into silence. Gu Feng's parents cast peculiar glances in their direction. Returning to the room, Gu Changhai exchanged a knowing look with his son, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Young lad. Zhanlan couldn't help but beam with delight. Meanwhile, Luo Yishua's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Gu Feng's expression turned serious. What is it, Mom and Dad? Yishua lives quite far, so I offered her a guest room. Do you have any objections? Oh, it's the guest room, is it? Zhanlan turned to Luo Yishua, her enthusiasm unabated. Yishua, are you accustomed to staying in guest rooms? This one has the best lighting in the entire house. If you like it. At this, Luo Yishua's complexion became instantly uneasy. She suddenly recalled the hidden cameras Gu Feng had installed in this very house. Would there be one in her room as well? No need for that, Annie. The guest room is perfectly fine. I'm quite comfortable there. Good night, Uncle and Annie. Good night, Yishua. As she turned and hurriedly departed, Gu Feng muttered, What a girl. She didn't even bid me farewell. Is she fleeing from something, or does she think there's a wolf lurking here? TSK, what's with it skiing? Can't bear to part already? It seems your mother and I returned at an opportune time. Gu Changhai teased, his lips pursed in a playful smirk. Comrade Changhai, such talk is hardly appropriate. Zanlan Zidol, you two should have returned long ago. With that, Gu Feng opened his arms and enveloped Zhanlan in a warm embrace. Welcome home, Annie. You little rascal. A welcome is one thing, but are you trying to squeeze the life out of your mother? She chided, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. Her little Feng had grown so tall without her even realizing it. Gu Changhai, too, seemed to have something in his eye as he rubbed it incessantly. This family cannot do without me. No way. I want a hug too. He dashed forward without hesitation. Gu Changhai, are you a bear? You're hugging so tightly I can hardly breathe. Oh, come on. I'm just so happy. Welcome home, Dad. Chapter 50. Never let down for a lifetime. 13 years apart. I thought I'd die missing you. Gu Feng murmured with closed eyes, lost in the joy of reuniting with his parents. Zhanlan wiped her tears and laughed, scolding, You little rascal. Have you lost your mind? Your father and I've only been gone for 3 years, not 13. Gu Feng froze momentarily, scratching his head in a tactical manner. 3 years, yes, not 13. I'm just so overjoyed. He sighed softly. In his previous life, he lost his parents at 15 and passed away at 20. Reborn at 18. Hadn't it been 13 years since they parted? But Dad, what happened in that car accident years ago? You and Mom. Gu Feng shifted the conversation toward Gu Changhai. That's all in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Your mother and I are just glad to be alive. Gu Changhai replied, his gaze evasive, clearly reluctant to linger on that topic. Let's talk about you instead. Me? What is there to discuss? Zhanlan seemed to take interest, her eyes brightening. Feng, tell me what you think about Yishua. Gu Feng replied, What is there to think? Haven't we already clarified? We're his classmates, good friends. Nothing more than that. You must exercise some caution, you know? It's best not to be too aloof or too fervent. You might scare her off, he quietly warned. A smile tugged at the corners of Zhanlan's mouth as she playfully pushed him. What? You can't even look her in the eye. Gu Feng sighed. Mom, what a misunderstanding you have. Luo Yishua is the future Empress. If anyone is not good enough, it's me. So, just say whether you like her or not. That's all that matters. Your mother and I will support you, no doubt about it. Gu Changhai interjected confidently. Gu Feng nodded candidly, admitting, Yes, I like her, but the question is whether she likes me back. I have no idea. Gu Changhai smirked. If she didn't like you, would she come over to help you with your studies? You really think your mother is just looking for a goddaughter? She's gathering intelligence on your behalf. As he spoke, he flashed a toothy grin at Zhanlan. Am I right, dear? Oof. You and your big mouth. Zhanlan shot him a glare. Your father has a point. That girl has feelings for you, she concluded decisively. Gu Changhai chuckled. Exactly. Otherwise, why wouldn't she acknowledge your mother as her godmother? She simply wants to align herself with you. As his parents engaged in their analysis, Gu Feng felt a sudden clarity wash over him. So, they had all these thoughts while he was left in the dark. Dad, Mom, you two are truly the hidden talents of our family. With you both around, how could we possibly worry about not having a daughter-in-law in the future? You little rascal. Is that how you compare your parents? Regardless, come here. Give me a kiss. Hey, do you think if I confess my feelings to her, she would agree? After a playful exchange, Gu Feng finally asked. The three of them seemed to revert to their previous joyful dynamic, though this time, the hidden talents of the family found themselves divided in opinion. Gu Changhai remarked, That's hard to say. Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. Gu Changhai continued, Based on what your mother and I know about this girl's upbringing, given her character, if she feels unworthy of you, she might reject you. You mean, feeling insecure? Gu Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled the times Luo Yishua had apologized to him. In essence, insecurity was merely a lack of confidence in oneself. As the future Empress, Would she wait until her talents awakened before he confessed? By then, she would undoubtedly be a radiant figure. But would she still accept him then? As if sensing his hesitation, Gu Changhai comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. But you needn't worry too much. If she likes you, what's there to fear in a rejection? When I pursued your mother, I faced rejection countless times. Yet, in the end, it all worked out. Haha, life is short. If you like a girl, go after her. There's that saying. If you can't catch her, snatch her. If you can't snatch her, well, I didn't say anything. In the next moment, Zhan Lan, gritting her teeth, fiercely tugged on Gu Changhai's ear. Gu Changhai, do you encourage our son to behave like that? Repeat what you just said. And no, I said nothing. Just hear me out. I meant to say one should be persistent in spirit, not advocate for criminal behavior. He stammered. Zhan Lan hope fat. Spinning Gu Changhai's ear a few times before releasing him. Turning to Gu Feng, she inquired, would you like to hear your mother's opinion? Gu Feng glanced at Gu Changhai, who was still grimacing in pain, and hurriedly nodded in agreement. With a serious expression, Zhan Lan declared, if you truly like Yishue, you must treat her well for a lifetime. Never let her down, understand? The girl's background is profoundly tragic. Anyone who can penetrate her heart will undoubtedly be deemed more precious than her own life. To betray her is tantamount to extinguishing her very existence. In conclusion, Zhan Lan affirmed her statement. A mother's intuition in discerning people is never mistaken. Liyixu is a good girl. Gu Feng nodded solemnly. I understand. As long as you understand. That's good. You still have problems to solve. So go back to your room and rest early. Gu Changhai's eyes darted around Zhan Lan's alluring silhouette, signaling Gu Feng to leave. Tonight, your dad has been solving your problems and helping you with your girlfriend. Now it's your turn to alleviate my worries. At that moment, as Gu Feng was ushered out the door by his father, his gaze seemed to pierce through everything. If all goes as expected, his father's collision machine is already primed for action. A calamitous event is poised to unfold here. Alas, it appears I must find a moment to swiftly dismantle the surveillance. Otherwise, should my father discover it, it would lead to an entirely different family tragedy. Upon returning to his room, as he pushed the door open, he beheld Liyixu seated at her desk, diligently working on her assignments. Beneath the glow of the floor lamp, her lustrous, ebony hair cascaded gracefully. The contours of her face, illuminated by the light, exuded an enchanting and mysterious beauty, as if sculpted by divine hands. Her curled, lush eyelashes, pearly earlobes, and the alabaster elegance of her swan-like neck seemed to provoke the visual senses with every subtle movement. Her slender figure possessed curves that could astonish even the most hardened souls. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Feng had already held his breath, fearful of disturbing this intoxicating beauty. In the hushed room, the only sounds were the soft scratching of the pen against paper. Suddenly, Gu Feng's gaze fell upon the wall clock, and he realized something was amiss. This is indeed his room. What is Liyixu doing here? Shouldn't she be in her own room at this hour? As he gazed at the graceful silhouette at the desk, warmth began to bloom within him. If he were to confess his feelings to Liyixu now, would she reciprocate? However, a confession must carry a sense of ritual. One must ascertain the other's interest, discern their preferences, and choose an appropriate moment and place. So what does Liyixu cherish? Chanel? Louis Vuitton? Diamond rings? Or perhaps a BMW? For an ordinary girl, Gu Feng might merely need to shower her with wealth. If 10,000 isn't enough, then 100,000. If that still falls short, then 1,000,000. An extravagant display of currency would surely sway 99 of girls. Yet, Liyixu is no ordinary girl. Would she appreciate the hollow gestures of materialism? Suddenly, Liyixu turned her head, noticing Gu Feng standing at the doorway, her expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. Gu Feng, may I ask you a question? Gu Feng paused, bemused. It was already midnight. What question could possibly wait until now? Go ahead, he replied. Liyixu hesitated briefly before approaching the door, peering around cautiously before returning to close it softly. Gu Feng's curiosity intensified. Was she contemplating moving away? Or perhaps, like him, did she wish to confess her feelings? After some deliberation, he concluded that the former was more likely. However, he would not grant her that wish. Liyixu moved closer, her expression slightly conflicted. Her reason for visiting Gu Feng's room was to clarify the matter regarding the surveillance. She trusted in his integrity and believed he would not install such devices in her room. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to him after her bath. Yet, she had grown accustomed to studying late into the night with him, sharing good nights before drifting off to sleep. Gu Feng hadn't said good night to her yet. After much contemplation, she ventured forth. I wanted to ask, when do you plan to dismantle the surveillance at Uncle and Auntie's? Gu Feng, taken aback, chuckled. This is what you came to ask. Tomorrow, but must be done discreetly. My parents must not find out. No wonder she was so cautious in closing the door. Well done, little Liyikshu. Otherwise, Gu Feng gestured towards upstairs, hinting at the consequences from his parents. Oh, Liyikshu suddenly blinked. What about other places? Do those surveillance cameras need to be taken down too? If so, I can. Other places? Gu Feng squinted, his expression growing strange. Why was she so concerned about matters unrelated to her studies or moving? What was her true intent? I don't think it's necessary, he replied. Why not? Liyikshu inquired. Gu Feng smirked, because those devices only exist in my parents' room. Little Liyikshu, you don't suspect that I've installed them in your room too, do you? Absolutely not. No way. Liyikshu's face flushed crimson as she vehemently denied it, her confidence waning as she fidgeted with her clothing. I just thought about it for a moment. Really? Just thought about it? Yes, truly. I swear. That is still not acceptable. Even thinking about it is a crime. Liyikshu. Little Liyikshu, you've truly disappointed me. Gu Feng sighed dramatically, placing his hand on his forehead in mock despair. Finally, Liyikshu looked at him. Are you angry? Gu Feng snorted, not angry, but extremely furious. Liyikshu's gaze fell, guilt washing over her as she succumbed to deep self-reproach. I apologize, otherwise. Otherwise what? Gu Feng pressed, amused. Otherwise. Liyikshu nearly burst into tears. Otherwise, you could treat me to a midnight snack. Gu Feng, unwilling to see her cry, seized the opportunity. What about your homework? Forget it. I say, little Liyikshu, do you really want to attend the same university as me? Gu Feng teased. Liyikshu's cheeks flushed deeper at his words. I do not. I just don't want to see you fall behind. Uncle and Annie have been so kind to me. I must help them keep you on track. So that is how it is. Gu Feng smiled wider, nodding in understanding as he feigned difficulty. But what if I try hard and still can't get into university? Liyikshu gazed at him, her eyes reflecting only his image, responding without hesitation. Then I will accompany you for another year of studying. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. But what if you still don't get in? Then we will repeat the year until you succeed. Gu Feng froze, a sudden pang of emotion washing over him, an amalgamation of gratitude and something unnameable. Silly girl, even if I try my hardest, I am destined to fail at university. The future belongs to the awakened. The era of academic competition and life-changing exams has irrevocably passed. The future will not be determined by academic performance, but rather by the level of awakened talent. His endeavor was to diligently enhance his innate talents, ensuring that when crises emerged, his family would remain unscathed. In the vast expanse of existence, there are always those stronger, and even the formidable Luo Yixue would inevitably encounter adversaries more powerful than herself in the future. Faced with such a reality, Gu Feng could not help but feel moved, offering a wry smile and a nod. All right, little Yixue, you have bested me. Rest assured, I shall submit my homework punctually by tomorrow morning. Even the esteemed Empress had chosen to forego the college entrance examination to accompany her on a journey of re-examination. He felt compelled to express his own stance, for he could not allow her heartfelt intentions to go unreciprocated. With that, Gu Feng pulled out a chair and earnestly began to tackle his assignments. Beneath the soft glow of the night lamp, Luo Yixue observed this scene, feeling both touched and a twinge of reluctance in her heart. Chapter 52. The School Flower of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Today marked the day of Gu Feng's reunion with his parents, and out of both emotion and reason, she felt it inappropriate to press him so harshly. Gu Feng, how about we step out for a late-night snack? I'll treat you with the red envelope Uncle Gu gave me. Really? Upon hearing this, Gu Feng immediately discarded his pen as if it were a searing hot potato. We mustn't delay. Let's make haste. Luo Yixue's lips curled into a gentle smile as she nodded lightly. Are you really not going to pretend anymore? What do you wish to eat? She inquired. Gu Feng pondered for a moment, a playful grin forming on his lips as he suggested. Let us first wander through the night market, and then decide what to eat. As the newly minted little wealthy lady prepared to spend, the Jiangnan night market was a vibrant spectacle, abuzz with life. A myriad of food stalls offering barbecue delicacies, milk tea, music, beer, and snacks filled the narrow alley. Standing at the entrance, Gu Feng exclaimed, "We shall walk down this path, and at the 18th stall, we will indulge in whatever they serve." Luo Yixue, clad in a loose, short-sleeved t-shirt paired with light blue trousers, stood alongside Gu Feng, who sported a similar casual look, filling the street corner with an exuberance of youth. A soft smile played on her lips as her curiosity piqued, and she nodded obediently, finding the idea quite delightful. As they strolled and counted, upon reaching the 18th food stall, they found themselves at a bustling barbecue vendor. They managed to secure the last available table in a somewhat secluded spot. It seems fortune smiles upon us. This last seat feels tailor-made for us, Gu Feng chuckled, perusing the menu. He sketched out his selections while engaging in light-hearted conversation with Luo Ishue. Gu Feng, it's so crowded here, she remarked. Indeed, Gu Feng sighed, once the beasts invade. Such a thriving night market will be a rarity. Little Ishue, have you never visited a night market before? Luo Ishue shook her head with a smile, her mood lightening as she jested with Gu Feng. Never. It's either work or on my way to work. After classes, it's all about doing odd jobs nonstop to earn money. By the time I return to my rented place, I'm utterly exhausted, leaving no time for leisure. Even indulging in something as simple as barbecued skewers is beyond my financial reach. Gu Feng gazed at her intently, as she recounted her past life with the utmost nonchalance, as if discussing something trivial. At that moment, he genuinely believed that life had spared this suffering girl, and she had let go of her past. Her future could only improve. When one possesses the courage to bid farewell to the past, life rewards them with a new beginning. You enjoy visiting night markets? We shall do so often in the future, Gu Feng said, his smile genuine. Luo Ishue's delicate features reflected a glimmer of something unsaid in her clear eyes as she looked towards Gu Feng. However, just then, a brash voice suddenly drew their attention. Order whatever you wish, it's on me. Oh, the little brother is treating us. With so many friends here, this feast won't come cheap. Didn't you know? My brother is now with the Somnian gang, following the boss of the Somnian gang. He can afford to treat us to barbecues every day. Brother, you're the best. All right, let's not hold back then. Boss, bring out 100 kidneys and serve us all your drinks. Make it quick. Gu Feng turned his head to see Tang Xiaodi, nearly failing to recognize him. The mature man seated among the crowd, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and adorned with a golden watch and floral shirt, was none other than Tang Xiaodi. Luo Ishu merely glanced in that direction before averting her gaze indifferently. She could easily discern that the people around Tang Xiaodi were merely mooching off his generosity. However, both the Tang family and Tang Xiaodi would no longer concern her from this point forward. By the way, little Ishue, what were you saying earlier? Aunt Jean, daughter? Gu Feng smiled, steering the conversation back to a serious note. Luo Ishue twirled her cup thoughtfully, suddenly plagued by uncertainty. Did I act impolitely by refusing Aunt Jean? Will she be upset? At her words, a playful smile crept onto Gu Feng's lips. Does that matter? I'm more curious about why you declined my mother's offer. Come on, little Ishue, enlighten me, Gu Feng urged, feigning innocence. Meanwhile, not far away, a commotion erupted. Boss, what's going on? There's rat droppings in this dish. With a loud crash, a beer bottle shattered. My apologies. I'll prepare a fresh one for you right away. What? Aridu. Tang Xiaodi sprang to his feet, slamming his hand on the table. Aridu suffices? This is rat droppings. Are you responsible for someone dying from this? The boss's face paled, but seeing the crowd surrounding Tang Xiaodi, he had no choice but to endure. Little brother, you jest. This cannot possibly be rat droppings. It's fermented black beans. If you don't believe me, I'll eat one right now. Saying this, he picked up the black morsel in front of everyone and consumed it. Tang Xiaodi paused, then leaped up from his seat, seizing the boss by the hair. Fermented black beans. I'll be damned. I'm telling you, that's rat droppings. This is rat droppings. You either count me, or let your friends smash your stall. Choose. Tang Xiaodi sautet a. I choose to comp you. The boss stammered. You said it. You're quite perceptive. Tang Xiaodi released the boss, and the table erupted in cheers. Ha! Brother is mighty and domineering. Brother is incredible. Stick with him, and there's meat to eat. Before long, Tang Xiaodi found himself lost amidst the adoration of the crowd. The boss, clearly experienced, upon stabilizing the situation with Tang Xiaodi, swiftly retreated to a corner to make a phone call. Luo Ishue observed the unfolding scene and advised, Gu Feng, perhaps we should switch to another restaurant. She sensed that with Tang Xiaodi present, trouble was likely to ensue, and she wished to avoid causing Gu Feng any further hassle. Gu Feng hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. However, we shan't waste our money. The dishes we ordered are nearly ready. Let us take them home. Agreed. As they spoke, the raucous voices of Tang Xiaodi and his entourage grew increasingly boisterous. Little brother, I've heard that you have a beautiful sister. The school belle of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Is this true? Chapter 53. This time, she was genuinely angry. Besai Tang Xiaodi. A scruffy individual suddenly displayed a lewd expression. The other members of the group, upon hearing the mention of the school bell, instantly lit up with lustful glimmers in their eyes. Indeed, Tang Xiaodi hesitated for a moment, speaking ambiguously. Oh, their eyes sparkled even brighter. Good buddy. No, little brother. Why not invite your sister out to join us for some fun? Yes, studying is exhausting. Have her sister come out and relax with us. Isn't that reasonable? Another wave of lewd laughter erupted around them. So what if she was the school belle? She would still have to accompany these uneducated wastrels for drinks, wouldn't she? Exactly. Little brother, you must bring her out, or else it would be a slap in the face for us. Tang Xiaoti's expression stiffened, caught in a dilemma. Very well. With everyone egging him on, Tang Xiaoti reluctantly picked up the phone to call Luo Yixue. As expected, the call was immediately disconnected. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tang Xiaoti chuckled awkwardly. My sister might be studying. That's why she didn't answer. Try again. It'd be dull if there are no women around. Little brother, today is your show. You wouldn't want to disappoint your buddies, would you? I heard that your sister isn't actually your parents' biological child. So in your household, is your status lower than this non-biological sister of yours? What they didn't anticipate was that Luo Yixue had arrived as well, and she was at the same barbecue stall as them. The voices of these individuals were not low, and their words were heard clearly by Luo Yixue. Tang Xiaoti made call after call, and in the end, Luo Yixue simply turned off her phone. Her expression was far from pleasant. Even though she had already severed all ties with the Tang family in her heart, Tang Xiaoti's actions still left her feeling a chill of disappointment. Suddenly, she turned her head, only to find an empty space beside her. Gu Feng had vanished. This wretched person, refusing to answer even the phone. Dan Xiaodi Guset Inwali. Little brother, where is he? When is he coming? Faced with the urgings of his buddies, Tang Xiaoti replied, she might be, with my brother-in-law. She probably doesn't have time to come. What? Your brother-in-law? Tang Xiaoti's eyes shifted, realizing, oh, you guys didn't know? My brother-in-law is the notorious Ji Ge from the Sanlian gang. After all, boasting wouldn't cost him anything. So he continued, wow, is that true? You better not be pulling my leg. I have a sister at the same school too, and I've heard that your sister's boyfriend is a student there. Supposedly from the same senior class. That Gu Feng is just a backup, to maintain his pride in front of his friends. Tang Xiaoti had no choice but to keep the charade going. To be honest, my sister has long since slept with Ji Ge. It was that high school student who kept pestering my sister. She only pretended to date him to see how it went. Just wait until I see that high school student again. I will beat him to a pulp. Tang Xiaoti's reckless slander finally provoked the ire of someone behind him. Tang Xiaoti, shut up. A furious voice erupted from behind. When Tang Xiaoti turned to see Luo Yixue, he thought he was hallucinating. The brothers surrounding him looked like ferocious wolves, their mouths watering, their eyes wide with anticipation. Luo Yixue, you arrived just in time. Come and keep my brother's company. However, before Tang Xiaoti could express his delight, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze fixed upon him from behind Luo Yixue. His pupils constricted. It was Gu Feng. But so what? There were only two of them, and behind him stood a group of loyal brothers. Luo Yixue trembled slightly, her gaze icy as she regarded Tang Xiaoti. She could endure his slandering her, but she would never tolerate any slander against Gu Feng. Tang Xiaoti apologized to Gu Feng. If you are willing to apologize, I believe he won't make things difficult for you, Luo Yixue stated. What are you talking about? The one who should apologize is you. Dan Xiaodi Sautet Fai Soli. Emboldened by his numbers, as he contemptuously pointed at Gu Feng. Kid, you were quite arrogant at my house that day. What? Now you hide behind a woman? Come here. You little brat. Little brother, who is he? Asked one of Tang Xiaoti's companions, looking disdainful. I'm the high school student he's been pestering his sister about. Gu Feng said with a smile, approaching amicably. Now that I'm here, if you don't beat me to a pulp, I might just have to return the favor. Gu Feng walked slowly, and Tang Xiaoti, feeling a twinge of fear, stepped back a couple of paces. The closer Gu Feng came, the more intense the oppressive aura he exuded became. What are you all waiting for? Get him! Tang Xiaoti shouted loudly. If anything goes wrong, it's on me. What is that barking from a dog? In the next moment, with a chilling grip, Tang Xiaoti found himself seized by the throat, lifted off the ground as though he were a mere chicken. The familiar sensation surged through Tang Xiaoti's mind. The veins on his face bulged from the rapid loss of oxygen. His expression twisted in pain and terror. Big brother, please spare me. We could talk this out. Tang Xiaoti clutched Gu Feng's arm desperately, his voice growing hoarse. The onlookers gasped collectively. What kind of monstrous strength is this? He can lift a person with one hand. It felt as though lifting a person was as effortless as picking up 2 pounds of oranges. Impressive. Meanwhile, the few ruffians who had initially planned to teach Gu Feng a lesson widened their eyes in shock. Little brother, I just remember my wife is in the hospital giving birth. I need to go check on the baby. See you. Little brother, I just recalled that my great-grandmother's funeral is today. I must return to help with the coffin. See you. Little brother, I really need to use the restroom. I'll come back to help you beat him. Little brother, hold on a moment. I'll go get more people. In less than a minute, everyone around Tang Xiaoti had fled. Tang Xiaoti's face drained of color, as if all the blood had been sucked out. Come back. All you come back. He silently screamed, his face nearly in tears. Big brother, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. Sabsobota. Sister, please help me. I swear. From now on, I won't team meddle in your affairs again. Yet this time, Luo Ishue merely looked on coldly, offering no further assistance. Chapter 54, The Black Fish. As Gu Feng tightened his grip, Tang Xiaoti's eyes bulged intensely, and all that escaped his throat were intermittent gasps. This madman, coughing violently. Memories of Tang Kuen's drunken ramblings flooded Tang Xiaoti's mind. He had said that Ji Gu was imprisoned due to Gu Feng's schemes. Chen Hue's death was also orchestrated by Gu Feng. Initially, he had thought it was merely the drunken babble of Tang Kuen, but unexpectedly, Gu Feng was just a high school student. After careful consideration, it turns out that he is merely a year older than myself. No, this defies all logic. I refuse to believe that you would dare commit murder in broad daylight. Tang Xiaoti exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, forcing a few words from his throat. At least you have some sense. Gu Feng responded with a cold smile, but then, with a swift motion, he delivered 2 resounding slaps, rendering Tang Xiaoti speechless. Blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Discarding him casually, Tang Xiaoti collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog, his head buzzing. Trembling, he gazed at Gu Feng. Consumed by fear and trepidation, his demeanor markedly subdued. Gu Feng spared his life, yet the pain inflicted upon him and the humiliation he felt were exponentially worse. Gu Feng, brother-in-law, Gu Shui Bai, I was wrong, Tang Xiaoti pleaded, kneeling on the ground, his mind reeling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, his voice trembling. I joined the Sanlian gang and heard something about you. Would you like to hear it? Just let me go. I have no desire to hear it. Gu Feng interrupted curtly. Tang Xiaoti, undeterred, continued. It's all right. I can give you a brief hint. It concerns you and the leader of the Sanlian gang, Long Ge. This piqued Gu Feng's interest. He raised his eyelids slightly, a glimmer of intrigue evident in his mocking gaze. Proceed. This flicker of interest offered Tang Xiaoti a glimmer of hope. Wetting his parched throat, he continued. The upper echelons of the Sanlian gang are already aware of your past actions. They will seek to trouble you, and there is no escape. Is that all? Tang Xiaoti feared that Gu Feng might not have grasped the gravity of his words. You have no idea how formidable the Sanlian gang is. The largest underground organization in Jiangnan. The likes of Ji Gu and Hu Gu are nothing compared to the true Sanlian gang. Gu Feng, having offended the dark forces. If you do not flee, you might as well prepare for death. Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. To me, the Sanlian gang is inconsequential, and you, too, are of no significance. You are but a mere trifle. Gu Feng's tone was devoid of emotion. I am not interested in your affairs with the Sanlian gang. Listen closely. I will grant you one opportunity to apologize. If you seek forgiveness from Ishue, I may consider sparing your life. But make no mistake, this is your final chance. Tang Xiaoti could scarcely believe the audacity of Gu Feng, so brazen and arrogant. In his eyes, it was one thing for him to regard himself as inconsequential. But to dismiss the Sanlian gang in such a manner? Was he courting death? Immediately, Tang Xiaoti committed Gu Feng's words to memory. In his mind, Gu Feng was already as good as dead. He saw no reason to quarrel with a man on the brink of demise. Sister, I am sorry I was wrong. Our entire family has wronged you. I truly understand my mistakes. For the sake of my younger brother's innocence, would you forgive me? For the first time in history, Tang Xiaoti displayed a submissive demeanor before Luo Ishue. I forgive you. Now leave. Luo Ishue's voice was devoid of emotion, yet her heart was tumultuous. If what Tang Xiaoti said was true, it would mean that she had unwittingly brought even greater trouble upon Gu Feng. Even disaster. So may I leave now? Tang Xiaoti's face brightened as he stood, preparing to exit. Just then, the owner of the barbecue stall stepped forward, blocking his path. The bill hasn't been settled. You must pay before you can leave. Tang Xiaoti laughed in disbelief. Old dang, are you jesting? You explicitly told us that our meal would be complimentary. There were many of you earlier. I couldn't very well ruin my own business. But now that your people are gone, you must either pay or wait until the Sanlian gang arrives. Tang Xiaoti pointed at his own nose. I am with the Sanlian gang. The owner replied. If you are indeed with the Sanlian gang, then you should know that this is their territory. Tang Xiaoti stammered. Moreover, due to your ruckus, all the customers have fled. Who will compensate for the losses incurred tonight? Panit Godip Tang Xiaodi. On his first day with the Sanlian gang, how could he have known this was their territory? Furthermore, he was merely a lowly errand boy. In the Sanlian gang, anyone was superior to him, and he had to address even the least of them as brother. If the guard discovered that he had dined and dashed, Tang Xiaoti glanced at Luo Ishue, but before he could speak, he met Gu Feng's icy gaze, sending a chill down his spine. How ruthless! Noticing that Luo Yixue showed no intention of paying for him, Tang Xiaodi seethed inwardly. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly produced all his possessions, including his newly purchased pineapple phone. Leave the phone here. I will come back tomorrow with the money to redeem it. No sooner had he spoken than a convoy of luxury vehicles came to a halt in the middle of the street. Among the 8 Bentleys, one was a Hongqi. From the front Bentley, a few individuals emerged. What's going on? My brothers down there reported some trouble? The leading man frowned, his piercing gaze sweeping over the stall. Dan Xiaodi Hudi Den Ap Go Jek. Brother Wu Yu, there has been some trouble, but I've already handled it. The owner interjected. Who are you? The man named Wu Yu cast a glance at Tang Xiaodi. I am Tang Xiaodi, a new brother who just joined today. Tang Xiaodi's face lit up with excitement. Having undergone training with the Sanlin gang, he recognized that the man before him was Wu Yu, the most trusted bodyguard of Long Go. Therefore, the person seated in the Hongqi car must be Wei Long, the leader of Jiangnan's largest underground organization, the Sanlin gang. He also knew that not far from there lay the most extravagant nightclub in Jiangnan, the Han Huang Chao nightclub. The top floor of Han Huang Chao was the headquarters of the Sanlin gang, the stronghold of their leader, Long Ge. A newcomer? All right, I will remember you. Seeing that he was a novice, Wu Yu said little more, merely nodding before preparing to leave. Wait, brother Wu Yu, I have something I wish to discuss with Long Ge. Tang Xiaodi cast a glance toward Gu Feng, determination surging within him as he blocked Wu Yu's path. Wu Yu frowned, his tone laced with evident displeasure. Were you? Do you think you can just meet the boss whenever you wish? Brother Wu Yu, I am well aware that not just anyone can meet Long Ge, but I know who harmed Hu Ge and Ji Ge, and he is right here. Tang Xiaodi declared fiercely, directing his gaze toward Gu Feng. He realized that this was not only an opportunity for vengeance, but also a chance to shine before Long Ge. Had it not been for Gu Feng's 2 slaps that had awakened him, had it not been for this fortuitous moment, he might never have dared to take this step in his life. Just as Gu Feng was about to leave, he frowned at that moment. He did not seek trouble, yet trouble had found him instead. Indeed, Tang Xiaodi's shout did not go unnoticed. A bodyguard approached the Hongqi car and respectfully opened the door. A bald man stepped out, none other than Wei Long himself. At the same time, Tang Xiaodi's face lit up with unrestrained joy. Ha! Truly, fortune favors me. Gu Feng, today is your end. With a venomous glance directed at Gu Feng, Tang Xiaodi could not help but smirk, although there was no overt panic visible in Gu Feng's eyes. The fluctuations within them were unmistakable. Ha! You must be utterly dumbfounded. Before the leader of the Sanlin gang, you are nothing but a worthless pawn. Tang Xiaodi's gulp. Advancing towards Wei Long, brother Long. He attempted to step closer, but was abruptly halted by Wei Long's bodyguard, Wu Yu. Yet, Wei Long merely glanced past him, his narrowed eyes glinting with a flicker of brilliance. A swift sweep of his gaze allowed him to recognize Gu Feng instantly. The entire sequence of events had long been investigated by his men. Brother Long, you must annihilate this pair of wretched lovers to avenge Brother Ji and Brother Hu. Fool! Do you desire the world to witness the disgrace of our Sanlin gang? Wu Yu, having exhausted his patience, waved his hand, and 2 men seized Tang Xiaodi, leading him into a dark alley. Tang Xiaodi, somewhat bewildered, soon found himself subjected to the sounds of a punching bag being struck, prompting him to wail like a child. Wei Long cast his attention back towards Gu Feng, and in an instant, over a dozen bodyguards surged forth, dispersing the onlookers. Soon, with Wei Long at the center, Gu Feng and Luo Yixue were encircled. The spectators were utterly astonished. Such a terrifying scene was typically reserved for the silver screen. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a cinematic portrayal of a couple on the run, pursued by a band of nefarious forces. Heaven had no way out, and the earth provided no refuge. Oh, that man appears truly fearsome, and those 2 young souls seem so pitiable. Should we call the police to assist them? Call the police? Have you lost your mind? If you value your life, do not involve me. Go quickly. Pretend you are blind. See nothing, hear nothing. Yet no buts. Something monumental is about to unfold tonight. Do not revel in the chaos, for others' fates are of no concern to us. Preserve your own life above all. In the blink of an eye, the crowd at the night market had thinned significantly, all fearful of witnessing something they ought not to see, lest they be ensnared in the aftermath. Wei Long narrowed his eyes again, now regarding Luo Yixue. Quite intriguing. Brother Ji's demise was not in vain. However, he never anticipated that the matter concerning Chun, who was also orchestrated by him. You are Gu Feng? Indeed, Gu Feng replied coldly, subtly positioning himself in front of Luo Yixue. He took a few steps forward, closing the distance to Wei Long. In a situation where he was outnumbered, should a confrontation arise, Luo Yixue would become his Achilles heel. He believed he could find a way to escape, but he could not guarantee her safety. Capture the leader first. Should the adversary make a move, he would strike this bald man first. Wei Long squinted again, seemingly surprised that Gu Feng dared to approach him so closely amidst his formidable presence. To this, he could only deem it naive. Not to mention the multitude of bodyguards surrounding him, he decided to let this individual live a little longer. It was his style to use up a resource before discarding it. Young man, I find you quite admirable, Wei Long appraised Gu Feng, speaking. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. What coincidence! I hold a high regard for myself as well. Wei Long, your audacity is indeed remarkable. Wei Long regarded him, forcing a semblance of smile. You may not be aware, but the Gu Corporation has considerable ties to me. Should you join us, I could overlook the matters concerning Brother Ji and Brother Hu. Furthermore, you could assume their positions if you so desire. Wei Long cast a meaningful glance at Gu Feng, having harbored intentions to absorb this company ever since he learned of Gu Feng's control over it. The reason he had refrained from acting against Gu Feng was that he was seeking a suitable opportunity. At that moment, Gu Feng's gaze sharpened as it fell upon Wei Long. Wei Long, Gu Feng murmured. If he had merely entertained doubts before, he could now ascertain with certainty. The man standing before him was likely the very same Wei Long, a master who had once ranked among the top 10 in the Jiangnan awakened A-level PK rankings in his previous life. The higher one ranked, the greater the cultivation resources and state support one received. This Wei Long, having once been a top 10 A-level player in Jiangnan and a contender among the national A-level awakened PK elite, was notorious for his insidious and ruthless nature, often referred to in hushed tones as spicy strip. And what if I decline? Gu Feng replied coolly, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in his pupils. Wei Long's lips curled into a cruel smile. Had Gu Feng acquiesced to his terms, he might have spared him a few more days. But as it stood, this young man's attitude displeased him greatly. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, he was destined to die. He would join his parents in the underworld. Gu Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. I could join, but what? Wei Long's lips quirked upwards. Just moments ago, he had nearly shot this youth in the head. Yet here he was, seemingly compliant. Truly a spineless wretch. But you must become my subordinate. Gu Feng's words floated lightly in the air. Are you jesting with me? Wei Long nearly burst into laughter at this. Young man, it has been ages since anyone has dared to speak to me in such a manner. Do you know that? The last time was 3 years ago. When I was still a truck driver, Wei Long's gaze suddenly grew distant, drifting back to a time long past. Your father is Gu Zhanhai, and your mother is Zhan Lan. They met a tragic end on the highway while returning to Jiangnan from Jiangbei. Following this, Wei Long erupted into manic laughter, leaning close to Gu Feng to whisper, Chapter 56, Give me a bottle. Speaking of Chun Hu and Brother Ji, their progress has been woefully sluggish. Oomph. Do they even deserve to be my brothers? The names Long, Hu, and Ji were an affront to his stature. At this point, Wei Long shifted his tone, stating, Now you understand why you have survived until this moment, don't you? A subtle smirk graced Gu Feng's lips. So, I should be grateful for your mercy in sparing my life? Wei Long exhibited a disdainful expression. What of it? Do you think as a mere high school student and a lowly lawyer, you can contend with the vast Sanlian gang? Gu Feng's serene demeanor inexplicably irked Wei Long, causing his features to twist ever so slightly. Youth has its merits. You possess far more backbone than your father. What are you implying? Gu Feng's brow furrowed, his tone icy. Wei Long gradually closed the gap between them, a sinister smile curling his lips as he leaned in to murmur. Do you remember how your father pleaded with me back then? He wept, begging me to save your mother. How could such a grown man cry so pitifully? Had it not been for the substantial cash they brought, I might have reported them to the authorities myself. Gu Feng. Upon witnessing Gu Feng's countenance darken abruptly, his body tremble with rage, and his eyes blaze with fury, Wei Long finally felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. That was $1 million in cash. Who wouldn't he be tempted? It could be said that without that $1 million, there would be no Wei Long as he was today. You must be curious as to why I am sharing all this with you, no? At that very moment, Gu Feng's expression suddenly became serene as he observed the gradually cruel smile spreading across Wei Long's face, silently watching his performance. Why? Because I, Wei Long, am the sovereign of Jiangnan. Those who comply with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall meet their demise. Furthermore, Gu Feng is merely a high school student, an orphan in this city that I control with an iron fist. Extinguishing his life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. As for Chun Hu's death, based on my own investigations, it was evidently an accident. He could not possibly believe that Gu Feng possessed the capability to kill Chun Hu. If he did, how could he restrain himself from taking action against me upon learning that his parents had been killed in the accident I caused? To put it bluntly, he is simply cowardly. In truth, I find you quite intriguing. Gazing at Gu Feng's handsome features and sturdy physique, Wei Long suddenly licked his lips. Should you choose to ally with me, I shall grant you one night to ponder. Should you come to a realization, seek me out at the Han Imperial Dynasty. Leaving behind a fleeting remark, Wei Long departed with a group of his underlings, leaving Gu Feng in a state of shock. Gu Feng, what did he just say to you? Luo Yuxue approached, her face etched with concern. Although she did not catch every word from Wei Long, she discerned the threat and malice directed towards Gu Feng, coupled with her first-hand experience of the formidable power of the Sanlian gang, far exceeding her expectations. If they threatened Gu Feng's family, suddenly, a jolt of fear coursed through Luo Yuxue as Gu Feng's hand tightly clasped hers. Hurry, come closer, cleanse my eyes. I feel as though I might succumb. What is wrong with you? Her heart tightened with anxiety as she gazed intently at Gu Feng. Yet, upon seeing her snow-white skin, starry eyes, delicate brows, and pearly teeth, along with her enchanting fragrance, Gu Feng managed to suppress the chill that gripped his heart. You have no idea. That damned braised egg has left my eyes stinging, Gu Feng declared with frustration. However, it's all well now. I must say, Yuxue, you are far more stunning than that braised egg. Luo Yuxue, after a prolonged silence, asked, Aren't you afraid they brought so many people? Gu Feng responded with a cold smile, of course not. No matter how terrifying Wei Long may be, can he compare to the future beasts? At present, he is merely an ordinary man, an exceedingly arrogant ordinary man. If he had spoken those words after the revival of spiritual energy, perhaps I would have been at a loss. But now, Gu Feng's gaze sharpened. Tonight, I shall send Wei Long on his way. The journey continued in silence as the cool night breeze brushed against their faces, bringing a sudden chill. Luo Yuxue stared at the obscure night sky, lost in deep contemplation. The dim star above seemed to symbolize her as a harbinger of disaster. Every day spent with Gu Feng seemed to bring him endless trouble. Perhaps she should distance herself from him. Gu Feng's parents had returned. Their family should be living a blissful life, not constantly facing danger because of her. Yet, why did her heart feel so heavy at the thought of saying goodbye? Unbeknownst to them, the car had returned to the Gu family's villa. Yuxue, we arrived. Get out, Gu Feng said, turning to unbuckle his seatbelt, completely oblivious to the girl's unusual emotions. He needed to focus on executing his grand plan tonight. Suddenly, Luo Yuxue gazed at his face and unexpectedly posed a question. Gu Feng, will you join the Sanlian gang? Of course not, Gu Feng replied without the slightest hesitation. But why do you ask? Are you worried about me? The girl's face flushed slightly. I just wanted to inquire if you still have that potion that can enhance strength. She suddenly recalled that fateful night when Gu Feng had given her the mysterious potion. Having consumed it, she was aware of its remarkable effects, and since then, her body had shown no adverse reactions. She had refrained from mentioning it to Gu Feng because she understood that the potion was his secret. As long as Gu Feng was well, she would naturally refrain from prying. Now that Gu Feng was unwilling to join the Sanlian gang, it meant he stood in opposition to the entire organization. Therefore, even if she had to leave, she would first clear the obstacles for Gu Feng. Yes. How so? Could you give me another vial? Of course. Luo Yuxue was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed such a precious item would not be easily bestowed upon others. To her surprise, Gu Feng readily agreed. Soon, he placed a miniature vial into her palm, just enough for a single use. Luo Yuxue lowered her gaze, concealing her complex emotions from Gu Feng. That night, at the hour of the tiger, a figure draped in black stealthily appeared outside the Gu family's entrance. Not long after, in the guest room on the first floor, another slender figure emerged, stealthily making their way to the kitchen, where they procured a fruit knife and seamlessly blended into the inky darkness. Shortly thereafter, the lights in the living room flickered on. A figure suddenly emerged from the restroom on the first floor. Hey, these two kids just returned. Where are they off to? Gu Changhai muttered to himself, feeling perturbed as he returned to his room. Gu Changhai, why aren't you sleeping? What are you mumbling about? Zanlan Vima Ditskonten. Oh, my dear, you're still awake? The toilet in our bedroom is broken, so I went outside, Gu Changhai explained. I'll have someone fix the toilet tomorrow. After a moment's contemplation, Zhanlan sat up cross-legged, revealing her snow-white legs. No need to repair it. We are moving out tomorrow. Gu Changhai was taken aback, taking a while to grasp Zhanlan's implication. Did you see them sneak out? My dear, are you suggesting that those two children went out at this hour? That's improbable. Isn't it? Could it really be that fast? Zhanlan rolled her eyes, exasperated as she watched Gu Changhai shamelessly take liberties on her thigh. Originally, I didn't believe their progress could be so swift, but considering he is your son, Gu Changhai, it's hard not to believe. Gu Changhai stammered, my dear. What kind of person do you think I am? With a sheepish grin, he suddenly slapped his thigh. If we are to move, then so be it. For our son's happiness, Let us pack up and leave first thing tomorrow. At that moment, in front of the Han Imperial Dynasty nightclub, a shadow clad in black slowly emerged from the shadows, approaching a downspout. After a few agile movements, the figure reached the top floor of the nightclub. Subsequently, they closed their eyes, recalling the internal layout diagram of the Han Imperial Dynasty they had just researched online. 5 minutes later, a cover panel atop a ventilation duct was quietly removed, granting Gu Feng successful entry into the only supreme presidential suite on the top floor. A potent aroma of scented candles greeted him, followed by a sight of various small props scattered across the floor. Silk stockings, both black and white, waterbed toys, candles, necklaces, and small leather whips. Before long, an enormous birdcage capable of accommodating 4 or 5 individuals caught Gu Feng's eye, filled with steel poles, baseballs, and cucumbers. How extravagant this fellow is. Gu Feng composed himself and, following a faint snoring sound, entered a room. A mere glance at the gleaming head confirmed that he had not erred in his search. Yet, upon seeing Wei Long's companion, Gu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens! There lay 2 burly men on the bed. Wei Long himself and his bodyguard, called Wu Yu. The various implements he had just observed sent a chill down Gu Feng's spine. He took a sip from the spiritual spring to steady his nerves. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Wu Yu turned over, the shackles on his legs clanking noisily. Perhaps he intended to free himself. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a fist the size of a sandbag that rendered him unconscious. The muffled sound startled Wei Long awake, who instinctively reached for his pillow. A fatal mistake. In the next instant, Gu Feng snatched the gun from him, twisting it into a twisted heap of scrap metal. You are not human. Who are you? Wei Long's face turned ashen as he beheld the shadow before him, the specter of death swiftly engulfing him. Unbeknownst to him, a gleaming bullet had materialized in Gu Feng's hand. What? Did you wet yourself? Did I command you to do so? Wei Long stared in terror. Though Gu Feng's voice sounded familiar, the current situation rendered him unable to recognize it. The sight of Gu Feng disarming the gun with his bare hands had left him utterly stunned. What do you desire? Your life. Wait. Wei Long scrambled to the floor. I possess a fortune. Spare me, and I shall give it all to you. I am not in need of money. I wield considerable influence in this area. If you let me go, I shall submit to you and become your dog. Woof woof. I'm afraid I have no need for a biting dog. With that, Gu Feng flicked his fingers, achieving a silence beyond the capabilities of even the finest suppressors. In an instant, the bullet pierced Wei Long's forehead, drawing forth a stream of blood that exited through the back of his skull. Such power should have been yours. Yet you utterly should not have laid a hand on my parents. Gu Feng's voice was frigid. In the next moment, he kicked Wei Long, sending him flying. You are Gu Feng. Blood trickled down Wei Long's brow as his pupils dilated, collapsing onto the floor. Regrettably, that was a statement he would never utter again. Soon after, Wei Long's bodyguard followed him to the afterlife. Within the room, the nightclub storage and wine cellar quickly filled with the scent of gasoline. Flames soared skyward. When Luo Yixue arrived, she was met with a scene of utter devastation. At 5 a.m, the Han Dynasty nightclub was ablaze, with cries for help echoing. People scrambling to salvage valuables, and shouts announcing casualties. The once resplendent nightclub had transformed into a sea of fire overnight. Countless fire trucks and ambulances rushed to the scene. Who could have anticipated that the assassination of Wei Long was merely one of Gu Feng's objectives? It is essential to note that with Wei Long's demise, others like Wei Zhu and Wei Mao would soon emerge. To eradicate future threats, Gu Feng had incinerated the Triad stronghold, rendering them severely crippled and their morale shattered. That was his true ambition, to undertake a significant operation. The news of the Han Dynasty nightclub fire sent shockwaves throughout Jiangnan. The Triad not only suffered immense losses, but also saw their boss and a bodyguard perish in this calamity. In the morning, Gu Feng emerged from his bedroom to find Gu Changhai, his father, seated in front of the television, brimming with excitement. Dad, what is you so cheerful? He approached, glancing at Luo Yixue's room, and lowered the volume on the remote. He soon realized that the morning news was covering the fire at the Han Dynasty. Gu Changhai chuckled heartily, clearly in good spirits, and patted the sofa beside him. Why, we haven't all gathered to watch television together in ages. Come sit with your old man. Such a large building. How did it catch fire? The owner perished. What a pity. Gu Feng sat down next to his father with a sigh. This is what happens when one engages in wrongdoing. Divine retribution. Gu Changhai huffed disdainfully. Oh, Dad, do you know this owner? What misdeeds has he committed? Gu Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued as he blinked at Gu Changhai. In his heart, he mused, so his father knows everything, yet chooses to remain silent. Gu Changhai cleared his throat and promptly denied, of course not. How could I possibly know the leader of an underground organization? I merely heard from a friend that this person had committed numerous wrongs in life, causing many families to break apart. He deserved his fate. Feng, go to the wine cellar and bring me that bottle of 20-year-old Mao Tai. Your mother and I have significant news to announce. What news? Feng asked, intrigued. Well, it's about last night, Shanghai said with a mischievous grin, hinting at the evening's events. Your mother and I are aware of it. Last night, I simply went out for a late-night snack with Ishua. What of it? Shanghai scoffed, as if he had caught Feng in a lie, and decided to lay his cards on the table. Don't try to fool me. Who goes out for a late-night snack at 4 in the morning? 4 in the morning? Feng's heart sank. Could it be that his father knew he had gone out to kill? I saw you two sneaking out while I was in the bathroom. I'm not oblivious. Your father has sharp ears. Tell me, what progress have you made with Ishua? Feng was momentarily taken aback. Had Luo Ishua also ventured out last night? What were you two murmuring about so early? At that moment, Zhanlan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of freshly cooked eggs, her apron lending her a touch of grace as she stood behind the sofa. Feng felt warmth swell within him. It had been so long since he had tasted his mother's cooking. 13 years had passed, and a simple plate of fried eggs finally awakened the long-dormant love of a mother. It's delicious, Mom, Feng exclaimed, beaming. That is a relief. Just as Feng felt touched, he suddenly noticed that the plate of eggs was being pulled further away from him. These eggs are well cooked. Everything else must be fine as well. Ishua will surely love them. Zhanlan joyfully retreated into the kitchen. Feng. Family status 1. Shanghai. Family status 2. Halfway through, Zhanlan turned back. Oh, Feng, could you check if Ishua is awake? If not, let her sleep a bit longer. And be gentle, all right? Upon hearing this, Feng's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. After all, it seemed rather inappropriate for him, a boy, to visit a girl alone. Zhanlan cast a scornful glance at her son, as if to say, you've already done it. Yet you refuse to admit it and are pretending in front of your mother. The cheeky boy. If you dare to treat her poorly, I shall break your legs. Feng. Under the sharp gaze of Madame Zhan, Feng steeled himself and approached Luo Ishua's door, raising his hand to knock just as the door swung open unexpectedly. Good morning, Aunt Zhan. Upon seeing the neatly assembled family, Luo Ishua realized she was the last one to rise, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly apologized. I am so sorry, everyone. I overslept. Aunt Zhan, let me help you with breakfast. With a gentle smile, Zhanlan came over and took Luo Ishua's small hand. No need to apologize. It was I who couldn't sleep and woke up too early, disturbing you. Exactly. You needn't worry about cooking. Aunt Zhan has already prepared everything. Little Luo, your only task is to eat. Shanghai chimed in enthusiastically from the side. Luo Ishua's eyes glistened with tears as she felt the warmth radiating from Zhanlan's hand. A surge of emotion flooding her heart. Is this the feeling of home? Uncle and Aunt, thank you so much. Feng observed the interaction among the three with a complex expression, feeling like a mere bystander. In his childhood, Zhanlan often joked that he was picked up from a coal pile. Reflecting on it now, that metaphor seemed strikingly apt. The beloved Ishua was indeed their biological daughter. Before long, the dishes were ready, and the family gathered around the dining table. Feng gazed at the array of over a dozen dishes before him, his expression exaggerated. It was just breakfast, yet his mother had prepared such an extravagant spread. The quality of the food was remarkable, akin to a festive feast. The fried egg seemed almost trivial in comparison, merely an appetizer to showcase his mother's culinary skills. Luo Ishua, astonished by the lavish breakfast, felt it surpassed even the New Year's Eve dinner she typically enjoyed. With Feng's mother's cooking, the mere sight of the dishes was delectable. Reflecting on this, Luo Ishua stole a glance at Feng. In the past, her breakfast for him had mostly consisted of milk, bread, and eggs, with perhaps a sausage thrown in for good measure. In comparison, she felt rather guilty towards Feng. Feng, does your family eat like this regularly? Luo Ishua whispered. Of course not. Thanks to you. This is the first time I've had such a lavish breakfast. Feng subtly expressed his grievances about the disparity in treatment. As he spoke, he ladled a generous bowl of exquisite soup for Luo Ishua. This is authentic Yansheng old duck soup, specially made for you. It's all yours. Thank you. Luo Ishua, overwhelmed by the kindness, had just picked up her chopsticks when the last remaining empty bowl in front of her was immediately filled by 3 pairs of chopsticks. Ishua, try this. It's Annie's braised spare ribs. Zhanlan kindly offered her some food. Little Luo, this is my favorite sweet and sour pork. You must try it. Shanghai added. What Dad said is right. Little Ishua, this chicken is also delicious. Eat up. Luo Ishua's fair complexion flushed a lovely pink. Uncle and Aunt, what's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Zhanlan immediately inquired with concern. Gu Changhai pondered for a moment before adding, is it that my parents are watching you too closely, making you uncomfortable? Struck by the accuracy of Gu Feng's words, Luo Yixue's face turned even redder. Seeing this, the couple quickly tempered their enthusiasm and lowered their heads, attempting to appear casual as they continued eating. Despite this, Luo Yixue ultimately consumed 3 hearty bowls, only ceasing when she could eat no more, halting the trio's relentless feeding. After the meal, Luo Yixue assisted Zhanlan in clearing the table, while Gu Changhai took it upon himself to wipe down surfaces and tidy the floor. With the task divided among the 3, Gu Feng found himself rather idle. At this moment, a news segment on the television caught his attention. A volcanic eruption had occurred in Fiji. Chapter 59, I'm going to buy an island. Just an hour prior, a severe volcanic eruption had transpired on Fiji Island in the Pacific, engulfing the entire island in a shroud of volcanic ash. Coupled with a series of earthquakes and tsunamis causing rising sea levels, the number of casualties was impossible to ascertain. Gu Feng frowned. Indeed, everything had come early. The eruption had occurred a full week ahead of what he remembered. This meant the time left for him was dwindling. It seemed he needed to hasten his plans regarding the Empress. Based on his calculations, following the revival of spiritual energy, the entire Jiangnan region would enter an economic downturn, compounded by plague and attacks from otherworldly beasts. Within 2 years, the population of Jiangnan City would be reduced by at least half. In 10 years, the entire Blue Star would be thrown into turmoil. Dad, can I discuss something with you? What is it? Gu Changhai, embodying the relaxed demeanor of a middle-aged man enjoying life, was meticulously cleaning every corner of the floor. Once finished, he poured himself a glass of 20-year-old Mao Tai, savoring it leisurely. The world has been quite unsettled lately. Earthquakes here, volcanic eruptions there. Who knows what tomorrow holds? I must quickly dispose of my treasures to prevent them from falling into the hands of others. I want to buy an island, Gu Feng suddenly declared. Gu Changhai immediately spat out his drink in surprise. Buy an island? Which island? In the Pacific, just any small island. Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. Following the revival of spiritual energy, large areas of land inhabited by humans had become unstable, whereas some remote islands in the ocean, rich in spiritual energy, had transformed into the most suitable havens for human habitation. The Pacific? An island? What do you want to buy an island for? Gu Changhai asked, perplexed. And do you even have the money? Gu Feng's eyes twinkled mischievously. I don't, but you do, Dad. Sell your company, convert it to Bitcoin, and give it to me so I can buy an island. Gu Changhai. Kid, are you joking with your old man? Sell the company to buy an island? No more real estate investments, just islands? With our meager funds, how many islands can we purchase? Gu Changhai suddenly felt his brain struggling to keep up. Dad, I plan to buy an island for you and Mom to retire on. Gu Changhai was momentarily taken aback, nearly moved to tears. Yet ultimately, reason prevailed over sentiment. Son, listen to Dad. The waters around islands are too deep. You want to be able to handle it. What did you say? Gu Changhai, slow on the uptake, finally grasped the implication of Gu Feng's words and was astounded. You want to exile me and your mother to an island? For retirement. Gu Feng nodded earnestly, Dad. You and Mom will stay on the island to enjoy your retirement and watch over the grandkids while I strive out in the world. I'll visit whenever I can. What do you think of my proposal? Let me think about it. I'll discuss it with your mother first. Gu Feng's lips curled into a pleased smile, convinced that things were proceeding unexpectedly smoothly, having seemingly persuaded his father. However, Gu Changhai abruptly leaped from his chair, abandoning his drink, and dashed up the stairs, shouting, Lon, 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 stop washing the dishes. Did you not say we were moving? Let's relocate at once. This place is no longer habitable. If we continue to stay here, I shall be suffocated by my filial duties. Gu Feng exclaimed. In the kitchen, Zhanlan and Luo Yixue exchanged glances. Finally, Zhanlan poked her head out from the kitchen and asked, Xiao Feng, has your father experienced some sort of shock? With an innocent expression, Gu Feng replied, Not really. I merely wished to borrow some money from him to purchase an island, and he reacted this way. He then reiterated his idea of buying an island to Zhanlan. Zhanlan turned her gaze towards Luo Yixue and inquired, Yixue, what are your thoughts? Should we buy an island? Luo Yixue was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered that, as Gu Feng's friend, he would have a say in matters within this household. Is this what it feels like to be valued? Over time, he had observed that Gu Feng was not only methodical in his endeavors, but also possessed remarkable foresight. He must have sensed some future opportunity, prompting him to make such a prudent suggestion to you and Uncle. When you asked for my opinion, I would wholeheartedly respect all his decisions. Upon finishing, Luo Yixue looked at Zhanlan, feeling anxious, akin to a bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. Fearful that any misstep might displease his future mother-in-law, Zhang Lan's gaze softened further towards Luo Yixue, growing increasingly fond. In young love, what is paramount if not trust? At that moment, every aspect of Luo Yixue, his appearance and his words, achieved perfection in Zhang Lan's heart. She was utterly confident that Gu Feng could embark on a long and enduring journey with this girl before her. Gu Feng was equally taken aback, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. In the eyes of the Empress, was he indeed someone worthy of trust? Well then, I shall take charge of the island purchase. I have ways to persuade your father. Suddenly, Zhang Lan said with a smile, Xiao Feng, is the house next door regularly cleaned? Your father and I plan to move there. Gu Feng paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended that his mother was indeed creating an opportunity for him and Luo Yixue. He immediately patted his chest in assurance. Our home must remain impeccably clean. After listening intently, Luo Yixue realized that the old villa next door was also part of Gu Feng's family estate. Zanlan not that. Originally, this new house was intended as a new home for Gu Feng. However, since he was still young at the time, the family had continued living together. Now, seeing their son on the verge of finding love, they were eager to move out and provide the young couple with ample privacy. Yixue, when you have free time, remember to visit us next door, all right? Luo Yixue shyly lowered his head, his heart racing, at a loss for how to respond. After a moment, he sweetly replied, I understand it, John. In the early morning at the campus, many eyes were drawn to a solitary, ethereal figure. The girl's hair was as dark as ink, her skin as fair as snow, as she gracefully walked along the cobblestone path, her long, delicate legs reminiscent of a comic book character, even clad in worn-out school attire. Her inherent elegance could not be concealed. In earlier days, one might have claimed that all this was merely an act put on by Luo Yixue. Chapter 60. Two junior officers. During unfortunate times, passers-by would hurl prickly weeds at her. Every time she reached the classroom door, she would quietly remove these irritating little plants before calmly entering to attend class. It was during these moments that her demeanor grew increasingly aloof. When bullied, she would not display sorrow, for that would only incite her tormentors to escalate their cruelty. When achieving good grades, she would not boast, for in this world, there was no one who would genuinely share in her joy. Only that boy. When others bullied her, he was the only one who had never mocked her. It was he who, in her most helpless moments, selflessly offered his assistance. He helped pay her tuition, stood up for her against her classmates' bullying, aided her in escaping the clutches of malevolent forces, and alleviated the hardships of her family life. He even made her feel the warmth of a home for the first time. Being valued and cherished brought vibrant hues to her previously dull existence. So time, please hasten your passage. Once I enter university, I shall confess to him. Throughout the days and nights, she observed Gu Feng's relentless efforts, firmly believing that as long as they both strove diligently, they would undoubtedly enroll in the same university. Time flew by, and before she knew it, 10 days had slipped away. With less than 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, Gu Feng was called out by Huang Hai, who wore a serious expression. After a moment's thought, Gu Feng called for Luo Yixue to join him. Yixue, you should come along. You've been tutoring Gu Feng lately. His impulsive nature might necessitate your assistance in speaking on his behalf. Gu Feng exclaimed, Old classmate, what on earth is going on? Huang Hai zipli to sali. I should be asking you that, Gu Feng. You haven't gotten into any trouble outside, have you? Why have the police come? Police? Surely not. I've been strictly abiding by the law, Gu Feng declared, though a hint of trepidation crept into his heart. Could it be related to Wei Long? Well, let's hope not. Following Huang Hai to the office, they found 2 uniformed police officers waiting for them. Officers, this is our classmate Gu Feng and Luo Yixue. They are here to assist with your investigation. Gu Feng, these are Officer Fan Xin and Officer Gobenbin from our local precinct. Huh, 2 junior officers? Gu Feng was taken aback. Not only were they junior officers, but they also appeared rather young, one chubby and the other a petite girl. Having said that, Huang Hai turned and left. As the door closed, Officer Fan's gaze settled on Gu Feng, her demeanor unusually stern. Junior officers are still officers. Answer truthfully to our questions. Understood? Gu Feng nodded. The chubby officer quickly added, Please do not be nervous. We only require a routine inquiry regarding case. Please take a seat. Chubby guy, you can proceed with the questioning. Fan Xin crossed her arms, eyeing Gu Feng warily. The chubby officer blinked nervously, seemingly intimidated by Fan Xin, and waved his hands with a smile. Sister Xin, I have only just joined. I'm not equipped to handle such a serious case. Your experience is far greater. Why not you take the lead in questioning? I'll assist you. After a moment's hesitation, Fan Xin relented. Fine, you can sit aside and learn. The chubby officer nodded gratefully and sat to the side, diligently taking notes. Fan Xin, then turned to Gu Feng. What is your name? Gu Feng. And your age? 18. Fan Xin, then glanced at Luo Yixue, scrutinizing him for a full 3 seconds without breaking her gaze. Humph. While beauty is one thing, I wonder what you consume to grow so ample. Are you also here to assist with the investigation? What is your name and age? Luo Yixue, aged 18, gazed at the peculiar duo before her, and her anxiety began to dissipate. Shortly thereafter, Fan Xin produced a photograph and inquired of the two, "Do you recognize this individual?" Luo Yixue gently nodded her head and replied, "I've seen him once, but we are not acquainted." Fan Xin then turned to Gu Feng, asking, "What about you?" "Wei Long. I've met him once," Gu Feng responded, casting a cursory glance at Fan Xin before averting his gaze. The petite girl was somewhat presentable, yet her stature paled in comparison to Luo Yixue's. She had a penchant for mimicking adult speech, and her temperament was rather irritable. By contrast, Luo Yixue surpassed her in every regard. As if sensing Gu Feng's gaze lingering on inappropriate areas, Fan Xin's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and she admonished him, "Excuse me, could you please refrain from being so frivolous and cooperate with our investigation?" "Oh, I have been cooperating, dear officer, can't you see?" Gu Feng retorted, "Please don't be so intimidating. My heart isn't in the best condition, and your demeanor frightens me." Fan Xin was taken aback. Her demeanor shifted as if she had just discovered a hidden truth, and she exclaimed, "Who's small? Where am I lacking? Address me as Officer Fan." "Very well, Officer Fan," he replied, and she could only grit her teeth in frustration. "When did you meet Wei Long?" "Where exactly? Be specific." Gu Feng pondered for a moment. "About a month ago, at the Jiangnan night market." "What date was a month ago? Be precise." "I don't quite recall. What are you so nervous about?" "I'm not nervous." "Then why do you keep looking at her?" "She's attractive." "Can I look at her?" Fan Xin's expression soured. Luo Yixue raised an eyebrow in confusion, while the chubby boy remained silent. "The night before the Han Dynasty nightclub fire, where were you?" "At the night market, enjoying barbecue." Fan Xin's frustration peaked as she slammed her hand on the table, her chest igniting with a fierce indignation. "What is your attitude? It's hard not to suspect you suspect what? Suspect that you are the murderer of Wei Long." Your button popped open. Fan Xin gasped, quickly crossing her arms over her chest. Gu Feng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Oh, I almost forgot. You didn't tea." Fan Xin exclaimed in disbelief. As the tension escalated between the two, the chubby boy promptly stood up to mediate. "Let us not escalate this, classmate. Don't be angry. Xin is just straightforward." Xin, there are just a few more questions, and then they can leave. You have important matters awaiting you at the station." Fan Xin was fuming. Her button hadn't popped open at all. As a police officer, being deceived so easily by a high school student was a profound humiliation, despite her professional demeanor. Her subsequent questioning carried a hint of sharpness. "On the night of the Han Dynasty fire, where were you?" "At home, asleep." "Are you saying you went straight to bed after returning from the night market?" "Can anyone corroborate that?" Gu Feng shrugged. "It's absurd. I was sleeping in my own home. Do I need someone to verify that?" "That question is as foolish as asking how you can prove you were born to your mother." "I can prove it," Luo Yixue interjected. "We went to the night market together, and after returning, we were together the entire time." "You two were together?" This revelation not only astonished Fan Xin, but also left the chubby boy wide-eyed. Luo Yixue's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red, and she hastily added, "We were studying together. What is the nature of your relationship? Are you a couple?" Fan Xin pressed. "How can we trust that you aren't covering for each other?" At this moment, Fan Xin hesitated, and Gu Feng's gaze suddenly turned chilling. "Are you implying that we set the fire and caused the deaths?" Gu Feng stated coldly. "You accuse me of being a suspect. Where's your evidence?" In an instant, the intensity of Gu Feng's penetrating gaze instilled a profound fear within Fan Xin, causing her to instinctively clasp her legs together and lower her head, her confidence waning in his presence. She had never felt such terror, even when facing the most ruthless criminals. I didn't say that." The chubby boy observed the frightened Fan Xin and then glanced at Gu Feng, finding nothing amiss. Fan Xin's actions were indeed excessive. An innocent high school youth was being unjustly branded a criminal, which would unsettle anyone. As the station's favored princess, no one would coddle her indefinitely. "I base my assumptions on the coroner's report. Wei Long died from a gunshot before succumbing to the fire," Fan Xin explained, her tone tinged with defensiveness. "So he was murdered?" Gu Feng inquired, narrowing his eyes. "Not exactly. He was killed by his own bullet," Fan Xin admitted in a subdued voice. "If it was suicide, why send you here? We didn't want to come, but there have been many strange occurrences outside, and the station couldn't spare personnel, so they sent me and the chubby boy." How old are you? 18. How long have you been a volunteer officer? Just 2 months. Where do you live? In Huayuan Bay community. As they continued, Fan Xin suddenly jolted. How dare you? Am I the one asking, or are you? Upon uttering this, she met Gu Feng's frigid gaze, and her bravado crumbled. The chubby boy realized that further progress in the inquiry was unlikely and politely escorted them out. Fan Xin stomped her foot in frustration. How dare he try to intimidate me? I suspect that fire at the Han Dynasty has everything to do with him. Xin, calm down. It's normal for young people to have tempers, the chubby boy replied. Who isn't young? We all are, but I've seen Wei Long's criminal record. He has done plenty of bad things. The station couldn't handle him before. If this student is indeed responsible, I would admire him for it, the chubby boy remarked. Just him? Fan Xin scoffed. I do believe he set the fire, but that he killed Wei Long? Not a chance. The thought of having shown fear in front of a high school student left her gritting her teeth in anger. If he truly did it, I would personally apprehend him. At that moment, the chubby boy's phone suddenly rang. After the call, his brow furrowed in concern. Xin, there has been a development in the cattle and sheep disappearance case over at Lu Family Village. The station wants us to head over. What about Wei Long's case? Forget it. We have this record. It's sufficient for us to report. Strange events have been occurring lately. Who would have thought there's a creature like the duck mouse? It looks like a mouse, but is claimed to be a duck. Even the gorillas at the zoo have started attacking people. Sin. Do you truly believe that this world is on the brink of chaos? Stepping out of the office, both of them let out a sigh of relief. Luo Yixue spread her small hands, her delicate palms becoming damp. Xiao Yixue, what troubles you? Gu Feng inquired with concern, sensing her unusual reaction. He himself appeared quite relaxed. Had the inquiry come from 2 seasoned detectives, he might have had to exert considerable effort to navigate the situation. However, dealing with 2 junior officers was rather effortless. I just feel a bit weak, Gu Feng. Could you lend me your support? Luo Yixue murmured softly. Gu Feng promptly extended one arm, allowing her small hand to rest upon his elbow. Are you frightened? With Luo Yixue's demeanor, Gu Feng quickly realized that she was experiencing a stress response. In front of those 2 individuals, all you need to do is claim ignorance, he advised. Given her intelligence, she must have already deduced that Wei Long's incident was orchestrated by him. The Empress, with her lofty pride, would never have expected to lie in front of others for her own protection, a thought that struck Gu Feng unexpectedly. In that moment, he truly confirmed that he had carved out a space for himself in Luo Yixue's heart. To say he was not moved would be a falsehood. Luo Yixue shook her head, unable to articulate why she felt this way. Just the thought of Gu Feng leaving her or facing imprisonment caused her heart immense pain. Regarding the Wei Long matter, Gu Feng sighed. He did not wish to let this girl down, particularly with Luo Yixue. He desired absolute transparency. Please refrain from speaking. At that moment, Luo Yixue suddenly placed her small hand over his mouth. Chapter 62. Are they 2 engaging in romance? She did not need to know the truth. She merely wished for Gu Feng to be well, and that was sufficient. As long as Gu Feng was fine, she was willing to do anything for him. After all, she was already an accomplice, having shielded him before the police. This was the best proof. Gu Feng. The proximity to her snowy visage allowed him to discern the fine hairs upon her face. Her hands were fragrant, soft, and slightly damp. One could not help but admire how delicate and supple a girl's skin truly was. Gu Feng swallowed hard, tempted to reach out with his tongue to taste those porcelain-like fingers, but he restrained himself. Even with Luo Yixue's hand covering his mouth, he showed no inclination to resist. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a teacher passed by, clearing their throat awkwardly. Luo Yixue, startled like a frightened rabbit, released her hand. Her delicate, snow-white face instantly flushed crimson. Her ears burning. Are you still feeling weak? Would you like me to carry you back to class? After the teacher departed, Gu Feng smiled warmly at Luo Yixue. Since realizing that this girl held feelings for him, Gu Feng had become much more open in his words and actions. He felt that, at necessary moments, he could take the initiative, no longer needing to be so timid as before. As long as the Empress refrained from harming him, he intended to seize every opportunity without leaving any regrets. Initially stunned for 3 seconds, Luo Yixue then quietly defended herself. I'm not weak at all. I don't need you to carry me. Observing her struggle as she leaned against the railing, Gu Feng could not suppress the slight curve of his lips. Not weak? Apart from her mouth being tough, where else are you not soft? Yet, such thoughts he dared not voice, for if the Empress were to become angry, she might ignore him for 3 days. Where would he go to seek reconciliation? At first, Luo Yixue felt indifferent, but Gu Feng's smile completely disarmed her. She was soft, and it was all because she cared for him. Gu Feng, I may not be as strong as you, but is it really polite to laugh at others? Unbeknownst to her, The glistening beauty of her eyes, which attempted to feign aloofness, inadvertently revealed a deeply melancholic expression that had a profound impact on Gu Feng. All right, I'll stop teasing. I acknowledge my mistake. Gu Feng's tall figure positioned itself before Luo Yixue, his gaze gently studying her exquisitely beautiful face. Will you grant me a chance? What? Luo Yixue blinked, her eyes reflecting confusion. It's quite a climb back to the classroom. I'll carry you upstairs. He provided no opportunity for her to refuse. Gu Feng turned his back to her, bending down and positioning himself. Hop on. Luo Yixue's eyes sparkled, filled with conflict, her stunning face becoming even more alluring from her internal shyness and excitement. Yet, what if someone were to see this? Although they were nominally a couple and often commuted together, they had never engaged in any physical contact. Gu Feng's eyes lit up. Seeing that Luo Yixue had not outright rejected him, he boldly continued to persuade her. It will be fine. Besides, it's class time. Just a quick trip upstairs. And I'll set you down immediately. No one will see. Luo Yixue bit her lip, as if resolutely making a decision. She hesitantly replied, All right then. Taking a deep breath, her small hands nervously settled upon Gu Feng's shoulders. Gu Feng's smile broadened as he welcomed her soft form against him. His hands instinctively moved to grasp her wonderfully supple thighs, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, a large head unexpectedly popped over the railing from above. Gu Feng, Luo Yixue, what are you two doing? Why haven't you returned to class? Are they too engaging in romance? I think I may have seen something I shouldn't have. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Yixue felt as if she had turned to stone, disregarding everything else. She pushed Gu Feng away and dashed around the corner of the staircase. Gu Feng stumbled, and once he steadied himself, he lifted his head with a fierce expression, searching for any trace of Huang Hai. You old scoundrel, I will not rest until I have my revenge. Gu Feng's heart echoed with fury. Ding ding. At that moment, Gu Feng's phone rang. Hello, Dad. What is it? Oh, you've returned to the mountain? That sanatorium? Understood. I'll ask Yixue and see if we can visit. After hanging up, Gu Feng, unwilling to relent, gritted his teeth and pursued the beautiful figure laboring up the stairs. Hey, wait for me. Why are you running? No need. I have plenty of strength now. I can climb on my own. Shortly after, Gu Feng caught up to Luo Yixue, whose gaze was evasive, unable to meet his eyes. Then what was that about pushing me over earlier? If you push me down, you must take responsibility. I only did that because the homeroom teacher saw. It was an accident, not intentional. That one T do. If you push me down, you must take responsibility. Let us switch. You carry me tonight. And I'll take you out to dinner. Where to? You'll know once we get there. Oh, then bring along some papers. We can do our assignments while we eat. Do our assignments while eating? Gu Feng's expression turned peculiar as strange thoughts entered his mind. Yes, turning in homework every night is mandatory. Oh. And in his mind, bizarre images began to emerge. After school, Gu Feng journeyed southward with her, and upon learning that they were headed to the mountains for a meal with his parents, she appeared quite delighted. As the vehicle meandered, they engaged in conversation, and before long, the topic of that fateful fire resurfaced. You were also seeking Wei Long that day, weren't you? Gu Feng casually inquired. Luo Yixue hesitated for a moment. She understood implicitly that Gu Feng's words indirectly acknowledged his involvement in the affairs of the Han dynasty. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, despite his seemingly placid tone, she detected a thread of anger woven through his speech. Observing the veins straining against his arm as he gripped the steering wheel, she replied, Yes, what were you looking for him for? Gu Feng, wholly unaware, raised his voice considerably. Wei Long was responsible for my parents' car accident. Moreover, he is treacherous and vicious. If I do not eliminate him, he will surely seek to eliminate me. I have ample justification for killing him. But what about you? Luo Yixue's grip on her seatbelt tightened abruptly. You wish to confront Wei Long, to exchange a life for a life, do you not? Gu Feng stated, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Were it the awakened Luo Yixue seeking retribution against Wei Long, he would not utter a single word of dissent. Not even the entirety of the Sanlin gang would stand a chance before the Empress. Yet, she was merely an ordinary girl, utterly defenseless. Even with the aid of the spiritual spring, one's strength is finite. If she did not act first, her foray would be akin to a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger. Gu Feng dared not dwell upon the harrowing torment she would endure at the hands of someone as vile as Wei Long. The atmosphere within the car became stifling, suffocating to the point where breathing felt laborious. Luo Yixue lowered her head, her teeth biting down tightly, remaining silent. In her recollection, this was the first time Gu Feng had ever raised his voice at her, and sensing her misstep, she braced herself for a scolding. Yet, what she ultimately heard was merely a sigh laden with self-reproach from Gu Feng. I should have anticipated this when you requested the spiritual spring from me. In that moment, Luo Yixue could no longer suppress her emotions. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a dam bursting. Her delicate hands grasped Gu Feng's arm tightly as she murmured, "I'm sorry, Gu Feng, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken matters into my own hands and burdened you. Please don't blame yourself. Next time something like this happens, I will definitely you still wish for there to be a next time." Gu Feng's voice darkened. Luo Yixue felt a swell of her own grievances. Wasn't Gu Feng also acting on his own accord? Why did he not consult her about such matters? Wei Long was armed. If anything were to happen to Gu Feng, how would she survive? How could she face his parents? Her gaze drifted, realization dawning upon her. Gu Feng had become of such paramount importance to her, without her even realizing it. "There won't be a next time," Luo Yixue whispered softly. Her seemingly conciliatory words belied a resolute determination. If anything were to happen to Gu Feng, she would not wish to live on alone. Seeing her stubborn yet heart-wrenching demeanor, Gu Feng realized that his earlier reaction must have frightened her. He had to admit, the current iteration of the Empress was vastly different from her previous incarnation. The striking contrast stirred within him a powerful instinct to protect. "I'm sorry. I should have been so harsh with you just now." Unconsciously extending his hand to pat her head, Gu Feng froze, suddenly aware that his right hand was immobile. Luo Yixue's hand was resting upon his, effectively pinning it down. "Huh? Gu Feng, why aren't you watching the road? You just ran a red light." Luo Yixue exclaimed suddenly. Yes. I accidentally ran a red light. Damn it, I'm gonna get fined by the traffic police." Luo Yixue was momentarily puzzled. Was she mistaken? Getting fined by the traffic police was indeed a disheartening prospect. Yet Gu Feng appeared genuinely cheerful about it. Wait, in an instant, her eyes widened as she realized her hand was resting inappropriately. "I'm sorry, I placed my hand on your gear stick, affecting your driving. It's all right. Next time we'll switch to a car without a gear stick, and this won't happen again," Gu Feng replied with a slight smile. Unlike his previous Lamborghini, which lacked a gear stick, this newly acquired Tank 3000 was not only comfortable, but also exemplified the rugged, retro style of off-road vehicles. The more rugged the terrain, the more exhilarating the control felt. Luo Yixue considered this seriously. "If possible, let us stick with this one. It's larger and can accommodate 2 more people." Gu Feng chuckled, responding grandly, "I didn't realize, little Yixue, that you had a penchant for such rugged, off-road vehicles. I might as well gift it to you." Luo Yixue immediately shook her head in refusal. How could she accept such an extravagant gift from Gu Feng? "I can't drive. I can teach you," Gu Feng offered. Yet Luo Yixue continued to shake her head. "Really don't want to learn? Driving is quite fun." As they conversed, the car passed an unoccupied corner. Gu Feng, inspired by a scene from a movie featuring a tofu delivery driver, decided to impulsively attempt to drift around the corner. Luo Yixue gasped, feeling both exhilarated and frightened. A novel thrill surged within her, causing her gaze to waver. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "All right, once I get into college, I'll learn to drive." "And after that?" Gu Feng inquired with keen interest. "I'll save money to buy a car." Seeing her bright, joyful smile, Gu Feng found himself momentarily speechless. He asked her, "So, can I drive your car?" Without hesitation, Luo Yixue replied, "Of course. But first, let me make it clear. My car is only for you to drive. You must not lend it to anyone else." "Ah, of course." For some reason, Gu Feng felt that their conversation held an odd undertone. Although he was the one driving, it felt as though they were both in control of the vehicle simultaneously. As they spoke, the smooth road suddenly became bumpy. The traffic slowed, and they found themselves at a standstill, akin to an old tortoise. Gu Feng decisively pulled the handbrake. Pondering the situation, a few individuals rushed past the vehicle in a state of panic. "Not good. The road ahead has collapsed. A huge hole. Some people and vehicles have fallen in." Gu Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. If they took a detour, they likely wouldn't reach the mountain before nightfall. "I'll go see what is happening," he said, his voice solemn. Luo Yixue hesitated, voicing her concern. "I want to go too." "All right, just stick with me and don't wander off." Rather than turning around like the others, they parked the car by the roadside and proceeded on foot towards the site of the collapse. Minutes later, the road was nearly devoid of vehicles and pedestrians, with the path strewn with uneven gravel. Soon, an alarming, enormous black hole revealed itself before the 2 individuals. Chapter 64. Faint Spiritual Energy. The roadway, spanning over 10 meters, had completely collapsed, forming a pit more than 20 meters deep. From within, faint cries for help from a man echoed. The terrifying chasm, coupled with the continuous fall of debris from the surrounding area, deterred anyone from descending into the abyss to offer assistance. A few passers-by stood at the edge of the pit, peering into its depths, shaking their heads in resignation. There was no choice, the pit was too deep, and they could only await the arrival of a professional rescue team. With disasters occurring frequently across the region, it would surely take time for the rescue team to arrive. Many were of an age where they had both aging parents and young children. No one would risk their lives to save a stranger with whom they had no connection. Yet, as the pleas from the man grew fainter, everyone understood that even if the rescue team did arrive, the likelihood of survival for the trapped individual was grim. Feng glanced at the collapsed roadway and said to Luo Yixue, "It seems we cannot ascend the mountain today. Let us head back." As he spoke, he took out his phone to reassure his parents of his safety, intending to refrain from meddling further. Luo Yixue cast a glance into the pit, silently following Feng's lead. "Is anyone there? My child is trapped in the car. Woo, Daddy, it hurts so much, I want to get out. Is there anyone who can help my child?" Suddenly, a series of intermittent, desperate cries for help erupted from the pit, capturing the attention of the onlookers. Luo Yixue walked slowly, a hint of compassion in her gaze. Just then, Feng, who was ahead, abruptly halted. A tingling sensation emanated from his collar, and he grasped a piece of glass-like stone through his clothing, sensing its faint vibrations. It seemed to be guiding him somehow. "We have a winch rope in our car. Shall we attempt a rescue?" Feng turned and suddenly addressed Luo Yixue. She looked at him, her bright eyes reflecting a tinge of confusion. "But you said—" Before she could finish her thought, her confusion morphed into profound concern. "Will you be in danger? Helping others is commendable, but only within one's capabilities." She dreaded the idea of Feng placing himself in peril. "There will undoubtedly be risks, but I will act judiciously." With that, Feng wasted no time and sprinted toward the car. He could feel that the stone was urging him to descend into the pit. Most of the bystanders viewed the situation as mere entertainment and began to advise, "You students, while it's admirable to be eager to help, I suggest you leave with your friend. It's not easy to intervene in such matters. Even we adults can only wait for rescue here. You two students shouldn't complicate things further. It would be unwise to put yourselves in danger and create more trouble. Indeed, none of us know what awaits inside. Do you really think you two high schoolers can save someone? That is laughable." The dismissive remarks only grew more irksome to Luo Yixue. She could not help but retort coldly. "If it were you or your loved ones in that situation, would you still be making such flippant remarks?" The men's expressions shifted in unison at her words. The young girl had a sharp tongue for her age. Saving someone is not merely talk. "Let us see how you plan to do it." They scoffed. Just then, a tank 3000 pulled up, stopping not far from the pit's edge. Could this be the vehicle touted as the dream car of every man, the so-called Rolls-Royce of the off-road world? The arrival of the tank 3000 immediately drew the crowd's attention. Soon, they realized it was none other than the high school students who had just declared their intention to attempt a rescue, securing safety lines, tying knots, and adjusting the winch. Feng executed each action fluidly. Anyone with a modicum of sense could see that his seamless movements surpassed even those of a professional rescue team. Unbeknownst to them, Feng had long battled in the wilderness against strange beasts in his previous life, and these were merely the simplest survival skills. Those who had previously mocked him now felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Some individuals instinctively retrieved first aid kits and spare ropes from their vehicles, joining in the rescue efforts. Standing at the edge of the pit, Feng nodded to Luo Yixue and swiftly descended into the abyss. At the bottom of the collapsed pit lay a commercial vehicle, completely deformed. The male driver was trapped in the driver's seat, unconscious. In the back seat, a little girl was ensnared in her child's seat, her porcelain-like face adorned with streaks of dried tears, a bruise on her forehead. It was unclear whether she had fainted or merely fallen asleep. Feng drank from a bottle of spiritual spring water, feeling a surge of power coursing through him. Instantly, he tore open the deformed car door as if it were made of paper. "Who are you?" The little girl suddenly awoke, appearing to have only sustained minor injuries. Her bright eyes fixed on the older boy who was tearing apart the car. Feng smiled gently and said, "I'm the big brother here to rescue you and your father. Be a good girl, and I'll carry you out. You're the super strong and brave big brother here to save me and Daddy." The little girl blinked her big, dark eyes and suddenly wrapped her tiny arms around Feng's neck. "Thank you for saving me and Daddy, super strong and handsome big brother." In an instant, Feng was charmed by the girl's sweet voice and adorable expression. "Oh, no need for thanks. It's what big brothers do." He carefully lifted the little girl from her seat and proceeded to rescue her father in the same manner, applying pressure to stop the bleeding and bandaging him. Feng then prepared to hoist them up with the rope. However, at that moment, he noticed a half-person high opening where he had just moved the vehicle, a cool breeze wafting from it. This familiar sensation resembled spiritual energy. His instincts were not wrong. After consuming the spiritual spring, his awakened powers remained intact, allowing him to sense the faint spiritual energy emanating from the cool breeze. Chapter 65, The Awakened One's Plan. Could it be that this collapsed sinkhole connected to another location? Gu Feng furrowed his brow in suspicion. He also discerned that the stone left to Luo Yixue by her parents was certainly not an ordinary object. Otherwise, it would not have guided him to this place. With this thought in mind, Gu Feng decisively lifted a large stone to completely seal the exposed opening. All right, I'll get you and your father out now. Before long, with the collective effort of the crowd, they successfully rescued the trapped pair. Meanwhile, in the capital, at a certain research institute of Qing University, a man clad in a checkered shirt burst through the door of a laboratory, holding a monitoring report, filled with excitement. LDA. According to the response of the aura monitor, a slight surge of spiritual energy has recently manifested in the Jiangnan region. It is anticipated that within a week, the spiritual energy in Jiangnan will fully rejuvenate. An elderly man known as Old Go, with a snow-white beard, could not help but set down the dissection knife in his hand. On the laboratory table lay the recently dissected mutated white-faced tiger, his assistant beside him. Oh, Jiangnan has commenced as well? A woman clad in a white lab coat raised an eyebrow beside Old Go. Beneath her lab coat, a striking pair of long, black lace-clad legs caught the attention of a man in a plaid shirt, who swallowed hard and quickly averted his gaze. Our predictions were quite accurate. Within a month at the latest, spiritual energy will envelop the entirety of Blue Star. He then produced another report and handed it to Professor Go. Fortunately, the mutation ratio among animals is not excessively high, granting humanity ample time to prepare for the impending situation. Old Go nodded in agreement. The revival of spiritual energy and the awakening of the populace have been long anticipated. The nation's plans have finally reached the stage of implementation. Cici, Xiao, Jin, you're the first beneficiaries of the awakening sphere. This time, you two will be responsible for initiating the Awakener work plan in the Jiangnan region. Based on the optimal bone age for awakening, let us commence with the major universities in Jiangnan. Understood? At that moment, at the site of a collapsed pit, rescue operations were drawing to a close as an ambulance arrived to assist a father and daughter duo. Gu Feng felt somewhat disheartened, having been unexpectedly kissed by a 3-year-old girl, and on the lips at that. To this day, he cannot forget the look of sheer surprise in the eyes of the little Empress. Was it astonishment, disbelief, or something more peculiar? Absurdity reigned. Have today's girls become so indiscriminate? After all, she was merely a 3-year-old child. He chose to regard it as a harmless mosquito bite. Before long, the relevant authorities arrived to remove the wrecked vehicle, setting up roadblocks along the way before departing. On the now deserted road, only Gu Feng and Luo Yixue remained. Gu Feng, everyone has left. Are we not going? Luo Yixue inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. While rescuing earlier, I discovered something intriguing beneath. Would you like to go take a look? Gu Feng said conspiratorially. Something intriguing? As dusk descended, the dark pit resembled a monstrous creature with its mouth agape. Luo Yixue's expression turned quizzical. What could possibly be interesting here? A sudden, bizarre thought flitted through her mind. Was he attempting to lure her down? Indeed, Gu Feng had firmly resolved to coax her down, and she was the only one who could help him move that conspicuous, heavy stone now that she had lost her awakening power. Task: persuade the little Empress to move the stone. Sigh, it's not that I absolutely must go down. I merely wish to, forget it. Let us return home early. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixue's heart softened. What ill intentions could Gu Feng possibly harbor? He merely sought to satisfy his curiosity and share with her what he had discovered. What wrong was there in that? Moreover, she had been residing at Gu Feng's home for the past few days, experiencing an unprecedented warmth. Both Gu Feng and his parents were exceptionally kind individuals. To Luo Yixue, Gu Feng was someone she could trust completely. Therefore, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Just don't think I'll hold you back, she said. Her small face flushed. How could that be? With you here, I feel much more at ease. Gu Feng replied with a slight smile, presenting his back. I'll carry you. Your delicate skin is easily harmed, so hop on. This was not the first time Gu Feng had carried her. Yet, Luo Yixue still felt a tinge of embarrassment. I'm quite heavy. Can you manage? Yes, we will utilize the strength of the rope to descend. Come on. Gu Feng's lips curved upward. This time, Luo Yixue did not hesitate. Her cheeks flushed as her small hands timidly rested on Gu Feng's chest. Gu Feng felt an astonishing softness, but before he could relish this rare moment, it vanished like a fleeting flower. Luo Yixue placed her hands on his shoulders, maintaining a small safety distance. The ticklish sensation on his neck came from her cascading hair. Xiao Yixue, have you ever heard of the 8 features of Ozaki? Gu Feng chatted as he swiftly tied knots around both himself and Luo Yixue. What? The wind was a bit strong, making it hard for Luo Yixue to hear his words. Never mind. It's irrelevant at that moment. Gu Feng suddenly pushed off the wall, and with a gasp from behind, the two figures transformed into arcs, plunging into the pit. During this process, Gu Feng inadvertently supported Luo Yixue's curvaceous form. But she was so terrified that she did not even register the situation. As they fell, she instinctively shut her eyes, her heart racing, forgetting the differences between genders. Her small hands clung tightly to Gu Feng's chest, pressed against his solid muscles and broad chest. A wave of security washed over her, and a faint sense of happiness began to bloom in her heart. The wind had vanished without her notice. Gu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. A good beginning is half the battle won. They had finally made it in. All right, we've arrived. Gu Feng released his arms immediately. Yet the next moment, a soft pressure against his back threw him into a state of fluster. Clearly intending to loosen the rope, he inadvertently tightened it around them both. Cough. It seems we've tied ourselves into quite the knot, Gu Feng remarked awkwardly. Seeing how closely they were bound, Luo Yixue's face flushed with embarrassment. I never meant to push him away, she thought, a rosy hue creeping across her cheeks, her breath quickening. What should we do? The rope feels tighter. Gu Feng, while he also wished to advance their relationship, he truly hadn't intended to take advantage. How does one even untie this knot? Gu Feng pondered, desperately racking his brain. Finally, he thought, to hell with it. His eyes sharpened as he pulled out a small knife and swiftly slashed downwards. Moments later, with the rope falling to the ground, they were finally freed from their binds. Now, you must believe me that it was not intentional, right? Gu Feng adjusted the props and said. A faint blush still lingered on Luo Yixue's delicate face as she shyly lowered her gaze, brushing a strand of hair away from her cheek, her lips parting slightly. I don't doubt you. It's just that it's dark now. How are we going to get back up? The darkness is thrilling. Isn't that perfect? Gu Feng smiled, resolved to focus on the present. His eyes glinted as he retrieved a small bottle of water from his backpack. Xiao Yixue, you must be tired. Here, have some water to soothe your throat. What is this? Luo Yixue blinked in surprise, gazing at the miraculous potion Gu Feng was cheerfully offering. She did not take it. I'm not thirsty. And wouldn't drinking this be a bit wasteful? Aren't you coming down to see something? Once we finish, we can head back. Luo Yixue curiously surveyed her surroundings, which were filled with nothing but large rocks and small stones, offering little of interest. Not all, as long as it's for you, is by no means wasteful. Gu Feng's large hand confidently extended forward. Luo Yixue hesitated, contemplating whether to accept it, only to be met with Gu Feng's somewhat mischievous grin. However, what I discovered lies just behind that stone, little Yixue. I've already utilized the power of the spiritual spring once. Let's see if you can do so as well. Luo Yixue's expression shifted noticeably. So, Gu Feng, you went to such great lengths just to ask me to come down and move stones? Her gaze held a mix of reproach and resentment directed at Gu Feng. Otherwise, what do you expect? This place is littered with stone debris. I certainly wouldn't invite you down here just to admire the scenery. Yet, he knew better than to voice this thought aloud. Just as Gu Feng pondered how to redirect the conversation, he suddenly felt his grip loosen. Luo Yixue took the bottle, raised her head slightly, and drank the contents. Under the influence of the spiritual spring, her aura transformed almost instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, two icy blue lights emerged behind her, resembling the wings of a phoenix, slowly unfurling and emanating an aura of divine majesty, her eyes half closed, exuding a serene yet formidable presence. Perhaps due to the thin spiritual energy in this location, the manifestation of the ice phoenix dissipated after 5 seconds. Aware of the fleeting nature of the spiritual spring's power, Luo Yixue did not attempt to move the large stone. Instead, she swiftly conjured a surge of icy blue energy with her hands, and with a graceful wave, the colossal boulder before her shattered into dust. The display of her SSS-level strength was unmistakable. Hiss! Gu Feng gasped in astonishment. The terror of her SSS-level talent was indeed formidable. However, he discerned that the enhancement from the spiritual spring was not as significant as he had anticipated. The stronger one was, the lesser the effect of the spring water. The disparity between an E level and an SSS level was akin to that between clouds and mud. Even if an ant's strength were magnified 100-fold, it would still remain merely an ant in the presence of an elephant, utterly incapable of contending. Little Yixue, splendid work. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Feng focused on the CPU behind her. Yes, now, make the opening larger, even larger. Otherwise, we won't be able to enter. Clearly, he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Boom! 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 A torrent of ice blue energy surged toward the cave entrance with tremendous force. In an instant, The entire pit was engulfed in tumultuous dust and swirling smoke. To an outsider, it might have seemed as if a catastrophic collapse had occurred. Cough, cough, cough. It was uncertain how much earth and stone had fallen, but what had initially been a small opening was now transformed into a cavernous entrance, dark and winding, leading into the unknown. Luo Yixue paused, glancing back, only to find Gu Feng's figure missing. Eventually, her gaze settled on a high mound of dirt. Gu Feng? Hey, I'm right here. Gu Feng emerged, dusty and disheveled from the debris, shaking off the dirt from his clothes. In stark contrast, Luo Yixue appeared immaculate, her bright eyes and flawless complexion highlighting the disparity. She must be furious. There was no other explanation for why she only buried him in dirt and not herself. Gu Feng, do you think this hole is big enough? If not, I can. Luo Yixue, excitedly admiring her handiwork, addressed Gu Feng, believing he would be pleased with her efforts. In truth, she felt a sense of joy in assisting him. Being a tool once in a while wasn't a burden. Was it? It's big enough truly. Please don't dig any further. If you do, we might just get buried alive. Gu Feng quickly exclaimed, fearing Luo Yixue might attempt another extravagant display of power, potentially trapping them both. Well, as long as you're satisfied. A gentle smile graced Luo Yixue's lips. Why is there so much dirt on you? You've gotten all dirty. Let me help you brush it off. No, this is a trivial matter. I can handle it myself. Gu Feng replied hastily, not wanting to impose. Really, it's no trouble at all. I can tidy you up in no time. Gu Feng watched in horror as Luo Yixue extended her hand toward him, imbued with a vigorous, icy blue energy, striking at his rear. Cool and refreshing. It carried a delicate fragrance. There was no escaping it. With a whoosh, Luo Yixue inadvertently unleashed her energy, sending Gu Feng soaring, crashing into the wall 10 meters away. Gu Feng, I didn't mean to. Are you alright? The realization of her blunder dawned on Luo Yixue, her pale face reflecting her panic. She had merely intended to use her energy to assist Gu Feng in cleaning himself, never imagining she would send him flying. Chapter 67, Treasure Hunt. The Empress's favors are not easily won. If Gu Feng believed for a moment that she harbored no desire for vengeance, he would be sorely mistaken. Women, at times, can be even more insidious than men. Struggling to turn his head, tears of gratitude streamed from his eyes. It's all right, Yixue. Among the 8 trials of Ozaki, there's one called Heaven's Descent. I had never experienced it until today. Thank you for allowing me to understand it. At the mouth of the inky cave, Gu Feng asked, It's so dark here. Do we really have to go in? After a long pause, Luo Yixue retrieved her phone, the flashlight casting a faint beam into the abyss, creating a visible circle of light. Meanwhile, echoes of their conversation reverberated within the cavern, mingling with faint, eerie sounds that heightened the atmosphere of dread. Well, since we've come this far, let's take a look. Perhaps this is a place where spiritual veins exist, and we might uncover something valuable. However, the cave appeared quite deep. If you're afraid, you can. Gu Feng, do you intend to abandon me? Luo Yixue said, her voice tinged with grievance. She was not afraid of the dark, but rather of being forsaken by Gu Feng. Gu Feng could only be speechless. Her earlier expression had clearly indicated fear. Of course, I would never leave you behind, he softly reassured. What I meant was, if you feel frightened, feel free to hold my hand. That way, we can look out for one another. His initial intention was for her to wait in the car for him, but fearing Luo Yixue would misconstrue his intentions, he hastily sought to amend his words. After all, one must not easily offend a strong woman. Gu Feng had learned this lesson well. Really? Luo Yixue's bright eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll go in with you, but you absolutely must not leave me behind, she earnestly instructed Gu Feng, then extended her hand, hesitating for a moment before continuing. The cavern appears rather constricted, and should you pull on my hand, it may not be particularly convenient. Instead, I shall grasp the hem of your garment from behind. Do not hasten your pace. Very well, Gu Feng sighed in resignation. Be cautious of the loose stones beneath your feet. The path ahead is shrouded in darkness, seemingly endless, with the faintest glimmer of light. The two of them tread cautiously in the obscurity, pausing intermittently. After an hour of wandering, they had yet to reach the end. Surrounding them was a deathly silence, occasionally interrupted by the crunch of footsteps and the sight of skeletal remains of certain animals. As they ventured deeper, the temperature began to plummet. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the cave, 2 figures, one slender and the other stout, emerged. How exasperating. After walking for an hour or two, why have we not yet found our way out? Exinixin, I had warned you that this place was peculiar. Now look, we are lost. Alas, the mobile signal has also been severed. Fool, what good is it to complain now? Why don't you restrain me instead? Had Gu Feng been present, he would have instantly recognized these two individuals as Fan Xian and Gu Bin Bin, whom they had encountered not long ago. After leaving Jiangnan No. 1 high school, they had rushed to Lu family village to investigate the recent disappearance of cattle and sheep. Following the villagers' leads, they had entered through a sinkhole, only to find themselves meandering until reaching this point. They had arrived without issue, yet now found themselves unable to return, just as despair began to set in. A sudden sight of hundreds of carcasses of cattle and sheep ahead captured their attention. Strangely, these animals appear to have recently perished, their bodies already shriveled. Moreover, the cave was devoid of any foul odor of decay. Instead, a delightful floral fragrance pervaded the air. Not far away stood a flower, resplendent and ethereal, alongside an inconspicuous blade of grass. What a beautiful flower! Fan Xian's eyes sparkled with an unusual luminescence as she approached the blossom. The stout boy furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. If he had to articulate it, it was the fact that despite the stillness of the air, the flowers swayed gently, akin to a seductive beauty beckoning one closer. Moreover, the grotesque postures of the desiccated cattle and sheep were exceedingly eerie. Such a lovely flower, how fragrant! Fan Xn murmured dreamily, and as she stood before the flower, her gaze grew increasingly entranced, her entire being seemingly entrapped in a dreamlike stupor. The stout boy jolted awake. Xian, do not touch that flower. Yet, the moment Fan Xian reached out to caress the petals, her hand withered like an autumn leaf, the life force within her being siphoned away, rendering her frail. Before she could even utter a scream, her entire form transformed into a mere human skin draped over a skeletal frame. Scene. Sob. The horrific scene rendered the stout boy paralyzed with fear. Collapsing to the ground, a chill coursed through his spine, an icy dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The flower, having absorbed Fan Xian's essence, bloomed even more vibrantly, emanating an even more intoxicating aroma. At that moment, Gu Feng and Luo Yixue had already ventured 2 hours into the cave. The tunnel twisted further inward, while the air remained tolerable. The temperature had plummeted to a chilling -10 degrees. Gu Feng could endure it, but could Luo Yixue? Having lost her awakened status, she was now but an ordinary girl. In this dark and frigid place, even their breath manifested as mist, and upon witnessing Luo Yixue's delicate frame, Gu Feng regretted bringing her along. Perhaps we should turn back. The deeper we go, the colder it seems. Gu Feng hesitated before speaking. They had already endured much to reach this point, without warm clothing, torches, or mobile signal. Continuing further could jeopardize Luo Yixue's health. Should she succumb to hypothermia, it would be a dire predicament indeed. After a moment's thought, Gu Feng removed his jacket and draped it over Luo Yixue, clad only in a thin t-shirt. He felt a sudden gust of cold wind, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. Gu Feng, are you very cold? Luo Yixue inquired, glancing at Gu Feng, who was so lightly clad. Despite his evident discomfort, he had still given her his only coat. In her gaze, a blend of concern and gratitude shimmered. You said I'm not cold. However, I do need to relieve myself. Wait here for me while I go over there. Chapter 68. Do you want to hold me? They walked for a while longer, and at that moment, the temperature within the cave plummeted suddenly from -10 degrees to a terrifying -20. Gu Feng could sense that it was continuing to drop. Yixue, are you not cold? Gu Feng shivered in the biting cold, unable to suppress his inquiry. Throughout their journey, Luo Yixue had remained remarkably composed. Her complexion remained a pristine white, flushed with a rosy hue, aside from the fact that their breath manifested as white vapor. She had not even rubbed her hands together once. In contrast, Gu Feng was left to combat the cold through incessantly rubbing his hands and stamping his feet, feeling as though he might freeze solid. I'm not cold. Luo Yixue paused, turning to look back at him. Gu Feng, do you not smell a peculiar floral fragrance? Gu Feng, a floral scent? What kind of flower could possibly survive in such a frigid environment? No, I do not. Gu Feng replied honestly, pondering whether Luo Yixue's resilience to the cold was due to her being an ice element awakener. Yet, the effects of the spiritual spring should have long dissipated. He felt as though his body temperature was nearly matching that of the cave. Whether it was the cold causing him to feel dazed, or if you're truly hallucinating, Gu Feng could not shake the sensation that Luo Yixue's gaze bore an unusually tender quality, glimmering with an indescribable ripple. Luo Yixue gazed intently at Gu Feng, who was shivering in the cold wind, and in this secluded space that belonged solely to the two of them, she spoke gently. Gu Feng, can you tell me why you are so kind to me? She had long harbored uncertainty about whether Gu Feng genuinely liked her or if he merely acted out of sympathy. For Gu Feng, his assistance might sometimes seem like an unintentional act. Yet for her, who often found herself in dire straits, it was a profound salvation, a warm redemption. In later instances, Gu Feng even risked defending a powerful underground organization like the Triad to help her. She yearned to clarify Gu Feng's feelings towards her, to ascertain whether there was any romantic inclination. She wanted to ask, Gu Feng, do you want a girlfriend? Just give me a nod, and I shall be your girlfriend. Gu Feng. Just as Luo Yixue awaited his response with bated breath, Gu Feng's hesitation brought a wave of disappointment to her heart. Indeed, it was because I like you. Ashu. Sniff. Gu Feng sniffed, unable to articulate a complete thought due to the frigid air. Nevertheless, his words were succinct. He neither had the mood for sentimental expressions, nor concealed his true feelings, laying bare his heart. After all, considering the current circumstances, the day of the Empress's awakening was not far off. Seizing this opportunity, it would be rather informal, yet sufficient for him to convey his feelings to her, even if it does not qualify as a formal confession. With an abundance of admirers for the Empress in the future, his absence would hardly be missed. Even if he were to face rejection, it would not warrant any sorrow. In his previous life, as a mere underling, he would not have dared to utter a word to the Empress, even with 1,000 lifelines at his disposal. What could the meager bond forged during high school possibly amount to? To voice such blasphemous sentiments could easily result in him being struck down by the Empress. However now, Gu Feng was devoid of such apprehensions. With unwavering confidence, he declared that even if he were to act inappropriately towards Luo Yixue, he need not fear her wrath. Oh, as Luo Yixue adjusted the position of the flashlight, Gu Feng found it increasingly difficult to discern the expression upon her face. It's nothing. I'm not cold at all. Holding my hand should make things much better. Simultaneously, Gu Feng felt a delicate warmth envelop his hand as Luo Yixue grasped it. His hand stiffened, unsure if this sudden surge of happiness was overwhelming or if the adrenaline was simply coursing through him. Yet he felt his chill dissipating. Are you feeling better? Came her timid voice, faintly echoing in his ears. Yes, my hand is warmer now, Gu Feng replied, a grin stretching across his lips as he boldly tested the boundaries with Luo Yixue. Why not take this opportunity to embrace? Embrace what? As anticipated, she responded, well, I am warm too. Would you like to embrace me? Gu Feng. Really? Then I shall. Luo Yixue gently closed her eyes, awaiting his response. In an instant, she felt herself enveloped in a tight embrace, as if encased by a colossal ice block. She too softly embraced him, her lips curling into a smile. Time passed, and eventually she inquired, do you feel better now? Burying her face in Gu Feng's chest. Yes, much better. Gu Feng was lost in the blissful warmth of the Empress's embrace, unable to extricate himself from the euphoria. That's good. Let us continue our journey. Gu Feng feigned ignorance, still brazenly holding on to her, inhaling the delightful fragrance of her warmth, gently caressing her silken tresses. He felt an insatiable longing, wishing to hold her forever, not wanting to release her even for a fleeting moment. Luo Yixue. Eventually, after what seemed an eternity, feeling the prickling sensation in his feet, he reluctantly parted from the Empress. I apologize. I must have been too sleepy earlier. I didn't hear what you said. Luo Yixue. Then are you still sleepy now? Not anymore. Thank you, Yixue. Without you, I might have frozen death here. Luo Yixue lifted her eyelids, obediently replying with a soft That's good. Let us proceed further. Moreover, if you feel cold again, just hold on to me. Oh, you said it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Feng grasped her small hand. Luo Yixue. I meant when you feel cold, then hold on. But I'm cold now. I feel much better now, Gu Feng insisted, his words resolute. Luo Yixue had no retort. While she sensed that Gu Feng might be taking advantage of her, she felt no anger within. Even when his hands were somewhat unruly while he held her, she chose not to confront him, for she too relished being embraced by the one she cherished. The most crucial aspect was that they both had justifiable reasons to hold one another, free from embarrassment. He needed warmth, and she conveniently provided it. Have you noticed? It seems to be less cold here than before. Indeed, the terrain appears to have widened considerably. After traversing some distance, Gu Feng spotted a faint glimmer ahead. What is that scent? It's delightful. Chapter 69. Carrying the Empress away. At this moment, he finally comprehended the source of the fragrance Luo Yixue had mentioned. The floral aroma was overpowering, instilling an unsettling feeling within him. Just then, he felt two soft forms press against his back. What is this? Gu Feng's heart fluttered. Little Yixue, what are you doing? I'm afraid of the dark. Could you hold me? Came Luo Yixue's teasing voice from behind. Gu Feng. Simultaneously, the pressure intensified as her delicate hands tightened around his waist. Gu Feng swallowed hard, yet he dared not make a move. A cold sweat broke upon his forehead, and his brow furrowed deeply. He finally recognized the source of the floral scent. It was the earth spirit flower, a nefarious hallucinogenic bloom. Inhaling the noxious fragrance emitted by the earth spirit flower would gradually erode one's sanity. It awaited its prey, ready to drain the life essence of any unsuspecting victim. No wonder the Empress had been so clingy and uttered such peculiar words. It turned out that she had already been ensnared by the flower's miasma long before. The reason Gu Feng remained unaffected was simple. He employed Taoist breathing techniques. Since his rebirth, he had maintained the breathing method from his past life. The greatest advantage of this technique was its capacity to enhance the absorption of spiritual energy and assist in expelling harmful gases from the body. A typical awakened individual, with the aid of Taoist breathing, could achieve immunity to the miasma of the earth spirit flower. However, without awakening his talents, relying solely on breathing techniques would eventually render him vulnerable to the miasma over time. Yet if he could obtain that earth spirit herb, Gu Feng, why have you stopped? A breath wafted past him, sending tingles down his spine. Gu Feng, I wish to move, yet you must release me. Struggling with his expression, he pried her hands away from his waist. Luo Yishua's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, before sinking deeper into a haze. Let South be close. She lunged at him once more like a clingy kitten. Close? Gu Feng's lips twitched. In that moment, Luo Yishua, exuding a languorous charm and a radiant smile, bore no resemblance to her usual aloof demeanor. She was unmistakably a captivating enchantress. Gu Feng bit his tongue, summoning immense willpower to remain lucid, as he battled against the intoxicating allure of the Empress. Yishua, please wake up. I will soon lead you out. Can we still be close once we get out? Luo Yishua blinked her beautiful, bewildered eyes at him, her small hands tracing circles on his chest. Gu Feng. Gulp. Yes, but only if you behave. Once we're out, we could be close every day. This is not the time for mischief. Really? If you're lying, I shall ignore you for all eternity. Gu Feng was taken aback. Who could withstand the Empress's seductive tactics? Silence. If you speak again, I swear I shall. Gu Feng clenched his teeth, suppressing the chaos within. And after a moment's hesitation, he bent down and hoisted the Empress onto his shoulder, sprinting away. Wherever the earth spirit flower bloomed, the earth spirit herb must surely be nearby. Having incurred such a significant cost, he must obtain the earth spirit grass. Typically, awakeners who rely on awakening orbs to unleash their innate talents can only develop a single extraordinary ability. The purpose of the earth spirit grass is to ensure that, while developing one extraordinary ability, there exists a certain probability of unlocking a hidden ability. To acquire the earth spirit grass, one must overcome the miasma emitted by the earth spirit flower. Gu Feng could not help but muster all his energy, while Luo Yishua experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. What is happening? How did I end up? At that moment, when Luo Yishua regained consciousness, she realized she was slung over Gu Feng's shoulder, and her expression was akin to being struck by lightning. What had she just done to Gu Feng? Her mind was flooded with chaotic images that filled her with shame and indignation. How could she have uttered such words? She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in and never emerge again. Yet, that didn't seem quite accurate. Technically, she was already in a fissure. Suddenly, Gu Feng halted his sprint. Yishua, are you all right? He patted her gently, and both of them froze simultaneously. A deep blush crept over the back of Luo Yishua's ears, her wide eyes brimming with astonishment. How could he touch her like that? At that moment, she found it utterly impossible to face Gu Feng. Luo Yishua's mind was a tumultuous storm, and ultimately, she decided to feign unconsciousness. If she could just pass out, she would not have to confront the embarrassment. Noticing Luo Yishua's reaction, Gu Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. Fainted? Well, that is fine. He breathed a sigh of relief, awkwardly muttering to himself that his virginity could hardly withstand such temptations. The scene that unfolded before him left Gu Feng utterly dumbfounded. Before his eyes lay a vast and open cavern. Beside a stalactite rock stood an earth spirit flower, exuding an enchanting fragrance, along with the seemingly inconspicuous earth spirit grass. Surrounding them were the desiccated corpses of animals, drained of their life essence. Gu Feng shook his heavy head, clearly feeling the slight disturbance of the miasma on his consciousness. Suddenly, Gu Feng's gaze was drawn to a sinister laughter, revealing a chilling sight. You're that chubby auxiliary officer? Strictly speaking, what he saw was the chubby figure clad in human skin. As for the owner of that skin, it's you. Get away from here, it's dangerous. Upon seeing Gu Feng, a flicker of resistance briefly appeared in the chubby boy's eyes, but in an instant, that clarity was devoured entirely by the miasma. He. Sister Xin was eaten by this flower. The chubby boy cackled. Look, this is Sister Xin's skin. Wearing Sister Xin's skin, it's no longer cold. He. I will also devour that flower to avenge Sister Xin. The chubby boy grinned grotesquely, staggering toward the earth spirit flower. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he had no choice but to take a gamble. He tilted his head back and drank a bottle of spirit spring water before gently placing Luo Yixue on a clean, flat surface. Chapter 70. A more comfortable sleep. The miasma of the earth spirit flower affects ordinary people, but is ineffective against awakeners. As long as one can uproot the earth spirit flower completely, the miasma's emission can be immediately stopped. As for the side effects of consuming the spirit spring water twice in a short period, once he ingested the earth spirit grass and awakened his talent, those side effects would naturally resolve themselves. Gu Feng, where are you going? At the moment Gu Feng set Luo Yixue down, she finally stirred. Her eyes filled with concern for him, clearly aware of the bizarre situation in the cave. Gu Feng was taken aback. You're awake? He thought to himself that even if she had regained consciousness, Luo Yixue should still be dazed. Gazing upon her delicate, snowy complexion, her graceful nose, and rosy lips, Gu Feng could not help but lick his dry lips before leaning in and placing a gentle kiss on her exquisite forehead. Be good. Wait for me here. Don't wander off, understand? Like one would comfort a kitten, he lightly patted her small head before walking away. Initially, Luo Yixue was taken aback, her beautiful eyes gradually widening in disbelief. Could it be that Gu Feng had also succumbed to the intoxicating miasma? Otherwise, why would he suddenly kiss her? Watching Gu Feng's departing figure, a flush of crimson rapidly spread from the nape of Luo Yixue's neck. At that moment, the chubby boy had already arrived before the earth spirit flower, opening his mouth wide, ready to swallow the enchanting blossom whole. It was evident that should the chubby boy's skin come into contact with the petals, he would undoubtedly become the next victim, clad in human skin and reduced to a mere skeleton. Stop! In a moment of desperation, Gu Feng hastily grabbed a bone from the ground and shoved it into the chubby boy's mouth. Then he lifted the boy's hefty body and flung him away. The chubby boy landed heavily, the sharp pain in his tailbone jolting him back to lucidity. Pulling the large bone from his mouth. The chubby boy finally had a moment to catch his breath. You nearly choked me. What did you stuff in my mouth? Nothing. Just something I picked up off the ground, Gu Feng replied, casting a glance at the human remains scattered about. He gave the chubby boy a look that suggested he should figure it out for himself. Is that Sister Xin's thigh? The chubby boy was instantly terrified to tears, realizing Gu Feng had indeed shoved Fan Xin's leg bone in his mouth. Gu Feng was utterly unperturbed. What was wrong with shoving a thigh bone? After all, he was still wearing her skin. Ignoring the chubby boy's frightened expression, Gu Feng coldly turned back and forcefully uprooted the earth spirit flower, tossing it to the ground, causing the flower to wither immediately. He then turned his attention to the small grass beside it, carefully uprooting it and placing it close to himself. Soon, with the removal of the earth spirit flower, the miasma in the cave dissipated along with the circulating air. The temperature within the cave remained quite low, and Gu Feng searched for some dry animal hides, attempting to light them, but upon failing, he abandoned the effort. The chubby boy fashioned a simple stone grave for Fan Xin, serving as her final resting place, and then sat nearby in a daze. At this moment, Gu Feng's face had taken on a pale hue, the side effects of consuming the spirit spring water twice beginning to deplete his strength. Had it not been for the chubby boy's earlier warning to escape, Gu Feng would never have bothered to save him. Now, he needed to find a way to send the chubby boy away, so he could safely consume the earth spirit grass. Chubby officer, how did you end up here? Gu Feng asked the boy. To his surprise, the chubby boy began to sob. Sister Xin and I came to investigate a case, and we ended up here through a sinkhole. By the way, please don't call me officer anymore. I'm about the same age as you, and I've only been an auxiliary officer for a month. Plus, you, Brother Gu, are my savior. From now on, you're my big brother. My true brother, Gu Feng. After exchanging a few words, the chubby boy's expression fell again. If I hadn't come to help the villagers find their cattle, Sister Xin wouldn't have met such a tragic fate. It's my fault for being powerless and failing to protect her. The chubby boy wiped his tears and then asked Gu Feng, by the way, boss, how did you end up here? Gu Feng patiently recounted the events that had transpired outside. It was only then that Xiao Peng realized the road had collapsed. Gu Feng chuckled, remarking that initially, their curiosity had led them here, but as they walked, they found themselves in this predicament. Xiao Peng nodded, confiding in Gu Feng. I can't shake the feeling that the world is descending into chaos. Recently, the police records have been filled with bizarre incidents. At this point, Xiao Peng cast a penetrating glance at Gu Feng, adding, but perhaps it's for the best. At least no one is investigating Wei Long's case anymore. Gu Feng was taken aback, meeting Xiao Peng's sincere gaze in silence. Had I not left the police academy, I might have become an awakened one myself. Perhaps if I had, Sister XNXI and Wu Ti have met such a tragic end. As he spoke, Xiao Peng scrutinized Gu Feng. Boss, you possess immense strength. Perhaps you're also an awakened one. Gu Feng smiled. That sounds impressive. I do hope I am the awakened one you speak of. Xiao Peng nodded and stood up. Boss, we must leave. This cave is perilous, and I need to report back to the station promptly. You should accompany me. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng shook his head. He had no intention of following Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng, considering the danger here, perhaps it would be prudent for us to split up. This place is too strange. Who knows when another carnivorous flower might emerge. By parting ways, we can better advise any lost wanderers to turn back. Xiao Peng pondered for a moment, then smiled and agreed. You're right, brother. Let us proceed with that plan. After exchanging farewells, the three of them ventured back along their respective paths. Yet, no sooner had Xiao Peng departed than Gu Feng found himself faltering. Oh no, Xiao Yixue, come help me. His vision darkened as he collapsed onto a soft, fragrant, spherical object. Gu Feng. Luo Yixue's cheeks flushed crimson as she looked at the figure sprawled atop her, her expression a mix of struggle and uncertainty. For a moment, she was at a loss. Should she push him away or not? Was this to be yet another awkward situation? However, her concern for Gu Feng ultimately outweighed all else, and she sighed softly. After all, this was not her first encounter of this nature. To ensure Gu Feng was more comfortable, she gently pressed his head deeper into her embrace. Based on previous experiences, Gu Feng would likely need a substantial rest before awakening. Until then, she resolved to make him as comfortable as possible. Chapter 71. Surely, he must have been peeking. Gu Feng, wake up. Are you all right? Can you hear me? Luo Yixue carefully adjusted Gu Feng, attempting to rouse him. Gu Feng let out a faint grunt, but did not awaken. Luo Yixue furrowed her brows slightly. Is it too cold in here? She pressed him more firmly against her warmth, thinking that this would help. After all, when he awakened, she could simply push him away, pretending nothing had happened. It's not like this is the first time, she murmured to herself. Yet, unbeknownst to her, although Gu Feng's body was weak, his mind remained alert. He could sense Luo Yixue's tender care, and even with his eyes closed, he could envision the concern etched on her face. A gentle warmth flowed through him, and he found himself reflecting on the deepening bond between himself and the Empress. How delightful, how soft. Yet, remaining in this tender sanctuary could not be the solution. He feared that he might truly succumb to the situation and embarrass himself. In this cold cave, it felt somewhat inappropriate to have her hold him while he regained his strength. The warmth and softness were simply too enticing. Gu Feng sighed inwardly, realizing that his earlier banter with Xiao Peng had squandered precious time, rendering him weak at a critical moment. Time was of the essence. He needed to focus on serious matters. Gently, he struggled a bit against Luo Yixue's embrace, his thick brows twitching as he managed to crack open his eyes just a sliver. Xiao Yixue, feed me. Gu Feng murmured with the last vestiges of his strength. Gu Feng? At the sound of his delirious murmur, Luo Yixue was initially taken aback, her face brightening with surprise as she leaned closer, asking, what do you want to say? So big. Gu Feng's eyes widened. What was happening? The scenery appeared sharper than ever. In that instant, he mentally chastised Luo Yixue for deliberately provoking his weaknesses. We strongly condemn such behavior. All responsibility lies with the milk. Feed me. Gu Feng thought he had made a grave mistake. Luo Yixue had just sensed something amiss. Suddenly, two streams of warmth flowed from Gu Feng's nostrils. For a moment, Luo Yixue felt flustered, fearing for Gu Feng's well-being. She prayed fervently for his safety, ready to do anything for him, while hastily wiping away the blood flowing from his nose. Gu Feng, did you just ask me to feed you something? Gu Feng felt deeply touched. As Luo Yixue attended to his nosebleed, she finally shifted away from her protective embrace. With the last of his strength, Gu Feng extended a trembling hand, pointing weakly at his chest before it fell lifelessly. At this point, he was utterly spent, his voice barely a whisper. Eat. Eat pears? Eat you? Luo Yixue, glancing at herself and recalling Gu Feng's gestures, felt a rush of heat spread across her delicate neck. My chest. You want to eat mine? Realization struck her, and her eyes widened in disbelief. No, absolutely not. That is too embarrassing. Gu Feng could only widen his eyes in frustration, unable to utter a word. Dear lady, I have the earth spirit grass in my chest. You should be feeding me that. Feed me the grass. But just then, a rustling sound of clothing being loosened reached his ears. Gu Feng squinted, catching a hazy glimpse of something. Upon seeing it, he thought, that is quite large. Is the Empress about to make some kind of sacrifice for me? In that moment, Gu Feng was profoundly shaken. Such an opportunity was not something anyone could refuse. However, the most tragic scenario unfolded. The heroine consented, the readers approved, yet the protagonist utterly floundered. Curse it! Noticing the twitch at the corner of Gu Feng's mouth, Luo Yixue glanced down, realizing what was happening. Suddenly, she grasped the implication, her cheeks burning as if on fire, her teeth clenching in disbelief. She only intended to remove some excess clothing to keep Gu Feng warm, let alone the fact that she still wore a bra and a tank top beneath. It was far from that level. What was he thinking? You must be seeing things. You are a rather troublesome fellow. Go and recover at your own pace. I shall pay you no mind. Gu Feng felt an overwhelming darkness enveloping him, his head shrouded as if obscured by a veil, rendering the delicate lace trim before him invisible. Luo Yixue cast a fierce glare at Gu Feng, her temper flaring as she turned her back, refusing to acknowledge him any longer. You, of all people, how could you treat me this way? After all my worries for you. Humph. Her cheeks puffed up in indignation. She crossed her pale, delicate arms over her chest, her frustration only growing with each passing thought. Finally, still fuming, she turned around, concerned that Gu Feng might be cold, and tenderly adjusted his clothing. Gu Feng could feel her soft, little hands gliding over him, and the peculiar sensation stirred the suppressed emotions within him. Suddenly, Luo Yixue let out a soft gasp, noticing a slight bulge at the collar of his shirt. Blushing, she pulled it aside to reveal the earth spirit grass nestled within. Could it be that you wanted me to feed you this? As she spoke, she lifted the garment covering Gu Feng's face. He maintained a stoic expression, appearing somewhat displeased. All right, no need to sulk. Were you trying to ask me to feed you the grass? Gu Feng blinked in response. This grass can save you? He blinked again, more vigorously this time. Luo Yixue's enticing lips curled into a smile, realizing the implication. In that case, I shall feed it to you. With that, she attempted to tear off a piece of the earth spirit grass and bring it to Gu Feng's mouth. Yet, he merely made a mechanical movement with his lips, unable even to manage the simplest act of chewing, leaving Luo Yixue at a loss. Chapter 72, Awakening. Gu Feng felt a bitter pang in his heart, akin to a grandson opening the door for his grandmother, feeling utterly powerless. Moving forward, he resolved to avoid such temporary enhancements in strength. Luo Yixue, her brows slightly furrowed, found herself equally perplexed. However, after a moment of contemplation, she devised a compromise. She would chew the earth spirit grass into a pulp before feeding it to him. But would Gu Feng be willing to consume something she had masticated? A faint flush crept across her pretty face as she shyly inquired. Gu Feng? Gu Feng slightly opened his eyes, captivated by her alluring lips. There's only one way. If I chew it and offer it to you, you must blink if you agree. If you don't agree, it's fine. We can think of another solution. Rest assured, I won't leave you behind. Her voice was soft, yet in the spacious cave, every word resonated clearly for Gu Feng to hear. After squeezing his eyes shut a few times, he thought, chewing it for me? Then I'll take that as your consent. Seeing this, Luo Yixue parted her exquisite lips and placed the tender green leaf into her mouth to chew. It appeared to be an unconventional yet delightful sight. Gu Feng swallowed hard. If she simply broke it up and offered him some water, he believed he could force it down. Yet, at this moment, could he truly refuse the Empress's personal feeding? Surely not. Just then, darkness enveloped him once more. Hey, why are you blindfolding me again? What is this nonsense? A fleeting sense of annoyance flickered in his mind, only to be replaced by a pair of gentle, slightly trembling hands cradling his chin, while another hand grasped his cheeks. The faint scent of the young girl enveloped him, causing Gu Feng's mind to momentarily stall, stimulating his central nervous system and igniting a rush of adrenaline. The cool, soft touch of her lips further quickened the secretion of hormones within him. Gu Feng swallowed hard, the fragrant medicinal liquid gliding down his throat. Moments later, their lips parted, only to meet again in a series of tender exchanges. In this tranquil, enclosed environment, where it felt as though no one would discover them or intervene, Gu Feng cleared his mind, closed his eyes, and awaited the effects of the medicine. Luo Yixue had gently elevated her hand, wiping away the remnants of the medicinal liquid between their lips. Concerned that Gu Feng might be cold, she tenderly embraced him, and for a long while, they maintained a position that appeared rather intimate to any onlooker. When fatigue set in, Luo Yixue knelt and rested Gu Feng's head between her curled legs. Time passed slowly, yet Gu Feng showed no signs of awakening. Suddenly, A shadow cast by a flicker of light on the cave wall caught Luo Ishue's attention. She focused intently on the source of the shadow, revealing a large, black-furred rat with sharp teeth and glowing green eyes. Its size far exceeded her comprehension, being 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary mouse. The rat, startled by the presence of 2 living beings, froze for a moment before its eyes gleamed with excitement, emitting a piercing shriek. "Gufeng, how do you feel? Wake up!" Luo Ishue called out anxiously, keeping a wary eye on the massive creature, her tension palpable. In her heightened state of anxiety, she failed to notice that the man in her arms had already opened his eyes. "Oh dear, what a size!" Gufeng swallowed hard, his resolve unwavering as he shifted his gaze from the imposing curves before him to the screeching mutated rat. A rat? A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he recognized the enormous, glowing creature before him. A mutated rat. Species, Redemption mutant rat. Level none. Ability, gnaw. Upon being bitten, there is a certain probability of contracting acute plague. Gufeng instantly extracted the information displayed above the rat. Could this be another hidden ability awakened after consuming the earth spirit grass? He then glanced at Luo Ishue, noticing a line of information appearing above her head as well. Name, Luo Ishue. Talent level, SSS. Superpower, ice manipulation, omni-ice control. Gufeng was slightly taken aback. Little Ishue had awakened too. However, her hidden ability remained undisclosed. No matter. He needed to swiftly deal with the beast before them. Otherwise, attracting more mutated rats would spell trouble. Gufeng mused silently. The plague that once ravaged Jiangnan had been caused by countless creatures like this one. Under the influence of the earth spirit grass juice, Gufeng could distinctly sense his vitality returning and his strength awakening. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he prepared to confront the mutated rat. But just then, a sharp voice rang in his ear, momentarily startling him. "Rat, be gone!" Luo Ishue waved her hand, trying to fend off the enormous rat that had suddenly attacked them. In an astonishing turn of events, a stream of ice-blue energy emanated from her outstretched arm, striking the mutated rat with precision. This was the first time Luo Ishue had unleashed her elemental skill, ice energy, following her awakening. The mutated rat barely had time to emit a cry before it was taken down by that single icy blow. "Congratulations, Ishue, you have awakened." Gufeng, you have finally come to." Upon hearing Gufeng's voice, Luo Ishue's expression of alarm instantly transformed into one of elation. For her, nothing could bring greater solace than Gufeng's awakening. Then, she became aware of something, a flush gracing her delicate cheeks. After all, Gufeng was still resting against her legs. "Are you feeling better?" The implication being, "Can you get up now?" Thankfully you're much improved." Gufeng, still reluctant to leave, stood up. Had he not feared that the mutated rats would attract their companions, he would have genuinely wished to embrace the Empress's leg once more, pondering when that opportunity might arise. At this moment, however, Luo Ishue remained blissfully unaware that she had inadvertently gained a considerable advantage. She glanced at her hands, and after a moment of excitement, she exclaimed, "Gufeng, are you serious? Am I truly the awakener you spoke of?" Everything felt utterly surreal, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. "Indeed, not only have you awakened, but you are a bona fide SSS-level awakener." A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Ishue's eyes. "And what about you, Gufeng? With your prowess, you must also be an awakener, right?" Gufeng replied, "Yes, I am as well. You must be far more powerful than I. What is your level?" Luo Ishue gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Gufeng responded currently, "My talent level is only E, but there is a possibility of advancement in the future." He did not conceal this from her, silently adding, "If you would agree to be my girlfriend." Luo Ishue paused for a moment, quickly grasping Gufeng's implication, and sincerely said, "Gufeng, do not lose heart. I believe you will achieve far greater accomplishments in the future." Squeak, squeak. Just as Gufeng was about to speak, the piercing shrieks of rats echoed through the cave, causing his expression to shift abruptly. What is happening? Upon seeing Gufeng's countenance, Luo Ishue realized the gravity of the situation. Gufeng forced a strained smile and said, "It's nothing, just a minor mishap. We may have accidentally disturbed a rat's nest." No sooner had he spoken than they beheld a mass of dark shadows surging toward them from the tunnel's end. "What is that?" Luo Ishue's eyes widened in fear. At a safe distance, she could clearly discern hundreds, if not thousands, of glowing green eyes, an overwhelming horde of mutated rats. The ominous scene sent chills down their spines. "Gufeng, you must go first. I will protect you." Luo Ishue positioned herself in front of Gufeng, waving her small hands as before. Yet, The air hung still for 2 seconds, and nothing occurred. She attempted again. What is happening? Why can't I activate it? It's malfunctioning, Luo Ishue said in bewilderment. As she swung her hand for a third time, her fair wrist was suddenly grasped. It's malfunctioning for a reason. With so many rats, why wait? Gu Feng pulled Luo Ishue and ran in the opposite direction. Regardless of the awakener's rank or abilities, training was essential. Breathing techniques, mental conditioning, the absorption and control of spiritual energy, all required refinement to achieve seamless mastery. With the mutated rats relentlessly pursuing them, any that caught up were swiftly dispatched by Gu Feng's might. Little did he anticipate that the scent of blood would not deter the horde, but incite further chaos among them. Gu Feng, it's bad. There are rats ahead as well. What? We're surrounded. Gu Feng gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing deeply. Faced with thousands of rats, even as an SSS-level awakener, he could not extricate himself from this predicament. What to do? The relationship between him and Luo Ishue was but a thin veil. He had intended to profess his feelings in the most dignified manner, yet now, suddenly, a peculiar roar echoed through the cave. Gu Feng, above your head. Luo Ishue's eyes widened in shock as she pointed at Gu Feng's hair. What's on my head? There is something on your head. Upon noticing the adorable creature perched atop Gu Feng's head, Luo Ishue felt a sense of déjà vu, sensing that this newfound creature bore no ill intent toward them. As the creature made its entrance, the cave fell eerily silent, devoid of any rat sounds, as if they stood before an ancient and formidable beast. The crisis seemed to dissipate the moment the creature appeared. Gu Feng was momentarily stunned, then felt a slight pressure atop his head. What is this? Something alive? How did I not notice? He reached up to grasp it, but his hand met only air with a whoosh. The lively creature had teleported to Luo Ishue's shoulder. Roar! The little beast turned its back to Gu Feng, proudly flicking its tail before finally turning to face him. Its eyes were disproportionately large for its round head, adorned with horns and a tail. This was... Gu Feng stared in astonishment at the fist-sized creature on Luo Ishue's shoulder, along with the information panel that appeared above it. Species: Ancient Devourer Beast. Level: Unknown. Ability: Devour. Bloodline Suppression. This little creature, could it possibly... Roar! As if displeased with Gu Feng's comparison to a dog, the Devourer Beast emitted a low growl to express its discontent. However, its adorable appearance rendered its growl devoid of any menace, instead eliciting a smile from Luo Ishue. The little beast paused, revealing a naturally dazed expression directed at Luo Ishue. Gu Feng mused, after such affectionate behavior, it still claims it is not a dog? Curiosity glimmered in his eyes. How had this creature emerged from the crystal? With the revival of spiritual energy and the awakening of myriad beings, had even ancient specimens awakened? Moreover, the mutated rats appeared to fear it tremendously. As the Devourer Beast unleashed its initial roar, Gu Feng sensed the rats trembling in submission, their faces painted with terror. Clearly, this ancient creature that had leapt from the stone was extraordinary. With the crisis now averted, Gu Feng calmly retrieved the crystal, examining it. The shimmering stone revealed no trace of the Devourer Beast within. Was there more to this crystal than met the eye? Contemplating, Gu Feng circulated his spiritual energy, channeling his thoughts into the crystal. Soon, he discovered a vast, misty expanse within. It was an immense storage space. Storage space stone. Such a substantial piece of spatial stone. It is no wonder that the interior space is so vast, compared to the spatial stones he had encountered previously, whose internal storage capacity rarely exceeded a square meter. This one was a treasure that even Imperial-level powerhouses would find hard to obtain, not to mention the one in his possession, which was the size of a pigeon egg and shone with the brilliance of pure spatial stone. Surely, it was a unique gem in the world. The most intriguing aspect was that it seemed capable of storing living beings, life forms. In Chapter 74, Naming the Divine Beast, Gu Feng attempted to capture a few mutated mice to place inside the spatial stone, but after several unsuccessful attempts, he was left pondering why the stone could not contain living creatures when the devouring beast could enter and exit freely. With curiosity piqued, Gu Feng scrutinized the devouring beast, who soon sensed the somewhat mischievous gaze directed at it. You must enjoy eating, right? Here, a few mice for you. Gu Feng presented the rodents before the devouring beast. Roar! The little beast growled in annoyance, seemingly disdainful of the inferior food offered by Gu Feng. It then unapologetically rolled its eyes at him, swiftly appearing atop Luo Ishue's palm. Gu Feng was momentarily stunned. Was this little creature actually looking down on him? It lavished affection on Luo Ishue while treating him with such contempt. After a moment's reflection, Gu Feng understood. The little creature had clearly taken Luo Yixue as its master and viewed him as a rival for her affection. A smirk crept onto Gu Feng's lips. As a reborn individual, how could he be outmaneuvered by a mere divine beast? Even if it was an ancient devouring beast, it would not do. It truly is from the stone. As you can see, Gu Feng nodded in affirmation to Luo Yixue, who was gazing at the little creature in wonder, initially displaying surprise. Her expression soon shifted to one of calm acceptance. Having experienced Gu Feng's miraculous potions and gradually evolving into an awakened, her understanding of reality had constantly been reshaped. Thus, she quickly acclimated to the presence of the little beast. As they conversed, the little beast continued to unabashedly charm Luo Yixue, striving to capture her full attention. Luo Yixue's lips curved slightly. She could feel the creature's affection for her, like a fluffy little pet, leaving her with no reason not to adore it. Yixue, we've been through quite a bit today. Shall we discuss matters outside? Gu Feng suggested, redirecting the conversation to practicality. Roar. The little beast bared its teeth at Gu Feng, seemingly protesting that he disrupted its charming efforts. Ah, little one, you still have much to learn if you wish to compete with me. Gu Feng chuckled. Shall we head home, Yixue? The little beast. Humph. Finally, Luo Yixue nodded and lifted her hand towards the little beast, saying, Gu Feng is right. Can you return these mice to their home? Roar. The little beast let out a mighty roar, and instantly, thousands of mutated rodents vanished as if obeying a royal command, completing the task within a minute. Afterward, the little creature stuck out its tongue at Gu Feng, its large, dark eyes sparkling as it eagerly awaited praise from its master. Luo Yixue tenderly stroked its fur, and the little beast closed its eyes in contentment, nuzzling against her palm with an expression of utter bliss. Hobri, truly magnificent. Gu Feng suddenly applauded, a knowing smile gracing his face. Wonderful, absolutely splendid. The little beast was about to glare at him, but paused, confused by the praise. Clearly, it was uncertain whether Gu Feng was reprimanding or complimenting it. Roar? Foolish creature. I am indeed praising you, praising your brilliance, praising your formidable presence. Gu Feng declared, giving the little beast a thumbs up. The little beast? Luo Yixue. Yixue, look at this little divine beast. It has saved our lives and is so clever and adorable. How about we give a name? Gu Feng proposed. Roar? Luo Yixue pondered for a moment, finding merit in his suggestion, and nodded in agreement. What shall we call it? Her gaze flitted thoughtfully. Naming it is simple, but we must first ascertain its gender. Gu Feng chuckled, then inquired the little beast, Are you male or female? If male, give a single cry. If female too. To his surprise, the little beast ignored him, instead gazing longingly at Luo Yixue, awaiting her naming decree. Gu Feng unperturbed. Gu Feng smiled at Luo Yixue. Yixue, since this little one is so attached to you, why don't you name it? The little beast blinked in astonishment, seemingly perplexed by Gu Feng's sudden politeness. Did he truly find its divine nature impressive? Perhaps it could forgive him if it endeavored even harder to charm its master and serve her diligently, believing that one day it would surpass this human in her affections. After all, it was a devouring beast, bearing the most noble bloodline from ancient times. Could it truly be outdone by a mere human? With this thought, the little beast's gaze toward Gu Feng softened considerably. After a moment of serious contemplation, Luo Yixue finally spoke gently, with its round head, round body, and round belly. Let's call it Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan? I find that name rather inappropriate. Just as the little beast was about to cheer at its new name, Gu Feng abruptly interjected, lifting his chin. Luo Yixue? Both Luo Yixue and the little beast wore expressions of confusion. Gu Feng furrowed his brow and addressed the little beast. Have you not noticed that this little creature possesses the visage of a divine beast? Despite its diminutive size, it has single-handedly repelled an army of thousands of mutated rodents. Given time, this little one will undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with. Luo Yixue, such an impressive entity deserves a name befitting its grandeur. Gu Feng's voice resonated with conviction, echoing through the cave. Luo Yixue was momentarily taken aback, as was the little beast. Then, Gu Feng, what do you suggest? She inquired. This was precisely the moment Gu Feng had been waiting for. With sincerity shining in his eyes as he surveyed the pair, he proposed, let us call it Dai Mao. What do you think, Dai Mao? Luo Yixue's mouth fell open in astonishment as she looked at Gu Feng. Perhaps we should consider its opinion? She suggested, her gaze evasive and her expression tinged with reluctance. The little beast appeared utterly bewildered, glancing between Luo Yixue and Gu Feng. Gu Feng, with utmost seriousness, explained, Dai signifies intelligence. Mao represents your uniquely beautiful fur. Dai Mao. Such a name is simply extraordinary. Upon concluding his statement, he exerted immense effort to restrain himself, his hands firmly gripping his palms to stifle a laugh. Changing the subject, he added, however, if you are unwilling, you could just call it Yuan Yuan, as it closely aligns with your own image. Observing Gu Feng's earnest demeanor, unwavering conviction, the small beast finally dispelled its lingering doubts, and its gaze became resolute. It reappeared on Gu Feng's shoulder, contentedly patting him as if to convey, well done, my friend. From now on, I shall be known as Dai Mao. Truly, a divine beast is indeed remarkable. I must commend you, Dai Mao, for your exquisite taste. Gu Feng squinted his eyes in delight. By the way, Yishue, Dai Mao has consented to this name. Luo Yishue felt a few strands of black lines appear on her forehead, turning her face aside. As long as you're happy. After receiving Gu Feng's bestowed name, Dai Mao frolicked outside for a moment before transforming into a streak of light, diving into the space stone, entering a state of slumber. Throughout its existence, the devouring beast cherished two activities above all, eating and sleeping. The once empty surface of the space stone now bore the visage of Dai Mao. How did Dai Mao fit in there? Luo Yishue inquired curiously. Quite simply, the space within is vast. Would you like to see? Luo Yishue nodded eagerly. Gu Feng instructed her to hold the space stone and said, first, I will teach you to sense the spiritual energy. Then you can try to channel it into this stone, and you'll be able to see inside. Under Gu Feng's guidance, after several earnest attempts, Luo Yishue's expression brightened as her consciousness finally established a connection with the space stone. Upon glimpsing the expansive interior, she was utterly astonished. Not only was it Dai Mao's lair, but it also served as a portable space. How extraordinary! Luo Yishue nodded in agreement. After forming a connection with the space stone, she quickly discovered its myriad uses, though she still found it hard to believe. With a mere thought, the projection of Dai Mao on the surface of the stone transformed into a transparent display. In another blink, the projection shifted to resemble Gu Feng, revealing that the surface of the space stone could change forms like a tabletop. The space stone had recognized its master. It was time for it to return to its rightful owner, Gu Feng remarked with a slight smile. However, human hearts are inscrutable, and this object is too commonplace. Henceforth, it should be concealed from outsiders whenever possible. Luo Yishue understood that this space stone was not only a token of reunion with her parents, but also an extraordinary treasure. May I gift it to you? She asked. Gu Feng shook his head, replying, the reason I could wield it before was that the space stone was unclaimed. Once it recognizes its master, only you can control it. Unless its owner perishes, it will revert to being unclaimed. Such a precious treasure had indeed tempted Gu Feng. Yet he was acutely aware that a gentleman appreciates wealth only through rightful means. Were it an enemy's possession, he would seize it without hesitation. But this was Luo Yishue's. For her, it represented not merely a storage space, but also a significant link to her parents, carrying profound meaning. Luo Yishue gently nodded, refraining from further insistence, and donned it around her neck, keeping it close. From this day forth, the dynamics of the entire world had undergone a significant transformation. That night, the nation officially announced the revival of spiritual energy. Inside the Jiangnan City Broadcasting Building, urgent and momentous news was being disseminated, reaching every corner of the city. According to reports from journalists, in the early hours, 2 mutated gorillas escaped after injuring individuals at the city zoo. Sadly, the victims, zookeepers, were rushed to the hospital but did not survive. Following the attack by the mutant gorillas, local police swiftly mobilized. 1 gorilla was shot, while the other remained at large. In the southern suburbs of the city, a sinkhole collapse occurred this afternoon, fortunately without casualties. The municipal government urged citizens to avoid unnecessary travel. For those who must venture out, please steer clear of the southern suburb routes. In Jiangbei City, a mutant white-eyed tiger attacked, prompting numerous awakened individuals to pursue it, with no civilian injuries reported thus far. Various live, streaming platforms and social media were inundated with discussions and promotions regarding the revival of spiritual energy, awakening the populace to the realization that, after this night, the world had indeed changed. With the emergence of extraordinary beasts, there would also be awakened individuals to contend with them. What remains unchanged is that the world will always have suitable guardians, and the mundane aspects of life will continue to weave through most people's existence. Gradually, it seemed that society had accepted this change, even if it was reluctant to do so. When the two returned to the villa, dawn was just breaking. Gu Feng casually turned off the car radio and stepped out. At that moment, another vehicle followed closely behind. Gu Feng's eyes widened as he recognized Gu Changhai and his wife stepping out of the car. Dad, Mom, and John, Uncle Gu. Gu Feng and Luo Yixue exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, "What are you doing down from the mountain?" Gu Changhai was busy unloading various local specialties from the car. "Your mother was worried about you. We rushed back overnight." Yixue, the news said the southern suburbs had severe road closures. "You didn't encounter any danger, did you?" Aunt Jean approached, affectionately taking Luo Yixue's hand to express her concern. "Aunt Jean, we're fine," Luo Yixue replied softly, feeling warmth in her heart. "That's good. As long as you're safe. By the way, Xiao Luo, these local specialties were specially prepared by your aunt. Free-range chicken, duck, pork, and wild mushrooms. Whatever you like, just tell Aunt Jean, and she'll cook it for you," Gu Changhai said with a smile. Meanwhile, Gu Feng felt as invisible as air. "Mom, Dad, I also labored all night, navigating detours and driving. Why don't you ask me if I'm all right?" Gu Feng wore a disgruntled expression. The treatment for biological and non-biological offspring is just not the same. It's so different. Gu Changhai replied, "Oh, Xiao Feng, you can take those local specialties home. You work hard." Aunt Jean shot him a knowing glance before turning back to Luo Yixue with a warm smile. "Your uncle is right. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it." Gu Feng chimed in, "Mom, I want chicken legs." Aunt Jean seemed to ignore his request, asking, "What does Yixue want to eat?" Luo Yixue glanced at Gu Feng before meekly asking Aunt Jean, can I also have chicken legs?" Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's smile widened. "Mom and Dad, did you hear that? Yixue wants chicken butts. Hurry up and make them, you little rascal. I see you're itching for trouble." Chapter 76. Display of Abilities Overnight. The revival of spiritual energy had evidently become the most fervently discussed topic among the populace. For the student community, there was a unique sense of anticipation and excitement regarding this awakening. At Jiangnan No. 1 High School, one student exclaimed, "Damn, we can't focus on our studies at all. When will the talent awakening test take place?" "Huh? Talent awakening test? What is that? Have you spent the whole night just sleeping?" Yu Haven-T even read the papers released by Diching University and Debei University on the study of extraordinary abilities. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, certain animals undergo peculiar mutations, evolving into formidable beasts. Similarly, humans are not exempt from this phenomenon. With the emergence of these extraordinary creatures, it is inevitable that a counterbalancing force will arise. Thus, the awakening spirit orb was conceived. Through this remarkable orb, individuals can identify those among humanity who possess the innate potential for extraordinary abilities, subsequently activating their latent powers. Wow, this awakening spirit orb certainly sounds impressive. After all, what do you think those individuals have been tirelessly researching? They must produce something formidable. So, dear classmate, do you believe I have a chance of becoming an awakened one? How could I possibly know? I can only tell you that those aged between 15 and 25 are in the prime stage for awakening their abilities. The awakening ratio is approximately 10:1. Beyond the age of 25 or below 15, the ratio dramatically shifts to about 1,001. This is what the report states. You can gauge it for yourself. Ah, I see. Your words resonate deeply. Truly, a single conversation can surpass a decade of learning. I sincerely hope to be among that fortunate 1 in 10. Speaking of which, there exists a rare breed of awakened individuals who can awaken their talents independently, even without the stimulus of the awakening spirit orb. For instance, Zhao Maching from Class 5 and Su Feng from our school exemplify this phenomenon perfectly. Upon hearing this, the classmates revealed expressions of envy and admiration. I heard that Su Feng is a new transfer student specializing in sports. In the school corridors, students chattered excitedly. At that moment, a keen-eyed classmate suddenly spotted Gu Feng and Luo Yixue approaching. "Hey, isn't that Gu Feng and Luo Yixue from Class 3? Their popularity at school has been soaring recently." Another classmate, upon hearing this, displayed a disdainful expression and deliberately emphasized his words. "That's old news. We are now in the era of spiritual resurgence. The world has been reshuffled. What good is wealth? Merely a stack of worthless paper. I've heard that the Ministry of Education has issued a notice to suspend the college entrance examinations. Studying hard is utterly pointless. In the future world, awakened ones will reign supreme. In the past, they deemed Gu Feng unapproachable, but now that spiritual energy has resurfaced, social resources have been redistributed, and everyone feels empowered. They all harbor an inexplicable confidence in their own superiority. Those who previously found Gu Feng irksome but had to endure him now believe he is no longer significant. Gu Feng, the world has been reshuffled. You are but a relic of the past, no longer the esteemed young Master Gu. It would do you well to adopt a more low-key demeanor." One classmate smirked and admonished Gu Feng. Gu Feng found this amusing and paused to glance at the speaker. With an indifferent tone, he replied, What does my demeanor have to do with you? His voice remained as arrogant and unyielding as ever. I think it's those like you, who harbor delusions of grandeur and excel in daydreaming, who will forever struggle to enjoy the finer things in life. You. The classmate's face turned ashen with anger, and in a stiff tone, he retorted, just wait. Your arrogance won't last much longer. With that, he fell silent. Soon, the class bell rang. The homeroom teacher, Huang Hai, entered the classroom with a serious demeanor and tapped the blackboard. Today, I have 3 announcements to make. First, the Ministry of Education has officially postponed the college entrance examinations, with a new date yet to be determined. Therefore, you may ease your study pace and no longer need to feel as tense as before. Applause erupted throughout the classroom. Huang Hai turned around and erased the countdown to the exams from the board. Although the examinations have been postponed, we must not become complacent. Remember, learning is a never-ending journey. Following this, Huang Hai announced, secondly, we have a new transfer student in our class. Please welcome Go Binbin. Yi Bin Bin. The students were taken aback. The name clearly suggests a male, lacking excitement, desire, or interest. How wonderful it would have been to have a female transfer student. Amid sparse applause, a chubby figure entered the room. Hello, everyone. I am a new student Go Binbin. I look forward to your guidance. The students resumed their own activities, but only Gu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Wasn't this the chubby assistant police officer? Why was he attending school? Teacher, may I sit over there? The chubby boy, unfazed by the indifference of others, smiled shyly and pointed to the seat behind Gu Feng. Very well. Recalling their brief prior interaction, Huang Hai readily agreed. After the chubby boy settled in, Huang Hai announced the third matter. As you all know, the resurgence of spiritual energy is upon us. In 3 days, specialized teachers will arrive at Jiangnan No. 1 High School to conduct awakening tests for the students. Due to the scarcity of awakening spirit orbs and to save time, students from Class 5 will also join you in this awakening activity. Now, I need to select a few students from our class to help clean up on the playground in preparation for the awakening test in 3 days. Are there any volunteers? Upon hearing Huang Hai's words, a long silence ensued. No one wishes to volunteer? Huang Hai inquired with a twitch of his lips. Teacher, on such a hot day, who will want to do that? We've already paid for our tuition. Isn't it more enjoyable to sit in the classroom, enjoying the air conditioning and dreaming of a brighter future? Who want to suffer under the sun? The students grumbled in unison. Huang Hai sai, oha. I almost forgot to mention. I heard that the only student with an independently awakened talent is also on the playground, and there'll be a demonstration of abilities. What a pity that no one wants to participate. What? A demonstration of abilities? The students widened their eyes. The mention of an ability demonstration instantly energized them. Teacher, I want to go. Teacher, to be honest, I have a natural inclination for cleaning. Even if you asked me to clean the restroom, I wouldn't mind. Please let me go. Teacher, I excel at cleaning, especially restrooms. After my cleaning, the water in the toilet could be directly drunk. Me too. I want to go. The students eagerly clamored to volunteer. Huang Hai stood at the podium, nodding in satisfaction before beginning to select participants. Gu Feng, Luo, Yishue, and the new student Go Binbin. You 3 will do. The classmates looked bewildered, all asking in unison why. Huang Hai casually shrugged, of course. It's because you 3 were the only ones who didn't raise your hands earlier. All of you would just go to Gaketsu Feng, who would do the work. Thus, the 3 of you who didn't raise your hands will be our true workforce. Our homeroom teacher is such a joker. This homeroom teacher is really out of line. The chubby boy grumbled silently as they walked toward the playground. Gu Feng remarked, Hey chubby, wouldn't it be better to just continue being an assistant police officer? What made you decide to come to school? A glimmer of melancholy flickered in Xiaopeng's gaze as he remarked, It's nothing much. I simply feel quite inept. Even Sister Xin couldn't shield me, so I decided to resign. When our esteemed elder inquired about my aspirations, I expressed a desire to remain in Jiangnan for my studies, and thus, he arranged for me to be here. Gu Feng nodded thoughtfully and shifted the conversation. Xiaopeng, judging by your accent, you must not be a local. Am I correct? Xiaopeng smiled and replied, Indeed. You truly are my boss. You discerned that swiftly. I actually grew up in the imperial capital, so you could say I'm half a local there. Upon hearing imperial capital, Luo Yishue's expression momentarily froze. Given the current circumstances, participating in the college entrance examination seemed implausible. Would she still have a chance to go to the imperial capital? Lost in thought, she was jolted back to reality by a chorus of female shrieks from the playground. Wow, a goal. Classmate Su Feng has scored again. Feng is so handsome. Gu Feng cast a brief glance, and beneath the basket, a boy clad in the number 1 jersey had a glowing information bar appear above his head. Name, Su Feng. Talent level, E. Ability, muscle petrification. Xiaopeng also stole a glance in that direction. So that's Su Feng? He doesn't seem all that impressive. I really can't fathom these girls' tastes. In terms of appearance, Su Feng is merely a touch taller and leaner than my brother, with a bit more muscle. If he is considered handsome, then my boss must be so striking that he could outshine the heavens. Gu Feng coughed lightly. Xiaopeng, let us keep this low-key. You're not too shabby yourself. So don't underestimate your worth, all right? Xiaopeng grinned. Indeed, big brother, you understand me. After all, I graduated from the police academy. How bad could I be? Right, sister-in-law? Luo Yishue's cheeks flushed crimson at the term sister-in-law. Just as she hesitated to respond, Gu Feng interjected. Xiaopeng, my relationship with your sister-in-law, cough. I mean Yishue, is not what you think it is, so please refrain from making such assumptions, all right? Is that so? Xiaopeng questioned skeptically, furrowing his brow. However, he quickly processed Gu Feng's words and broke into a grin. Not yet, but it will be eventually. Anyway, this title of sister-in-law will have to be addressed sooner or later, so it saves us from having to change it later. Gu Feng replied. You truly are a clever little rascal. Luo Yishue remained silent, casting a glance at the two before subtly diverting her gaze, neither rejecting nor affirming. Seeing her reaction, Gu Feng's eyes brightened slightly as he pondered. Hey, you lot are from class 3, right? A young man in sports attire approached and inquired. Hello, teacher. Teacher Huang sent us here. The physical education teacher nodded appreciatively, thinking that at last, a few diligent workers had arrived. I recognize you. You're Luo Yishue from class 3. Good. Old Huang is quite considerate, finally sending me some industrious students. Yishue, could you please assist in putting these posters up on the bulletin board over there? He handed Luo Yishue a stack of posters. And you two gentlemen, please help organize the sports equipment and move it to the storage room. Here, that's the key. He passed Gu Feng a set of keys. I have some matters to attend to with the principal, so you all carry on. After finishing his words, he hurried off in a flurry. Oof. Hundreds of people are over there at the basketball court, surrounding that Su fellow, while only the three of us are left to work. Why is that? Xiaopeng snorted, fetching a few chairs and plopping down to relax. They treat us like tools. Not a chance. Big brother and sister-in-law, come sit. Gu Feng considered for a moment, then settled beside Xiaopeng, looking at Luo Yishue. Aren't you coming over? Ultimately, being a girl, Luo Yishue hesitated slightly before responding. During physical education, the teacher is quite considerate of us girls. I'll finish putting up these posters before resting. With that, she turned and walked alone towards the bulletin board. Xiaopeng blinked and asked Gu Feng, Big brother, since sister-in-law won't sit with us, should we go help her? No need. While Luo Yishue is busy with the posters, I'll grab us some drinks. Gu Feng casually bought 2 bottles of water from a nearby vending machine and handed one to Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng was touched. Big brother, you bought me a drink. You're so good to me. Green tangerine purt? How did you know I love this? Gu Feng shot him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, This drink isn't free. You know? What do you mean? Just the literal meaning. Then, Gu Feng leaned closer to Xiaopeng and whispered, I'm planning to confess to your sister-in-law. Really? That's wonderful news. When will it be? Gu Feng said. In the next few days, the sooner, the better. But I lack experience in confessing to girls, so. Xiaopeng's eyes lit up. You want me to help you strategize and win over sister-in-law, right? Gu Feng nodded in agreement. Xiaopeng burst into laughter, drawing from his experiences over the past few months. He straightforwardly proposed a rather bold yet simplistic plan. Chapter 78. The Woman Belonging to Me, Su Feng. Rent the largest naked-eye 3D screen in the city and announce to the world that Yishue is mine, then hire drones across the city for a romantic confession scene? Gu Feng retorted, That's not just bold. It's a blatant display of financial power. Money isn't an issue. The problem is that your plan requires at least 10 days of preparation. Too long. Do you have any alternatives? Xiaopeng pondered and indeed had a more audacious idea, though he was unsure if Gu Feng could handle it. Speak. After ensuring no one else was nearby, Xiaopeng leaned in and said, When I was a volunteer police officer, I worked with the anti-prostitution squad. I've scoured every couple S hotel in the city. Do you know which one is the cleanest and most hygienic? It's Roman Holiday. Aside from being a bit pricey, it's perfect. Most importantly, there are no strange cameras inside. Why don't you just take sister-in-law there for a night? I can tell she has a bit of interest in you. Gu Feng mused, squinting slightly. Are you suggesting I take things to that level? Yes. Take her to the hotel and seal the deal. Xiaopeng's suggestion was compelling, but also quite risky for Gu Feng. A few days earlier, he might have had the audacity for such a move. However, now, he couldn't possibly overpower Luo Yishue. If she refused, it was likely that he wouldn't see the sunrise the next day. Xiaopeng blinked in confusion. Risking it for Big Brother? How could that possibly be? Shouldn't it be a risk for sister-in-law? Big Brother, are you not up to it? Just then, on the opposite basketball court, Su Feng executed a perfect slam dunk. Classmate Su Feng, I heard you used to swim. but I didn't expect you to be so skilled at basketball too. Such formidable physical prowess. And as an autonomous awakener, Feng, your extraordinary abilities must be remarkable. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate them for us? On the basketball court, a throng of girls encircled Su Feng, gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration. Well, Su Feng raised his wrist guard, brushing it against his sharply defined jawline, revealing a beaming, sunny smile. All right then, since everyone is curious, I shall briefly showcase my abilities. Please don't mock me if it doesn't meet expectations. As his words fell, a sound akin to popping beans resonated. Su Feng's entire arm was suddenly enveloped by a mysterious force, the skin on his bicep taking on a dark gray hue. With a resounding crack, his right hand plunged entirely into the basketball held in his left, causing the ball to be penetrated by his arm. Wow, incredible. Su Feng, you managed to burst a basketball with a single punch. It's worth noting that a basketball is far sturdier than a soccer ball. Even Tyson couldn't achieve such a feat. Truly magnificent. I'm not boasting. If I were that basketball, I'd be kneeling before him right now, begging for mercy. Su Feng chuckled and replied, "This classmate is too kind. Once you awaken your own powers, you'll realize I'm not as formidable as you think." How could that be? In our hearts. Feng, you are indeed the strongest. Su Feng, you are so humble and graceful. I'd love to bear his children. A group of girls flocked around him, offering water and towels. Meanwhile, Xiao Pang's eyes widened in astonishment. To punch through a basketball, that must require at least a ton of force, right? Boss, to be honest, you're also an autonomous awakener, aren't you? Otherwise, there's no way you could have tossed me so far in that cave. How does your ability compare to Su Feng's? Xiao Pang inquired, bursting with curiosity. About on par, Gu Feng replied noncommittally. He certainly would not divulge to Xiao Pang, though while both he and Su Feng were E-level in terms of combat experience. Even 10 Su Fengs would not measure up to him. Finding a shaded spot, Su Feng took a bottle of water and began to drink. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn, as if by magic, to a graceful figure by the bulletin board. His heart raced uncontrollably. Even from a distance, he could unmistakably identify that the girl posting flyers was an extraordinary beauty. Compared to her, the girls surrounding him appeared utterly unremarkable, each one resembling a pig's head. Vangi, you all can leave now. Just leave the spare ball. I want to play a little longer. Soon, most of the crowd had dispersed. Su Feng stood up from the bench and began practicing under the hoop, occasionally glancing towards the bulletin board. In a moment of distraction, the basketball slipped from his hands, soaring uncontrollably. I hope I didn't hit you. Su Feng hurriedly ran to where the ball had fallen, a look of apology gracing his face as he addressed the girl posting the flyers. Upon seeing Luo Yixue, a profound admiration and shock flickered in his eyes, as if describing a radiant lotus emerging from the water, or the moon hanging amidst the clouds. This poetic imagery perfectly encapsulated the enchanting girl before him. Though clad in the same school uniform, she exuded an ethereal quality that set her apart. This was the true school beauty, the goddess. This was the kind of woman deserving of Su Feng. Luo Yixue cast a fleeting glance at Su Feng, her gaze landing on the basketball in his hands. Her crimson lips parted slightly. Not at all. Perhaps due to her innate attributes. Ever since awakening her talent, Luo Yixue's demeanor had grown noticeably aloof. Little did she know, this cool and distant aura held an irresistible allure for the opposite sex, especially for those self-proclaimed powerful men. Seeing Luo Yixue about to leave, Su Feng felt an immediate pang of anxiety, as though her departure would take his very soul with her. Wait, he exclaimed, hastily stepping in front of her, offering a warm and inviting smile. It was my fault for almost hitting you. How about we exchange WeChat? I'd like to treat you to lunch as an apology. By the way, I'm Su Feng, a new transfer student in Class 2 of Year 2. Just awaken my talent. Which class are you in? He anticipated that upon learning he was an awakener, a flicker of surprise would grace her expression. However, there was none. Luo Yixue did not spare him even a glance. Nor did she respond to his question, simply walking past him. I'm sorry, but I don't add strangers on WeChat, and I already have plans, she stated, her tone decisive and dismissive. A deep sense of frustration and unwillingness washed over Su Feng. In that case, I'll help you with the flyers. Without waiting for Luo Yixue to refuse, Su Feng took most of the posters from her hands. Seeing that he genuinely wished to assist, Luo Yixue said nothing more, maintaining a respectful distance as they both worked on their tasks. Xiao Pang noticed the unfolding situation, his eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. Pointing at Su Feng, he shouted, "Boss, something's wrong. That idiot Su Feng is trying to flirt with my sister-in-law. We need to go over there and teach him a lesson." Gu Feng lifted an eyebrow, glancing in their direction, and replied nonchalantly, "Just a little care-me, no need to concern ourselves." Su Feng's abilities are nothing to worry about when it comes to her little Yixue. That said, Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. While his Yixue possessed overwhelming strength, there was no need to worry about her being bullied. She remained blissfully unaware of the world's darker natures, her innocence too pristine. Su Feng could admire her beauty, but any lewd gaze directed towards her was intolerable. Before long, with Su Feng's assistance, most of the posters had been affixed. During this process, he cleverly gleaned Luo Yixue's name and class. "Yixue, I've finished posting over here," he announced, pulling out a pack of tissues and extending them to her. "It's hot out. Wipe your sweat." Luo Yixue shook her head. "No need. I have my own." Just as Su Feng was about to reply, the entire pack of tissues was suddenly snatched away by Xiaopeng. "It's really hot, classmate. Do you mind if I use your tissues to wipe my sweat?" Su Feng's lips twitched slightly. "Not at all. Go ahead." Xiaopeng chuckled, using one tissue after another. Alas, with his ample frame, they were soon reduced to scraps. Just then, Gu Feng approached, greeting Luo Yixue with a smile. "You've managed to post so many flyers so quickly." "Yes, thanks to this classmate's help. We're down to the last one." Upon seeing Gu Feng approach, a smile involuntarily graced Luo Yixue's lips. "I truly appreciate your efforts and that of your classmate. Come here, let me help you wipe your sweat." Then, Gu Feng drew her closer, using a tissue to gently dab the fine sheen of perspiration from her delicate face. Luo Yixue froze momentarily, a faint blush creeping to her ears. She remained silent, unsure of how to refuse, sensing Gu Feng's slight displeasure, yet unaware of the reason behind it. "By the way, your name is Su Feng, right? Thank you for helping my girlfriend post the posters," Gu Feng casually remarked. "Girlfriend?" Witnessing the sweet interaction between the two, Su Feng felt an unsettling churn in his heart. He tightened his trembling palms and forced a serene smile onto his face. "It's all right. Isn't it natural for classmates to assist one another?" The chubby boy chuckled. "Huh, Su, I've finished, and there's still half a pack of paper left. Do you want it?" Su Feng's smile faltered. It was evident that the boy was deliberately trying to irritate him. "No, keep it. Consider it a gift." With that, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. The chubby boy had achieved his aim, satisfied with the dog food he had consumed. After exchanging a knowing nod with Gu Feng, he strutted off to the cafeteria. "On his first day, he insisted on treating us to a meal," Gu Feng remarked nonchalantly, taking the last poster from his hand to post it. "Oh, Luo," Yixue replied, then approached. "Gu Feng, let us do it together." "No need. You look tired. Just take a rest." Gu Feng intentionally distanced himself, making Luo Yixue realize that he might truly be upset. She stepped closer and gently tugged at his shirt. "Are you angry?" "No, just the weather is hot, and I'm sweating a lot. It's uncomfortable." Luo Yixue pulled out a tissue from her pocket. "Then do you want to wipe your sweat?" Gu Feng nodded, "Of course, but let's finish posting first." Soon, the posters were all up. Gu Feng glanced at the tissue in her hand and remarked, "My hands are a bit sore. It would be splendid if someone could help wipe them." With that, he shamelessly leaned forward slightly. Seeing this, Luo Yixue's lips curled into a smile as she rose on her toes and earnestly began to wipe his face. She first cleaned his prominent nose and then delicately traced every contour of his face. "All done. You must not be angry anymore, all right?" Luo Yixue's bright eyes met his, and she vaguely sensed the reason behind his irritation. "Angry?" Gu Feng scoffed with a smirk. "When have I ever been angry? Is that so?" "You are." "I truly am not." Gu Feng reached out, ruffling her hair, leaving it somewhat tousled. Luo Yixue puffed out her cheeks in discontent, glaring at him. "You look quite silly like that, you know? How would he know? I thought you were just growing up cutely." Luo Yixue. Eventually, Gu Feng withdrew his hand, smiling as he reassured her. "All right, now we're even. I'm not angry anymore. Let us both forget it, shall we? I have good news to share, and then we can make up." Luo Yixue looked at him curiously. Gu Feng smiled and said, "The school announced a break this afternoon. Perfect timing. We haven't gone shopping together yet, shall we?" Upon hearing the prospect of shopping, Luo Yixue hesitated for a moment before quickly agreeing. Seeing her eagerness, Gu Feng's spirits lifted considerably, and he mentally compiled a shopping list. Gu Feng's shopping list. 0. Luo Yixue's shopping list. Buy lingerie, buy dresses, buy white stockings. Buy black stockings, buy Balenciaga, buy 10 sets. To dress her beautifully so that he could profess his feelings in front of the entire world. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon arrived. It was undeniable that the resurgence of spiritual energy had a profound impact. Since reports of various beasts attacking humans had emerged, foot traffic had significantly dwindled across the nation. Not to mention large complexes like Wagong City, where shoppers were scarce, and those willing to spend were even fewer. With fewer people around, service improved, and the hassle of long queues was eliminated. Gu Feng and Luo Yixue strolled freely, indulging in food and shopping, and before they knew it, their arms were laden with bags. Observing Gu Feng's tendency to clear out the mall, Luo Ishue surrendered. Chapter 80. Tempting to book a room? Luo Ishue plopped down in the rest area, refusing to budge. Gu Feng approached, placing a cup of milk tea before her. Rest well, we'll continue after. No, I'm too tired. Luo Ishue massaged her sore arms. Though her tone was one of complaint, Gu Feng detected a hint of playful affection in her voice. The corners of his mouth curled upward as he looked at her with indulgence, saying, Xiao, Ishue, have you forgotten what talents you possess? Luo Ishue raised her brows slightly. With Gu Feng's reminder, she recalled her status as an awakened one and quickly began practicing the Taoist breathing technique Gu Feng had taught her. Soon, her fatigue dissipated, and the flow of spiritual energy enhanced her skin to a snow-like radiance, appearing tender and dewy. And she also had the space stone. Gu Feng, didn't you say the space stone is very precious? Let us find a secluded spot to use it later? Gu Feng nodded with a smile. Very good. At least my teachings weren't in vain. You know to keep your treasures hidden. Just then, a boy walking towards them caught Gu Feng's attention. Name, Zhao Maching. Talent, a grade. Ability, Earth Escape. Gu Feng silently recited the information floating above the boy's head. An independently awakened one. In a moment of haste, the boy accidentally knocked over the milk tea on the table. Sorry cough. A trace of blood emerged from his nose as he glanced back warily before swiftly disappearing around a corner. Gu Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Was this A-grade awakened one being pursued? What kind of power did his pursuers possess? As this thought crossed his mind, a man and woman approached from the opposite direction. Name, Ngue. Talent, S-grade. Ability, Black Mist. Name, Kaishi. Talent, S-grade. Ability, Entangle. 2 S-grade awakened, one's chasing after an A-grade awakened one. Little brother, did you see a boy pass by here just now? Kaishi suddenly halted, her mature and alluring voice catching Gu Feng off guard, perhaps due to her ample bosom. Even Gu Feng couldn't help but steal a few glances. To succinctly describe this woman, a waist as slender as bamboo, with ample curves. Dressed in a black leather skirt and high heels, she walked with an alluring grace. A boy? How old? Gu Feng feigned shyness, lowering his gaze to the black stockings beneath the woman's leather skirt. Kaishi giggled, swaying her enticing waist, casting a flirtatious glance at Gu Feng. He is not just any boy. He is about the same age as you, little brother. As for looks, he's slightly less handsome than you, but still quite charming. The nearby Ngue turned his head, furrowing his brow in annoyance. Stop flirting. Don't forget we have a mission. As Ngue spoke, Gu Feng's pupils constricted as he caught sight of the falcon tattoo on the man's neck, and such tattoos were also present beneath the woman's black stockings. In that instant, familiar memories surged back, and Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. They were members of the poaching syndicate, that infamous organization known for trafficking awakened ones. Their prey is not merely ordinary individuals, but rather formidable awakeners. The captives undergo a rigorous process of indoctrination. Those who succumb to the brainwashing are invited to join the organization. Conversely, those who resist and possess mediocre abilities are subjected to forced memory erasure by machines and subsequently sold through various channels to affluent patrons as bodyguards, colloquially referred to as dogs. The poaching syndicate harbors no weaklings. Anyone deemed worthy by them is indisputably an awakener of A-class or higher. Their currency of exchange transcends mere monetary value, encompassing an array of high-grade spiritual stones and precious treasures, rendering their dealings exceedingly lucrative. Gu Feng never anticipated that he would encounter the infamous poaching syndicate, which he had only heard whispers of in his past life. The individual, named Zhao Machin, must indeed be the one targeted by this organization. Dark Ghost, refrain from speaking to me in such a manner. My endeavors as a colorful serpent are beyond your jurisdiction. The woman snorted coldly, preparing to depart after failing to extract any useful information from Gu Feng. Suddenly, Gu Feng smacked his forehead, muttering to himself, "Are you referring to that fellow who is roughly my age, who knocked over my bubble tea without so much as an apology, and whose face resembles that of someone who just tasted a mouthful of something foul? Is he the one you seek?" He headed in that direction. Gu Feng gestured toward the opposite way. "By the way, sister, are you a police officer? If you apprehend him, please remind him to return and compensate me for my bubble tea." Giggling, the woman replied, "Really? Little brother, you seem quite fond of flirting with girls. Be wary of your girlfriend's jealousy." The colorful serpent chuckled, casting a teasing glance toward Luo Ishue. However, she turned away, her voice now cold and devoid of warmth. "Pursue them." Gu Feng, who were those two? After a significant pause following their departure, Luo Ishue inquired. Her intuition warned her that the duo was perilous. Gu Feng nodded. "They are 2 S-class individuals. It appears they are among the earliest awakeners. Although their innate talents may not surpass yours, in a confrontation, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. As his thoughts meandered, Gu Feng's gaze fell upon Luo Yixue's fair visage, her innocent eyes meeting his. At that moment, a bold idea surged into Gu Feng's mind. What if he persuaded her to share a hotel room, right then and there? Gu Feng, what are you grinning about? Luo Yixue's clear, puzzled voice jolted him back to reality. Gu Feng glanced at the pile of shopping bags strewn across the ground, frowning regretfully. These garments of yours are quite lovely, yet a considerable number remain untried, leaving me uncertain of their fit and overall effect. Are you referring to those hundreds of pairs of Balenciaga stockings? Gu Feng flushed crimson, as if caught revealing his innermost thoughts. And no, that wasn't my intention. Are those stockings worn by that sister appealing to you, Gu Feng? Gu Feng stammered. What happened to our promise of purity? Little Yixue, you've gone astray. And those high heels you bought for me seem to be from the same brand as the sisters, called Valentino, I believe? Luo Yixue's eyes danced with mischief as she regarded Gu Feng. Am I correct? Feeling a lack of conviction, he stammered, I meant to say, aside from those stockings resembling skirts, there are also plenty of shirts and jeans. In the future, we shall likely be quite busy, and who knows when we will have the chance to shop again. Now that we are here, we ought to purchase a bit more. So we have suitable attire for various occasions, don't you think? We possess spatial stones, allowing us to store as much as we desire. Gu Feng racked his brain, perspiration trickling as he explained. However, you are right. For such expensive items, trying them on is indeed prudent. Let's try on just one pair. And if they do not fit, we can promptly return the others. Return? No, we shall exchange them. Gu Feng corrected her firmly, emphasizing the importance of the correct terminology.